About the movement. Rhodes Must Fall is a protest movement that began on March 9, 2015, originally directed against a statue of British imperialist Cecil Rhodes at the University of Cape Town in South Africa. The campaign for the statue's removal received global attention and led to a wider movement to decolonize education, by inspiring the emergence of allied student movements at other universities across the world. Rhodes Must Fall. The struggle to decolonize the racist heart of empire. Written by the Rhodes Must Fall movement, Oxford. Edited by Roseanne Chanty-Luke, Brian Kwaba, and Athanangam Zongopo. Preface. Kahinda Andrews. Kahinda Andrews is the founder of Europe's first Black Studies program at Birmingham City University. Rhodes Must Fall at Oxford was a movement that could not be ignored, either by the establishment or by those of us who have campaigned and worked to develop critical education. In the heart of whiteness, students mobilized to reject not only their colonial schooling but the hidden curriculum embodied by the statue of racist Cecil Rhodes. We cannot underestimate the power of this movement happening in one of the most prestigious universities in the world. The backlash was swift and expected because the students had the temerity to challenge their own educational institution. Oxford's prestige is founded on its elite status, which is code word for its whiteness. By challenging the racial status quo, the students were biting the hand that fed them by undermining a founding principle of Oxford's appeal. For example, when Ntokozo Quabe was criticized for accepting a Rhodes Scholarship and then being part of the campaign, he was being told that he should be more grateful and not rock the boat he had boarded. Of course, the elite rallied round to protect what they saw as the destruction of history and framed their objections in the need to contextualize and not airbrush out the parts we disapprove of. But as the decolonial voices in this volume argued, a monument glorifying a mass murderer is itself an exercise in erasing the true history of colonialism. The message from the university administration was clear: Oxford is built on exclusionary principles, and as the Chancellor Chris Patten explained, if they did not like this, they should think about being educated elsewhere. Factories of privilege can only ever change when those who benefit from them are willing to sacrifice and commit to the cause. Oxford students leading the charge to decolonize a schooling system they do well from is the perfect example of the kind of approach that is needed. Working in a post-92 university and living in Birmingham, it is easy to underestimate the symbolic violence that is committed on a daily basis in spaces like Oxford. But you only need to walk on the campus to feel the oppression in the environment. The walls of the colleges are filled almost to bursting with portraits of dead white men. I can only imagine how it must feel, having to spend every day eating under the gaze of people who despised you. Oxford's monoculture makes the movement even more powerful. To resist in spaces where you are barely given license to exist takes an enormous amount of courage and determination. Learning about the development of the movement and re-engaging with the struggles on campus in this book has been informative and inspiring. We often only engage on the surface with resistance movements, but it is essential we understand the emergence, processes, and challenges that organizers face, so that we can learn and build on this in future work. We need to use books like these as resources going forward. What comes across as most powerful in the collection about Rhodes Must Fall, RMF, is the groups and alliances that were formed in order for the movement to emerge and succeed. Movements do not work because of individuals, but collectives who mobilize around a shared goal. One of the most difficult aspects of any movement is bringing together different and sometimes competing factions. Students face the additional problem of their transitory situation. You serve a limited term sentence on campus, so making sure that the necessary steps are in place to continue the work after you have left is paramount. Alongside the internal organization, making the wider links for any movement is essential. In this collection, the myriad of sister movements from the Rhodes and Fees Must Fall campaigns in South Africa to the reparations movement in Europe and the Caribbean are a welcome platform. It is impossible to decolonize a curriculum or an institution. Universities are racist because of the society that produces them, so our movements must be connected to those for wider social change. There is also no such thing as a British problem. The global system produces the national picture of oppression, and therefore global links must always be maintained. Another welcome aspect of the book is that it highlights the anti-blackness that pervades institutions like Oxford and society at large. The West is underpinned by a system of racism that ranks whiteness as the pinnacle and blackness as the nadir. White supremacy is written into the political economy even today, with the richest countries being in the West, white, and the poorest in Africa, black. Unfortunately, the promise of the darker nations of the developing world coming together to fight imperialism has not been fulfilled, and some former colonial allies have leveraged their higher status in the Western racial order by firmly embracing anti-blackness. O'Dadley Cambon's chapter on Gandhi's anti-black racism is a reminder that we need to be aware of the power of the discourse of white supremacy, even within decolonial movements. Anti-blackness is a condition that has led to the emergence and importance of the Black Studies movement in Britain, which we have been spearheading at Birmingham City University, BCU. Modern society is based on the hierarchies of Western imperialism, in which the creation of anti-blackness was essential. The late Cedric Robinson explained in Black Marxism how the Negro was necessary to use as a commodity, a beast of burden with no history or culture. Blackness became articulated as a rejection of the barbarity of European ideas of racism, a unity to oppose the racism that we experience. In this sense, the connection of the African diaspora, what Mandela calls the unbreakable umbilical cord, is the basis of a radical collectivity. Our blackness has been scorned, beaten, and ridiculed. It has been used to justify our colonial slaughter in the service of building the West. But it has also been used to form communities of resistance and revolution. It has provided a political basis for our liberation, and it is here that Black Studies becomes vitally important. As a discipline, Black Studies centers the experiences, contributions, and perspectives of the African diaspora. The neglect of Black knowledge by society is no accident but a direct result of racism. Black Studies redresses this marginalization by focusing on those knowledges produced at the margins and aims to create knowledge that can have a liberatory impact. As Malcolm X argued, truth is on the side of the oppressed, and the standpoint of blackness provides a unique understanding of society. Black Studies is part of the wider movement to decolonize knowledge and to debunk the racist assumptions of the taken-for-granted Eurocentric truth regimes. This has never been a battle that was just academic knowledge shapes the world. Eurocentric knowledge created the racist social order we experience. Rhodes Must Fall was an inspiration to our founding of the Black Studies degree, further evidence that the student body were demanding change. Just as RMF took the work of decolonization further than the curriculum, so too does Black Studies. A central critique of Western knowledge is the role of the university itself. The separation of thought from practice is an exercise in producing elite knowledge. The esteemed intellectual in the university sits outside and above those communities outside, providing analysis into the problems of society. To decolonize education, we must forever leave behind the idea that knowledge can be produced value-free. Our politics shape our understanding of the world, and the pretense of neutrality ironically makes our endeavors less valid. Knowledge produced outside of the academy is just as important, and often more so than that developed within the university. The terms academic and intellectual are not quite mutually exclusive, but there is no direct correlation. The links RMF built up to movement off campus are therefore crucial to any truly transformative project. In building the very first Black Studies degree in Europe, we have embedded the politics and issues of the diaspora into the course. We have also ensured that students have to engage with organizations that work within Black communities and to apply their knowledge in practice. Learning about Black people is not enough, and we are developing methodologies for social change rather than simply analysis. Although the movements to transform the universities have achieved much, we must ensure we maintain the momentum. Black Studies in America shows how the road to neoliberalism is paved with good intentions. The radical vision for Black Studies quickly became a more narrow focus on African American studies, a discipline that could be rolled out across all universities, often devoid of the politics that shaped the original movement. In America, there is now a backlash against Black Studies, with courses underfunded and in danger of closures. Gains can be elusive and illusory. As we develop Black Studies in the UK, we must be wary of the dangers of institutionalization and becoming black faces using what Audre Lorde called the master's tools. We can never let ourselves become a sprinkle of token diversity that presents no challenge to the status quo. The challenge for Rhodes Must Fall is to ensure the movement continues. The book is an excellent account of the struggles involved in the campaign and should inspire the next wave of students to pick up the mantle. A platform has been built and there is now a groundswell of support with mobilizations like Colston Must Fall, Why Is My Curriculum White?, and various projects to decolonize university curricula. As much as has been achieved, we are only at the very beginning of a long struggle. The challenge now is to continue on to the next battles and win the war for knowledge that leads to liberation and overturning the colonial status quo. Introduction from the editors. Roseanne Chanty-Luke, Brian Kwaba, and Athanangam Zongopo. As race-conscious Black students, we variously sought out spaces to engage in politically progressive and Black-positive spaces in the years immediately preceding the Rhodes Must Fall in Oxford, RMFO, movement. Upon our arrival, we found that in this regard, the Oxford University Student Union's Campaign for Racial Awareness and Equality, CRAE, was doing important work to document and collect data on the social and academic experience of Black and minority ethnic, BME, students at Oxford. Meanwhile, the Oxford Africa Society was organizing Afrobeat parties and other social and cultural events for graduate students, and the African Caribbean Society was doing the same for undergraduates. These set the stage locally for the growth of RMFO, but conditions in Oxford were and still are merely the expression of larger national and international ones. For example, one of the arguments often given was that race is an American problem. We don't have that here. As a board that consists of Black British, American African and those who were born and raised on the continent, we assert that this argument is an expression of white denial, an artful avoidance of confronting racial oppression in Britain. A more nuanced version of this argument is the left-wing variant, which argues the problem is not so much about race as it is about class inequality. We might call this sophisticated white denial, because it forms a progressive expression of racial avoidance. When we came to Oxford, there was shamefully little racial conversation and awareness at Oxford. But research speaks for itself. Black British and Pakistani babies are twice as likely to die in their first year than white British babies. 1 British whites are nearly twice as likely to get a job as blacks when applying with the same qualifications. Black people make up 2% or 3% of the UK population, but 15% of the prison population. 2 Even in multicultural London, the police are 6 times more likely to stop and search black people compared to whites. Figure 1.3 Once a black or white person is stopped, they then arrest black people for drug offences 6 times more than white people, even though white people do drugs at a far higher rate. Figure 2. This pattern of inequality helps explain why the shooting of Mark Duggan, for example, generated such a visceral response among Black Britons. Figure 1 Stop and search for drugs by ethnicity, per 1,000 population, 2009-2010, London School of Economics. Britons are not only in denial about the racial oppression in their own country, but also rather ignorant about the history and ongoing atrocity of British imperialism. For example, few Britons seem to care about the fact that Britain has invaded 9 out of every 10 countries in the world. 4 Of course, many do oppose the spending of tens of billions pounds to kill a million Iraqis for the fossil fuel interests of Shell and BP. However, too many Britons remain unaware that their country wastes enormous sums perpetuating oppressive regimes for similar purposes in places like the Congo, Palestine, Nigeria, Afghanistan, and Pakistan. 5. Figure 2 Percentage of 16 to 59-year-olds reporting use of illicit drugs in the last year by ethnicity, London School of Economics. They are not necessarily wholly to blame. Most Britons are never taught in school that Britain's industrial development was premised on a centuries-long process of genocide against indigenous populations, the enslavement of millions of Africans, and the looting and pillage of India. Although the sun never set on the crimes of British imperialism, a YouGov poll from 2014 found that among the British public, most think the British Empire is something of which to be proud, 59%, rather than ashamed, 19%. 6 Following the Rhodes Must Fall campaign, A similar poll conducted in 2016 found that only 44% still felt proud, with 21% expressing regret about the empire. All of the above context helps to explain the kinds of whiteness and conservatism we encountered at Oxford, which has served historically as an intellectual training ground for the British ruling class. People like Cecil Rhodes, Rupert Murdoch, Margaret Thatcher, Tony Blair, David Cameron, and Theresa May went to Oxford. Indeed, some 42 out of the 56 prime ministers to date, 75%, studied at either Oxford or Cambridge, virtually all of whom were complicit in imperial crimes against humanity. So while Oxford claims to be a world-class institution of higher learning, it also continues in its historic role as the intellectual heart of British imperialism. This is reflected on various levels, including the BME student experience as well as the curriculum, iconography, and racial representation. Take students, for example. CRAE's race survey at Oxford found that 59% of BME students felt uncomfortable/unwelcome because of their race or ethnicity, compared to 5% of white students. When the survey asked, "Would you feel comfortable talking to your college's welfare and peer support group about race?" only 39% of BME students responded affirmatively, compared to 69% of white students. Oxford has less than a handful of black professors, much like the UK as a whole, wherein only 0.4% of professors are black. 8 This oppressive racial atmosphere took shape in rather curious situations, for example as experienced by black students who entered Oxford as late as 2013, to find the African Studies Library was located in the Cecil Rhodes House. One can only imagine how Jewish students might feel if the Jewish Studies Library was located in an Adolf Hitler house. Because of the oppressive environment and the fact that the already existing student organizations were not engaging in serious black political organization or resistance, graduate students Brian Kwaba and Mbongini and Lovua founded the Oxford Pan-African Forum, OXPAF, in January 2014. It began as an effort to explore what it means to be black and/or African at Oxford, the political and historical context and significance of these identities, and how people of African descent from the continent and the diaspora can build unity and solidarity. We engaged with such issues as imperialism, race and white supremacy, reparations, and neocolonialism. Around the same time, undergraduate students Anu Henriques and Lena Abushauk founded the Facebook group Skin Deep, later renamed Race Matters, as a space where Oxford students of color could center their voices and experiences regarding racial oppression and identity at the predominantly white and academically conservative institution. It has since grown into a global forum of over 11,000 members. About 2 months later in March 2014, and following the posting on Skin Deep of a BuzzFeed article about the I2M Harvard Project, Anu, Lena, and Tetuwa Maidanga spearheaded the I2M Oxford campaign to expose racism through sharing photos of student experiences of racial microaggressions on handwritten signs. This campaign caused a big stir by highlighting institutional racism at the University of Oxford. In May, Lena, Anu, and Tetuwa organized a BME Solidarity Conference titled Dissidents in an Era of Diversity. The conference was a concerted effort to engage with a more specific and formulated political agenda for BME students, to build coalitions with other student campaigns, and establish student-faculty alliances. It was also from the conference that the idea to produce the print publication of Skin Deep emerged. The first issue of Skin Deep appeared in June 2014, and gave concrete expression to the rising racial consciousness that was developing on campus. Then, in March 2015, while Oxford students were vacationing between terms, a student decided to throw feces on the statue of Cecil Rhodes at the University of Cape Town, UCT. The act ignited a massive debate, which quickly transmogrified into a mass movement called Rhodes Must Fall. RMF, that began agitating for decolonizing education at UCT. The student-led movement based on the principles of Black consciousness, Pan-Africanism, and Black feminism grew to include active participation from Black academics, and even joined hands with Black workers on campus against the university management policy of outsourcing. RMF organized general assemblies with hundreds of participants and developed a list of 27 demands touching almost all dimensions of campus life. Watching this unfold in Oxford was incredibly inspiring, and with each passing day, the urge to express solidarity with the movement continued to grow, particularly amongst Black Southern African students. In this context, Brian Kwaba convened a lunchtime conversation with a handful of students, most of whom were in the orbit of Oxbaf. That meeting led to the first RMF-focused action at Oxford, the banner drop at the gates of Oriel College in solidarity with the student movement at UCT. Shortly after the third term began again a week or two later, Nathaniel Adam Tobias Coleman took advantage of a visit to Oxford to organize a luncheon with a group of student activists to discuss number white curriculum, number rhodes must fall, and number educational repair. This lunchtime meeting effectively catalyzed the transition from us seeing ourselves as standing in solidarity with the RMF movement at UCT to our decision to organize a proper RMF movement of our own at Oxford. Sizweemba Walsh took the particular initiative coming out of this meeting, by leading a group of students to intervene at the Oxford Union debate about whether Britain should pay reparations to its former colonies. While sitting in the Union bar preparing for our intervention, we noticed the infamous handbill advertising the special colonial comeback cocktail drink for the evening, which depicted a pair of black hands in chains, see on p. 104. Protesting this racist drink cocktail, and the larger reparations debate surrounding it, ended up marking the first major public action that Rhodes Must Fall in Oxford, RMFO, undertook, culminating in the Oxford Union Debating Society declaring itself institutionally racist. From there we organized general assemblies, protests, educational meetings, demands, and related features of what became the RMFO movement. Ultimately, due to Oxford's privileged positionality within UK higher education, we galvanized a larger national and international conversation to which we have humbly attempted to give expression in the pages of this volume. In Part I of the book, we focus on the voices of RMFO itself, including voices from the events, actions, and artistic expressions of the movement. In Part 2, we turn to some of the sister movements and initiatives around the country, which are working to decolonize education in Britain. In Part 3, we feature a range of reflections and global perspectives on Rhodes Must Fall and the meaning of decolonizing education in the 21st century. In this anthology, you will find personalized accounts from students at the forefront of the decolonial struggle, poetry, stories from the childhood of a West Papua liberation leader, and a record of some of the critical thought and action regarding neo-colonial leaders whose limitations can no longer remain hidden. From the University of Cape Town to the University of Sussex, women have been at the vanguard of decolonial struggle on university campuses worldwide. Yet, systemic patriarchy ensures that women's crucial contributions to activism are wiped clean from the annals of history. More acutely, patriarchy can often permeate activist spaces in a way that renders women vulnerable and unable to organize effectively within the spaces that they have created. It is in an effort to recognize the vital work that women perform in activism that we join in conversation, through this book, with so many inspiring and powerful women from across the globe. We hope that the narratives included by women in this book will encourage you to consider the place that gender rights and anti-patriarchal politics assume in your daily practices as we strive towards prioritizing the voices of women within our own movement. The perspectives in this book, though varied and diverse, share a common theme of decolonization and liberation. We hope that these perspectives will empower, encourage, and enlighten you through reflection on the many ways that we might resist the grip of empire in our communities today. Rhodes must fall. Fees must fall. Black Lives Matter. Amandla. Part I. Rhodes must fall in Oxford. 1. Rhodes must fall in Oxford Founding Statement. RMFO, Facebook, May 28, 2015. Cecil Rhodes has fallen. His statue has been removed and the uncritical memory of his legacy has been discredited at the University of Cape Town, where the Rhodes Must Fall movement, a movement to decolonize education, targets the still active tentacles of colonial relations in Africa. But Rhodes, and more importantly the culture that inculcated his imperialism in the first place, remains unscathed. Indeed, This culture is alive and imbibed in the colonial comeback, the cocktail the Oxford Union recently served up at its reparations debate, see on p. 104. But brutality must not be debated. And so, Rhodes must fall in Oxford. The University of Oxford is an institution that has, for centuries, produced, profited from, and memorialized the violent conquests of Rhodes and other great imperial men including Codrington, Jowett, Pitt Rivers, and many others. It is a place choked with buildings, monuments, libraries, and intellectual legacies raised from colonial pillage. And it continues to uncritically exist at the center of an empire that remains untouched. We stand here, in Oxford, in solidarity with all those people on empire's periphery, and bring the world's decolonizing fight to its heart. Rhodes must fall. In Oxford, the spirit of imperialism is not simply kept alive by buildings but also by what is inside them. The habits of mind and ways of relating that stoked colonialism continue to hang in Oxford's halls and infuse its institutional cultures. Oxford continues to colonize the minds of future leaders through its visual iconographies, the concepts and histories on its curricula, the networks of power, the cultural capital, and the civilized culture of taste in which students are steeped. At Oxford, survivors of imperialism find their own history held hostage, bequeathed to the archives by their oppressors. At Oxford, so many find their histories excluded, or almost unidentifiable in Oxford's imperial iconographies of space. Here, people experience the pain of cognitive dissonance because there is no legitimate language for their own experience and knowledge and few curricular resources to invoke to change that. Within the Pitt Rivers Museum, survivors find their families, their ancestors, their selves unapologetically disciplined into objects of inquiry. In the university, resisting spirits are carved up through Eurocentric relations cut through with epistemic violence. Our minds are intellectually disciplined instead of engaged on equal footing as autonomous, creative intellectual agents. Rhodes must therefore fall. But it must be emphasized that this movement is about more than Rhodes. Rhodes, as an agent of empire, signifies a perspective that is the product of a seemingly innocuous approach to education. He is the product of an institutional culture and a colonization of the mind that reaches far more deeply than the figure of one individual. So for Rhodes to truly fall, Rhodes must first stand. Rhodes must be made to stand, revealed for what he really represents, the mutually productive culture of violence, racism, patriarchy, and colonialism that to this day remains alive, aided and abetted by the University of Oxford, which continues to stand as an uncritical beneficiary of empire. Rhodes, and Oxford, must therefore stand trial in the court of public opinion that is rising on the edges of empire. Here, in the inner halls of imperialism, Rhodes must fall. 2. Protesting the Rhodes statue at Oriel College. Ntokozo Quabe. On November 6, 2015, more than 250 Oxford students gathered in front of Oxford University's Oriel College to call for the statue of Cecil John Rhodes to fall. The protest lasted for more than 2 hours and chants such as "Rhodes was bailed out," "We were sold out," "Rhodes must fall," "Take it down," "Diddy Colonus," were shouted throughout. Vice Provost Professor Annette Volfing and Senior Dean Dr. Francesco Manzini of Oriel College came out to receive a petition, but were told by students to sit down with them as equals. The representatives from Oriel as well as the entire crowd sat down as Rhodes must fall Oxford organizing member, Black South African Rhodes scholar, and UCT alumnus Ntokozo Quabe, presented the 85-page petition. The petition had more than 1,900 signatures and 45 pages of comments from signatories. What follows is Ntokozo's powerful speech given before he presented the petition to Oriel College. "I can no longer be silent and complicit in the glorification of colonialism. I am quite unwell today and I was wondering whether or not I would be able to do this, and in fact, yesterday I went to see a doctor who said I must stay in bed." Amandla. Crowd responds, "Aidho. After that I rejected the suggestion that I should stay in bed while you are out here fighting the continuation of a brutal system. Thank you for taking the fight to this institution. You guys are making history. You are the first people to come out and do this at Oxford in years. You are the ones that history has been waiting for. You are the ones that history will remember. Amandla. Crowd chants, Aidho. Now, before I address the authorities of Oriel College, I have a special request that I want to make of the authorities. Often when we engage with these authorities, we are often suffocated by the institutional titles behind which they hide. Alright? So often we engage with them as the Provost of Oriel College, the Dean, the so-and-so of Oriel College, and we don't engage as human beings. And that in itself is a process of dehumanization, because I, as a descendant of the people that Rhodes brutalized, am told that I should talk to some institution and not to a person who interacts with me as an equal and as a human being. Amandla. So the request that I'm going to make is that I'm going to sit down. This is a trend which the South African movement has adopted when engaging authority, okay? So, we sit down with the authorities. Alright? So we ask the authorities that they sit down with us so that we engage at the same level. Amandla. So we asked the authorities that they sit with us and that they sit with me. I know that I am a person of color, but we don't bite, so I would very much appreciate if we can sit down and engage as equals rather than as a student and as authorities of Oriel. Crowd chants, please sit down. Please sit down. So now I would like to request that you comrades sit down with us, because we are doing this as a collective and we are engaging with the authorities of Oriel as equals, seated down, because there are our representatives that we have entrusted with power, but they are one of us at the end of the day. How does it feel to sit down with me? Amandla. Crowd chants, Aidho. Amandla. Crowd chants, Aidho. Forward with Rhodes falling forward. Crowd chants, forward with Rhodes falling forward. Forward. Amandla. Crowd chants, Aidho. Alright, now that we've gotten that business out of the way, a few things. This is how the process of handing over the petition will follow, so I will read you excerpts from the petition. I might read the entire thing in case Oriel needs to hear the entire thing in order to get it that Rhodes must fall. Crowd chants, take him down. Rhodes must fall. Crowd chants, take him down. So, I will read the petition and then I will read a few comments from people from Oriel College, because we mustn't paint everyone who is within Oriel College as the enemy. The enemy is the institution. The enemy is the college. The enemy are the titles behind which people hide. But there are progressive people at Oriel, and there are people who have told us that they stand with us in our call to decolonize Oxford and in our call for the statue to fall. Because they recognize that silence is violence. Crowd chants, silence is violence. Silence is violence. Crowd chants, silence is violence. We can no longer be silent. Crowd chants, we can no longer be silent. Amandla. Crowd chants, Aidho. So after reading, if you have those comments, I will then read something of my own to the authorities of Oriel, not as an activist but as a child of my ancestors and as a person who has to deal every day with the legacy of this man who is glorified in this place, and who has to deal with the everyday violence that comes with the mass impoverishment of South Africans in South Africa, which Oriel apparently celebrates because, you know, violence is nice. Amandla. Crowd chants, Aidho. Now, let me read you excerpts from the petition. The petition is here, comrades, the petition is here. We had to protect it from the elements. Crowd laughs. Unfortunately there is no one to protect us in Oxford, but you know. Now, I'm sure that the authorities might have already had a glance at the petition, so I want to read the entire thing, and in any event, I think they can just utilize Google and frankly just download it themselves. Amandla. Crowd chants, Aidho. Now, the petition reads, and in your voice as the students of Oxford who are tired in being complicit in the racist glorification of the brutal colonial project. We the undersigned call upon Oriel College to take down the statue of Cecil Rhodes that sits overlooking the High Street. This statue is an open glorification of the racist and bloody project of British colonialism. An architect of apartheid in South Africa, Rhodes is the same apartheid colonialist who said, and I will not sanitize this part, I will not sanitize it. I will see it as he said it. Rhodes, to my people I prefer land to niggers. I prefer land to niggers. The natives are like children, they are just emerging from barbarism. One should kill as many niggers as possible. Rhodes to my people, and in putting his murderous colonial project into practice instead of tacit complicity, like we are seeing here at Oriel College. Crowd cheers. Amandla. Crowd chants, Aidho. Amandla. Crowd chants, Aidho. Down with racist symbols, down. Crowd chants, down. Down with racist symbols, down. Crowd chants, down. Amandla. Crowd chants, Aidho. We find it deplorable that Oriel College continues to glorify an international criminal through its uncritical, deeply violent iconography. As long as the statue remains, Oriel College and Oxford University in general continues to identify with Rhodes' values and to maintain a toxic culture of domination and depression. We believe that colonialism, racism, and patriarchy, that the statue is steeped in, has no place in our university. The removal of the statue would be a welcome first step in the university's attempt to redress the ways in which it has been an active beneficiary of empire. While it remains standing, the statue of Rhodes remains a celebration of not just the crimes of the man himself, but the imperialist legacy on which Oxford University has thrived and continues to thrive. While the statue remains, Oxford University continues to condone the persistent racism that shadows this institution even today. For centuries Oxford University has produced, profited from and memorialized the violent conquest of Rhodes and other great imperial men, including of course Christopher Codrington, Benjamin Joab, and Augustus Pitt Rivers, and many other racist colonialists whom, frankly, it would take the whole day to list and mention individually. The university is strewn with visible symbols of its colonial inheritance and remains at the intellectual heart of unjustly attained global privilege. At Oxford, those whose histories, like myself, have been marked by imperialism, are shadowed by statues of their oppressors as they walk through the university and find their history held within the archive of oppression. Here, at Oxford, at Oriel College, a growing number of students are plagued by the absence of legitimate critical means to articulate their experiences and are excluded from a culture rife with imperial apologism. Amandla. Crowd chants, Aidho. This exclusion violates the university's own purported commitment to fostering an inclusive culture which promotes equality, values diversity, and maintains a working and learning social environment in which the rights and dignity of all its staff and students are respected. The University of Oxford continues to colonize the minds of future leaders through its visual iconography, the concepts and histories on its curricula, the gross underrepresentation of people of color and other marginalist groups in its staff and student community, the exclusionary networks of power, the cultural capital. This will never be able to change if statues of racist and murderous men maintain their position and visibility as part of Oxford. Crowd cheers. There is no place for Cecil Rhodes on the High Street, at Oriel College, at Oxford University or anywhere else in the world. Crowd cheers. The statue must therefore fall. Rhodes must fall. Crowd chants, take him down. Rhodes must fall. Crowd chants, take him down. Rhodes must fall. Crowd chants, take him down. Now, before handing over the petition, which I will do in a moment, I want to say something to Oriel College and to the authorities of Oriel College who are here with us today. Oriel College has made a number of statements regarding this issue, and many of them I find, quite honestly, offensive and violent, as a descendant of the people that Rhodes wronged, and the people that Rhodes butchered and brutalized. Now, what even hurts me the most is that this violent language that Oriel uses is couched in progressive speak. Oriel goes telling people in its pseudo-progressive rhetoric that it is proactively acting to deal with the question of Rhodes. It mentions how it has offered to meet with us and how it is somehow leading the project to make Oxford an inclusive space. But where is the proactivity? Where is the proactivity? The fact that it took an entire movement for you to recognize that actually, a statue of a racist colonialist is a problem. The fact that it took an entire movement and hundreds of students at Oxford sitting down with you for you to get the message, and to even come out is an indication that you are not proactive. So please stop lying to us. Down with lies, down. Crowd chants, down. Down with institutional lies, down. Crowd chants, down. Amandla. Crowd chants, Aidho. Now I'm further upset by even more violent language that Oriel College uses in its pseudo-progressive rhetoric. So, Oriel, in its statements and in the statements of its leaders and authorities, including its provost, continuously refers to Rhodes as a diplomat, as a businessman, as a benefactor. This is deeply offensive for me because it means that Oriel College is saying to me that diplomacy entails the raiding of an entire people's land, that diplomacy is holding guns to people's heads. That diplomacy is the mass murder of people. Crowd cheers. Oriel College is telling me that business is the mass murder of people into an exploitative system of migrant labor, of exploitative capitalism, of greed, which Rhodes is characterized by. So Oriel College cannot deny, as it seeks to in its pseudo-progressive liberal speak, where it continues to say that it is not implicated in Rhodes' values but continues to act and speak in ways which actually recognize him as a diplomat, as a businessman and as a benefactor. A benefactor? So benefactors are people that go dispossessing and stealing from others to benefit other people unjustly? Is that what a benefactor is? Is a benefit a person that mass murders people in order to make money? Crowd cheers. Is Oriel College telling us that these things are okay, because if you recognize, the act of recognizing Rhodes as a diplomat, as a businessman, as a benefactor, means that no matter how much you denounce the values, because Oriel has said, we don't identify with the values, we just wanted the money, you know, we want the ching-ching but we don't want the values. But in the speak, we see the remnants of Rhodes in the language that Oriel uses. Rhodes is present. Rhodes is here. Rhodes is with us. Rhodes is at Oriel. And Rhodes must fall. Crowd chants, take him down. Rhodes must fall. Crowd chants, take him down. Now, as I hand over the petition, and I want this to be captured on camera, as I hand over the petition as a descendant of the people who have been affected and brutalized by Rhodes, I do not want to look at the authorities of Oriel because I do not recognize them. I do not recognize people who will not treat me as an equal and who will dehumanize me by recognizing a person who violated my people as a diplomat, a businessman, a benefactor, and by glorifying him with a statue, therefore saying it identifies with him. Until the statue has fallen, I refuse to recognize Oriel College. I refuse to enter into a space, and this is what I will continue to say no matter how many times Oriel College invites me and others like you, like me, to come and talk behind some boardroom. I will refuse to do so because the terms of the conversation will already be violent. The language being used will already be dehumanizing to me. How can I speak when I am not human? So as I hand over, I will not look at Oriel authorities, I will look the other way, and I want this captured. All right? Because they have not recognized me, they have erased my entire people's history and that erasure must be captured and the public must know. All right? The world must know that to Oriel I am invisible. So, I will hand over, and I want this to be captured, that I am not looking at them and I have no interests in looking at them because they have no interest in looking at me. Amandla. Crowd chants, Aidho. Amandla. Crowd chants, Aidho. We will kindly now ask the Oriel authorities to leave because we, until they have changed their ways, and changing those ways entails committing that they are bringing down Rhodes and they are bringing down the statue, until they have made that commitment, we refuse to give them a platform to speak. So they will not be addressing us, they will be leaving us to continue with the project that we have started. To decolonize Oxford and to bring Rhodes down. Cheers. As they leave we will tell them that Rhodes must fall. Crowd chants, take him down. 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 Rhodes must fall. 3. Wake up, rise up. Andrew Dallas. Andrew Dallas is an artist, lyricist, vegan chef and student of economics. Raised in Preston in the UK with an English mother, Jamaican father, and West African ancestors, Andrew uses his art, studies, and activism to creatively and critically engage with all of these aspects of his identity, the interactions between them, and the historical and ongoing processes which have caused and affected those interactions. He has been a key part of the Rhodes Must Fall in Oxford movement, and his song Wake Up, Rise Up, which can be found online, is printed below and recounts his understanding of why Rhodes must fall. See, we need to see this system collapse. So take a walk in our shoes as we visit your past. So much ignorance we witness in the critical mass. Critical analysis ain't written on plagues. So Imma spit it in rap, metaphorically we bringing nitroglycerin tanks. Here to burn the current structures down to sizzling ash. Use the flames to put a light to Cecil's villainous past. It's the other side of history our syllabus lacks. Land grabs in the form of terroristic attacks. Then he claimed us as slaves through political acts. Sent us down to the mines and had us filling his bags. Then had a feeling at the end to give a little bit back. And you try to say our scholars should be giving him thanks. If we bitten the hand, it only feeds us 'cause it pillaged our lands. It was intended for a different tack. The next set of colonizers was his vision in fact. Planned to spread that mindset to every inch of the map. Where they ain't got no business but their business plans. More white men in power in most distant of lands. Today the ones who gain the privilege still ain't typically black. So yes, we young, gifted and mad. 'Cause 59% of us don't feel welcome, it's written in stats. They insist there's no racism, it's a thing of the past. As if our lived experience ain't a legitimate fact? When you give him a statue, you give him a clap. Don't Black Lives Matter more than a criminal's cash? This pain hurt the same, no matter the ethnicity, religion, or class. Your exercise better listen to that. Blood diamonds still shine and dirty money still buy. So if Rhodes gone fall, then we gotta rise. It's only through knowledge that we free these minds. See their structures start to topple as I speak these rhymes. If Rhodes gone fall, then we gotta rise. One and all happy call to decolonize. If Rhodes gone fall, then we gotta rise. Scream it from the spires, decolonize. It's time we stand tall and make a difference. I wish that I could be oblivious but wasn't born with such a privilege. See them hoarding all their riches, building walls instead of bridges. Try keep us out, we'll knock the door right off the hinges. Knock 'em down from their pedestal to reach the earth. Sit down right beside us as we speak our words. Eye to eye you'll recognize our pains of equal worth. 'Cause within your boardrooms you ain't the least concerned. If each could learn how it appears to the youths. When you celebrate imperial pursuits. Without acknowledging the horrors of these fearsome disputes. And how it influences today, ain't no trees without roots. You sowed the seeds, now you'll deal with the fruits. And how we feel is very real, all you need is the proof. Don't let the media deceive ye, they're poisoning their readers. It mek you sick if you swallow what they feed ye. Ain't got no leaders and it's bout more than a statue. His philosophy still taught in our classrooms. So till you decolonize. In our eyes you're endorsing his values. If you venerate the man, then you celebrate his rhetoric. Can't hide away the negatives but still go take the benefits. Still go take cash from a man who raped my relatives. Only thing we erasing is racial prejudice. Blood diamonds still shine and dirty money still buy. So if Rhodes gone fall, then we gotta rise. It's only through knowledge that we free these minds. See their structures start to topple as I speak these rhymes. If Rhodes gone fall, then we gotta rise. One and all happy call to decolonize. If Rhodes gone fall, then we gotta rise. Scream it from the spires, decolonize. 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 Rhodes must fall, and we must rise. 4. Skin deep. The black women of Rhodes must fall in Oxford. Athanangam Zongopo, Tatawa Maidanga, and Roseanne Chanty-Luke. The following entry is an interview that took place on February 16, 2016 between Anuradha Henriques, an editor of Skin Deep, and 3 black women who were organizing members of Rhodes Must Fall in Oxford, Athanangam Zongopo, Tatawa Maidanga, and Roseanne Chanty-Luke. However, the pathways of synergy that exist between these 2 collectives were forged long before this interview took place. In its current form, Skin Deep is a rich multimedia platform which seeks to disrupt mainstream creative and political spaces by using print articles, live events, and online fora to uplift the stories of people from marginalized communities. In its former state, as a student-led zine based at the University of Oxford, Skin Deep was one of the many social catalysts for discussion and action regarding race and culture in a university where systemic whitewashing was and is the norm. In 2014, Oxford University's Campaign for Racial Awareness and Equality, CRAE, published an interview-based study on the experiences of non-white students at Oxford. The conclusions drawn from the study were unsurprising. Non-white students who had matriculated into Oxford University felt socially isolated in their learning environment. This feeling stemmed chiefly from the lack of diversity within the student community, a Eurocentric curriculum and a pervading social culture that was intolerant to non-white students. In 2014, Skin Deep emerged as a Facebook discussion forum for all things related to race and culture, thanks to the work of Anuradha Henriques, Lena Abushauk, and Tatawa Maidanga, who also spearheaded the I2M Oxford campaign that year. As a response to the original I2M Harvard campaign, I2M Oxford was a photography project that sought to raise awareness about the lived experiences of discrimination that students of color at Oxford encountered. In an effort to shift the whitewashing discourses of Oxford University, and to take the university's administration to task regarding the safeguarding and recognition of its students of color, Skin Deep the print zine was born as a complement to the online forum. Of the 3 women interviewed from RMFO in the following piece, 2 of them were deeply involved in Skin Deep when it existed as a student-led zine at Oxford University. Tatawa and Roseanne both wrote for the zine and worked intermittently as its deputy editors. It therefore seemed appropriate that Skin Deep would be the platform to spark an intimate discussion regarding colonialism, class, gender, horizontal structures, and intersectionality with the black women of RMFO. Black women are often the driving forces behind movements that fight for change. They are often the forces that keep black communities alive. Despite the emotional and physical labor that black women perform in their communities on a daily basis, the pervading forces of patriarchy and white supremacy compound to render their work invisible. This interview is, in part, a discursive effort to combat the all-too-often erasure of black women from narratives of activist movements. It is also, in part, an informal conversation between 4 women of color who have managed to forge bonds of love and friendship through anti-racist, decolonial struggles. As a movement, Rhodes Must Fall in Oxford has received wide coverage both within the UK and internationally. RMFO is not a movement looking to be discovered. If anything, it is a movement that suffers from being overexposed and is largely misrepresented. Our decision to interview women from the movement was based on a desire to allow these women to speak for themselves and to relate what their lived experiences of the movement have been so far. We wanted to have a serious conversation about the role of women of color in activism today, to have their role acknowledged and their presence represented. So often, in dominant narratives of movements, the roles that women play are largely written out and women are only inserted retroactively. This interview was an attempt to make sure that that did not happen with RMFO, a movement which has actively sought to be intersectional. It was also an attempt to offer an alternative perspective on how the media has portrayed the movement thus far. It seemed appropriate to share our conversation with these women on International Working Women's Day. Anuradha Henriques, what is the origin story of both Rhodes Must Fall, RMF, and Rhodes Must Fall Oxford, RMFO, as you understand it. Athanangam Zongopo, the origin story of Rhodes Must Fall is kind of long and old. I guess at the University of Cape Town in South Africa the conversations about decolonizing the curriculum, the university space, emerged 17 or 18 years ago when Professor Mahmoud Mamdani I was still teaching there. But he was dismissed, and the conversation kind of died down. But there continued to be a pursuit of some kind of transformation project. This project being an attempt to include more black South Africans in an effort to change the way the university, a historically white institution, looked and was perceived. But the Rhodes Must Fall movement itself began early 2015. Very recently then. Yet, when students started to protest against the statue of Rhodes. But of course, like RMF Oxford, there were a lot of other things around that, grievances about representation at the university, about the curriculum, about access to quality higher education. And I guess it all came to a climax when one guy came through with a bucket of shit and threw it on the statue. And then students in Cape Town were able to get the statue removed from the campus and relocated, but also get the university to make some real concessions about some of their demands pertaining to outsourced work. Roseanne Chanty-Luke, I was here last year during my final year of undergrad. There was the Rhodes Must Fall movement in South Africa, and other similar movements such as Black Lives Matter and protests against the colonial institution at UCT and its practices. I remember what was formerly known as the Black Students' Union came about in Oxford out of this desire to mobilize students that identified as black, be it politically or otherwise, and mobilize within the problematic microcosm that is Oxford. For various reasons it was dissolved. But the main reason, I think, was because of the use of black in the name, and what that meant. Tatuwa Maidanga, I guess what was different with RMF as compared to other movements is that what was going on in South Africa brought the term decolonization to the forefront. Before with the I2M Oxford campaign we were working off the back of a lot of things that were happening in the US, but the nice thing about African movements is that they stress the word decolonization. Now, if you look at the Oxford Race Symposium, it's kind of the major word. But if you look at the way we were mobilizing 2 years ago, it was not necessarily at the core or the forefront of what we were actually talking about. So I would say that was a major shift. The popularized version of the RMFO narrative is one in which women are largely absent. How justified is that? And I think that is precisely the problem with coloniality. It is also patriarchal. The movement in terms of the organizing committee and the people I've been able to interact with is predominantly women. It is quite deliberately an intersectional movement that isn't just about one issue. I think the movement is, at least in a way, very deliberately a feminist movement. I think it would be a travesty if black women of African descent didn't find their place in this movement. I totally agree. Having been here when the movement was forming, a lot of those who were doing the organizing were women. RC, as Athai was saying, here, from day one, there has been a network of women and women of color, and African women from both the continent and the diaspora. I think RMFO has always considered itself as intersectional. That's a word that has been bandied about a bit, but we have had conversations in the past about what intersectionality actually looks like in practice. Women are present and organizing in the movement, but it doesn't mean necessarily that it's non-hierarchical. Or at least suffers from symptoms of hierarchical patriarchal structures that it claims to be fighting. Trademark, I guess historically the feminist and certain race movements, and even the queer movement, have always borrowed things from each other. But a lot of times, when the media talks about it they will talk about each movement separately. Definitely. This intersection of race and gender is something the media hasn't really talked about. They have their agenda and want to show a certain angle, which is a very narrow perspective of what the RMF movement is working to achieve. And more specifically, race and gender within decolonization isn't something that has been centered at all in the public discussion about RMFO, and so it hasn't really been challenged. People haven't really asked how your brand of decolonization is different from the decolonial efforts of the 20th century. Because, one could argue that decolonization in post-colonial contexts is primarily presented as an effort to redefine the project of nation formation, to delink it from its colonial legacy and to define the nation in homegrown terms. There is a lot of emphasis on reclaiming the indigenous, and sometimes in the process of doing so the indigenous becomes romanticized and we forget that indigenous culture itself is quite patriarchal. Do you think that RMF, which defines itself as a decolonial movement, has been able to overcome the sexism that overshadowed some decolonial movements of the 1960s and 70s? Trademark: there is quite a difference between decolonial movements by certain governments and by student activism. So in a Zimbabwean context, ZANU-PF is obviously very much about the indigenization. To them it is the way in which they have formatted dealing with the history of colonialism. They are also working within a political structure that is very reactionary. The way in which they frame their form of decolonization is very much based on how they are trying to respond to the West, how they are trying to stay in power in their own country. Part of the problem with England is that you had these colonies and these colonies are now deeply tied to you, but at the same time they are seen as autonomous nations. It's not logical. You still have these economic ties, you still have these power structures. The student movements have necessitated a more transnational discussion in a way that governments might not do as much because they are also invested in staying in power, and dictating their own national identity. There is a lot of emphasis being put on RMFO being a leaderless movement in which non-binary people, women, and men play equal roles. Given how the media has framed the movement, focusing on particular figures, and the fact that we live in a patriarchal framework, do you think it is possible for a movement to remain both leaderless and intersectional? How do you keep from reproducing the hierarchies that define our everyday life? RC, another buzzword that has been thrown around a lot is horizontally, the idea that there is a level playing field between members of the movement and not this hierarchical pyramid which, as Athai said before, is symptomatic of colonialism. It's all well and good saying we have no leaders, but there is always a select group that do more than the hundreds of people who come to the General Assemblies and claim they want to take part in this horizontal form. On a logistical level, personally I think it is a thorn in the side of RMFO. It means people who are willing to take on more work get pitted as representatives of the movement wholesale. And that's where you have certain people targeted by the media. Not least because they are male but also because of the lack of initiative being taken up by other members. Yeah, and it's easier said than done. For us, when the RMFO movement was forming last year, we were about to sit our finals so our involvement was restricted. And I think that the British media has also begun to weave its own narrative. They've been making up leaders. Nobody ever said Ntokozo Quabe is our supreme leader. The media have cherry-picked, hounded, and then portrayed certain individuals as our leaders because those people are very easy to take out. It's easier to take out a person than a group. Because none of us can understand what it means to experience a decolonist world, it is easy to forget that being leaderless doesn't mean you are a movement without leadership, it just means you don't have individuals who are leaders. The British media have been strategic in who they choose as a leader, because in white-dominated Great Britain what you want is a scary black man from Africa who is trying to destroy the delicate and beautiful thing that you have. Unfortunately they found very unscary black men. It was really a feat to say that Ntokozo was our leader, and then you see a picture of him. So while I think having a flat structure of leadership is difficult to live with, difficult to get anything done with, I think it is important to pursue. I want to talk a little more about this notion of specificity of context that came up earlier. In Oxford you are fighting against these hierarchical structures that have been in place for a long time. They are the foundation on which the whole university was built and is run. Do you think that a leaderless movement is more viable in a context like South Africa, where the movement has a much larger following than here in Oxford? And, honestly I think the place that needs RMF the most is Oxford, because a lot of questions in South Africa are no-brainers. Like the question of having the statue of a mass murderer overlooking a university campus. The Vice-Chancellor at UCT, University of Cape Town, didn't have a legitimate counter-argument. You have an indigenous majority in South Africa, you have people who already know that something is a problem and that action is needed. In 2015 South Africa, it's a no-brainer that statue's got to go. In Oxford, you still have to talk about what racism is. I think that is telling about how deep the work that needs to be done at Oxford is. We are in a university that tells the world that it is the best, the most prestigious, where knowledge is produced. So the implications for the success of a decolonial movement happening at Oxford are wide-reaching, but also probably very urgent, because the pedestal that the world puts this university on is one that means it has the capacity to create an impact. If things can change at Oxford, then things can change everywhere else. RC, that reminds me of David Cameron the other day, jumping on the diversity bandwagon. He comes out with his noble comment, "Did you realize that Oxford University only admitted X amount of African students last year? It's a disgrace." Trademark. The issue with that is, once again, it is a way in which the system appropriates popular things that are happening without ever actually questioning how they came to happen or what the issue is. You can't accept the solution of diversity without engaging the problem for more than 2 minutes with the idea of institutional racism. It's like, what do these people think caused the diversity issue? The irony of that statement. RC, it's like, David Cameron, David Cameron, David Cameron. Not only were you a member of the Bullingdon Club, did you not just cut maintenance grants? It's just delusional. The fact that you can come out and say we need diversity when over Christmas you completely outpriced people from low-income families from the university market. That is just ludicrous. And you oversee a country where the people that occupy the low-income bracket are primarily people of color and black. But that's not the disgrace is this one university. Trademark. That's why I also think it's important to recognize the word that they will never use, which is decolonization. They will always only ever use diversity. There is a reason they don't want to even touch that word. This is one of the final questions I have for you. If we are truly to decolonize our minds and the institutions that we are a part of, we need to be able to imagine alternatives. What role, if at all, do you think artwork and creativity play in helping produce counter-icons and counterculture? Trademark. Most of the movements right now are aesthetic movements, in the way that they started. Part of the way in which all of these interconnections happened was through social media and through photos, right? So the statue that is on top of Oriel College, people have probably been taking photos with their children. There was something aesthetically jarring about having students with their fists raised in a very memorable, recognizable Black Power type of way under the statue. As the first photo of the movement, it demonstrated solidarity with the movement in South Africa, but also framed the discussion that would come in a particular way. The conversation about the statue became a conversation about how you decorate a city. Thinking about art or aesthetics is central to this university. When the Vice-Chancellor talks at matriculation, he says something like, "Do not be deceived by the beauty of Oxford." RC, did he use a swan analogy? Trademark. I was like, I am not deceived. Bring back our treasures. And it was this thing of what we have created is so wonderful and glorious that we know we are seduced by it. So I think that is a very important part of the movement, alongside debate, passing motions, etc. This country, the way it was built, the artistic imagination was based on plunder. And now they are saying we can't take down this thing because it represents our glorious superiority. Art is sophisticated, it's civilization. What is civilized about killing people in order to make these decorations? I remember talking to my South African tutor about this. I was like, I walk around and it's so beautiful it's depressing. Because you know this was only possible if something perverse happened. Yes. Trademark, it's so excessive. Also, Oxford has tried to not have that be part of the conversation. They have tried to say, only debate in this particular way, that way we know you are intelligent. Then we know you have a point. So I think with a lot of these movements, when you do protest, it's a very artistic venture. Ntokozo's speech at the protest at Oriel was not something that Oxford was expecting. He said, I am not going to sanitize this speech. I am going to quote what Rhodes said, and I am not going to look at you. The two representatives from Oriel College were uncomfortable. You could see it in their physical reaction to his speech. Trademark, you have Ento Kozo saying this is what he said to my people, this man with an accent who is black, who is wearing his UCT sweatshirt. And you have these white people. There is something visually striking about that. RC, I've been reading work by Welsh Marxist academic Raymond Williams, and he is all about art and literature as being transformative. I agree with many of his theories. I think art, aesthetics, literature, and poetry have a dimension that is transformative, but can also be co-opted, especially in a place like this. I remember a couple of years ago an Aboriginal Australian student from Trinity College had his work showcased in hall. They took down the old white men and put his paintings up. And that was amazing, but we could tell that Trinity as a college were so self-congratulatory about it. And I think art is really important to debunk all of the notions that are embedded in the epistemology that produces the kind of coloniality we are inside of. Art and aesthetics say the things that are unsayable, the things that we are unable to deal with, but a lot of people are going through psychologically and emotionally by just being in this place. A professor from SOAS said this about the RMF movement: it is appealing to a thread that runs at the very foundation of this university. And in a lot of ways that work can't just be done by just talking, or writing academic pieces or making speeches. A lot of that work has to be done by capturing the space and exposing all of the things that we are seeing all the time, but can't say anything about. There is much about the action of the South African movement that has been emboldening. When the shutdown happened, the vice-chancellors and people with big positions came through and said we need a delegation, a boardroom, etc. The students were like, nah, that shit is over. You are going to sit down here with us at this occupation. You are going to be here all night until you have heard everything that we have to say. Then you'll leave. One vice-chancellor said, I can't make a decision, only the council can. So at 7 p.m. the council arrived. They were told, sit down, gentlemen. They were there until 5 a.m. the next morning. Wow. And, the students said, sign here. And if you come back without resolving these things, there will be no exams, there will be nothing. We will stay here. We don't want to hear your long rebuttal, we know your long rebuttal. You've been talking about transformation for 21 years. What RMFO is doing is forcing the university to be self-reflective and consider learning from their students. And, we are providing a curriculum. This is class. School is on. But nobody is taking notes. RC, and even when you break it down, debate, and win the student vote in the most hostile institution within this university, the Oxford Union Oriel College, can still come back and say, actually, nah. It becomes so frustrating. Trademark, it's obvious that we have our work cut out for us. It can get disheartening, but it has to happen. Debate in England is a very middle-class private school way of entering into conversation/dealing. If you don't know the format and formalities, you're automatically at a disadvantage. Class is an important part of this conversation, and for a lot of people in the UK, class is the primary framework through which they see and understand inequality. In South Africa, concerns about the disenfranchisement of working-class South Africans have been addressed by affiliate movements of RMF like Number Fees Must Fall. In what ways do you think that RMFO has addressed the intersection of race and class? And, this is something South African students are having to work out, the intersection of race and class, and how the particular way that one functions is informed by the other. In South Africa, one of the most unequal societies in the world, an average white family earns 6 times more than a family of color, but a black family earns substantially less than any other race category. Race structures class. So they intersect, and they are equally important in terms of the way in which the individual goes through their life. And they are informed by an underlying ideology that structures society, white supremacy. In Oxford we have to ask why the Union, which is respected as the headquarters of debate all over the world, is a middle-upper-class white male-dominated space. Trademark, the West says one of the most important things about itself is this notion of free speech. We secure free speech, which ensures that debate and democracy are interlinked. Then you have the Oxford Union who say they are politically neutral. We even let Malcolm X speak here. They think they preserve this idea of debate and free speech. But is it free to go to the Union? It costs over £200. Trademark, exactly. We can't even afford to go to these Union events. And then they say that the people who debate have to be the best high-profile people. And it's only when they realize that RMFO is in newspapers that they invite us to speak. The West has an obsession with defining itself as the bastion of debate and democracy. They think real democracy is people who can pay to get into the Union or allowing people who are popular enough through their doors. And in terms of class, the working class in England are asking this certain group of elite people, why is all the wealth within the hands of a few? But I think that what RMFO is trying to do is also talk about a global economic structure, not just a national economic structure. If you are going to talk about class in England, you also have to talk about class in the world. The things that people in the West get to benefit from are due to the resources of other places. What's more, I know moving from one country to another my class completely switches. You can see the differences in the hospitals etc. And I think the class position that Oxford puts itself in via people like Rhodes, via donors at Oriel College right now is scandalous. It completely compromises the academic process. Because if this university sanctifies money as it does, to the point where money can shut down the academic process, then this isn't a global academic institution, it's an imposition on the world. It's the richest people imposing their prestige on the rest of the world without ever having to prove legitimacy. Because like I said, we are providing a space, opening up a space to do all of the things that the academic enterprise is supposed to be about: debate, free speech, consultation, democracy. Oriel College says we are going into a 6-month listening process where we will talk to all of the stakeholders, students, boards etc. And then some people with money come to Oriel College and say nah, that's not going to happen, we're going to take away all of our money. And then Oriel College says fuck all the beautiful things about academia and what we as a university pride ourselves on, what we tell the world we exemplify. We're just going to have to keep this money, and that's the end of that. And we never consulted a single student, we never consulted anybody except those guys with money. That completely reframes where we are. And I think RMFO has given the opportunity for those things to lay bare, in a way that they haven't, without critical engagement, with the way that Oxford wants to think of its history, of itself on a pedestal. In a way that it, via Rhodes, and subsequently its donors, has sanctified money, has entrenched a class position that has nothing to do with all the things it says it's about: academic rigor, democracy, free speech, openness. These all get brushed under as soon as some cash comes along. RC, as someone who has spent the last 5 years of my life voluntarily in this place, I have come to consider class in terms of where you are at and not where you are from. Having profited in many ways, having a master's scholarship from this place, and having had 5 years of an elitist middle-class education, I can't necessarily claim to be on the same footing as family and friends back home. I do talk about these issues with family and friends back home, and they are like, so it's all well and good and noble with the whole statue thing, but how are you going to make sure I get my JSA on a Friday, and things like that. And there is a disconnect that I personally find quite difficult and jarring. When people just hear that you are fighting a statue, that you are fighting something in your Oxford context, it seems divorced from everyday realisms of being working class, of racist violence and class discrimination. And I think RMFO needs to make sure they remain relevant by putting the focus not on the statue of Rhodes, but everything that it symbolizes: capitalism, patriarchy, colonialism, and everything that is supported in that regard by this university. 5. Dreaming Spires Remix. Size Weem Before Walsh, aka Vice V. Walsh Walsh is a scholar, activist, and rapper who has produced popular songs of protest in South Africa. Hailing from Johannesburg, Sizwe helped spearhead the launch of Rhodes Must Fall at the University of Oxford while completing his Oxford MPhil in International Relations. Dreaming Spires. The remix can be found online. Point 1. When you think you've got the truth discovered, it eludes you, that's the beauty of it. The sky is high and the spires are multicolored. Look mom, I finally made it to the summit. But these moments of pride come seldom. 'Cause honestly I've never quite felt welcome. I'm in a suit and tie, about to give a speech in a room that was once addressed by Malcolm. And though I hate to acknowledge it, the privilege is part of me, I can never abolish it. But you can keep your Rhodes Scholarship. Keep your narrative, we're too smart to swallow it. We're living in the middle of a monolith. And we're here to tear down your monuments. Protest outside the consulate. You betrayed a generation, now deal with the consequence. I'm just trying to make my life work. My life's work more beautiful than Christ Church. She said they never tell you that it might hurt. But here pain is the name of survival. Remember that. Will you remember me? Enemies are friends, and friends enemies. And though we think we'll live forever, someday soon we too turn to memories. 6. Ignorance Must Fall. Princess Ashalokan. Princess Ashalokan is a performance poet who was also an organizing member of the Rhodes Must Fall campaign. This poem was originally written as a spoken word piece. Dear Ignorance. I have a problem with the word imperialist. From time imperial can be synonymized with regal, majestic, and sovereign. You can go ahead and miss me with that imperialist bull quick. Because Rhodes didn't regally rob my people. Neither did he majestically murder the masses of bodies now lying in unmarked graves. Identities turned into commodities to feed your steeples. Blood money from slave roads, hell. Colonies built your paved roads. But please, tell me, what deity died to give you the audacity to claim to have sovereignty over my people? Rhodes said he prefers land to niggers. Guessing that's why he and colonizers like him plowed the black earth of our skin, making fertile his colonial legacies. It wasn't enough that the world was his chessboard. See, he got bored and had to pilfer all the pieces too. Rhodes must fall for every diamond-encrusted tear that was stolen. Every home and black body that was ever broken. Used as a token. All under the banner of empire. So let's just tell it how it is, and the truth is this. Rhodes was a glorified murderer. Pedestal-raised butcher. And only a few words more that I was never raised to utter. But you continuously fail to recognize your classy lies. 'Cause your utopia was built on the hands of the fallen. So you think you can smirk in my face, reflecting your ignorance to the plight of my race, when I tell you we should decolonize Oxford. But like I said, go ahead and miss me with that imperialist bull quick. Now let's move on to the movement. Society would have you believe we've moved on from colonialism. Nobody wants to understand that it's a structural prism. See, some mentalities are built on the privilege you were given. Others are built on the realities of the privilege you weren't living. Till you're perpetually stuck in your society's prison. Oh, it's easy to acknowledge Oxford is steeped in tradition. But when you're in it, not so much to accept that it's a one-sided rendition. A narrative told from a magnifying glass ceiling. Hear the quick call to decolonize our education. See the fighting white tears to keep our miseducation. So a further ignorant few say we're erasing history. But I'd like to point out our restoration of an unspoken narrative erased from the fabrication of his story. As a benefactor and a politician. A man with a singularly business-minded mission. Just type Rhodes into your search bar and let me show you how we've created new roads of discussion. Opened the book on a history never spoken. If there are two sides to every coin, well then here's a little heads up. 'Cause we're flipping the tail end. Flipping the switch. onto the side of a truth unspoken. Number Rhodes must fall. Number Rhodes is falling. Sincerely woke. Princess Ashalokan. 7. Letter of support. The Codrington legacy in Oxford. Michelle Codrington. Michelle Codrington is a black trade unionist, educator, and a direct descendant of those enslaved by the family of Christopher Codrington in Barbados, for whom the Codrington Library at All Souls College in Oxford is named. She lives in Oxford and graciously provided a statement for RMFO's March for Decolonisation in the spring of 2016. Below is her extended version of her original statement delivered outside of the Codrington Library on the day of the march. Greetings, I am sorry I can't be with you today. I wish I could have joined you on this important event. As a teacher, I am at school working with the generation who are coming after you to empower the next generation of activists and campaigners. I will be telling them about the example you are setting. As it is the responsibility of the next generation to point out the mistakes of the past and to help our society to learn from these and create a better world for all of us. I confess that I have grown up in the shadow of Oxford University, and yet as a descendant of slaves owned by the Codrington family I have never visited the library for many reasons. However, my ancestors' toil and sweat was used to build a dynasty that has continued to be linked to education and learning. Yet the racism, prejudice, and discrimination that the descendants of slaves face every day, despite having the same name as these learned and benevolent benefactors, is not diminished by the financial contribution made in the name of the slave owners. As a proud trade unionist and an educator, I encourage the conversations to happen, pushing for action to be taken. As a Codrington, I proudly carry the name of my ancestors who had their identities torn from them. I am a walking reminder not just of the injustice of a system that made billions off of the backs of others, but of a significant link to a particular family's role in it. This is why it's important that we keep fighting on to expose the raw wounds of the past and try to heal them for the benefit of the next generation. So I thank you all who are involved in the Rhodes Must Fall campaign. No matter how small your contribution, you are part of the fight to make the world better for the next generation. By not forgetting the past, we can only make the future better, for all of our children. Standing in solidarity. I am Oxford born and Vincentian bred. I am proud of my heritage, and as first generation born in the UK, I am fortunate that I feel connected to the island of my family. Like many of us who have descended from people held in bondage, our true bloodlines are obscured due to poor record keeping, intentionally created smoke screens, and adapted oral histories. Despite this, I proudly carry the name that connects me to my father and his father, my grandfather. Myself and my 3 sisters are Codringtons. I have always enjoyed the uniqueness of my surname. My mum is a Brown. Talk about contrasts. And growing up I would occasionally see it referred to in history books, or someone would mention a place in Oxford or Barbados with the same name. However, this was not part of my story, so I would often respond with a polite smile and nod and then not pay it another thought. I remember that my father received a phone call when I was about 10, and I remember hearing his side of this conversation. It ended with him shouting into the phone and then slamming it down. As any child would, I went and asked my father why he was still cussing, to which he explained it was someone calling on behalf of the Codrington Library, requesting donations. His response was that our family had given enough to the Codrington legacy and they were crazy to ask us for more. It was at this point I became very aware of the white Codrington legacy and the link to the name I proudly carried. My mum made sure that myself and my sisters were conscious of our island's history, its place in the Empire and the Commonwealth. She instilled in us a pride in our ancestors, the Arawaks and Caribs, who fought tooth and nail against the invading Europeans, the slaves who were shipwrecked off of the coast of Bequia who were welcomed by the original peoples, the strong, combative original Vincentians who were shipped to Belize to avoid more rebellions, and of course those who were sent to Barbados for breaking. As a child and young adult fascinated with global history, these stories told to me about an island linked to my family filled me with a sense of connection, honor, and dignity. Like other black families around the world, we watched Roots, and like others claimed Alex Haley's journey as our own, absent of a personal narrative. We reintegrate the scenes of that groundbreaking series with our own familial features. Instead of Virginia, the slave ship arrives in the Caribbean, our ancestors morph into Kunta Kinte and his descendants. This is the true legacy of slavery and subsequently the empire. It has led to the descendants of those who were taken settling for the future without a true understanding of their past. So what does that mean to the institutions that profited from an institution that was acceptable at the time? That even the church profited from? What does legacy mean to those directly descended from those who lived and died in bondage? My own personal journey is constantly about finding my own space. I admit I was the naughty child at school, the one who answered back, argued and got sent to the head's office. However, I also learned the value of education from my parents, but I also understood the importance of social justice. I often got into trouble for standing up to bullies, whether their behavior was aimed at me or others. I was known for literally running towards trouble. I essentially fell into teaching. As a young person at school, I was being channeled towards social work or police service, away from higher education. I was told that A-levels and university would be too hard for me, and if it wasn't for a teacher and my mum encouraging me to face my challenges, I am sure I would have followed the path being laid out for me. It was while at university in Winchester that I became involved in student politics and representation. During my second year, I did an exchange with Southern Oregon University, where I became active in both the Black Students Union and the International Students Association. I learned the importance of using my voice and built confidence at speaking to strangers about issues I care about. On my return to university, I set up the first Black Students Union at my university and went on to become the first Black president of what was then King Alfred's Students Union. As I became increasingly confident with my voice, I became active in the National Union of Students and then became the first full-time Black students officer for the union, serving 2 terms before starting my teacher training. Despite being involved in possibly the most political union in the UK, I am proud to have navigated through the news as a true independent. My focus was always on what those I represented needed and mandated me to do. This wasn't without its negativity, and there were times I found it hard to stay the course to focus on Black students trying to excel in a further education environment which generally fails to respond to the needs of our communities, often expecting us to adapt. Although anti-racism is a clear part of the news, the Black Students campaign I was proud to lead was focused on Black empowerment and developing opportunities. By focusing on the positive, what we can do, I believed strongly that the anti-racism campaign was a separate, but equally important campaign. Black students were tired of being forced to become the voice of anti-racism campaigns which often sought to lay the problem at the feet of our communities and to remind us of our place. As part of the Black Students campaign, we exposed our members to the call for reparations, to the Global African Congress, to professional networking opportunities from within the community and linked to ACFest, which was a celebration of young Black culture. I was proud that during my short time we were able to secure the creation of the International Students Officer post and formal links with the Trades Union Congress, TUC. I actively chose not to be a part of any one party, and this gave me the space to work across political divides, meaning I was able to focus on the job at hand. The International Students Post passed with the support of the conservative students, who had been opposed previously. The anti-racism campaign was jointly chaired with the Union of Jewish Students, and the campaign was inclusive, working with the Federation of Student Islamic Societies, FOSIS, British Organisation of Sikh Students, BOSS, and the National Hindu Students Forum, NHSF, to ensure that a diverse range of communities were united. To this day I still believe that Black empowerment is the key to our communities moving forwards, towards repairing for ourselves the damage of a legacy of subsistence and servitude created by colonialism and empire. Teaching for me was an opportunity to work with the next generation of social activists. I returned to my old city and old school to teach citizenship education to empower pupils, irrespective of their background, to want to make change locally, nationally, and globally. Fortunately, I was employed by a forward-thinking head of department who allowed me the freedom to expose pupils to opportunities otherwise behind closed doors. I was able to invite in guest speakers including a high-level representative of the Venezuelan consulate, MPs, MEPs, and lords. I have taken students to the bastions of our UK society, Parliament, the Supreme Court, the Royal Courts of Justice as well as the European Parliament in Brussels, and more. Bringing these decision-makers to the pupils hopefully shows them that these places are within reach and can be opened to all of us with the correct passwords, keys, and access. I have also taken pupils to events where they are in a minority of the audience so they can see that the textbook reflects real life, for example taking a handful to hear Doreen Lawrence, mother of slain black teenager Stephen Lawrence, speak to Oxford University students. Opening these spaces and opportunities to pupils helps them see that the positions of power are not just for those in private schools. It is almost natural that I became a trade unionist because I've always felt justice and injustice, as far back as I can remember, personally, with one of my early school memories being the school closing down to protest outside the council offices. From a young age I have felt able to talk to those in power as equals, especially when I've had as much understanding and knowledge as them. My background at news helped lay the foundation, and it was while talking at a Labour Party fringe, I realized that my voice matters. The trade union movement is still very white, male, and straight, so as a black woman I definitely stand out and my unique name is often recognized. There are a number of steps we can take to right these injustices. Firstly, the most crucial step is to facilitate a space for open dialogue. We have had over 400 years of accusation, attack, and defense leading to recrimination and animosity that hasn't moved forward the repairing of the collective damage. Obviously there is a frustration for those who have been involved in the struggle for recognition and validation of the damage that was caused, but we need to acknowledge that the hurt and pain caused by slavery and bondage has caused ripples through time to the now. However, the next generation needs us to move on the debate and identify the next action. Institutions and those in positions of power need to listen to the true causes of inequality and see the effects and impact on the present. After apartheid, there were Truth and Reconciliation Councils in South Africa. This positive step was obviously not a reality for those directly affected by the bondage of slavery, however it is not too late to facilitate that sense of reparation. Most importantly, the dialogue needs to be focused on preparing the damage to those taken in bondage from Africa. It's easy to get distracted with other calls for repair, i.e. post-WW2, indentured servitude, without negating any other damages caused in the past. This conversation needs to stay focused with this damage, this experience. Secondly, share the wealth, and I don't mean 40 acres and a mule. Of course there are people asking for individual compensation, but this is problematic on so many levels. I may not be able to trace my bloodline, but I wear the survival of my ancestors on my face, on the space I occupy, in the narrative I am writing, and hopefully in the legacy I leave for those who come after me. For me, my place is to speak for those who couldn't speak or act then and those who still feel voiceless and powerless today. 8. Codrington Conference. What is to be done? Dr. Simyokai Chigudu. As a Zimbabwean, Dr. Simyokai Chigudu is a descendant of those who live on the land once named Rhodesia after the architect of that region's colonization. A departmental lecturer in international development at the University of Oxford, Chigudu is a founding member of Rhodes Must Fall in Oxford. The following is a transcription of a speech he gave at the Codrington Conference at All Souls College. Whose history for which Oxford? On November 6, 2015. Some 300 students occupied the square outside Oriel College chanting Indiana call and response fashion Rhodes Must Fall. Take it down. Born in relation to the Rhodes Must Fall movement at the University of Cape Town in South Africa, RMF in Oxford emerged as an expression of transnational solidarity and a critique of institutional racism and the politics of exclusion at Oxford. While Oxford is certainly strewn with a range of tributes to the great men of empire, the figure of Rhodes has brought together diverse moral communities and opened up an avenue for the articulation of shared grievances against imperialism and its legacies. On that rainy November morning, the students' cries were to be taken literally. They wanted the removal of a statue erected in honor of the British imperialist, mining magnate and benefactor to Oriel College, Cecil John Rhodes. They had put together a petition with nearly 3,000 signatures in support of this aim. The protest disrupted Oxford's ordered and typically unquestioned hierarchy. Oriel College's vice provost and her deputy humbly sat down before the gathered crowd to hear the students' grievances. This moment publicly inaugurated a new chapter in student politics in Oxford, as long-held frustrations about identity-based exclusion at the university came to the fore under the slogan "Rhodes must fall." The statue was condemned by the movement as an open glorification of the racist and bloody project of British colonialism. This is hardly an outlandish claim. As a Zimbabwean, I cannot see Rhodes simply as a man with odious views compared to our contemporary standards, as if it were his words alone and not his actions that were under scrutiny. Rhodes' relentless imperialism gave rise to unimaginably cruel and discriminatory systems of government in southern Africa. Moreover, his pursuits had been resisted through numerous insurgencies and political protests since the late 19th century, thus Rhodes' actions were not passively accepted at the time. The pattern of settler colonialism that obtained in my home country involved the establishment and maintenance of political, economic, and social structures predicated upon racial domination. In Rhodesia, 8 million disenfranchised blacks eked out a living at subsistence level or below it, while 250,000 whites, barely 3% of the population, enjoyed a privileged existence that included, among other things, the highest per capita number of private swimming pools in the world. Hence the running joke in Zimbabwe that black people don't swim. The white minority owned more than half of the country's available land, and virtually all of its business and industry. Education, health care, and housing were all segregated, with whites enjoying levels equivalent to those in Western Europe or the US. Blacks were confined by law to black urban townships, barren rural tribal trust lands, or the workers' quarters of the white commercial farms on which the World Bank found more than half of black children were undernourished. There was no minimum wage until 1979, when it was set at $20 per month. The Rhodes statue soon became the center of one of the most heated, controversial, and frankly bizarre public debates about the complex relationships between history, racial injustice, and the role of elite universities in the modern world. I watched the RMF protests from a distance. I was in Zimbabwe completing the field research component of my doctorate, but could not escape news of the events taking place at Oxford. In the weeks that followed the call for the removal of the statue, a plethora of media reports, blog pieces, and commentaries saturated my social media platforms. Evoking admiration and admonition, respect and ridicule, RMF had clearly tapped into a wide range of sensitive issues that expressed themselves through disagreement about the fate of the statue. I was struck by the extent to which ideas about the past became such a lively and contested battleground for imagining the present. An indication of this is the defensiveness and at times hostility with which the university's leadership, high-profile public intellectuals, academics, and even politicians received the movement and its assertions about colonial history. Leading the way was Daniel Hannan, a Conservative Party member of European Parliament and an alumnus of Oriel College. Hannan wrote an op-ed for the Daily Telegraph newspaper charging that the Rhodes Must Fall campaign was too silly for words. Published the day after Oriel College publicly stated its intent to launch a consultation on the statue's future, Hannan's article derogated RMF as cretinous, dismissed its demands as facile, and deemed that students in the movement were too dim to be at university. Central to Hannan's position was that Cecil Rhodes is commemorated by Oriel because he left money to the college. Accepting that money in 1902, and honoring the benefactor, doesn't mean endorsing his opinions today. Moreover, Hannan glibly insisted that almost every historical figure you can imagine did something we now find unpleasant, and thus Oxford and the RMF students must simply move on from such histories. In an opinion piece for The Times on December 22, Nigel Biggar, Regius Professor of Moral and Pastoral Theology at Oxford University, went further and submitted that although Rhodes was a committed imperialist, the charges of racism against him were unsupported. More jarring than Hannan's polemic and Biggar's denialism, was commentary from ostensibly left-wing public intellectuals. The celebrated classicist and Cambridge professor, Mary Beard, argued that RMF is a dangerous attempt to erase the past and suggested that minority students should be empowered to look at the statue with a cheery and self-confident sense of unbatterability. Meanwhile, Will Hutton, the principal of Hertford College at Oxford University and a notable political economist, saw fit to remind RMF students that were it not for the legacies of the British Empire, then South Africa would descend into unaccountable despotism as embodied by President Jacob Zuma. He put forward that, for all its imperfections, the imperial project ultimately bequeathed South Africa with the courts, rule of law, free press, freedom of association and expression. One wonders what history books Mr. Hutton has been reading that equate apartheid with freedom of association. Revealingly, apart from a tokenistic nod to Nelson Mandela, Hutton made no acknowledgement of Africans shaping their own political destiny and seemingly held no conception of Africans as historical agents. So thoroughgoing is Hutton's ethnocentrism that political order in South Africa can only be understood as a legacy of empire. Dare I point out that his views reek of worn-out and discredited tropes of European civilization and African backwardness? As for the upper echelons of Oxford University's leadership, the Chancellor and former Imperial Governor of Hong Kong, I might add, Chris Patten, said that students unable to embrace Rhodes should think about being educated elsewhere. Conflating the RMF campaign with no platforming, the practice of preventing someone from spreading their ideas through a particular event or website, Patten went on to say, "Can you imagine a university where there is no platforming? It's an absolutely terrible idea. If you want universities like that, you go to China where they are not allowed to talk about Western values." I remain unclear about Lord Patten's reasoning here. In what way is the removal of an inanimate statue the equivalent of denying a platform to an animate individual who wishes to spread their views? Incidentally, the Chancellor was invited to debate these ideas with graduate African students by the Africa Society. He declined. The newly appointed Vice-Chancellor, Louise Richardson, was also in favor of keeping the statue in situ. Rather than engaging with RMF's concerns and asking why minority students were protesting about racism on campus, she instead offered her support for Oriel College and also reminded us of the danger of erasing history. These few examples demonstrate how historical consciousness is constituted through competing understandings of the past and their bearing on the present. RMF emphasized the trauma and alienation of racialist exploitation and oppression in the colonial encounter and suggested that such histories are inadequately recognized today. By contrast, the movement's detractors stressed the role of Western values in birthing, albeit painfully, liberalism and progress in the modern world through British imperialism and denied any structural problems with racism or exclusion at the university. Additionally, the question of how these interconnected but different historical experiences should be marked at Oxford University became an oppositional confrontation in which both sides accused each other of whitewashing history according to their own biases and preferences. Of course, the statue may have been at the center of the debate, but it would be a mistake to abandon our inquiry into the movement there. When I returned to Oxford from my doctoral field research in January 2016, I was immediately thrown into the fray, defending and representing RMF in casual conversations and formal debates. Invariably, I began each discussion the same way. I invited my interlocutors to recall Edward Said, the celebrated Palestinian literary critic, professor of comparative literature at Columbia University and author of the iconic work, Orientalism. In 1993, Said gave the Wreath Lectures for the BBC. A quote from this series of talks, "Representations of the Intellectual," is enshrined in the student handbook at the Oxford Department of International Development, where I am reading for my D.Phil. I pointed out that the quote was purposefully chosen by the faculty to capture the department's philosophy of constant questioning and criticism, which are the foundation of intellectual and political inquiry. It reads as follows: "The central fact for me is, I think, that the intellectual is endowed with a faculty for representing, embodying, articulating a message, a view, an attitude, a philosophy or opinion. And this role has an edge to it, and cannot be played without a sense of being someone whose place it is to raise embarrassing questions, to confront orthodoxy and dogma, rather than to produce them, to be someone who cannot easily be co-opted by government or corporations and whose raison d'etre is to represent all those people and issues who are routinely forgotten or swept under the rug." 1. I suggested that RMF captured this spirit of critical intellectualism in South Africa and in Oxford. By drawing attention to the statues of Rhodes, the movements were asking whose history is told and whose is swept under the rug, whose issues matter and whose are routinely forgotten. Now, I appreciate that the depth of thinking within the movement and the substance of its claims were often veiled from public view. I also think that RMF made some profound strategic errors in how it articulated its demands. Perhaps this is something we can discuss further in Q&A. My point here though is that RMF put forward serious arguments about Oxford's iconography, its curricula, especially in fields like history, literature, and philosophy, and the makeup of its student body and faculty. These arguments were formulated in the spirit of genuine critical thinking and were, for the most part, motivated by a radical and inclusive politics. Nevertheless, we all know how the story unfolded from there. After weeks of fierce debate, Rhodes Must Fall was ultimately unsuccessful in its attempts to have the statue of Cecil John Rhodes removed from Oriel College. Oriel College initially engaged with RMF's demands and promised to launch a 6-month listening exercise to gather evidence and opinions to help decide on the future of the statue. However, in late January 2016, a mere 6 weeks after this public pledge was made, Oriel stated that it would not remove the statue of the imperialist on the grounds that there was overwhelming support to keep it. It was later revealed through a leaked letter from the Development Office to the governing body of the college that Oriel stood to lose £100 million in donor gifts were it to take down the statue. So what are to make of all this? Was RMF a flash in the pan, a brief moment of student excitability and the playing out of revolutionary fantasies in the safe confines of a prestigious university? The statue may not have come down, but calling for its removal was a profoundly effective strategy for provoking a national debate about how British institutions teach and memorialize the country's imperial past, deal with racism in the present and negotiate the idea of the university as a cosmopolitan space. Within Oxford University, various faculty members and departments have initiated the complex discussions about curriculum review and possible reform, not least because of RMF. Furthermore, other universities in Britain, for example, the University of Edinburgh, the School of Oriental and African Studies, University College London, Queen Mary University of London have hosted conferences and panel discussions about decolonising the academy, and several have invited RMF activists, myself included, to participate in such discussions. Conclusion. That takes me to the question around which this panel is framed: what is to be done? This question cannot be answered without taking into account its logical corollary: by whom? I cannot offer any definitive answers, but can offer a few reflections and questions of my own. For RMF, many questions remain. The notion of decolonization has proven a powerful rallying cry, however it needs to be fleshed out conceptually and practically to bring about the change that the movement wishes to see. Protest started the debate, but reform is a much slower and more institutionalized and often formal process. For academics and administrators, I implore you to take your students seriously. You may not like their language and their tactics. But protest does not come from nowhere. It is born of frustration and anger. This is an occasion for radical empathy and patient listening and not casual dismissal. Lastly, I want to restate that student activism is a fraught enterprise. Limited by a high turnover of students, the short-term time horizons of the academic calendar, the intellectual demands of intense programs of study and the inertia of a centuries-old university, it is a wonder that RMF gained the traction that it did. For all its seeming failures, I view RMF as a success. The movement visibly demonstrated how power and exclusion work at the university and raised important concerns pertaining to the design of curricula, the history of the institution, and the composition of the faculty. It was at its most powerful when it subjected to critical analysis the atrocities committed by some of Oxford's most notable alumni. It was at its most effective when it argued that the suffering they caused must be memorialized along with whatever contributions they may have made to the fortune and global recognition of the university. And it was at its most persuasive when it argued that statues exist in a social context shaped by the meanings and understandings applied to the events and people that they commemorate. As the social context evolves, so too does the meaning attached to the statue. In this sense, the meaning of a statue is not set in stone but remains open to continuous and collective reappraisal. 9. Britain's Black Debt. Reparations owed for the crimes of native genocide and chattel slavery in the Caribbean. Sir Hilary MacDonald Beccles Ca. Professor Sir Hilary MacDonald Beccles is Vice-Chancellor of the University of the West Indies. He is a distinguished university administrator, internationally reputed historian, an expert thinker and strategist in higher education. He is a founding member of the United Nations Science Advisory Board on Sustainable Development, and has been an advisor to UNESCO's Cities for Peace Global Program. He has served as an advisor to the UN World Culture Report, and is the vice president of UNESCO's Slave Route Project. He is also an editor of the 9th volume of UNESCO's General History of Africa series, which he conceptualized around the Global Africa Framework. Dr. Beccles has lectured extensively in Europe, the Americas, Africa, and Asia, and has published over 100 peer-reviewed essays and 14 scholarly books and monographs on subjects ranging from Atlantic and Caribbean history, gender relations in the Caribbean, sport development, and popular culture. He is chairman of the Caribbean Examination Council, chairman of the Caribbean Commission on Reparations, and is a member of the United Nations Development Programme Advisory Panel for the Caribbean Human Development Report. He delivered the following eye-opening lecture based on his book entitled Britain's Black Debt at the University of Oxford on January 26, 2016. It is an extraordinary honour for me to be afforded this privilege of addressing a gathering of faculty and students here at Oxford University, under the chair of the distinguished Vice-Chancellor, Professor Louise Richardson. The Vice-Chancellor is more than an historic figure, the first female to occupy this office in near 800 years. She is an historian, and a very fine one indeed, if I may say so. These circumstances conspire to make this occasion for me all the more special. That it originates within the context of student activism, popular global protest, and institutional responses that are at once innovative and intuitive contributes to a sense of public cause I feel so strongly today. The notion of an academic and popular confrontation of Oxford's grand, epic role at the epicenter of England's imperialism that spawned a globally hegemonic empire, as enriching for the few beneficiaries as it was evil for the colonized multitude of victims, is both long overdue and most welcome. I wish to congratulate those student leaders and their spirited public allies who have forged this dialogue for a better day. The call should be answered for a creative conversation around race and the curriculum at this extraordinary institution that is so deeply riddled with the legacies of the fallacies of race. Oxford existed before England's imperial enterprise. But it was critical in shaping the nature of it, and in determining how it descended into the quagmire of native genocide and racialized African enslavement that were its dominant defining features. Equally, Oxford had a hand in shaping the discourse and laws of emancipation, crafting the post-slavery imperial order, and defining the post-colonial nationalist worlds that have erupted from the belly of the wounded but surviving Hydra. Empire without Oxford is oxymoronic. The curriculum should be recalibrated to meet the needs of a more generous generation that does not see the world's resources as existing to be taken at will, bent and spent to serve its needs. This, no doubt, is a part of the passion that drives the Rhodes Must Fall Fellowship, signifying that the Cecil Rhodes who decorates this resilient environment was not just a racist, tyrannical maniac, but a symbol around which progressive sympathies for wounded Africans will continue to rally. The call is for Oxford to turn a new, and different kind of leaf, and to reinvent itself as a place of words whose truths are driven by a real enlightenment, a humanist academic ecology devoid of hubris and invested with a hunger for global reparatory justice. I have chosen to speak on the subject of my most recent book, Britain's Black Debt, Reparations for Native Genocide and African Enslavement in the Caribbean, 2013. It's a monograph that has resulted in the author being called upon on more than one occasion, to take to a polygraph. Everything I have said within its pages can be verified, and is known to scholars, yet has found no route to influence the reasoning of British policy makers. There is a British Black Debt. There is a case to answer for the crimes against humanity committed by the state, private and public institutions, including the government, the church, the monarchy, and thousands of private institutions and persons. The crimes of genocide against the indigenous population instructed by the state is well documented, as is the church's investments in enslaved Africans, corporations and city investors all enchained and enslaved natives and Africans in the Caribbean. My book provides a sliver of the evidentiary basis of the case Britain has to answer for these crimes against humanity. Allow me, Vice-Chancellor, to discuss briefly my own journey across the fault lines of this history, and comment upon its contemporary impact at multiple levels of consciousness and community living. I was born on a sugar plantation in Barbados to parents who were 3 generations removed from slavery and the Emancipation Act of 1833. Barbados was England's financial showpiece in the 17th century, the richest slavery complex in America. The slave economy was made by England between 1645 and 1665. It was the first colonial economy built upon the business model of the chattel enslavement of Africans. Between 1645 and 1807 Britain imported 600,000 enslaved Africans to the island. At emancipation in 1833 only 83,000 had survived. Slavery in Barbados was therefore genocidal. The financial success of the model was also known for its identity as the most brutal society known in the history of modern humanity. The violence unleashed by the British upon the Africans led an English slave trader to note that the enslaved consider the island a place worse than hell. The hell unleashed by the English was spread across the Caribbean and into the mainland, beginning with South Carolina, which became the first African majority colony. I am therefore a survivor of the British Holocaust against Africans in Barbados, and the Caribbean. My great-grandmother, who was instrumental in my upbringing, was the child of enslaved Africans. She worked on a plantation owned by the family of Benedict Cumberbatch, the brilliant British actor. For years, she worked on the Cleland plantation in the parish of St. Andrew, and carried the name Adriana Cumberbatch. This plantation was the last outpost of the Cumberbatch slave-owning dynasty, and was the place that entrapped my maternal forebears. That this plantation should produce an actor and an academic, with no knowledge of their common identity, and maybe blood, speaks to the lingering crime of chattel slavery deep into the 20th century, the denial of the right to know one's identity. From Barbados my parents immigrated to Britain. They were recruited by English agents to work in the factories of Birmingham in the 1950s in much the same way their ancestors were rounded up to work in the fields of Barbados. The journey from West Africa, to the West Indies, to the West Midlands all seemed like an internal movement along the terrain of British capitalism and its exploitation of coerced black labour. From the substandard ghetto school of Birmingham I fled and read economic history at Hull University, the land of William Wilberforce, the slave liberator, whose legacy surrounded my academic experience. In a way, Wilberforce's passionate discourse against the evil of the slave trade has shaped my commitment to the movement for reparatory justice that has brought me here, to Oxford, from Holocaust survivor to academic advocate. Consider me, then, a product largely made in Britain, rising from the recesses of colonial racism, to speak reparations to the reapers. Britain has chosen to bury its head in the sands of its slavery past and post-colonial present. As the European nation that made the lion's share of the profits from chattel slavery, it now refuses to take responsibility for the consequences of its crimes. Its preference for a culture of refusal, an amnesia in an era of answerability, is not sustainable. The Tony Blair government in 2001 was perfectly disgraceful in its posturing at the United Nations Conference on Race and Xenophobia held in Durban, South Africa. As the world gathered to discuss the crimes against humanity represented by native genocide and chattel slavery, Britain argued that it had done nothing wrong, and that slavery was a legal institution because the Parliament of Britain had made it so. It was this legalization of slavery that became the basis of compensation to slave owners within the context of the Emancipation Act. Since the British Parliament had deemed enslaved Africans as property, non-persons, real estate and chattel, it was vulnerable to the demand of enslavers for property compensation. The decision to pay reparations to enslavers to the value of £20 million, and to declare that the enslaved, when freed, should work for free for their owners for 4 years, was based on the calculation that the enslaved population had a replacement property value of £48 million. The state was to pay reparations to the tune of £20 million, and the enslaved would work off the remaining £28 million by means of free labour. At no stage did the British Parliament discuss the demand of the enslaved, and their supporters, for reparations. While the enslavers who had taken control of British politics and Parliament for over 200 years were preparing to plunder the public purse, they determined that the enslaved should see their freedom reparations. That which was taken from them, their freedom and right to personhood, was given back as a compensation. The logic and pedagogy of the Emancipation Act set it apart as the most racist legislation ever passed by the British Parliament. After 2 centuries of denying that British law recognised enslavement in Britain, Parliament, in order to pass the Act with property compensation to enslavers, admitted that Africans were legally non-human and property. The Act, then, brought to a close the doubt associated with the legality of slavery in Britain, and determined finally that slavery had legally declared enslaved Africans as non-humans. The architects of the Emancipation Act intended that blacks would remain in servile bondage in the decades thereafter. Emancipation was not intended to correlate with freedom. The blacks were expected to return to work on the plantations, and their former owners were expected to maintain the white supremacy governance model in the production sector and in civil society. The thinking of the British Parliament reflected these views. Politicians had designed a post-slavery reality that facilitated a faked emancipation, and called for the refinement of slavery instead of its destruction. For a century after slavery, black people in the Caribbean lived under an aggressively imposed British colonialism that called into being the glorification of racial apartheid. The post-slavery public terrorism against blacks was more intense than pre-emancipation. The colonial states, in alliance with the imperial state, murdered more blacks in the 50 years after emancipation than in the last 50 years of slavery. The killing of blacks in the post-slavery period had to do with whites reacting to the emancipated seeking to assert their freedom. Jamaica in 1865, for example, was turned into a killing field by the colonial state. Over 500 blacks were killed in a few days, and thousands of black homes destroyed, because the emancipated dared to squat on crown lands to produce food in order to avoid starvation. The governor of the island, the notorious Angel of Empire, John Eyre, called out the troops to enforce the landless emancipation, and to prevent the blacks grounding their freedom in land possession and ownership. The mass murdering of blacks in slavery continued into post-slavery. Much of the Caribbean circumstance was reflected in the imperial scramble to control Africa within the enterprise of Cecil Rhodes, who is best described as a violent, anti-African heir whose service to the crown was the crushing of African resistance. The celebration of Rhodes, when placed within the context of colonial reparations, shows the extent to which academia, in this instance Oxford University, became corrupted by colonialism and allowed its dependence upon imperial investments to determine its pedagogy and curriculum. Rhodes should fall, and freedom should rise, but only within the context of discursive clarity and the search for truth. In the 1930s, the centennial of emancipation, the descendant of the enslaved went to war against British colonialism. The Civil War of the 1930s was a clear manifestation of the extent to which emancipation had kept the masses landless, disenfranchised, and deeply colonized under apartheid administrations. The bloodletting that followed, from island to island, mirrored what had happened in 1865, Jamaica, and 1876, Barbados, when blacks confronted plantation terrorists, and sought to create a semblance of democracy and social justice. It was against this background that the Caribbean heads of governments in 2013 agreed unanimously to establish the CARICOM Reparations Commission. The purpose and remit of this commission is to produce the evidentiary basis of the reparations claim in the circumstance that the case is adjudicated by the International Criminal Court. Since Britain has consistently refused to accept that it committed crimes while enslaving 5 million Africans in the Caribbean, not to mention those it killed while capturing them in Africa and shipping across the Atlantic, it is unlikely that the state will wish to discuss the claim against it in a political forum. Yet, the Caribbean governments have stood their people in good stead by setting up the commission and outlining a path for official discussions around the theme of crimes against humanity. Undoubtedly, the people of the Caribbean support this development and are eagerly awaiting the critical next steps as the debt is debated. From a development perspective, the evidence of Britain's criminal neglect of the region is also obvious. Following the civil war against colonialism in the 1930s, the region moved to demand constitutional independence from Britain. The tyranny of colonialism could no longer be tolerated. It was imagined that only a nationalist agenda was acceptable. It was also imagined that only a nationalist agenda could bring to the region a commitment to development. The colonial system was designed to inhibit development, particularly economic development, as colonial resources were used for the purposes, first and foremost, of facilitating British development. In 1939, the young Sir Arthur Lewis, Nobel laureate in economics, St. Lucian scholar, argued in the short monograph Labour in the West Indies, that the matter of 200 years of unpaid slave labour is yet to be accounted for. His argument was clear enough, that neither the Caribbean nor Britain could go forward without the settlement of this debt. The foregrounding of Britain's black debt to the Caribbean within the context of the search for post-colonial development signaled the intent from the Caribbean that this was a serious matter not to be brushed aside. The refusal of Britain to consider either this slavery debt, or its responsibility for post-colonial development, set in train an era of British hostility towards Caribbean development strategies and paradigms. Pushing back the Caribbean was a policy perspective embedded in its thinking about the region. Social justice claims were attacked as socialist, economic reform was undermined as communism, and political democratization was subverted as the rhetorical world of black radicals and extremists. Either way, each development vision the region espoused was received by British policy makers as a threat to empire, and subsequently an attempt to unreasonably call Britain to account. The truth is that the nationalist states in the Caribbean have been doing nothing but cleaning up the British colonial mess. The legacy of empire, the mess of mass enslavement and colonization, has overwhelmed the best efforts of national governments and the private sector. At independence in the 1960s, more than 50% of blacks in Indiana the region were functionally illiterate, the figure being near 80% in the case of Jamaica and sections of the Windward Islands. These islands demanded freedom from British tyranny but were ill-equipped for economic transformation and social mobilization. The colonial mess was not only enormous, as expressed in terms of chronic ill health, massive urban decay, agricultural backwardness, and anti-industrial attitudes and aptitudes. It conspired by its intersectoral dynamism to narrow the options available for change. Within the context of its colonial mess, left behind to strangle the new states, Britain adopted trade policies and laws that did not facilitate reversals, but the consolidation of the colonial circumstance. In the end, the ending of empire was the beginning of greater dependency and poverty. The call for the payment of Britain's black debt to the Caribbean is therefore in part the call for a new level of development cooperation that rejects colonial consolidation. The debt transcends financial payments and engages multi-intersectoral levels of development responsibility. In effect, the movement for the payment of the black debt is calling for Britain to return to the Caribbean and to participate in cleaning up the mess it left behind. The CARICOM Reparations Commission's 10-point plan calls for precisely this level of engagement. It is a model of modern reparatory justice that signals greater interest in sustainable development cooperation rooted in principles of mutual respect and equality. As knowledge of Britain's black debt continues to grow, the more it is officially ignored. My plea, then, today, is for academics, in this honored Oxford, and beyond, to associate the payment of this debt with the need for an end to the hostile post-colonialism that continues to emanate from the post-imperial center. Britain might very well continue for another decade to ignore its black debt, but its existence will not go away. That Sir Arthur Lewis should make the call in 1939, and for me, a successor Vice-Chancellor at the University of the West Indies, to reiterate in 2016, should be read as an indication of the endemic, academic nature of the discourse. I would like to imagine that faculty and students would wish to join in this journey to justice. Only such an enlightenment can ensure that this Black Debt is recognized and honored. Oxford, ancestral home of much of the 18th and 19th century pro-slavery and pro-colonial advocacy, and ownership of imperial administration, has an opportunity to turn its face against much of the evil that was created within the contours of its curriculum and the conversation in its corridors. Oxford should rupture with its past and be an advocate for reparatory justice. It certainly can use this legacy as the engine of a 21st century enlightenment that can illuminate the path to Britain honoring its Black Debt. Thank you. 10. Reparations in the space of the university in the wake of Rhodes must fall. Patricia Daly. Patricia Daly is a professor in the Human Geography of Africa in the School of Geography and the Environment, University of Oxford. She is of African-Jamaican descent. She has researched and published on a range of aspects of refugee migration, militarism, and sexual and gender-based violence in East and Central Africa. In 1991, she was the first black academic to be appointed as a university lecturer at Oxford University and recently became the first black woman to gain a full professorship at Oxford. Introduction. Lay aside your history, your investigations of the past, and try to feel yourself into our rhythm. In a society such as ours, industrialized to the highest degree, dominated by scientism, there is no longer room for your sensitivity. One must be tough if one is to be allowed to live. What matters now is no longer playing the game of the world but subjugating it with integers and atoms. Aimé Césaire, 19481. In the quotation above, the Martiniquais writer, Aimé Césaire, captures aptly the affective experience of people racialized as black in the Western Academy, where gatekeepers with a colonial mindset entreat black scholars to abandon their knowledge systems and embrace Western scientific modernity. Movements to decolonize the university, such as Rhodes Must Fall, seek to challenge the global hegemony of Western knowledge systems and to expose their historical relationship with colonialism and the complicity of the Western Academy in the perpetuation of conditions of coloniality. This chapter examines the forms of reparations, especially the ontological and epistemological shifts, and the individual and collective caring and healing which are necessary in order for Cecil Rhodes to fall in the space of the university. I begin by exploring how the experiences that inform the students' campaign resonate with me as an academic racialist as black. Concepts such as Spivak's, 1988, Epistemic Violence 2 Giddens, 2001, Ontological Security 3 and Pew Wars, 2008, Space Invaders 4 provide useful analytical frames to examine the lived experiences of being a racialist black person within the Western Academy. Drawing on Mbembe's, 2015, 5 Intervention on Decolonizing the Archive, I consider how the university could embark on a path of decolonization. I then use Nyamja's 6 interpretation of conviviality to explore how we might rethink mutuality at the center of imperial knowledge production. This conviviality, I argue, is contingent first on reparations for epistemic violence, and second, on healing individually and collectively. Here, and finally, I consider the work of the Daguerre diviner and shaman, Mali Doma Patrice Sum 7 and his initiatory rituals for lessons on how to build responsible and cohesive communities within the space of the university. As a student in Oxford during the 1980s and a member of the academic staff since the early 1990s, there has never been a time when my daily journeys past Rhodes House, a structure built from the benefaction of Cecil Rhodes that houses the Rhodes Scholarship Program, have not caused discomfort. It has been an uneasiness that only intensifies upon entering the building. Cecil Rhodes was the primary architect of British imperialism in southern and central Africa. Rhodes' role was pivotal to the dehumanization and exploitation of African peoples, a legacy that continues to haunt. Although I shared my disconcertedness with family and friends, I was afraid to discuss this institutionally, and in so doing felt complicit in the symbolic violence associated with the silences surrounding the human exploitation at the source of the wealth that funded Rhodes House. I had similar anxieties when, proactively, in 2013, I asked the Bodleian Library to replace the semi-naked photograph of Queen Mzilikazi with a photo of her fully clothed on the hoardings around the construction of the Weston Library. The Bodleian was using images on the temporary hoardings to showcase some of their special collections relating to renowned women and men. The administrators could not initially understand why a semi-naked photograph of the Queen was a problem for me. Of the 5 photos in the library's special collection showing the Queen, it is baffling why the only one in which she was semi-naked was chosen as an exemplifier of an African woman. Indeed, perhaps the assumption was that a semi-naked queen with her long breast partly hidden by her folded arms reminiscent of colonial photographs of savage native women would resonate with passers-by as symbolic of African womanhood. Still, my 2+ decades at the university did not prepare me for the visceral attacks on the students when they launched their campaign for Rhodes Must Fall, RMF, in Oxford, an extension of a similar campaign at the University of Cape Town in South Africa, another institution that benefited from Rhodes' ill-gotten wealth in his quest for exoneration and veneration through immortality. Was it not justified to question Rhodes' legacy in Oxford? After all, the source of his wealth was the exploitation and dehumanization of African peoples, and the purpose of the Rhodes Scholarships, one of his principal benefactions to the university, was to consolidate empire. RMF's demand for the symbolic toppling of Rhodes' statue at Oriel College became the focus of the opposition. Students were vilified by the conservative and liberal press, by some public intellectuals and by eminent politicians and scholars. They were reprimanded for challenging the world's premier university, whilst being lucky enough to enter its portals. Some accused the Rhodes Scholars in the movement of being ungrateful in criticizing their benefactor whilst holding scholarships bearing his name. Some critics even denied Rhodes racism because in a codicil to his will he said his scholarships should be available to all races, an ode to the fact that his colonization of South Africa led to infrastructural development. Critics who argued that Rhodes' objectionable racial views and behavior were simply a product of the general tenor of late 19th century Britain simply ignored the fact that even in his day Rhodes was considered by some to be a despicable character. Furthermore, there was disapproval of Rhodes amongst the public, as well as at Oxford, where 93 academics signed a letter to the Vice-Chancellor opposing the award of an honorary degree to him in the 1890s on account of his lawlessness as a colonizer in southern Africa. 8 In 2015, students were called to follow Nelson Mandela's example of forgiving Rhodes and allowing his name to be associated with the colonizer, not recognizing that Mandela's reconciliation was a strategy that was critical for black survival in a South Africa transitioning from apartheid, and one which time has shown did not lead to significant transformation in the lived experiences of the great majority of black South African sufferers. For many commentators, the students' behavior was irrational, juvenile, and over-emotional. The abuse and death threats they received were considered trivial compared to their ungratefulness to their dead racist benefactor. The fact that a student movement was received so viscerally outside of the academy, both nationally and internationally, demonstrates not only the centrality of Oxford to British elite society, but also that the university is very much part of the wider society, not apart from it. Commentators, such as Shothuri 9, situated the near-hysterical reaction to the student protest in the context of a turn to empire nostalgia in Britain that has seen the emergence of nationalism and ethnic chauvinism in British society visible in the 2016 referendum vote to leave the European Union, and by the fact that in 2017 the Secretary of State for International Trade, Liam Fox, selected a Cecil Rhodes portrait for his office, presumably to signify the continued importance of empire. Ideology to post-Brexit Britain's future. 10. Pedagogically, the students were accused of trying to expunge history and shutting down debate for challenging imperial narratives on the history and legacy of Rhodes. Yet are universities not places where critical inquiry is encouraged, where history can be, and has been, rewritten and continuously analyzed from different vantage points, especially when new information comes to light? The problem with Rhodes is that his history was known to historians but was silenced in the canon of imperial history, thus amounting to epistemic violence. 11 For those, particularly black Southern Africans, who were forced to honor him and face his visual presence without acknowledgement of the harm he executed against their ancestors, and the manifestations of those past injustices in the current conditions of coloniality. RMF was questioning, as Niamjar writes, Western civilization and modernity's reluctance to see the realities of others in historical perspective, to selectively employ history when it suits its purposes. 12 Rhodes was the wrong history to revive, it was too long ago, claimed some historians without irony. One is reminded, as Ahmed has pointed out, how difficult it is to introduce race or racism into conversations in white-dominated institutions, even when they are addressing diversity. 13 In effect, those reporting racism become the problem and are depicted as noise and injurious to the quest for the harmonious state of diversity. Ahmed concludes, describing the problem of racism can mean being treated as if you have created the problem, as if the very talk about divisions is what is divisive. 14 This suggests that diversity is more about including others into the normative rather than the more radical transformation that comes with addressing racism and decolonization. Historically, it was not unusual for Africans to challenge the system within which they acquired Western education. The diviner Sum 15 writes about the sometimes aggressive reaction of young Africans to a missionary education that disregarded their value systems. Mission-educated African nationalists challenged the system that oppressed them and diminished their humanity, despite the colonizers' attempt at promoting what Babha labels mimicry, the desire for a reformed and recognizable other, as a subject of difference that is almost the same, but not quite. His emphasis. 16 A university education that engaged with British imperialism from a range of perspectives would have left unquestioned the right to be troubled by the past. It would have promoted the quest for knowledge as reckoning, reparation, and reconciliation, instead of being perceived as disruptive and causing reputational damage. RMF student protests challenged the ontologies and epistemologies that inform knowledge production in the academy. Almost no space was given in the public rebuttals to the more fundamental demands of the students for a more inclusive curriculum that valorizes non-Eurocentric epistemologies and knowledge productions. RMF, by challenging the uncritical and pervasive presence of Rhodes at Oxford, exposed the taken-for-granted geopolitics of Eurocentric knowledge production and the false assumptions of scientific objectivity that privileges scholarship produced by particular groups in the West. On these power hierarchies, the Western Academy remains silent, even after post-colonial scholars have drawn attention to the epistemic violence that is produced through silencing and methodological objectification. 17 And have revealed how white privilege is maintained by the persistence of coloniality in the geopolitics of knowledge, where knowledge produced by white scholars about the non-Western world and racialized others is perceived as more legitimate than that which is produced by racialized others. Working within a context that on a daily basis devalues their knowledge systems and their ability to interpret their own experiences can result in effective reactions, which can have deleterious impacts on the intellectual performance of students and faculty. Here, I have found Giddens' 18 concept of ontological security useful in explaining how negative emotions, such as existential anxieties and vulnerabilities, arising from the absence of trust, objectification, and the suppression of difference, make it difficult to give meaning to life based on one's lived experiences in the institution of the modern university. To gain ontological security, a self-identity has to be actualized through the experience of positive and stable emotions, such as trust and hope, which are derived from mutuality between the individual and the collectivity. Even though Giddens 19 recognizes that the content of self-identity varies socially and culturally, he realizes its importance for dealing with everyday threats to one's personhood. The experience of people racialized as non-white in the Western Academy can be seen to generate ontological insecurity in two main ways: the simultaneous feeling of being excluded and dehumanized, and the epistemic violence that objectification, silences, and Eurocentrism perpetuates, both contributing to what Giddens terms the lack of a consistent feeling of biographical continuity. 20 For Giddens, this is the ability to keep a certain particular biographical or historical narrative going. 21 Such ability comes from possessing a stable self-identity that arises from knowing where one has come from and where one is going. Epistemic violence serves to destabilize one's sense of self and can lead to a disassociation from normal routines within the academy. Giddens notes that ordinary routines then becomes false performances, staged routines from which the person feels a little distance the individual has to continue with normal appearances as if nothing were up. Point 22 Learning becomes a staged performance rather than a genuine process of intellectual development. Racialized others in the Western Academy learn like outsiders looking in the object rather than the subject of research perceived as being incapable of producing universal knowledge, where, as Mbembe claims, Europeans or Euro-American men are the only ones accepted as capable of universality, a particular anthropological knowledge, which is a process of knowing others but a process that never fully acknowledges these others as thinking and knowledge-producing subjects. Point 23 Inhabiting they margins, students, racialized as others, develop a sense of being out of place space invaders, as Puore describes them. Point 24 This lived experience of marginality permeates those spaces that fail to acknowledge that the racialized others' experience of white supremacy generates negative emotions, producing instability and anxiety, in effect a sense of not belonging or non-existence in place. At a time when students are learning to map out their futures, they have to learn to deny their humanity, in order to conform to avoid the label of troublemaker. These insecurities are documented in the literature that has identified specific mental health issues associated with minority students in predominantly white schools and universities. Point 25 Such studies show that discrimination and bias can lead to multiple forms of suffering. Point 26 Mental health problems associated with racialization are often undiagnosed, as students, rather than receiving help, are told not to pathologize race or to be victimized. Research indicates that minority students in the academy can encounter considerable emotional pain, loneliness, and isolation. As with Black Lives Matter, RMF challenged assumptions about the disposability of black bodies viewed as lacking value, vulnerable, and unaffected by trauma. As a student, I can remember young Africans, trained masters of the English language and culture, who suffered mental breakdowns when faced with rejection by the elite white society they had been brought up to perceive as their utopia. The impact on such students is that they face the prospect of underperforming and even suspending or abandon their studies entirely. Institutional indifference has forced minority students in the Western Academy to think collectively about self-healing and resilience, to create their own biographical narratives, in safe spaces full of support, trust, and love. The latter, love as agency, sees love as fundamental to any struggle to end exploitation and oppression everywhere. Point 27 Nevertheless, student-led action begs the question, what should the university be doing to reduce the anxieties of racialized others in the academy? Clearly, one answer should be reparations for epistemic violence, the harm caused by continuing to perpetuate colonial mindsets and legacies. The benefits accrued would extend to all in the university community. Tuck and Yang, writing about the necessity of decolonization in the academy, cite Anna Jacobs' use of the term white harm reduction model, that is, to reduce the harm that white supremacy has had on white people, and the deep harm it has caused non-white people. Point 28 According to Tuck and Yang, Jacobs sees white supremacy as a public health issue that is at the root of other public health issues that needs urgent action. The reduction of white harm requires conscientization, but is not the same as decolonization. Point 29 Within academia, white supremacy fosters a tunnel vision of a Eurocentric superiority complex and destroys the humility necessary to learn from non-Western peoples, cultures, and epistemologies. Re-engaging with the past and Rhodes' legacy would have validated Black lives, and would have been the first step towards harm reduction. What actions can the university take to repair the damage in which it has been complicit? Students have called for diversification of student body, faculty, and an inclusive curriculum. Universities in the West have started to recognize the value of diversity in terms of students and personnel, but diversity can unfortunately also be used, as Kelly notes, to bring some people into the fold of a society that is no longer seen as racially unjust, with no transformation in the conditions that marked certain bodies as suspicious, deviant, abject, or illegible. Point 30 Similarly, Tuck and Yang see the development of critical consciousness in the curriculum as only a stopgap en route to decolonization. If decolonization is just about assuaging white guilt and getting a seat at the table for people of color, then it would lack the deeper transformative power that is required for new humanizing visions. Mbembe, in a lecture at the University of Witwatersrand, outlines what a decolonising university would look like in the context of a post-apartheid South Africa. 31 He calls for, amongst other things, the dequantification of universities' systems of authoritative control, standardization, gradation, accountancy, classification, credits and penalties, a philosophical turn from hegemonic epistemic traditions that claim detachment of the known from the knower, whereby only certain races are capable of producing knowledge that is universal and independent of context, and transformations in student and faculty relations that enable the setting up of new forms of assemblies that become points of convergence of and platforms for the redistribution of different kinds of knowledge is his emphasis. The university is a space where young people learn about the world, but more importantly, map out their futures and give meaning to their lives. Mbembe understands decolonising the university as a process through which, adopting the phrase of the Kenyan author Ngugi wa Thiong'o, we see ourselves clearly. Not as an act of secession from the rest of humanity, but in relation to ourselves and to other selves with whom we share the universe. Decolonization is not about replacing Western epistemologies with non-Western ones, nor is it about prioritizing one racialist group over another. It is to create a more open critical cosmopolitan pluriversalism where instead of Eurocentric thought being seen as universal, there is a recognition and acceptance of multiple ways of interpreting and understanding the world. Here, Nyamja's 32 use of the concept of conviviality seems appropriate. He defines conviviality as a recognition and provision for the fact or reality of being incomplete. In doing so, we mitigate the delusions of grandeur that comes with ambitions and claims of completeness by being open-minded and open-ended in our claims and articulations of identities, being and belonging. Noting that conviviality is fundamental to being human, Nyamja argues that it empowers both the individual and the community and becomes a tool for strategic mobilization for the service of the collectivity. 33 In sum, conviviality is recognizing that there are other realities, other perspectives from which to view the world around us, a world in which we have to accommodate each other. This for me constitutes an act of reparative justice, acknowledging the right of young people to question, to fight to belong, and to seek to transform. Therefore, it is important that we develop a politics of belonging and a conviviality that recognizes our common heritage and responsibilities. In this context, where the spiritual and emotional pain of the racialist other does not register for rational modern minds, how do racialist others maintain themselves and their mutuality without falling apart, whilst still asserting their common humanity in the space of the university? It is here that some's thesis on healing, especially community healing, becomes valuable. Some, a Burkinabé of the Dagara ethno-linguistic group, having been schooled in the West, returned to his roots, his village, to learn the ways of the people, indigenous approaches that were dismissed by modern missionary education as barbaric, irrational, and savage. Some is interested in how Africans and Westerners who inhabit the earth can learn to live harmoniously through strategies developed in indigenous healing traditions. I am particularly attracted to his community healing as a mutuality strategy for African peoples living under continuing conditions of coloniality. Some sees the community as essential to developing a healthy sense of belonging, greater generosity, better distribution of resources, and a greater awareness of the needs of the self and the other. 34 In contrast to modernity's focus on the individual, he argues that the community promotes individuality, not individualism. 35 For him, a sense of community is based on trust, which allows people to drop their masks. 36 In this way, and acting collectively, the community can, through healing, help to repair individual and societal damage, and encourage and promote talent, thus fostering greater mutuality. Some's idea of accountability provides a useful starting point for thinking through how reparations for epistemic violence might be understood within the university. His accountability eschews punishment or attribution of blame and means something like a deepening of the connection with the thing or the person you wronged. If you cause harm to someone, accountability means doing something that brings you close to the person on a regular basis as long as you live. 37 Communities have to be open-minded, in order to be able to handle relationship problems and to address the emotional needs of their members. Rituals for healing, adaptability, and well-being are necessary for the vitality of the community. For the university to act as a community, it would need to develop healing rituals that address the past, in order not to repeat history, as well as the injustices of the present. According to some, community support provides each person the capacity to pursue his or her gifts and true purpose. 38 In effect, give them ontological security. Universities are ritualistic places. Matriculation, graduation, etc. are rituals of transition. Developing new rituals is not beyond their scope. Some notes that rather than trying to assign a specific ritual to every single problem, the requirement is the awareness of the power of symbol and symbolic gesture. 39 Making it easy for communities to develop their own rituals. What rituals might British universities develop? One that springs to mind has to do with memorialization, as in services/events to remember those killed in slavery and colonial genocide, allowing the university to acknowledge how it has benefited from the wealth derived from the oppression of others. According to some, such rituals should allow for spontaneity and outbreaks of emotions, offering the opportunity to relieve a tension from which words can no longer release us. 40. For healing, some refers to the importance of the mentor in African cultures. This has resonance for universities that are establishing mentoring schemes and peer support groups. In African traditions, a mentor is chosen from outside the family. Consequently, some counsels against choosing a mentor from the same place within an institution as the mentee. Nevertheless, he contends that the mentor has to understand his or her mentee from the inside out, one in whom the young person sees the echoes of something he or she is experiencing. 41 More importantly, for mentoring to work, the community has to have a vested interest in the long-term well-being and contribution of the young person. Generating new rituals, support systems, and so on, may force those of us in the academy to reflect on how healing and well-being are constituted through the intertwining of multiple realities, the everyday and the physic, and the human and the non-human world. Non-Western cultures have evolved sharing and inclusive practices that progressive scholars in the West are trying to activate by theorizing a more-than-human ontology without acknowledging that, as Todd notes, for millennia, indigenous people have been engaging with sentient environments, with cosmologies that enmesh people into complex relationships between themselves and all relations. 42 For example, some Daguerre cosmology relies on a deeper connection to the natural world and the world of the spirit than presently exist in the West. Mbembe alerts us to the need to rethink the human not from the perspective of its mastery of the creation as we used to, but from the perspective of its finitude and its possible extinction. 43 This, he argues, is vital in the era of the Anthropocene, which signifies the destructive impact of human-induced transformations of the planet and the possibility of extinction. Radical action to prevent extinction demands new modes of human understanding, which in the context of a decolonized non-racial university, as Mbembe argues, has to be about radical sharing and universal inclusion, as we have to learn how to share the planet amongst the humans, but also between the humans and non-humans. 44 Sharing in non-Western societies, such as the Daguerre, for example, opens up alternative ontologies and epistemologies that have planetary benefits. Conclusion. The visceral reaction to RMF arises from its challenge to the foundations of a racialist knowledge system that developed out of the exploitation and dehumanization of peoples racialized as non-white under imperialism. Reparative justice would involve a concerted effort to reduce harm. Starting the process of decolonizing the university would acknowledge this harm, and would chart the way forward beyond the activation of liberal concepts, such as diversity and inclusivity, to enhance ontological security, and to promote mutuality and conviviality. In 1995, on a trip to Bulawayo, I visited Rhodes' grave in the Matapos, because I wanted to see the place he chose as his burial ground. There he lay on an elevated site, a classic Lord of all he surveyed location, in life and death a colonial oppressor. Rhodes' desire to dominate in the afterlife can be blocked by the removal of the gaze of his statue from its perch on Oxford's High Street, and his continued haunting of our everyday spaces and minds can be excised by addressing the unrepaired harms of the colonial past. 11. Interviewing for the Rhodes Scholarship. Julian Brave Noisecat. Julian Brave Noisecat, a citizen of the Secwepemc Nation native to modern-day Canada, journalist and Clarendon scholar at the University of Oxford, gives his account of the Rhodes interview process. This account exposes the elitist and exclusionary nature of the process. The University of Oxford has a long and brutal history with regard to the Americas, and many of its alumni were key in instigating the subsequent genocide of native peoples across the North American continent. The Oxford University website's section on the Rothermore Institute lists the settlements founded by individuals such as Richard Hakluyt, Christ Church, Walter Raleigh, Oriel, George Calvert, Trinity, John Davenport, and William Penn, Christ Church, without a word of acknowledgement of all the indigenous life that was lost in the process. They accompany this with a cheerful quote from another genocidal individual, Dr. Henry Kissinger. This piece was originally published January 5, 2015 in Indian Country Today. Over the past several months, I poured my heart and soul into trying to be one of this year's 83 Rhodes Scholars. As the grandson of survivors of successive waves of genocide from the Cariboo Gold Rush to the residential schools, and the only begotten child of a broken interracial marriage between a spunky Irish Jew and an alcoholic artist who stumbled off the reserve and into a New York bar, I recognize the irony of my ambitions. My story is probably better suited to a Sherman Alexie novella than a prestigious scholarship. The Rhodes is funded by the estate of Cecil Rhodes, a decidedly terrible man who profited unequivocally from the colonization and exploitation of African peoples and territories. A proud imperialist, Rhodes believed that the burden of both history and progress belonged to the Anglo-Saxon, who must strive to triumph over the savagery of the ape, bushman, and pygmy. Although Rhodes' explicit endorsement of global white supremacy is noted only in hushed tones and seldom in polite company, the spirit of his vision to find and enable the most elite talent among the young and educated so that they can lead a righteous crusade forward for humanity remains. Every year, a short list of scholars from around the world shoulder what was formerly known as the white man's burden. Fortunately, these days it is a bit browner and more feminine than Rhodes originally envisioned. The Rhodes Scholarship wasn't designed or intended for me or my people, and that's exactly why I wanted it so badly. Long ago, men like Rhodes, who amassed fortunes from actions that included the theft of the lands where our gods reside, our ancestors are buried and our people still struggle to live a decent life, decided that humans were players in a zero-sum game and that the resources and opportunities would not be ours but theirs. When I won the Rhodes and raided his colonial estate, those men would turn in their graves while my ancestors danced in the revelry of vengeful success. I was going to take it all back for Kaneem Lake, my home reserve, Oakland, where I grew up, and all of Indian country. Maybe it was justice. Maybe it was delusion. The Rhodes was on my radar for a very long time. But my dream was almost lost at the start. I knew how competitive it was to win, and so when I returned from Columbia to Oakland in the winter break of my freshman year with far from perfect grades, I thought that Cecil was already out of reach. I pressed on over the next couple of years and was elated to receive, in the spring of my junior year, an invitation from Columbia's Office of Global Programs to apply for my university's endorsement. I had a shot at the Rhodes after all. Last summer, I spent countless hours in front of a blank Word document, trying to tell my story and convince the powers that be that I would carry the Rhodes mantle for people who had heretofore been crushed under its weight. Much to the annoyance of my then-girlfriend and my mother, I spent week after week in my Washington Heights sublet writing and then erasing sentences. I read the essays and profiles of prior winners. One day I convinced myself I could win, only to return the next day and ask myself what the hell I was doing and who I was kidding. At the 11th hour, on a flight from New York to Oakland, I finally put pen to paper. The draft was rough, but the conclusion, a quote from my late grandfather, a survivor of the residential school system and a laborer with a 6th grade education, was fitting: shake the hand that shakes the world. About 100 drafts, 8 letters of recommendation, and 6 weeks later I received the news I had been named a finalist, and I would have the opportunity to interview. I was overjoyed. It felt like we were going to make it. I spent a month preparing for my interview with Columbia's Office of Global Programs. They believed I could win, and gave me all the practice, preparation, and advice that I needed to succeed. Despite the sincerity of my ambitions, I found that the most difficult aspect of my preparation was feeling comfortable in my own skin. I knew my candidacy was adversarial to the Rhodes legacy, so I prepared for every version of the inevitable question, how do you feel about taking up the white man's burden? Our blood is on that money, and I was afraid that I would be dismissed as a radical if I told them that I wanted to fight for justice and equality for our people. But after a pep talk from my mother and an honest conversation with the dean about my fears, I decided that if that's how I was going to go down, that's how I would go down. I prepared for the interview like it was a powwow, planning the details of my outfit down to the tie and socks for weeks in advance. Our ancestors always looked their best when they traveled to look power in the face, and that day, I was them. But I was also just a nervous young man, so I let my mother braid my hair and straighten my tie before walking out the door. I strode onto the University of California San Francisco campus to meet my panel of inquisitors and the other Rhodes finalists with confidence braids swinging down to my butt, ancestors at my back, and my mother sitting with her fingers crossed in the car. The Rhodes interview process is dramatic. It begins with a Friday night cocktail party where the candidates and their inquisitors from the district meet and mingle. It is followed by a short but all-important 20-minute interview on Saturday. By end of day Saturday, the full cohort of finalists gathers in front of the judges who announce the names of the 2 Rhodes scholars elected from the district. Cecil Rhodes, it turned out, was fond of theatrical interviews and had, unsurprisingly, a cruel sense of humor. I imagined myself charging into a battle of the Little Bighorn of an interview and counting coup on the Rhodes Committee. In my mind, the cocktail party was a much more pompous and patrician affair than it actually turned out to be. What I had pictured as a fancy reception serviced by butlers holding silver platters in a grand hall named after an illustrious 49er turned out to be plastic plates with crackers, cheese and seltzer shelved in an awkward cranny named after a biotech company. Truthfully, I was disappointed. If I was going to meet the man, I wanted him to be a sexy English gentleman, not a laid-back Silicon Valley mogul. The selection committee was made up of 7 incredibly impressive Bay Area professionals. There were multiple high-ranking businesswomen including 2 CEOs, accomplished scholars, and 1 judge. There was no blundering Custer for me to outweed or outflank. We, the 15 finalists, had our work cut out for us. As I mentioned before, the most difficult task in the lead-up to my interview was feeling comfortable in my own skin and feeling confident in telling my own story. In the long, difficult, and self-reflective preparatory process of finding my center, I managed to convince myself that my Rhodes inquisitors would recognize the incredible opportunity that this scholarship represented not only for me but also for all of Indian country. To be honest, I didn't expect to encounter the assumptions, prejudices and even subtle racism that I found in the room. At the cocktail party, one of my inquisitors offered up a personal connection. She had passed through the declining Canadian mill town that is 30 minutes away from my home reserve. She followed that fact with another. She loved the interior of British Columbia because of its great heli skiing. Heli skiing? A sport that costs more than $1,000 per day? Really? Perhaps we had both placed our feet on the same geography, but we were not talking about the same world. My mind fluttered to images of small houses with many people but few beds, undrinkable water, and wood fire furnaces. Houses full of people I love, people who have never and will never heli ski. Out of touch but unintentional, I told myself. Her next comment brought me back to the present while it shook me to my core. I explained to her that I grew up in a single-parent household with my white mother, but that my family on the native side took my mother as their sister. This is, of course, the Indian way. Somehow she managed to find it within the boundaries of the appropriate to opine. I guess 2-parent families are unusual in Aboriginal communities. I laughed awkwardly. How could I challenge her assumptions in a way that didn't jeopardize my chances? She continued to explore the outer reaches of cultural insensitivity in my interview the next day. What are the rights granted to Aboriginal peoples under the Indian Act? Granted? Really? And then, why don't Indians pay taxes? I paused for a moment to let the question sink in. I almost expected her to follow it with, how big was your grandmother's residential school settlement check? I corrected her on the taxation question. The belief that Indians don't pay taxes is a harmful misconception. Furthermore, the notion that sovereign First Nations who have lost everything need to buy into Canada is backwards and myopic and completely disregards the painful realities of history. If I could go back, I would add a pithier insight that only came to me later: a 30% tax on nothing is still nothing. I still find it strange that one of the wealthiest businesswomen in the nation was asking about the poorest people's taxes. She dominated the interview, and to my dismay, very few of the questions from the other inquisitors endeavored to understand the young man before them. They asked about nanotechnology, scientific literacy, interest rates, and inflation, legitimate and important topics that have absolutely nothing to do with me. I hoped that they would ask about my leadership on Columbia's campus, my thesis on indigenous memory as a catalyst for political activism, or my job as an investigator for the Bronx Public Defender's Office. But they didn't, and my 20 minutes was up. I exited the interview, thanked the committee members for their time, and went to grab some lunch. I had a terrible nervous stomach ache. After it was all over, I didn't feel quite as brave as I had going into the battle. I shook the hand that shakes the world, but when I stood outside the room, I trembled. The committee deliberated for over 4 hours while 15 hopeful finalists awaited their fates. We played heads up on someone's iPhone and added each other on Facebook. For a bunch of ambitious perfectionists, they were actually all very cool. When the committee finally gathered us round to announce the names of the 2 winners, I grimaced with disappointment. Saturday, November 23, 2014 would not be the big win for Indian country that I had hoped. To be clear, I lost fair and square to 2 of the most outstanding candidates one could ever imagine, a 3-season varsity athlete and junior inductee into Phi Beta Kappa, and the proverbial kid who is going to cure cancer. Believe me, this guy actually will. I shook his hand and gave her a hug. They will do great things with their opportunity. The Rhodes would have represented an incredible win for Indian country, for the first people of this land who are still without basic resources. While I know that I don't need the Rhodes feather in my cap as an Indian, I have many of those, I can't help but feel disappointment. We came so close. And for the next native finalist, whoever that might be, I offer this: do not kid yourself. As an Indian, you will face ungrounded assumptions that lead your inquisitors to question, disregard, or even outright fail to perceive the immediacy of the challenges we face as Indian people. Around that table and in the halls of power, we simply do not exist. But when you shake the hand that shakes the world, look that power in the face and do not tremble. 12. The Rhodes Scholarship. A silver lining? Brian Quaba. Brian Quaba is an assistant professor of history at the University of Memphis. While completing his doctoral degree at Oxford, he co-founded the Oxford Pan-African Forum, OxPAF, and the Rhodes Must Fall in Oxford movement. A common argument propounded by Cecil Rhodes apologists is, whatever bad things Rhodes did, at least he created the Rhodes Scholarship, which has given thousands of people the opportunity to obtain a world-class education at Oxford. Let us put aside for a moment the question of whether the curriculum that undergraduates have historically received at Oxford, centering on the intellectual output of stale pale males from a handful of European countries, is world-class. Even still, this scholarship-based defense of Cecil Rhodes remains fundamentally flawed because it fails to grasp the purpose and impact of the Rhodes Scholarship. Cecil Rhodes made it clear why he used some of the wealth that he violently extracted from African land and labor to endow a scholarship. Rhodes declared, "I consider that the education of young colonists would be of great advantage to them. For instilling into their minds the advantages to the colonies as well to the United Kingdom of the retention of the unity of the empire." 1. Rhodes' interest in perpetuating Anglo supremacy was no fleeting concern. In the first 5 iterations of his will, he decreed that his fortune would be used to form a secret society for preserving and expanding the British Empire. 2. This imperial obsession is precisely why he allocated the scholarship primarily to elite students from places like the US, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and Rhodesia. Data from the years 1902-2009 indicate that 6,457 of 7,217 scholarships, 89.5%, went to people from either Europe or white-ruled, settler colonial countries. 3 In other words, some 90% of the scholarships went to white people in the first century of its existence. By contrast, after Elaine Locke was selected in 1907, not a single African American would receive the scholarship for another 55 years. 4 In addition, the scholarship categorically prohibited women until 1977. 5 In other words, Rhodes designed the scholarship so it would go towards elite white male young colonists to teach them the advantages of imperialism. This is not a praiseworthy provision of educational opportunity, it is diabolical. Notice also how those who argue that colonialism was a good thing because Europeans brought education to Africans have it backwards. In the case of the Rhodes Scholarship, colonialism forced black Africans to create wealth that funded the education of white Europeans. Some argue that Rhodes scholars have done some good things, and therefore the Rhodes Scholarship has had overall positive impact. This anecdotal line of argument falls short because it is based on cherry-picking individual examples in order to cast the scholarship as a whole in a rosy light. To be sure, Rhodes scholars like Stuart Hall, Kumi Naidu, and Tajuddin Abdul-Rahim have contributed positively to humanity. But given the scholarship's history as a catalyst for imperial domination, politically progressive Rhodes scholars are not testaments to Rhodes' legacy. On the contrary, scholars like these have had a positive social impact by going against the intended purpose and legacy of the scholarship. Not to mention that for each good one could easily cite Rhodes scholars who remained true to the form and function of Rhodes' imperialist ethos. Rhodes Scholarship poster boy Bill Clinton, for example, enforced a sanctions regime on Iraq which killed over 500,000 Iraqi children, and launched a so-called humanitarian war on Kosovo in which fellow Rhodes scholar and NATO commander Wesley Clark bombed radio television Serbia, amongst other war crimes. Rhodes scholar Dean Rusk, as U.S. Secretary of State in the 1960s, oversaw the invasion of Cuba and the Dominican Republic, helped the genocidal Suharto regime come to power in Indonesia, and represented the diplomatic face of the American war in Vietnam which killed millions of Vietnamese people. Rhodes scholar Susan Rice, as U.S. Ambassador to the UN in 2011, was the architect of the UN Security Council resolution which provided diplomatic cover for NATO's wanton destruction of Libya and the public lynching of a sovereign African head of state. Indeed, the list of Rhodes scholars who facilitated neo-colonial domination is a long one, including prime ministers and governor-generals of settler colonies like Australia, Canada, and New Zealand. Rhodes scholars have generally used the prestige of the scholarship to reach positions of authority that allow them to administer legal, commercial, and political institutions of global white supremacy. As Rhodes put it, I contend that we are the finest race in the world and that the more of the world we inhabit the better it is for the human race. Just fancy those parts that are at present inhabited by the most despicable specimen of human beings, what an alteration there would be in them if they were brought under Anglo-Saxon influence. 6. To be fair, a small minority of Rhodes scholars have fought, with varying degrees of success, to reform the scholarship from within over time. One question they have recently raised is, who should get the money? Some of them have argued that Rhodes endowed the scholarship with wealth exploited from the labor of black Southern Africans and therefore if restorative justice is to be served, then the scholarship belongs in the hands of black Southern Africans. That the scholarship still admits so few black Southern Africans points to the Rhodes Trust's view of those on whose labor it was ultimately founded. Despite official denials, there is strong evidence indicating that at least some financial resources of the Trust today are exploited from the very same black Southern Africans who descended from communities victimized by Cecil Rhodes himself. For example, Nicky Oppenheimer, the billionaire heir to the De Beers Diamond Empire which Cecil Rhodes founded on land and labor stolen from black South Africans, is a Rhodes trustee and public spokesperson. Point 7. This suggests that the entity administering the Rhodes Scholarship has, for the entirety of its history, remained linked economically with corporations that are complicit in the modern-day exploitation and oppression of black South Africans. At the end of the day, Rhodes apologists seem unwilling or unable to accept the simple truth, that this philanthropic scholarship has historically served to perpetuate Western imperial power in part through its creation of a scholarly name brand from a mass-murdering white supremacist colonizer. Allowing a few more black Africans into the scholarship in recent years does not compensate for the previous century of elite, white, young colonists whose association with the Rhodes brand served to elevate the position from which they could administer global systems of English-speaking imperial domination. Therefore, unless its demographic allocation and fundamental purpose is radically transformed, the Rhodes Scholarship will continue to serve as a reminder that privileged white people can steal not only land, labor, and diamonds from black Africans, but also funding for their own elite education. 13. Decolonizing whiteness. White voices in Rhodes must fall. Arthur, Irick, Anastasia Bayakorova, Claudio Sopranzati, Jana Lee Chernisky, Max Harris and Roan McFarlane. The following selection is adapted from a collective discussion with a group of white RMFO organizing members. It includes their answers to questions about how and why they joined the movement, what they learned from it, and various insights they learned relating to racial power, privilege, and whiteness. The participants are all racially white, but each came from a different geographical and cultural background, representing a range of different approaches to decolonization. The respondents include Arthur, Irick, who grew up as an immigrant in Germany, Anastasia Bayakorova from Belarus, Claudio Sopranzati from Italy, Jana Lee Chernisky from Canada, Max Harris from New Zealand, and Roan McFarlane from South Africa. Brian Kwaba, what motivated you to become an organizing member of RMF? Max, I remember first coming to a meeting, I guess in June or May 2015 and, I think, it was Sizwe and Brian and Annie and Anastasia and there was a real sense of principle in the movement. I remember you talked about the 3 pillars: representation, iconography, and curriculum in the movement, and that strong sense of principle, that foundation, was a real pull for me. I also remember a lot of fire in the room, and Ento Kozo talking about his ambitions for the movement and thinking that this was a place with some really inspiring activists like nothing I'd come across in Oxford up until that point. Then I remember the incident at the Union, see Figure 3, the response to the Union, and in the next term there was this real commitment to action, and that was something really central. Figure 3 reparations debate poster. The longer I spent in the movement, the more I learned about structural racism, anti-blackness, and about my own blind spots. That learning, including from people's experiences, was another reason I stayed involved. And it also became clear that there was a huge resistance from the university, which meant strong support for the movement was needed. Arthur, for me it was a bit different than Max's experience because I joined later. I joined in the fall of 2015 during the first RMFO General Assembly that term. One of the main reasons that I joined was that during my BA, half year before then, I started engaging far more in, I would say, racial politics, racial injustice, as a reflection process. I tried to understand how these kinds of things didn't affect me from my educational background and so on. Coming from an immigrant background in Germany, the discussion on race is almost non-existent, even though the society is completely racialized. Even among many of my friends, the majority of whom are non-white, there was a lot of anti-blackness, but you start kind of lacking the words for describing it to a certain extent. So even after getting involved with RMF, I started to touch upon the German word for race, and even my black friends back home, they all cringed. So then it's like, maybe you think something is going wrong. Why is it the case that in the US or the UK, in particular in the European context, you talk about certain kinds of oppression quite explicitly, while in other contexts these are completely non-existent? This obviously suits certain power structures. So at the beginning for me, I was thinking, how do I fit into this, in what way do I benefit, and how can I learn from experiences of people who struggle and are affected by racial politics in a different way than I am affected by it? But it was not the goal from the beginning to become an organizing member. I still struggle with this idea of organizing members, but I wanted to join in and I felt like it was interesting in that sense, but I never intended to actually be a kind of organizer behind the scenes. I was just trying to understand what can I learn, how can I contribute, keeping my positionality in mind. I was used to doing activism in which you don't really think about these things, so you just talk and you just bring in your ideas. Here in Rhodes Must Fall, I felt like I obviously don't have these kinds of racial experiences, so it's not my place to talk. So I tried to learn, I tried to understand different experiences and tried to understand where I can be helpful if at all and I can contribute. I believe my motivation was precisely my upbringing in our, dealing with racial politics. It seemed that we all, my friends and I, while socially engaged, struggled to understand this, and by coming to this movement, I and everyone else were surrounded around this politics with a particular racial focus. Claudio, I think I have a very similar experience to Arthur's. I grew up in social movements back home in Italy where, as Arthur was saying, racial questions and even identity politics were seen as dirty words and people pretend these dimensions were simply not there. So, in a sense, getting increasingly close and involved in RMF had to do with this question of self-reflection that Arthur was talking about. In a way, it was founded on one question: how do we think about and how do we experience things like the personal as political, not just as a way of thinking about exclusion but also to think about our own privilege. So for instance, finding yourself in a position in which your voice does not automatically have a right to be expressed, I think was useful and really interesting for me. And that was a big part of the drive, this kind of personal reflection and learning process on something that I did not have much experience with. In that sense, a lot of it for me was and still is the longer-term idea of bringing some of this racial consciousness back home. Because I think these kinds of questions in a place like Italy are becoming more and more central, especially as activist networks are becoming more dominated or influenced by migrant politics. Back home, normally when you look outside of Europe you look at South America where politics actually look very similar to European forms of activism. So getting involved in a movement that finds its inspiration in South Africa was also a way to say, okay, let's be exposed and actively put yourself in a learning position with a set of questions. I think that was one attraction. The second was the fact that having spent time in the US before, I think RMF Oxford had and still has this really interesting overlapping of very, very different ideas of what race is and how it operates, and I think that has been a difficulty but also a strength. I think that was really attractive to be involved in a movement that is not univocal, but in which questions need to be brought up and discussed and understood and developed rather than starting from a position of we all understand this problem the same way. Brian, that's a really good point. When I reflect on RMFO, I think sometimes we did not do enough to really explore those different paradigms that we were all bringing to the table. Anastasia, for me, I think the joining actually happened pre-RMFO, because we were following the South African movement with the throwing of POO on the Rhodes statue at the University of Cape Town. Then I saw the Oxford community come together to say, colonialism is not just a South African problem, we have it right here. I was very excited to see the initial launch, and obviously the launch was just for people of color, which was great. So I think for me joining the initial meeting, I was just excited that was happening because when we came to the UK from the US, I think to me it was stark to see how little was happening while the issues seemed so obvious. Not in terms of just racial representation, but I mean from financial aid to what colleges do, to seeing in the college picture 3 brown faces among 200 people. I mean racial inequality was everywhere but there were not a lot of groups working on it. I mean the CRAE, the Oxford Student Union's campaign for racial awareness and equality, was doing some things but RMFO felt very different and much more direct action based, so I felt just grateful and lucky to be allowed to help. Generally, my story is a little bit different. I had come to Oxford as a graduate student more than 10 years ago to study political theory. In that program I often struggled with the ideas and theories we were discussing within the classroom. I grew up in a settler colonial context in Saskatchewan, Canada. I almost accidentally, but gratefully, learned what that meant concretely in an anthropology class in the university. Since then, a test for me of any theory I was learning, or action I was undertaking, was, if we take these frameworks that we are learning seriously, how will Canadian First Nations people fare, given the existing legacy of settler colonialism? This was the uncomfortable question I kept coming back to in conversations with the profs and the other students in my graduate cohort at Oxford, and I found no satisfactory answer to my concerns, if indeed they were taken seriously at all. Brian, Claudio, you said something about feeling like it was a very instructive experience to be in a space where your voice doesn't have a right to be expressed. I thought that was an interesting comment, which also brings me to my next question. How did your racial identity or racial politics inform your relation to the movement? Claudio, my experience is more similar to what Arthur was talking about in the sense that we both come from environments when discussions of race are just not part of the picture. In fact, not only is it not part of the picture, but progressive movements are really uncomfortable talking about race. I think this is a result, frankly, of fascism and Nazism and the way in which in places like Italy and Germany, the question of race after the Second World War has developed very much with the ideal objective of a color-blind society. That was my political upbringing, and it has been a decades-long process of unlearning, one that is hardly concluded. Going to the US was a process of unlearning, and RMF added a lot more. This meant spending a lot of time with myself thinking about what being white means and how do I fit into a category that frankly did not exist to me before I moved to the US. This process meant learning that no matter what, I enter conversations with a certain body and a certain presence, and that presence needs to be questioned by me first and by everybody else as well. In this sense, my racial identity demanded that I put myself in a space of humility, of saying I don't fucking know, and of vulnerability. I think one of the big problems with white tears is the refusal of white people to be in a position of vulnerability, so I think that for me was a big part of my unlearning process. Max, I was involved in some criminal justice work in New Zealand before, and there was some discussion of whiteness and privilege, but I am ashamed to say I hadn't thought about whiteness too much, though I had thought a little about institutional racism. I remember getting to Oxford, meeting some South African friends, and reading about whiteness probably for the first time and thinking about white privilege for the first time properly then. So for me, the existence of whiteness and the desire to think it through as an ideology and to act to dismantle it, that was a big part of being involved in the movement for me. And that led to me trying to do support work with the movement in a particular way that also made clear to me the sort of collective advantages that are given to white people in Oxford that the movement was trying to tackle. I remember early on going to a meeting, and I talked about this with journalists at some point, going to a meeting with Simukai and Annie and being let into Oriel College by the porter in the lodge without a bod card, right after Simu and Annie had been held back from entering, and you know, that was a very visible sign of white advantage at play. So yeah, experience in the movement made me think about racism not only in terms of detriment but also in terms of advantages being conferred on white people, and that was something that was constantly on my mind as I remained involved. Jana Lee, I'd echo what Max was saying about growing up in a colonial context. In the past I had approached thinking about questions like this through a framework that focused on the material logics and power relations surrounding empire and settler colonialism, of which race, or rather racism, is one output, but I hadn't focused as explicitly on theories of race or racial identity per se. That is probably because I'm from Canada and that's the lived context I grew up in. I had approached past relations with First Nations groups and elders in Saskatchewan and BC, for example, more through a cross-cultural lens, and with political questions about power/sovereignty and the best way to recenter Indigenous voices against the political logics of settler colonialism. Aside from thinking about that sort of banal cliché about the white man, I hadn't thought especially deeply about whiteness as a standalone construct through which to analyze these relations. Whiteness was definitely bound up with the learning or unlearning I had to do there. Brian, I remember the Oriel College incident that Max mentioned quite well, so I'm glad that you mentioned it. But it's actually surprising, Max, To hear that you were reading about whiteness, I think you said for the first time in Oxford, because one of my first memories of you was when you were organizing the Global Scholars Symposium in the Rhodes House and you were speaking Maori to the group of Maori performers you had invited from London. Can you talk a little bit more about your racial politics in New Zealand, or the relationship between the work you had done in New Zealand and the way you operated in the context of RMF? Max: Yeah. And I was gonna mention that seeing you speaking at GSS was a big motivation to join. Brian, seeing you as someone willing to be brave in speaking truth to power, and hearing your clear-headed analysis. But I guess, to come to your question, I grew up in a primary school with quite a large Mora community, and with a strong sense of Moritanga, Mora culture. I learned some Mora language there and then in university as well, and I guess that along with other friendships and study led me to reflecting further on history in New Zealand and colonialism in different parts of the world. I mean, I had, and still have, a very incomplete understanding of that, but I guess being exposed to Mora culture really helped me see the strength that can come from the process of decolonizing and recentering indigenous voices. But, at the same time, almost the other side of it, the notion of white people divesting from power, that was not a conversation that I'd had a lot in New Zealand. Arthur: Thinking back when I was quite heavily involved to work together with refugees before I came to London for my BA, racial politics, gender politics, and class politics even to a certain extent never really played a role. This is the craziest thing, they obviously did play implicitly/explicitly a role, but nobody talked about that. So even though reflecting on it now, I often think how crazy that was. People were thinking about the practical things, the practical issues, as in let's do something. But how paternalistic it was on so many different levels, even on my own side, not realizing you have this white saviorist mentality ingrained in you, and how the dominant liberal ideology works when you are not talking about race, not talking about gender, because you benefit from this shit, you know. Because it does go unmarked and you are part of these unmarked identities, you are just like, why should you have the feeling of expressing that? Which is precisely the problem of privilege. I guess I only really got a better understanding after attending uni in the US and the UK, but in the beginning still being so confused. Why do these people talk about race all the time? Laughter. And then you exchange with a few close friends back home who, you know, have a completely different non-white experience either, and they are as confused as you are. They are like, yeah, why are they doing this? And you start realizing, well, there actually is something wrong. It's not only you, it's a dominant discourse. Your non-white, black friends are like, yeah, let's not talk about this, too. Why? Why not talk about it? Why do black people have the urge to talk about it here in the UK, for instance? And then precisely with RMF in South Africa in the beginning, being inspired by this, and then coming to Oxford and seeing all the craziness here, and then noticing that this great movement RMF is happening here and now, let's have a look at this. And it is interesting, and something like what Max and Claudio touched upon, the question of being vulnerable, of feeling uncomfortable is unbelievably important. We need to feel vulnerable. We need to feel uncomfortable and understand what this means, because it shows something is going wrong to a great extent. So for me, trying to realize it and talking more about racial identity and gender identity, let's talk about how you are being perceived as a man or as white, is still different from others being identified like this, e.g. as non-male, as non-white all the time, which shows the power structures in place. So I think through RMF it was a process of, okay, I need to stop talking now and start listening. Like my experience here is not to be put on the pedestal, I need to start listening to other people's experiences, because we can talk about class and I can contribute to that given my working class background, but this is not the place to do it in the very first place, not necessarily, and it can come perhaps later, here and there. But at the beginning it was for me precisely, okay, where am I privileged and how do we deal with it? This is something I have learned nowadays to mention explicitly with my friends and my family. My sister asks sometimes, why does privilege come in now? It has also to do with race, it's not just gender and class. Think about your whiteness, how it fits in, and then seeing how she reflects on it, it's actually crazy, like we never thought about this. So it has influenced me in my everyday life and everyday work, and I am unbelievably thankful. But it's still a learning process. I am not saying that I know how to behave and how to do things right. I think mainly I just learned to shut up more often than to speak. If you don't understand something, perhaps you need to think about it more and ask people who have more knowledge or more experience in that respect and try then to understand, instead of pretending that you know the right answers. I have been guilty of this and I am complicit in the past and in the present, hopefully not in the future, but we'll see. Jana Lee, I'd like to add a slightly different nuance to this savior point. It was interesting that once the institutional powers that be clued into the depth of hate speech and death threats and explicit racism being aimed at some of the RMF members, they kicked into a concern for the welfare of those involved. There was then a danger here in reducing the concerns being raised, or sidestepping them, in favor of this focus on individual welfare. That made it easy to disconnect from the broader structural concerns that were being raised. And focusing on these explicit and more extreme instances also kind of enabled an all too easy way of distancing oneself or one's institution from complicity in some of the larger problems. That thinking sort of said, see this awful explicit example of racism over here, we don't do that, so therefore we aren't part of the problem. One of the things I learned, and that I regularly relearn, by listening and watching students in RMF and in other movements, is that focusing too much attention on these explicit instances actually distracts from some of the sharper political points and claims being made. Yes, institutions need to make certain moves in instances like these to support student welfare, but the instance should also be an invitation for broader rethinking and engagement. Thought and action should start from that point, not stop there. Anastasia, I just want to second, third, and fourth everything that has been said. I think on the racial identity question, while all of this was happening, I don't know if any of you know this, but my dad is actually from this indigenous group in the Caucasus, in the mountains, and obviously I always had known it, but coming to the US and experiencing all the white privileges from how I look, I did not explore much of my indigenous side. So this was all happening in RMF, and me going back to where my father is from was happening at the same time, so I think this was a really interesting development. While I think for me we were always thinking about decolonizing in different parts in the world, the African and Black experience was always in the front, both because one of our demands was about the Rhodes and Codrington statues. I definitely was thinking about me as, kind of accomplice versus ally, what is the difference? So I thought a lot about doing what is needed. I never ever thought that I should speak somewhere or write something, that it was my voice that mattered, or my leadership that was needed. But I think there was a lot of work and I just tried to help do the work as much as I could. It made the experience in England that much more both bearable and meaningful. Because I think when the white fragility and the white defensiveness started emerging from the media, from the university, from the chancellor, in all these million ways, I was just for the millionth time reminded of how much this is an issue. And how much we were really going after the real underbelly of what you are not supposed to talk about and what you are not supposed to bring up, and ruining the rainbow, ruining the colonial myth and magical fairy tale. So I think that was my experience from my perspective. Brian, yeah, ruining the rainbow I think is an apt thought in relation to South Africa too, in relation to the official Rainbow Nation narrative, which masks the ongoing realities of white supremacy there. What did you learn about your own positionality as a result of your experience in RMF? Anastasia, I know that because I've had very meaningful experiences with racial justice work in the US, I think I have sort of lived my early journey of feeling excluded and sort of things that white people often go through many years back because of those experiences I had. But in Oxford it was sort of really brought back to life. I remember this conversation. It was a person of color, a person from the global majority, who said to me, "Your husband is having meetings where you're not allowed. How do you feel about that?" And I remember being like, oh, like I'm supposed to feel something about this, and I just remember that very vividly because I know that this question of meetings for people of color only was still a very big debate in most communities. Right, can you have meetings without the presence of allies or accomplices or not? I think this question about creating space and whose space and what your actions are in it, was a learning experience about how I need to stop making so many assumptions. I think I came with "this is how things are often done" from my experience of doing this work in the US, and then realizing, oh, this is not a given in the UK. People are in different places on these questions. So that's one story of positionality and reserving space and not assuming that white people are just always welcome into any space because they don't make it safe. Brian, can you say a bit more about that? What do you mean by safety and why would white people make it unsafe in your view? Anastasia, I think a lot of what has been said illustrates that often when we are not brought up thinking about power and privilege and dynamics, the assumption is of neutrality, that anyone who comes has equal access and they will be heard the same, seen in the same way, and their ideas will be taken as seriously as anyone else's. But there is white saviorism, which is very real but also undiscussed in most situations. I think once we get into one room together, dynamics like these just play out. We just replay the world as it is. So I think actually purposefully creating different spaces, explicitly naming these racial dynamics, allows for some interruption of white supremacy and for things to be different, for people to lead who should be leading. I think that is what it is about. Arthur, I perhaps just wanted to add, that positionality is something that I can't unsee anymore, if that makes sense. It's really something that I think is unbelievably important to point out. I'm not usually in all white circles and so on, but when I am, like last week in the library, people get so confused when you just talk about things you apparently all have in common, but then you argue obviously from a completely different perspective. They don't get it. Why do you argue from that side? Bringing in the positionality is pricelessly what is a huge problem. For example, as soon as the white person talks or the male person talks about or brings in the female perspective or points out that patriarchy is a problem, it will be taken far more seriously. Often, if you are in very mixed circles, suddenly you are being taken far more seriously to point that out. But we need to call people out or to call them in about this, depending on I think the context, and ask, why did you take me more seriously than the person that said precisely the same thing? Just because I am apparently not as emotionally involved or affected by it, you think I have no interest in discussing this. Pointing out your positionality in these kinds of contexts is completely different, because it is something that I was not as aware of like 2 or 3 years ago, I guess. Not only saying, okay, there is a problem, let's talk about it, but also to what extent are you taking me more seriously? Because I do talk about it. Which is the racialist politics of racism, I guess. Or like the gendered politics of patriarchy itself. Which is something that also came up when I was doing fieldwork and people were so surprised that I learned the language and so on, or I know more about the history, saying I'm more of a Kurd than they are. And I'm like, oh my god, this is so problematic. Like I don't know. And I have to point this out. I have to say. Like. My experience is taken far more seriously because it's being perceived even inside as somebody who has apparently no interest in doing this, so why is he doing this? It implies, others who are racialized, gendered, or classed as the non-dominant group are biased, their experiences are essentially dismissed, like we shouldn't take them seriously. I think talking about this positionality and problematizing where you are being praised is important. It's a learning process in and of itself. And I think this is something that I'm trying to grasp at the moment quite often when it comes to my own positionality. It's something RMF has contributed to a great extent because I would have been different if I hadn't been part of it. Claudio, the short simple answer is, holy shit. Laughter. There were a few events that just kind of blew my mind. The first one was at the discussion of the Oxford Union, the colonial comeback craziness. I was really struck by how that discussion went. We had been talking for a while, addressing the person on the union board who was supposed to be the progressive guy, the guy who was running for president afterwards or something like that. The response was fucking crazy. The guy's argument was like, yeah, I know this is fucked up, but I had to entertain the guests so I couldn't do anything at that moment. We was going on for a while, trying to explain why this response was insane, and then I just jumped in for like 2 minutes and told him, man, the fact that for you it seems completely reasonable that sharing pleasantries with guests is more important than offending hundreds of people is precisely the problem. It shows a scale of priorities that is completely skewed. The fact that he somehow could listen to me saying exactly the same thing that Sizwe was saying a lot more eloquently for the previous half hour, but he couldn't listen to Sizwe, that really blew my mind. I asked myself, what the fuck is going on here? I'm a lot less diplomatic than Sizwe is, I'm not really as articulate as he is, but somehow you can listen to me just because I kind of look like you and my white skin does not make you feel threatened? A second eye-opener was, like Anastasia was saying, the reaction of UK media to the RMF campaign. That was unbelievable. I never thought that people could rise to defend colonial enterprises. I get the whole erasing history argument. I think it's crap, but I get why someone could make an argument like that. But the defense of colonial empires as a proud moment of British history. I was just like, what the fuck is going on? And I think these two events were moments where the question of my own positionality became really concrete. Roan, yeah, I think the whole campaign really showed the blind spot of the UK around colonialism, and it's not something people have engaged properly enough on. If you just think about the fact that they don't even have one single museum on the topic at all. Brian, what else have you learned in RMFO? Claudio, I don't think I've ever been involved in a movement where I've changed opinions so many times. It goes back to that discussion of vulnerability we had before. There was this really great discussion we had about whiteness that we had with Eddie and Rachel right after Trump was elected. I don't know how to deal with that, but I thought it would be interesting to talk about it. And I think there are two questions. One is the question that Arthur was raising about calling people out in your own community. I think there is a kind of easiness for us as white activists to be in a movement like Rhodes Must Fall and feeling like our standing or our opinion is in line with what the movement is doing, but I think there is a big question about how do we bring this back? And what happens when I'm surrounded by white friends? And what kind of calling out needs to happen there? I think one can be an accomplice or ally, or what word you want to use. And that is the problem with the word ally, that it frames it as an external space, in which I can go back to my community and ignore completely all of these conversations. So I think that is a big question, and I would like to hear what other people think about it. The second question goes back to the conversation about Trump's election. Basically, Rachel was making this amazing point, which was that the election showed why progressive white university students need to stop doing work in disadvantaged black communities and needs to do their fucking work with white communities, which I completely agree with. I think that's totally brilliant. Doing that work also means questioning how whiteness operates today. I don't think applying how blackness operates to whiteness is that useful. Let me give you an example. Let's say I go into a factory back home in Italy to do organizing, and people say to me, rightfully so, man, you are a fucking student and teacher in Oxford, you don't represent us. If I try to use whiteness as a unifying technique, basically saying, yeah, but I share your experience of whiteness, that wouldn't work. So ultimately what I learned from RMFO is a dedication to explore in practice these kinds of questions and make them operative in everyday life, in and beyond the university. After all, spaces like Oxford have always been laboratories for people who are here from different places that then go back to their communities. No one is going to stay in Oxford, so to me RMFO has been that, a training ground for work that needs to be done back home. Max, I think my experience has really brought home to me the importance of listening and humility. But I also made a lot of mistakes, and I feel like I'm still learning about my positionality as a white person. I guess through those mistakes and talking to people like you, Brian, I came to see my presence at meetings or in the movement as taking place with the permission of black people and people of color within the movement, and I think that was a helpful framework for me. One tension that I found, as well, where I might have made some mistakes too, was between white people harnessing their privilege to contribute to the cause and then at the same time perpetuating the structures that we are trying to undo by taking up space. One moment where I thought about that was when organizing the Codrington conference at All Souls. I felt like what I was trying to do with other people and the support of other people was trying to shift opinion within All Souls College, which houses the Codrington Library and statue. But I'm not sure I did that as well as I could have, and in harnessing the privilege I had there, I also worried about perpetuating the idea that change would have to come from something that was white-led. So I think that is a tension and a conflict that I am continuing to negotiate in my head. How do we, as white people, use our privilege without prolonging the structural racism we want to undo? And I guess what RMF taught me and still is teaching me is that thinking about positionality is an ongoing reflective process, and it requires being willing to admit that you are going to be wrong, that you are going to make mistakes, and that you need to be open to being called out on that as well. Jana Lee, I totally agree with Max about listening and humility. I also have an answer that might complicate the frame a little, while also acknowledging that post-RMF I have a very strong awareness and toolkit for thinking about whiteness and how it influences my positionality that will be with me for the rest of my life. My own positionality was also very much influenced by my position as academic lecturer, rather than as a student, in the Oxford universe. That positionality as tutor and lecturer for me meant that I had some very different peer groups, among faculty and administrators, than did students who were members of RMF, and it meant exposure to a very different set of conversations and thoughts about what was going on at the time. I was often astounded at how the movement exposed implicit biases in my peer group, or in some cases turned the sometimes invisible biases of some of my colleagues into more explicit fears or statements and judgments that were racialized. This sort of positionality, where you find yourself part of conversations like this in the first place because you are white and because your interlocutors locate you in their universe in a certain way, emphasized my positionality in all sorts of ways and left me with a complicated ethical and practical question about how to navigate these conversations. This wasn't entirely new to me given many of my views about the world, but in terms of this particular movement it reminded me how people of color have to navigate situations like this filled with microaggressions, ambiguities, or outright hostilities so much more regularly in their daily existence in most Western countries. And how easy it is for white folks to be blind to this, or shut off, or retreat to apathy. Roan, what Claudio said about working in your own community resonated with me. I still think of most of the role of white people in these kinds of movements as being two things. On the one hand, it is about providing support where it's needed. Wherever there is something that needs to be done, whether it is admin or it's figuring out the venue or releasing the press statement, it is about providing that support. Even in that, I think Max's point is valuable. Are you taking people with you? If you are the person writing the press statements, are there people doing it with you, who can eventually take it over from you? I don't think I was very good at doing that, but I think that is really important. In other words, doing the behind-the-scenes work to help other people to have their hands free to do other stuff. And then on the other hand, it is about getting involved in your community. I felt very empowered when I returned and went back to my own community, especially because the whole RMF Oxford thing had so much resonance here in South Africa and people knew from social media that I'd been involved. It's very contentious for white Afrikaans people who ask me, why were you involved? But I think it has really opened a lot of spaces for conversation that I wouldn't have otherwise had. It isn't always easy. The thing that I find really uncomfortable is conversations with family, like aunts and uncles, in a culture that is really respectful of elders, and having to really make arguments in those kinds of situations. But I really feel like the involvement with RMF has equipped me very well to do that, and I feel it's one of the most important roles I have to play is to do that kind of work. Similar to Claudio, my opinion shifted so much from the time that I started RMF until now. It has been an incredibly fast-paced learning experience for me. Especially while we were there at Oxford, but also afterwards. And it's a thing that continues. You continue to think about how do these dynamics play out, especially in a country like South Africa where these things are very contentious. Like, how should I think about my own role, and am I doing enough to take this cause forward? It is not just about what work am I doing, but also how am I not just keeping those skills and those connections that I make through this work to myself, but how do I also share it with others? Another thing, and I spoke to Ento Kozo about this a lot and I don't feel like he ever really did it, was that I didn't feel like I got called out a lot. That people in RMF would be like, Ron, you are being totally out of line, you shouldn't have said that or whatever. I'm not sure exactly why, but that is something I've thought about a bit. Like, should anyone be calling me out? And if someone should be calling me out, who should be doing that? What are dynamics at play there? Do people feel comfortable telling me that my actions are not okay in this specific instance? I guess that is something that I've wondered about calling out, like how does that work and whose responsibility is that? And why doesn't it happen? Brian, that is an interesting question. One of the things that I learned, which that question reminds me of, is that we are all complicit in these systems of oppression and domination in one way or another, and usually in multiple ways. So some people did get called out, but I think different people had a different sense of what was most important to focus on or who was being more problematic than others. Also, some people were called in as opposed to called out. In other words, they were dealt with on a one-on-one basis, not in a public space. So as far as my perspective on your question specifically goes, I think, Ron, you came with a very humble and very respectful approach. You came to the movement in a good way, and so I think it is a good sign that you weren't called out publicly and nobody found what you were saying or doing so problematic that they had to confront you about it in front of other people. Generally, I'd also say that if you are involved with work like this and you find that you are not rethinking yourself and your views in the process and asking new questions, then, especially if you are white, probably you're not really doing the work you should be doing. You've got to be willing to be vulnerable, and know you are going to inevitably make oversights and mistakes. Decolonization is an ongoing process and a lifelong journey, really. We've all been, and still are, influenced by, benefited from, and are complicit in, negative behaviors that should be scrutinized, or absences and gaps in thinking we never before realized we had. We have to be open to doing that work so we don't replicate the very same power structures and relationships. And that work might require having some uncomfortable and difficult conversations about yourself with other people. Anastasia, one thing is the question of who is doing the calling out and calling in, but there is also the reaction. If you are in an accomplice/ally space, I think the ability to take the call-ins and call-outs and really learn from them is key. And I don't think we are taught in schools or anywhere, especially when people have multiple identities and experiences, how to engage in a way that you are going to be able to learn and the person is going to feel like they are heard. So I think this is just generally important for organizing. And I think we've seen, to Brian's point, different things and different reactions. Arthur, perhaps to add to that, there are like two examples that come to my mind. There was one General Assembly meeting where we had this huge debate, about whether we should meet with Oriel College officials in closed boardrooms and so on. Somebody from the union was then speaking, kind of giving the direction, and Artwell from the East Oxford Community Centre, who always came to those general assemblies, was commenting and saying how problematic this is, white people giving the direction of the movement. And kind of calling out the dynamics of the entire GA in that respect. And then something very interesting happened. Then Samukai and Femi were weighing in, trying not to alienate white people who were part of the movement. Because it was perceived as if Artwell said something that might have alienated white people to a certain extent. So trying to say, no, there is not a problem with white people being here, it's just that we need to decide like how we are going forward with these decisions. So the dynamic of calling in and/or calling out and doing it is crucial here. And not being familiar, I think, to a certain extent with the process and the entire idea of what does it mean to feel uncomfortable? Or, what does it mean to feel vulnerable, which is something that plays out on very different levels. For instance, for myself, when we had this entire conflict resolution process, I wish I would have been called out earlier. But perhaps like it was also a good thing because I didn't see the dimension of my own anti-blackness when it came to merely communicating only with women who were people of color, but not black. I never thought about the problem of contacting only those people, and then the open letter came in from the black women of RMF protesting their exclusion. I felt not only ashamed, but having done such a big mistake I tried to work on it and then not repeat it in the future. I think a lot of problems that we had could have been avoided if we had decided upon a process in the very beginning of what these kind of things mean. We could have possibly resolved certain things earlier. Like calling in and calling out. If that was the question, I think many people understand it completely differently. And then there are also personal egos coming in. If you are being called out, then you might not come back, and people are afraid of those kinds of dynamics. And then calling in certain people also not familiar with it. So all these kinds of things, like questions of race that are different for people from different backgrounds, questions of how to deal with certain problems as they are coming up, are also completely different for people from different backgrounds, and this is something that we, to a certain extent, missed out on doing. Brian, the only other question that I hadn't asked was, based on your experience, how should white people who want to support decolonization relate to movements like RMF? Anastasia, I think one thing that comes to mind is, obviously we've had this conversation where we shared a lot of what we've learned and how it's changed us, but I think, at least for me, that was sort of just a byproduct of genuinely wanting to reach the goal, to reach the beginning of the conversation, the beginning of decolonization. I think it is very important to keep in mind that it isn't about me or about white people. I think genuine commitment to whatever movement you are thinking about being involved in is a must, rather than just joining because you want to learn something or if you are seeking confirmation that you're a good white person. Because there is so little time and people are not there to educate you. There was amazing learning, and I share what everybody said about how these experiences are what change one's racial consciousness, but I think this happened because we were and are genuinely committed to the cause. And as Roan said, this support role and thinking of your positionality in what work you're doing, how you're speaking, how much, and so on is crucial. Also, I would say that a mindset around understanding why people of color and black people are leading and must be leading and we are here to do what is needed is important. The only way movements for liberation and decolonization will win is if they are led by the people who are most impacted by their wisdom, by their genius and their love. This question of being led and genuine commitment to what is being demanded, and working to achieve it was also a main driver of my engagement with RMF. Claudio, to me, 3 things come to mind. One is what Anastasia and Roan were talking about in terms of being a support and accepting the role of being the infrastructure of the movement. In other words, being willing to take the time to do the kind of support work, which might not be the most visible work, but it's needed. It goes back to what Max was saying about trying not to reproduce certain kinds of internal power dynamics. Second, you realize I need to stop talking and start listening. The third one is the question of vulnerability as a political act. In particular, an act that goes against the grain of how whiteness normally operates, which is generally invulnerable, taking space, being visible. Roan, sorry, Claudio, can I ask you if you could really just say one sentence more about vulnerability? Claudio, yeah. Basically, I guess the most visible aspect of it is white tears, this kind of emotional refusal by white people outside but also inside the movement of being put under question. It goes back to your question about being called out. So accepting vulnerability is a political step, the fact you need to make yourself vulnerable, as opposed to using all your energy to try to protect whatever it is that you have as a preconception. For example, what we saw about the reaction of the UK to it is precisely this complete unavailability to be in any way put under question. So all the energy, all the thinking, every single moment, every single argument becomes about how what Rhodes must fall is saying is illogical, or it doesn't work well, or it's like ISIS or whatever the fuck argument they came up with. Laughter. Claudio, which to me follows from the very strong refusal of whiteness as a concept to be put into any sort of questioning. I think Samukai at the Codrington Library event said something which was really powerful. The people in the room were mostly white. One thing he said that really hit home was basically, I am surprised that rather than spending any amount of time thinking about what it can be like for a black African to walk through this space, all the energy you have is used to argue why the statue should not be taken down. You're already cognitively deciding, this is what I'm going to focus on. And that's the only space for conversation that there is. Is it the statue reasonable? Is it rational? Is it this or that? Is it erasing history? Or whatever else? For me, that point was really central. Max, I agree with everything that everyone's said so far. I also think it's important for white people to relate with humility, and with a commitment to listen, a commitment to centering the views of people of color and black people. But then, when I was thinking about that, I was thinking, that all sounds a bit light, a bit absent of ideological analysis. And actually I think what's also required is a kind of political orientation, and an understanding or an analysis of the politics of solidarity. And if that sounds a bit wordy, I don't think it necessarily requires reading or theory. It requires a commitment to learning through talking to other black students, students of color, and realizing that solidarity needs to be decolonist as well, and being willing to continue to learn about what decolonist solidarity looks like. And that means lots of concrete things in practice that I think people have mentioned already, like doing the less visible work, being willing to offer whatever skills you might have if there's a gap and those skills are called for. Arthur, perhaps just to add to everything that's just been said, in the context of RMF I think we could have done more to have a conversation right at the beginning about these kinds of things. For example, about what these ideas mean in practice. If this means, for instance, having a space where white people or males are not allowed, this is completely fine and something we should respect and understand. But this is something that in many movements, and even within RMF, does not really seem to work because we were not on the same page about crucial ideas, to a certain extent. Kind of like everyone wanting to be everywhere. I think if we are to understand and obviously help with infrastructural issues like writing minutes in meetings, and writing pamphlets here and there. I, for instance, made the big mistake, I think, when I wrote one of our pamphlets with too many of my ideas, rather than the ideas of the movement as a whole. Therefore, by not having the conversation, the question is raised, to what extent are you putting your, white, ideas forward, and not the movement's? So I think often having the conversation and asking the movement what can I do, is better than okay, I'm telling you now what I can do. Anastasia, one thing this raises to me is the go work with white people message. In other words, as white people, we should not making people of color do the work of telling white people how not to act. This is part of doing the work ourselves to share with other white people. I think we learned these lessons about humility, vulnerability, and listening because we were taught them by people of color, and this is what we took away. Taking them away not just for ourselves, but the wider community of white people as part of that doing your own community work part, which I think is really important. Brian, I think that is a great place to finish this conversation. Fundamentally, progressive white people must strive to break decisively from white supremacy. This implies relinquishing as much as you can your possessive and socially encouraged investment in whiteness, because historically the construction of whiteness is inextricably linked with European colonization, imperialism, and the creation of a white supremacist racial hierarchy on a global level. A first step to undoing this, in addition to all that has been said already, might also include white folks cultivating genuine and meaningful relationships with self-respecting and race-conscious people of color. Not just having a token black friend with whom you avoid serious discussions about racial oppression. One way to measure one's investment in whiteness is to check your emotional reaction when you hear someone say something like white people are so obnoxious. White people, collectively, are the chief agency of racial oppression, sitting as they do in the dominator position within the racial hierarchy. Statements like white people are fed up are therefore usually a criticism of white racism and racial oppression. So if you feel targeted as an individual by a blanket denunciation of white people, that is a good indication that on some level you identify with white supremacy or that you remain somewhat insensitive to the oppression inherent in the structural supremacy of whiteness. In other words, that you politically identify with whiteness rather than with people of color, who have every right to rage against those who racially oppress them. Of course, white people are also victimized by white supremacy, like the way in which white supremacy's historical destruction and ongoing dismissal of non-white/indigenous people and knowledge systems facilitates environmental devastation and the war on Mother Earth that threatens everybody. Learning to hear the truth in statements like white people as a group are problematic can lead to the adoption of a political angle of vision that is structurally outside of and subversive toward whiteness. Cultivating this antagonism, including amongst individuals who are racialized as white, is ultimately necessary if we are to confront and disrupt white domination, which is most powerful when it remains unantagonized, normalized, and therefore invisible. Beyond divesting individually from whiteness or striving to decolonize one's political identity and vantage point from it, white folks who want to do good in the world need to also work on pushing other white folks around them towards a deeper and decolonizing racial consciousness, for at least two reasons. One is that this takes the burden off of people of color doing that work. People of color are usually already exhausted from dealing with whiteness and white supremacy on a daily basis, so to expect them to also do the work of educating white people about their racism is itself adding another layer of work/oppression onto our shoulders. Secondly, precisely because we live in a white supremacist society in which white voices are taken more seriously, white race-conscious and white decolonial voices are, whether we like it or not, more likely to sway the less race-conscious segments of the white community. For example, when a white person who witnesses white racism says that's racist, it cannot be ignored or dismissed as that angry and oversensitive black person because it is coming from someone in the white racist's own racial peer group. In other words, you can use one aspect of white privilege, i.e. greater visibility and social audibility, to dismantle another aspect, white racial aggression and ignorance. Force whiteness to confront and wrestle with itself. Then, perhaps, something more positive can take root. 14. Anti-Blackness, Intersectionality, and People of Color Politics. Athanangam Zonkopo and Roseanne Chanty-Luke. The following chapter summarizes the ways in which internal fissures grew within RMFO's organizing body due to challenges posed by patriarchy and anti-blackness. Whilst written collaboratively by two active women members of RMFO, the piece collates many of the concerns that were shared amongst the various black women who organized for the RMFO movement and that were articulated in open letters that black women wrote to the wider collective in a bid to advance an intersectional political praxis. As an offshoot from the black-founded and African-led Rhodes Must Fall movement in Cape Town, South Africa, Rhodes Must Fall in Oxford, RMFO, was born in the spring of 2015. Thanks to the work of students of the African diaspora who were studying in Oxford at the time, the first year of RMFO saw a black-founded, African-led, multiracial coalition of students come together in solidarity under the banner of decolonizing education. The movement made colossal waves in Oxford, thanks to public visibility campaigns, massive General Assembly meetings, public protests, and direct action. Whilst the collective of RMFO's organizing members came from disparate cultural, ethnic, national, and academic backgrounds, they were united thanks to a unanimous adherence to RMFO's three principal tenets for decolonization in the Oxford context: decolonizing the iconography, curriculum, and racial representation at the university. Work towards this end continued into the second academic year of the movement in the autumn of 2015. At this point in the movement's trajectory, general support for RMFO was growing amongst the general student body of Oxford, whilst a vicious smear campaign orchestrated by the British media catapulted the movement into the public imagination of people in Britain and beyond. It was at this pivotal point in the movement's trajectory in Oxford that internal cracks began to show within the organizing body of RMFO. Namely, questions regarding intersectionality and the place of blackness within the movement posed numerous challenges to RMFO's organizing collective at a point where all energies should have been directed towards supporting the black students whose security and personal integrity were being threatened by slanderous coverage from the British media. This piece intends to outline the complex ways in which anti-blackness can pervade spaces that have been purposely made for and by black students in the fight for decolonization. It aims to serve as a cautionary tale, of sorts, for other decolonial movements that are comprised of an ethnically diverse collective of activists. Naturally, having a variety of experiences and perspectives channeled towards a collective decolonial struggle can be a source of strength for any activist movement. However, we learn through experience how the potential for collaborative struggle can be eclipsed and nearly destroyed by the very systems of anti-blackness that such struggles are supposed to fight against. As RMFO grew, and as the movement's organizing collective attempted to coordinate actions to build on the public momentum at the time, an internal group comprised of non-black women of color, WOC, emerged. They articulated concerns about patriarchy and the need for certain men to stop gendering the labor and public representations of the movement in ways that were oppressive to women of color. Though their grievances were often justified, the way in which this group organized around these concerns failed to include any black women who were active members of RMFO. We found this ironic, given that the very vocabulary and theory that they so staunchly leant upon in their grievances were those produced by black feminist thought. Whilst no black women of RMFO were consulted by WOC in the group to air their grievances about patriarchal structures in RMFO's organizing body, they also appeared to aim their fire primarily at black, African, men within the movement. This placed black men on the defensive, and caused tensions that suggested a conflict resolution process was in order. RMFO's internal education subgroup attempted to advance a process of conflict mediation and internal reconciliation, which was rejected out of hand by the women concerned on the grounds that the proposal came from men. The majority of black women in the movement were not made aware of these discussions, as the WOC in the group had created private discussion threads online where decisions that would affect the whole movement were made. White male allies in RMFO came to the defense of the women of color as it was suggested that they play the role of mediator, as though white men's position in this internal fissure was somehow neutral. Ultimately, the task of confronting the internal WOC group fell on the shoulders of the only black woman who was called by the WOC group to intervene in the conflict and resolution process. As a black person, the woman concerned could see and call out the anti-blackness that was being advanced by the collective, but also as a woman could not be easily dismissed as a patriarch. For black women, multiple systems of domination, including anti-blackness and patriarchy, oppress them on compounded levels, inside and outside of their community. This creates an unimaginable level of emotional and psychological labor to navigate single-handedly, yet a form of labor which black women are always expected to perform at the expense of themselves. Black men and women of RMFO were positioned in a way that made it difficult for collective, transparent conversations about internal structures in the movement to take place between them, as black, African, men were told to act in less aggressive, patriarchal ways for the protection of women of color, whilst black women's perspectives, experiences, and need for protection were disregarded. For a movement that was founded by, named for, and centered on a figure with a colonial impact that most affected black and Southern African students, it felt at times as though black students, both men and women, had become ghettoized in their own movement. Robust, productive, and meaningful interventions against internal patriarchy within RMFO could have been organized if a united front was built amongst all women involved in it. However, the choice of the WOC in the movement to exclude black women from their conflict and resolution processes meant that black women were forced to consider themselves as black first within the movement, and spent more energy on trying to assert their presence and establish a consistent race politics within the movement than they did fighting against the patriarchal gendering of labor within the movement. What we discovered the hard way, in other words, was that our attempts at conciliatory politics and mass mobilization exposed the limitations of wide-set people of color politics, a politics which seems closely related to the UK tradition of political blackness, according to which all people of color are politically, even if not racially, black. Jared Sexton calls this approach people of color blindness to highlight the ways in which such formations tend to perpetuate anti-black racism. For as much as the Asian, Arab, or other non-black person of color may rage against white supremacy, they can just as easily and inadvertently act in ways that exclude and oppress people racialized as black. For non-black people, regardless of gender, to attempt to assert control over anyone or anything in a black movement is, quite simply, peak anti-blackness. To be fair, RMFO did not take steps to clarify its political boundaries in the way that RMF at UCT did with its explicit commitment to a politics of black consciousness, black feminism, and Pan-Africanism. In practice, this meant that the very caution of positionality that is highlighted by intersectionality became immaterial to blackness as comrades refused to see the complex position that black women occupied in their movement, as victims of anti-black racism and patriarchy. This unique position is precisely what Professor Kimberly Crenshaw's theory of intersectionality was originally meant to highlight. The appropriation of the concept of intersectionality in a mode that attacked the black men and excluded the black women of RMFO demonstrated for us a very deliberate form of what black feminist Patricia Hill Collins calls the gentrification of intersectionality. In other words, we witnessed a form of intersectionality, in this case advanced by non-black women, that displaced black women, and was deployed for the purposes of continuing an anti-black political praxis. The demand to pay attention to the intersecting discriminations that befall black women or re-evaluate the patriarchal power or privilege of black men presented a crisis for the way in which black women of the movement sought to do politics. In short, people of color blindness does not know how to do a politics that does not use black men as hypervisible props and black women as invisible worker bees. In response, we had to quite sternly insert the idea that whilst white supremacy is a problem suffered by all people of color, anti-blackness is a problem uniquely suffered by black people even among people of color. In particular, the non-black people of color who railed against white supremacy for oppressing them did not seem to realize or acknowledge that blackness occupies the bottom position in the racial hierarchy in Britain, below that of non-black people of color. As a response to the silencing and erasure of black women in particular within the movement, we were eventually able to call a meeting with the WOC group, Black Men and Black Women. Active black women compiled letters outlining their grievances and called on the movement to clarify its ideological stance pertaining blackness and Africanness based on the events initiated by WOC. It was clear to the black women of RMFO that a movement that was started in southern Africa and initiated there by black African women, could not be appropriated in England to the exclusion and erasure of black and African women specifically or black people generally. To do so would require a disavowal of the name Rhodes must fall and thus of any claim to an African inclusive decolonial project at Oxford. Active black women of RMFO laid bare their experiences within the movement and, in so doing, encouraged an open dialogue with people who had consistently failed to extend that fundamental courtesy to them. Black women placed themselves in a position of utmost vulnerability in the hope that their words might encourage non-black members within a black-led movement to assume a position of solidarity and support to black members of the movement. Ultimately, we witnessed the WOC group's failure to heed the collective voices of the black women of RMFO, as they largely departed from active participation in RMFO following the black women's intervention. In the wider UK context, political blackness has also sparked furious and intense debate within major student organisations. The infamous billing of Malia Bwadia as the first Black News, National Union of Students, president is representative of the internal disputes that have flared up in the News Black Students campaign, which despite being labelled as a campaign for black students actually represents all students of colour who are currently studying at UK universities. The issue of the name has become one of the main talking points and divisions within the News Black Students campaign, with many black students in the campaign feeling that the recalcitrance to a name change such that it is clear that the movement is not black specific is itself an example of anti-blackness. In other words, the use of the label black to refer to all people of colour, political blackness, functions as yet another valence of anti-blackness by papering over the racial hierarchy between black and non-black people of colour. Though it must be stressed that blackness as a category extends beyond the West African diaspora and encompasses people both from East African states such as Eritrea and Somalia whose blackness is often challenged and questioned by certain black groups to the Aboriginal people of Australia or Melanesia. Nonetheless, the erasure and appropriation of blackness by students of color who are clearly and emphatically not racially black and often come from ethnic or racial groups with a serious Problem of anti-black racism is something that needs to be addressed within student movements if we are to unite and fight the battle against white supremacy and coloniality. Part 2. Sister Movements. 15. Black Feminist Reflections on the Rhodes Must Fall movement at UCT. Kilabaga Ramaru. Kilabaga Ramaru is a founding member of the Rhodes Must Fall movement at the University of Cape Town. She is a research assistant based in the African Gender Institute. She is the former deputy head of the Western Cape Equal Education Office and completed her honours degree in Gender and Transformation at the University of Cape Town in 2016. The year 2015 was undoubtedly one of the most memorable years in post-apartheid South Africa. Just 6 weeks short of the country's 21st anniversary celebration since the advent of democracy, a movement that was to have a lasting impact on the history of the University of Cape Town, UCT, and the country was brewing in the second-floor foyer of the Leslie Social Building. South Africa was, in the year that marked 2 decades of a rainbow nation, supposedly a nation that was able to transcend the pain of racial segregation and discrimination and to live together in peace and harmony. This was a year in which young people born post-1994 wore the badge of Born Free proudly because they were the generation that no longer had to bear the intergenerational pain and trauma of systematic exclusion and oppression. South Africa was alive with possibilities that were open to all. The University of Cape Town is situated in the western part of South Africa. Cape Town is considered one of the least transformed cities in the country with very little shifting in it since the dawn of democracy. One of the clear indicators of the lack of transformation of the city is the very obvious white minority who occupy the majority in the city centre and within industry in Cape Town. Other indicators include the rising levels of gentrification where people of colour are being pushed out of their homes to provide more of the expensive housing and recreational facilities for richer white occupants. Then there is the very prevalent spatial apartheid where black people have remained within the peripheries of the city in townships that have seen little transformation since the end of apartheid. So it is no surprise that the University of Cape Town would be a reflection of the city that surrounds it, and that it would be the site where calls for decolonization would ring louder than before 1994. UCT, very much like the city of Cape Town, has lacked real transformation and has never imagined decolonization as an institution. Higher education has always been a contested space in South Africa, particularly in formerly white universities because of their rich history of safeguarding colonial and Western education. Not to mention constructing a place for white men to center themselves as primary knowledge makers. Under apartheid, the universities took on the role of being a creature of the state. Although some fought for their autonomy from the state, the university remained a space that was exploited by the apartheid government as a tool to further its segregation and divisive rule. Almost 21 years after the start of the journey towards democracy, the calls for a decolonist university and country began growing in the University of Cape Town. Students challenged the university on the numbers-obsessed transformation agenda that has yielded very little change. Black students spoke of the systematic exclusion that manifested itself through a Eurocentric curriculum, minimal staff transformation where the majority of academics in senior positions and management were still white and, even more shocking, that the University of Cape Town did not have a single black Wongsan professor in 2015. Students also spoke about the physical and existential exclusion that manifested itself through the culture of the university, which creates comfort for white, middle-class, heterosexual students and causes great discomfort for students who do not fit that mold. The names of buildings and symbols were also an aspect of exclusion. The statue of Cecil John Rhodes which occupied the center of the campus was a representation of all of these things to the students, and its removal became an important start to the decolonial project. The story of the Rhodes Must Fall, RMF, movement is one that is widely contested. Many people believe that RMF began when a student threw feces at the Rhodes statue as a form of protest against what the statue represented and how it contributed to the exclusion of black students. That student was joined by many other students later that day. Many others argue that RMF is the result of the prior intellectual work of many other students, years before, which finally reached its logical conclusion. The years leading up to the formation of Number RMF were marked by students' growing impatience with the university administration for its slow transformation of the university space, as well as growing disaffection with the state of South African democracy and how it left many South Africans behind. Students at UCT began engaging on the importance of moving past the Rainbow Nation rhetoric. They argued that there is a need for discussions on an Africanist, anti-racist, and pro-poor South Africa. In my opinion, Number RMF tells the story of black feminists, black wonks, and queer people who brought the movement to life. Although many of the black feminists had differing ideas on what decolonization is and on strategies of pursuing it, organizing under Number RMF gave us an opportunity to have conversations about decolonization, what it meant to us and how we can achieve it through our feminist politics. Although we never came to a complete consensus on ways to pursue decolonization, we were in agreement that intersectionality would be an important part of crafting the praxis for decolonization. Historically, black wonks and queer people have been erased from the history of movement building and of liberation movements. Wonks have often been spoken of as supporters of the revolution, as nurturers, and not as active participants. Number RMF was a space where black feminists, wonks and queer people actively organized, sustained the space and were clear about being recognized for their very important contributions. We were determined to break the cycle of history silencing the voices of black wonks, black feminists, and queer people. On March 11, 2015, fewer than 10 people showed up at the first meeting of the movement. This presented an opportunity to come out of our enclaves of safety to meet in our living rooms, homes, and small lecture theaters at the university to reflect on our days, find solace in another's presence and unite in conversation. March 12, 2015 was the day when black students came together to unite around the banner of the Rhodes Must Fall movement. The first call of duty was the removal of the Rhodes statue. The second, and possibly most important, was the decolonization of the university. Decolonizing the university for us at the time meant challenging and ridding the university of its inner Cecil John Rhodes. It meant challenging the institution on its racism and unapologetic exclusion. We wanted to challenge the institutional racism that presented itself through the Eurocentric curriculum, the undervaluing of black academics and their knowledge. We took this opportunity as black feminists to challenge the single-issue struggle. To us, the statue, and the university by extension, symbolized what bell hooks popularly coined as the white supremacist capitalist patriarchy. We constantly felt undermined and undervalued because of our blackness, our wonksness, our class positions and all other struggles we brought with us. We were also challenged to think beyond limited understandings of gender, sexuality as well as ableism and to consider our cisgender privilege, our ableist prejudices and the many other bigoted opinions we held. That is what decolonization meant, the killing or the purging of colonial ideas or principles that we perpetuated and used to oppress others. Decolonization needed to be a way of life and not just a buzzword. It is important to note that black feminists, black queer people, and black wonks did not ask to be in the movement. We started the movement, and for that matter, the politics that dictated our lives and radicalized our existence had to be a part of the conversation. Being a black feminist in South Africa and within the movement was never easy. Very often we have to deal with being told that we are black first and we should leave our gender issues and feminist politics at the door. Oftentimes we were told that feminism is un-African and we needed to stop appropriating Western ideals if we were serious about decolonization. This obviously meant that we constantly had to defend our right to exist within the space, for black feminism to be taken seriously in the movement. During the drafting of the founding document on Friday, March 13, 2015, with fewer than 5 wonks in a room littered with men, the discussion on black feminism as a pillar of the movement was held with great discomfort. There was clear resistance from a group of comrades who have never had to be in a space where feminism was a guiding principle. As much as the discomfort grew, we were determined to educate on the importance of black spaces that accepted black people as whole human beings who should not have to choose which identity to bring into the movement. The March 20 occupation of Bremner Building or Azania House was a radical and important point for the movement, to us as black feminists. For many of us, Azania House was a rare moment. The 3 weeks of the occupation gave us a sense of what the decolonial project would be like. There were full days of rigorous learning and what felt like understanding. We opened a space for Black academics and intellectuals to come and share knowledge. We had different types of seminars, on subjects ranging from Black consciousness, femininities and masculinities, queerness, Black feminism and many other subjects. There were long nights of discussions and strategizing. We were determined to understand this mighty project. Black feminists were not to be silenced and we asserted our presence in the space. Black Wonksn and queer people led the space and the University of Azania became the place of refuge for the knowledge and discussions rejected by a university centered on colonial knowledge and thinking. One of the most important points in the movement was the formation of the Intersectionality Auditing Committee, IAC. The IAC was formed after a group of Black men left the RMF space because many of them claimed that they joined the movement to organize against institutional racism, not to be distracted by petty gender issues. That moment was a cleansing of the movement and it was an important reality check for us. We needed to be honest about the work that still needed to be done, but more importantly, to recommit ourselves to doing the work of educating ourselves on the depth of colonization and its impact on our understandings of gender, culture, and socialization. The formation of the IAC was a recommitment to the core values of the movement. As important as the IAC was, however, it unfortunately did not survive throughout the duration of the movement due to internal differences and differences among committee members of the IAC. This was an indication of the hard work that lay ahead of us as Black feminists in the space. The removal of the Rhodes statue was, of course, another critical point in the movement's history. This moment was significant because of the work and effort it represented for many Black Wonksn and queer people who continuously gave to the movement, physically and intellectually. After many weeks of daily protest, occupations, performances, and education, the university finally agreed to remove the statue. This day felt like it would never come and was very surreal. After a protest the night before at the university council meeting, the university's highest decision-making body, and the very tense confrontation between students and council, the announcement of the removal was almost surprising. On the day the statue fell, more than 10,000 people showed up to see this historic event. They comprised a mixture of people who were happy to see the statue go and others who were there to mourn the destruction of history, as some called it. Many others were just spectators who were on neither side. A few minutes before the statue was lifted, a group of Wonksn and I stood in front of it, reflecting on the many weeks of organizing, of occupation, teaching and learning about an intersectional space and supporting one another even when our ideas were being rejected. April 9, 2015 was a big victory for us all and also forced the world to remember the important work done by Black feminists at the university and in the country. Apparently the movement even got an email from Black Panther activist, Asada Shakur, but we could never verify the authenticity of the email. The movement grew bigger and inspired the formation of the Rhodes Must Fall campaign in Oxford and many other movements like it. The movement was also very vocal and active in creating awareness around xenophobia or what we refer to as Afrophobia. In May 2015 South Africa experienced another wave of Afrophobic attacks, and as a movement we decided to embark on a protest outside the Home Affairs Office in Cape Town demanding a response and action from the Home Affairs Minister against the Afrophobic attacks. We were met with hostility and got into a confrontation with the security guards. The Home Affairs officials refused to address us. We proceeded to march to Parliament where we continued our day of action. The protest was successful in mobilizing people and bringing attention to the seriousness of the Afrophobic attacks and the need for a solution. The protest was not easy and it soon turned very volatile because of police harassment. The police detonated stun grenades and physically assaulted us. For many of us it was the first of many days we would be contending with police brutality. The many accomplishments of RMF did not always translate into the space of the movement itself. As the movement continued organizing, the blind spots became more apparent. Black women and queer people were sexually assaulted and threatened in the movement by other comrades. One of the biggest signs the growing blind spots and contradictions in the movement was the formation of the Trans Collective. The Trans Collective is a collective of trans students who advocate for their safety and space within the university and society. The formation of the Trans Collective was an important point in our organizing because it forced us to reflect on the ways that our work and organizing was potentially excluding trans folks. As a movement that called itself intersectional, that claimed to protect and represent all Black people, it was easy for us to claim particular bodies and to token us people unknowingly. To me, the formation of the Trans Collective was revolutionary because it challenged our laziness about educating ourselves on trans politics and what it meant to be allies to our comrades. The formation of the collective highlighted the limitations of our feminism and reminded us of the importance of intersectionality in the work we do. RMF was the first of what is now referred to as fallist movements. RMF shaped the politics of fallism and radicalized student politics at UCT. Throughout 2015 we organized around financial exclusions, the university housing crisis and workers' demands. 2 weeks before the start of Fees Must Fall we organized a campaign called October 6, which was meant to be a day of action in a number of universities that centered on issues of outsourcing, worker benefits and the increasing inaccessibility of the university due to fee increases and exclusions. So when comrades at Wits University organized around Fees Must Fall the first time, it was only logical for us to adopt the program as part of our organizing at UCT. As the RMF movement transitioned into the Fees Must Fall movement, which called for free decolonist intersectional education in the country, the movement also transitioned into a more hostile space for Black feminists, Black women and queer people. Even with the endless attempts at educating and facilitating safer spaces, it became more and more violent to remain in the space. Black women and queer people had to deal with fighting police harassment and police brutality. They also had to contend with their fellow men comrades who refused to think beyond their patriarchy. More and more women were being sexually assaulted and raped in the space. The movement was in crisis, and it became apparent that being in the movement required a lot of physical, psychological, and emotional labor, and we had forgotten the principle of self-care as a vital pillar of our feminist work. This moment was also an indication to Black feminists to start organizing and opening our own spaces. We had realized the power of our work and enacted it in spaces that allowed for reflection and rectification. RMF was disbanded the following year after Shackville, when students were interdicted, suspended, and expelled for actualizing decolonization in the form of a shantytown structure erected on campus to symbolize Black students' lack of access to housing. Yet the impact that the movement had in starting the conversation on decolonization and symbolism was undeniable. Even though the RMF and FMF movements claimed and still continue to claim intersectionality as a politics, the way the movement space translated into practice was a contradiction to feminist politics. The decay in the movement was often at the expense of Black women and queer people. The revolutionary work of Black feminists who occupied and gave the space life will remain in the hearts and minds of some of us whose lives have been changed by their never-ending work. I commit myself to immortalizing this revolutionary work and forcing it into the timelines of history. I commit myself to writing and sharing stories of the tremendous feminist activism I have had the fortune of being a part of and learned from many feminist leaders. It would be a disservice to them to not speak of their greatness. The many challenges were valuable lessons to many of us and further asserted the importance of ensuring that the spaces we occupy remain trans-inclusive, non-ableist, and intersectional at all times. 16. Of air. Running. Out. Athanangam Zongopo. Athanangam Zongopo is a postgraduate student, development education teaching assistant in the Political Studies Department at the University of Cape Town and a social justice activist with Rhodes Must Fall Oxford and Fees Must Fall. She is a Black radical feminist and a Black conscious Pan-Africanist. And there you are. In a sea of broken, bleeding, dizzy, pathetic, teary-eyed young Black bodies. But yet, you charge on with no air in your lungs, your glass is broken and nothing but a stone in your hands. You've lost it and you're headed straight on for a big white policeman with a stun grenade and a gun in his hand. He releases the stun grenade, it explodes on your thigh and that's it, Siamese Bane, lights out. You're finally out and on the floor. You can't get up from being stunned like you could never have imagined. But before you know it, the big white policeman is dragging you by your leg on the floor and towards the gate of Jan Smuts Avenue. No matter, we'll be back tomorrow when we've had some water, Kakad the Nasijima Ngamafoyasa. Police force, we've been having it. This was just one among many days of the Fees Must Fall battle on WIT's campus in 2016. One day was a rubber bullet, another a stun grenade, another partial blindness from the tear gas, yet every morning to midday we met at Solomon Malangu House to straight guys on continuing the shutdown of the university. We were all there, black, white, Indian, colored, workers, academic staff, students, journalists, spies. And without fail, we fought over the question of disruption and violence. These were almost always racially distinct fights, with our non-black allies holding the same contorted expression of knitted brows and half-smiling teeth, what Frank Wilderson calls the expression of solidarity and anxiety. You see, we needed very different things from our allies. They were allies because the Fees Must Fall movement is a self-consciously black mass movement. They wanted changes here and there, more staff of color, working staff insourced and some BICO in the curriculum. We needed the university to shut down by any means necessary. We had no place else to go after the fee statements came in saying we would be barred from exams, after our student cards stopped working because fees had not been paid, nowhere to sleep but on toilet floors and in libraries once the residences kicked us out, no desire to continue brewing in the hate of whitewashed philosophy, or colonial political thought. We needed to bring the university to heel in order to finally take our fight to the state. They needed to manage us, the blacks, and with each day we appeared more and more unmanageable. But what do we actually want from the colony? Its absolute demise. Our world is the colony, so we want the end of the world in the Fanonian sense. But I must say, we are physically and spiritually exasperated with fighting. Maybe we were born exasperated. Perhaps that is what it means to be born colonized on a plantation. Landless. Homeless. Sure, the few years of multiracial consciousness in formerly white-only schools may have you perceive the toxicity that is South Africa's racialized structure of relation as possibility for any individual who pulls themselves up by their bootstraps and works hard. But then you look down to find that the Rainbow Nation didn't give you boots, let alone straps. Quickly you run out of air. There's nothing but the bright-colored tear gas of old that dizzies your eyes yet with more colors, but alas, there is no air. You just can't breathe. It's 2016 now and I've become ever so familiar with this look of solidarity and anxiety. As an activist, I hit the university running. My cousin NCESH and her friend Paki had formed a black consciousness group called Blackwash, which I joined upon arriving in Johannesburg in 2010. The first time I remember seeing this look was in a mass march that we had organized from the Cape Town township of Gugulathu to Khayelitsha. Welcome to Hell is what we called it. This was a march against the appalling conditions black people were made to live under in the city of Cape Town, indeed throughout the country, while white people across the freeway lived in gated luxury. The march ended in Kola Sikosana's church and there we began to engage on how to approach the local government on the matter. There were some Indian comrades who had now joined us and each time they attempted to interject on the singing that had ensued and had become increasingly erratic, the singing only roared all the more. I began to think, while also singing Asa Ufuni Agenda Yamakapatali, we don't want the capitalists' agenda, what do these guys have to lose? The next time had been after the killing of Andries Tatane by the police in a march for water in Vicksburg. We had filled a minibus taxi with Blackwash comrades to go and protest outside the Vicksburg court where the 8 policemen responsible were to appear. One comrade who had just been along for the ride stood up in the taxi and began speculating about the possibility of the same police force that shot Andries, shooting us once we had arrived. The taxi fell into silence while we thought through this very real possibility. Upon arriving, we descended from the taxi into an already agitated crowd singing and chanting. Once the police arrived, the crowd began to chant, "Shoot, shoot, shoot," and as though the ground we stood on had suddenly become a Bantustan, the non-black persons present that day began to fall back. I did not welcome the idea of dying with Andres, and was more than just tempted to join our allies. And yes, they were allies because they wanted an end to police brutality, whereas we had showed up in protest of policing itself. But in that hot sun I began to feel an internal fatigue from protesting in all my spare time. I thought that perhaps what needed to happen was more brutality, that perhaps if we were all shot we'd pierce through the bubble of this dance within which we existed but could not be heard. Maybe the court would stop, maybe those who remained would shut the police down, and maybe we would not have to embark on the 200,001st protest since 1996, ever again. But then came the Lanmin massacre. The day of Marikana was to wake me in the most gutting manner from this hippie delusion. 34 miners shot dead in the head, in the back, to their faces, and the world did not so much as hiccup. My open mouth and days shifted nothing in the foundation of the world, and our sinking voices were but echoes to the waves of devil's advocate questions in the media. Why were they holding sticks and stones? Why did they not listen to the police? Were they really workers or just thugs looking for trouble? How could they have been charging at the police? The police would never have just shot them. Unbearably unbelievable, stupendously sobering, our lives just did not matter. We could be structurally readjusted posthumously and the world would move on, just as it always had, on the backs of black bodies queuing the pavements of poverty. Look, allies may or may not know something we don't. They may be there for the spice and spectacle of protest in South Africa, but what is clear is the gap between blacks and non-black as revealed in the assumptive logic through which we pose the questions that concern the body of our assembly of issues. What does it mean to suffer? 1. The divergence of our experiences expresses these divergent structures of feeling that are symptomatic of a contrast in conceptions of suffering, which is itself symptomatic of irreconcilable differences in how and where blacks are ontologically positioned in relation to non-blacks. We had always been looking to penetrate the layers of absence in the libidinal economy, an economy that organizes the structures of feeling, but one that had from our perspective been eschewed by Chartrists, structures whose politics are grounded on the Freedom Charter, and South African Marxists more broadly in favor of the verifiable data of political economy, an economy that in many respects was at the center of Steve Biko's meditations and the foundation of black consciousness. Like Stephen Biko before him, Lewis Gordon, also a close reader of Frantz Fanon, reminds us of the serious pitfalls and limitations in excluding the evasive aspects of affect from our interpretation of reality. 2. Beyond what we would like to imagine, the black radical movement in South Africa faces what can be characterized a phantom source of strife within our internal politics and relations. Perhaps not phantom, but more to the likeness of plantation socialization among slaves. 3. However, we are persuaded by an interregnum, the old is dying out while it lives, the new is abreast but not born yet, courtesy of self-destructive black politics and practice. Nonetheless, we are a small miracle. How we have survived in the form of black consciousness movements such as Blackwash, the September National Imbitso, SNI, Nzinga, or SAF, one can only ponder and marvel. From these, SNI in particular, many of our people gave up the Rainbow Nation delusions of charterism or grassroots/social structures to pledge solidarity to the interregnum Red Beret hope of the EFF. At last we had a fighting chance. From the days of SNI, we'd fashioned a collective document, the People's Manifesto, that we somehow infiltrated into the newly forming EFF to shape its ideology. This document contributes to formulating the EFF as a movement with a Marxist-Leninist Fanonian ideological outlook. Soon after we had done that, the EFF quickly reneged on a deep educational and ideological discussion to mobilize manpower, resources, and land talk for getting votes. For us, the document held the truest BC perspective for the country at the time and laid out the Sankaram model of service to the people. But, as if educating was a luxury or secondary function, the F's use and then dispensing of it has tucked the People's Manifesto as deep down in our collective memory as SNI itself. Disillusioned, many of us left and went nowhere, hoping to use education to make revolution and to make revolutionaries. Finding ourselves in the university space and thinking seriously about the academy, we still insisted on the perspective of black consciousness as a weapon against anti-blackness. Names of buildings, statues, monuments, and race-based access to the space. In the university we soon carved out a new language within student politics. At WITS, such concerns were broadly rejected only to find expression again within newly forming departmental groups for decolonising the university. What was at the fore of student politics was fees, access, and support, that is, until Rhodes reared his ugly head at the University of Cape Town. We've since been captured by a fate of conquest, a violence that undercuts any attempt even to think of the end of the world as we know it because we are barely able to conceive that we even have the right. The right of conquest, that right by which colonialists and their dominions have been extended to their current magnitude. War is not a game of pleasure, but one of retribution and indemnification from time immemorial. Are the Kafirs, the possessors of the soil by right of conquest, not to be ejected by the same right? Are they alone of all the rest of the aborigines from whom England has wrested her possession to be thus favoured? Harry Smith, April 3, 1836. African cosmology strangely has no logic for such a barbaric assumptive logic as right of conquest. What it does recognize is that none may prevail over another on who has more justificatory reasons to breathe. We must all breathe the living, the dead and the unborn. Hence land cannot be owned or bought, but must be kept in custodianship of kings and queens for material and spiritual use, for the welfare and well-being of its inhabitants. So closely intertwined is the link between land and life, human life, well-being, in African cosmology, that no sense of self is attainable from without. The notion that one, or many, may ever find need to go to war over land is unthinkable. To go to war over land stands as the highest form of blasphemy. It is equivalent to saying I am all-powerful, heresy. What we have always known is that we are the makings of the hands of Mvulatansi, the all-powerful, and as such we must negotiate more precisely the contingency of our existence with those who, like us, did not apply or went to some before-birth marketplace in order to exist. This renders stupid then the force of white people, their insistence that we have no sense, that we are backward, that we have no knowledge systems, if we do, that they are not sophisticated. Because to them sophistication means that every value must carry on its forehead the accessories of price tags in rands, dollars, and francs. Boggling what has befallen us, now that we have been dragged into the mud by insolent dimwit, greed, grubby, gratuitous violence, we have but one choice, to lay to waste all our sophistication and battle it out in order to save what we know to be humanity from being totally wiped from the face of the earth. Conclusion. I guess it's good for blacks, just among ourselves, to know. But you know. Words are sanctioned by power, and we blacks don't have the power behind our words to make whites hear or listen. We must speak, for the benefit of our people, we must speak to embolden our people's resolve, but more than speak we must sanction our words with power. We must organize. Bad organizing is better than no organizing. Stokely Carmichael, 4. Privilege is a unit to measure consequences of dispossession that accrue to all whites, even the poor ones. Blacks would be privileged if you could swim and drown at the same time. Blacks who twang, don't have accent privileges. They are suffering the erasures of dehumanization. That these erasures earn you and your children a marginally better living status in an anti-black world, doesn't make them privileges. Some horses are saddled, others not. The ones that are saddled are not privileged, they are just useful for now to the horse rider. Privileged is white situation right now, nothing more. Struggles of the Landless, turned Proletariat en masse by Sir George Grey, here at home, sometimes take the form of student wars. They oftentimes take the form of bedroom and boardroom wars, psychiatric ward wars, prevalent ground and land wars. Struggles of the landless, more often than not, lack the language that shapes words into knowable forms. Struggles of the landless often lack the language to speak our grammar of suffering. So, student wars, our labor wars, our land wars, overlooks that we were coerced into the category to fight as students, laborers, the colonized. What has been overlooked is that we fight or struggle as chattel first, slaves, blacks, denied being itself, and then we organize our struggles in borrowed forms, students, laborers, missing middle, children disabled and women. There's a whole government ministry that molds our struggles in those words. We, the black, the denied beings, the anti-human are often told to struggle as the poor, the unemployed, unemployable, unskilled, social grant recipient, the queer. All the while we are structurally adjusted for the morphing condition Saidiya Hartman terms the afterlife of slavery. 5 What is constant is that we emerge always without our own grammar of suffering. We've yet to touch the structure that may solve our problems, the one that tore the world. Let's build words to speak our pain to, never be folded in the image of human subjectivity then rush to do, move, act. The arrogance of whiteness is clear, its narrative is dry and it is old. It has the gall to re-emerge in 2017 via the likes of Helen Zill. Blacks ought to be grateful for their chains, the roads they brought us made us civil. But, the point is not that Zill is offensive, it is that she is backed by a world grounded in that narrative and is thus a symptom of an ongoing slander that couches itself in terms of economics, politics, legality, language, in supplanted desires, in our delimited imagination for freedom, in the unthought of our land dispossession. An assault that may only be healed once we start repairing our being, a being that may only be known by the end of the world as we know it. We are going to do the one most dangerous thing, Niamani, black person, the one they hide Fanon for and beat Steve Biko to death for. We are going to think. We are going to think on our terms, before we commit to re-elaborate the very same mode of oppression we chant songs against and at once place steadfastly our world on its bosom. All the while having nothing, we create something from nothing. 17. Decolonizing SOAS. Another university is possible. Akujo Imejulu. The SOAS students' struggle to decolonize their curriculum is a call to reshape and reimagine what the university is for and whom the university should serve. In particular, when the SOAS students demand acknowledgement of the colonial context in which so-called Enlightenment philosophers wrote within, they are resisting the revisionism that seeks to erase and deny the racial and gender politics underlying contemporary ideas of Europe and their own institution. Further, by demanding to refocus their studies on African, Middle Eastern, and Asian scholarship, the students expose the operation of whiteness in their curriculum. Because whiteness is normative, white supremacy operates in plain sight but resists being named or subject to critique. The backlash and the misrepresentation of the students' views is part of a familiar pattern of delegitimizing those who challenge white domination. Akujo Imejulu is a professor of sociology at the University of Warwick. Her co-authored book, Minority Women and Austerity, Survival and Resistance in France and Britain, is forthcoming with Policy Press. The School for Oriental and African Studies, SOAS, was founded by the British state in 1916 to strengthen imperial interests in Asia and Africa. It admitted its first students in 1917, among them colonial administrators, as well as military officers, doctors, and missionaries, to instruct them in the languages and cultures of the regions to which they would be posted to govern and rule on behalf of the British Empire. It is in light of the institution's centenary that SOAS students are seeking to decolonize it. This collective action undertaken by academic staff and students attempts to challenge the university's self-image as progressive and diverse and build a more just and inclusive institution. Some of the aims of decolonization are reparative. Students are demanding the provision of more scholarships for refugees and displaced people, regardless of their immigration status, and more bursaries and grants for working-class students. Linked to the decolonizing agenda is also the campaign to end the outsourcing of cleaning staff and for their secure work and pay. 1. At the start of every academic year, the Students' Union publishes its educational priorities. 2. Decolonizing the curriculum is a key priority declared by the Union and thereby the students they represent. It is the suggested actions for this objective, decolonizing SOAS, confronting the white institution, that has provoked controversy even though it would seem that students at SOAS, the only higher education institution in Europe devoted to the study of the Middle East, Asia, and Africa, would have every right to demand that their curriculum is grounded in the perspectives and scholarship of the regions in which the university purports to specialize. The campaign statement to decolonize SOAS does not call for the removal of specific theorists from the curriculum, yet this has been misrepresented in the media, with the students caricatured as ignorant, censorious snowflakes who insist on racializing the pure discipline of philosophy. The Telegraph's headline read, "University students demand philosophers such as Plato and Kant are removed from syllabus because they are white." The article reports that the conservative philosopher, Roger Scruton, derided the student action as ignorant. Clearly they haven't investigated what they mean by white philosophy. Point 3 If they think there is a colonial context from which Kant's critique of pure reason arose, I would like to hear it. Meanwhile, conservative historian Anthony Selden counseled, "We need to understand the world as it is and not rewrite history as some might like it to have been, for the great irony of these dismissals is that the SOAS students are seeking to resist the very revisionism itself of contemporary accounts of the Enlightenment, specifying that if white philosophers are required, then to teach their work from a critical standpoint. For example, acknowledging the colonial context in which so-called Enlightenment philosophers wrote within. The question is, what does it mean to teach the Enlightenment in context? The typical telling of the familiar Enlightenment story goes something like this: all men are equally endowed with rationality and logic. These rational men also have inalienable natural rights with which no actor can interfere. Thus all rational men must enjoy liberty. These rational men are not subject to the arbitrary power of the state or the church. It is only through a social contract between free men and the state that they voluntarily relinquish some of their liberty for the benefits of living in a society and enjoying the protection of a sovereign ruler. It is in the Enlightenment philosophies of Immanuel Kant, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, David Hume, and John Locke, for instance, that we see the birth of European modernity expressed through the ideas of the individual, rationality, equality, liberty and property. Contemporary understandings of the Enlightenment assume that philosophers such as Kant, Rousseau, Hume, and Locke are expansive and inclusive in their views of humanity, especially since they claim their ideas are universal. But how do these philosophers define who gets included in the category of man? Who gets to enjoy categorization as a rational individual with inalienable rights to life, liberty, and property, and who does not? It is taken without question that the philosophers' exclusivism underlying the category of man is merely anachronistic. More importantly, the political nature of such categorization is considered to be completely beside the point of their theories, which, we are repeatedly reminded, serve as the bedrock of liberal democracy. Quite rightly, SOAS students wish to be critically engaged by their lecturers on this point of how humanity is conferred to include some people but not others in the Enlightenment vision of man and hence, European modernity. Membership to the category of rational, free, and equal men is restricted, as has been extensively documented by some of the Enlightenment philosophers themselves 5 and as Leah Bassel and I argue in our forthcoming book on women of color and austerity. Race is in no way an afterthought, a deviation from ostensibly raceless Western ideals, Charles Mills reminds us, but rather a central shaping constituent of these ideals. 6 The contemporary interpretation of the Enlightenment obscures its exclusion of women, savages, slaves and indigenous peoples through the prevailing racial science as inherently irrational beings. Savages or the colonial other, the native or aboriginal peoples, the African, the Indian, the slave were constructed as subhuman, incapable of logical reasoning and thus not subject to the equality or liberty enjoyed by men. 7 It is here, in the hierarchies of modernity, that we can understand the central role of racism in shaping the Enlightenment. The Enlightenment is brought into being by Europe's colonial entanglements and is wholly dependent on its particular patriarchal relations which Europe, in turn, imposed on its colonial subjects. 8. It is of crucial significance that Enlightenment philosophies dovetail with the political economy of colonialism and continue to shape, and to limit, political discourse today. To enslave and plunder requires the dehumanization of the other, to exploit and expropriate the colonial subject's labor. We would do well to remember that key Enlightenment theorists had a financial stake in imperial conquest, and their philosophies were put to work to justify their material interests. For instance, John Locke was an investor in the transatlantic slave trade and defended slave owners' property rights, the right to own, rape and murder fellow human beings for profit. It was this intellectualization of chattel slavery and colonialism, via a sophisticated, selective categorization of man, that made colonialism and the slave trade and thus European modernity possible. The concepts of liberty, equality, property, and human rights born of the Enlightenment are entwined with the history of capitalist violence. As such, refusing to scrutinize the positions of Enlightenment philosophers on university curricula serves to whitewash the legacy of colonialism. There is no document of civilization which is not at the same time a document of barbarism, wrote Walter Benjamin. And just as such a document is not free of barbarism, barbarism taints also the manner in which it was transmitted from one owner to another. 9. Consequently, when the SOAS students demand acknowledgement of the colonial context in which so-called Enlightenment philosophers wrote within, they are resisting the revisionism that seeks to erase and deny the racial and gender politics underlying contemporary ideas of Europe and their own institution. Further, by demanding to refocus their studies on African, Middle Eastern, and Asian scholarship, the students expose the operation of whiteness in their curriculum. Because whiteness is normative, white supremacy operates in plain sight but resists being named or subject to critique. The backlash and the misrepresentation of the students' views is part of a familiar pattern of delegitimizing those who challenge white domination. 10. The campaign to decolonize SOAS is a call to reshape and reimagine what the university is for and whom the university should serve. As Kerem Nisansioglu, lecturer in international relations and a member of the campaign to decolonize SOAS, argues, we need to understand the racial politics that inform knowledge production, as this goes right to the heart of both what the university is and what racism is. To decolonize is to imagine that another university is possible. 18. Colston. What can Britain learn from France? Olivet et al. Dr. Olivet et al. Is a historian, a Fellow of the Royal Historical Society and a member of Centre International de Recherche sur les Esclavages. Her research centers around transnational history and in particular the links between history, collective memory, and geopolitics in relation to European colonial past. As one of the recipients of an AHR Celobex PASP grant, Dr. Atteel is currently conducting a research project entitled Telling One's Story, Redefining Collective Memory, The Challenges of African Refugees and Migrants in 21st Century Europe. Originally published in Open Democracy. Controversies surrounding the public memorialization of slave trader and philanthropist Edward Colston illustrate how Bristol oscillates between remembering and forgetting its slave trading past. There have, on the one hand, been several initiatives in the city since the 1990s aimed at raising awareness of Bristol's historical connection to slavery. A major exhibition exploring the city's role in the slave trade was initiated by local activists, academics, and artists in 1999, and some of its exhibits are now held in a permanent gallery in what used to be the Industrial Museum. There is also the Slave Trail, and Perrow's Bridge, linking the two banks of the Bristol docks, and named in memory of the life of Perrow, servant to 18th-century plantation owner, John Pinney. But on the other hand, Edward Colston, a slave trader, continues to be publicly honored. Schools, avenues, and a concert hall are all named after him, and his statue still stands in the city centre. The mere idea of tearing it down meets with fierce resistance from certain quarters. In May 2016, the annual debate of the Bristol Institute for Research in the Humanities and Arts revisited the controversies surrounding Colston's statue. Prior to the debate, a 3-hour programme on BBC Radio Bristol stimulated heated exchanges among listeners. They had been encouraged to comment on the question, "Time to get rid of Edward Colston's legacy?" The answers revealed how current social issues shaped people's perceptions of the past. Many argued that the statue was disgraceful because it celebrated the life of a man who contributed to the welfare of the city with revenues acquired through human trafficking. But some were unapologetic, stating that it was irrelevant to question the statue's morality since slavery was legal in Colston's time. Still others contended that European conquest saved the lives of millions of Africans who would have otherwise been condemned to a life of misery and tribal warfare. Some called in to deplore the emphasis put on the history of slavery abroad when the conditions of British coal miners 2 centuries ago were, they claimed, as appalling as those of slaves. "What about our own people?" one caller asked, while the radio host claimed that Nigerians sold their own people. Lurking beneath these words is the troublesome question of race, expressed in terms such as us often opposed to them, and in the assumption that Bristol's own people did not include descendants of the enslaved. Current social issues clearly shape people's perception of the past. In Bristol, debate about Colston's visual legacy is taking place at a time when academics, student movements, and social justice activists concerned with inequality, racism and nostalgia about empire, are themselves debating how and whether to dismantle post-colonial sites of memory. But what is different in Bristol is that the debate is public, which is a strong marker of a shared history, and focuses very specifically on the visual representation of that common history. Some Bristolians argue that removing the statue will lead to forgetting the past, good or bad, while others argue that what happens to Colston's statue is irrelevant, since what would really make a difference would be raising a statue of prominent black men or women as a memorial to the descendants of enslaved Africans. Yet what can Bristolians learn from France? Slavery and memory in France. Consider, for example, the argument that street names in honor of slavers should be changed. In Paris, a plaque indicating a street named after Antoine Richepants, who was one of Napoleon's generals and helped him to re-establish slavery in 1802, was replaced by a plaque that also names Joseph Boulogne, Chevalier de St. Georges. Boulogne, the son of an enslaved black woman and an aristocratic plantation owner, was brought to Paris and became one of the most renowned musicians and composers of 18th-century Europe. The joint presentation of both men's names ensures that visitors are confronted by multiple histories. There are few statues of people who were enslaved or of enslaved descent in Britain, notwithstanding the memorial to the Caribbean community in London and Mary Seacole's newly unveiled monument. By contrast, after 28 years of debate, the French city of Nantes unveiled a full memorial to the abolition of slavery on Quai de la Fosse in 2012. For its part, Bordeaux chose both an exhibition and monument to acknowledge the role of people of African descent in the city's history, with the exhibits of the Musée d'Aquitaine complementing the bust of Toussaint Louverture located in Parc Auxiliary Angéliques. The city of Le Havre chose to transform the use of colonial spaces by telling the story of France's past and its legacies in what used to be the seats of power. La Maison des Armatures, for example, is now a regular site for debates about the history of slavery, colonialism, and European expansionism. As for the capital city, Paris, a modest monument is to be found in the Jardin du Luxembourg, located near the Senate, and offering a reminder of the role played by politicians in first legally and financially supporting, then outlawing, the slave trade. Beyond statues, France has chosen May 10 as the date of the annual commemoration of the abolition of slavery. The event is organized by the National Committee for the Memory and History of Slavery. It is an important date for the nation and the ceremony is attended by high-ranking members of state such as the President, Mayor, and Education Minister. Education has become pivotal to abolition commemorations in France. During the ceremony, prizes from the Project La Flamme de l'Égalité are awarded to people for their contribution to enhancing their peers' understanding of the history of slavery or for setting up initiatives that foster social equality and tackle racism. These initiatives are by no means the only ones, and they reveal how outreach projects and high-profile yearly commemorations can work together. France can be said to take a different approach to its historical involvement in transatlantic slavery. A way forward for Bristol? All of the above show the different approach that France is taking to its historical involvement in transatlantic slavery, even if sensitive questions of social cohesion and white supremacy are still to be addressed in nationwide public debate. France continues to work towards inclusive viewpoints regarding its slaving past by tackling the debate generated by what I call reluctant sites of memory. By contrast, proudly multicultural Bristol is still struggling to find common ground regarding its own forms of memorialization. The new mayor of Bristol, Marvin Rees, thus has a vast task ahead in cohesively integrating diverse narratives and expectations. He frames his own dual heritage and working-class background as positioning him as a unifying figure, and he locates the roots of deep-seated inequality and racism in post-war migration stories. He will now need to connect these stories to a longer history of inequality and address growing demands for reparations if Bristol is to break the vicious circle of remembering and forgetting a past that has been polarized around Colston's presence in the city. 19. Student voices from decolonist Sussex. Lavie Williams, Isabel Clark, and Savannah Sevenzo. Lavie Williams, Isabel Clark, and Savannah Sevenzo are students at the University of Sussex who were interviewed about their opinions and involvement in the campaign, Decolonist Sussex. What's your story in your own words? LW, my name is Lavie Williams, I am technically from Canada but I don't necessarily identify that way. I more or less see myself as a citizen of the world because I have lived in 3 different countries. My experience with academia I would say is quite a turbulent one. I did my undergrad degree in biology at Queen's University in Canada. I see, my name is Isabel, I'm in second year studying philosophy and English. I got involved with decolonising I guess through Savannah, and through I2M Sussex in first year. I2M Sussex had a very simple objective, just a space for people to talk about their issues which perhaps they hadn't encountered before. I think it's from getting to know the society that really inspired me to continue it on in second year, and it's driven me to actually organize more sort of decolonial things. I'm currently the undergrad education officer at Sussex. I got involved with decolonist education through being part of I2M Sussex, which is a student-led campaign tackling racism on campus and elsewhere. When I went on to study abroad in the US and learned about the Black Lives Matter movement, it made me more conscious of racism and how it has affected us, and has affected me in my own experience. Doing more reading and being more critical about the environment that I was in gave me much more of a voice than I had before. What have been your experiences in education and how have they shaped your interests? LW, my experiences on campus, and those of other women of color and people of colors have pushed me in the direction of wanting to pursue human rights and looking at race relations in Western countries like Canada, England, US, Australia and so on and so forth. So I think it's really important, the decolonist work, and I was really ecstatic to see that when I came to Sussex. I hope that this is something that translates to Canada because I know there isn't really much talk about that on campuses and I know that this is something that needs to happen. I think in classrooms in general, you're working towards a qualification. You're especially aware of that if you come from a background where university is a means of social mobility, that focus on qualification is inescapable, that is why you're there. At I2M Sussex it is on your own terms. You take from it what you want. What do you value most in education? I think for me at least, education should be about yourself. Developing yourself. That's not how it's necessarily practiced in institutions like school. Well, I love learning because it seems the whole purpose of life to me is to learn more and discover new realities and new people. It kind of seems like if I was going to explain what the experience of my life has been, it would really be becoming different people and learning through different people. I guess education is almost synonymous with the trajectory of life, it's about growing and learning and changing yourself. Is there any particular moment for you that sparked an interest in decolonising education, or if you want to call it that, in challenging education as it is now? I think it was the creative element to decolonising that sparked my interest. I read a lot of African American poetry whilst in the US and felt empowered by it. The society my friend Neelam started and I became president of is called I2M Sussex. It takes its name from a Langston Hughes poem, I2M America. Even though I am not American, I related to it a lot. It's about being different and standing up for your right to be accepted as different rather than be subsumed into norms and standards that were not made for you. LW, yes, I would say so. Walking into my calculus class in first year and looking around and recognizing that I was one of 3 black individuals to be taking that course. Or further through my 4-year degree I did not have a single black professor. I had the feeling that I was just kind of there, but not being valued. I was really engaged with the students on campus, and from my first year onwards I took part in a club called the African Caribbean Studies Association, listening to the stories and the experiences, blatantly racist experiences that my peers had gone through, on campus and in the community as well. I remember thinking that I am scared that this is going to happen to me and I am not going to know how to react. I know that there were 2 types of students who were people of color on campus: the ones that would just go to class, do their work and go home, or people who would try to confront those behaviors, because I guess they felt that they had the willpower or the stamina to be able to do that. But in both cases it was very harmful to students. I know lots of people who ended up dropping out of university because of how isolated they felt. I see, getting involved in I too am Sussex, but the colonization of education has always affected me. Because of being a black student and going to a predominantly white school. Both at college and university you are aware of the racial dynamics both in the class and what you're learning. I guess it's because it's more pronounced at university, because there are campaigns about it. But I guess being aware of it came from the fact that it very much does affect me. What do you want to change about your university and beyond it? LW, I know that when people talk about decolonizing sometimes the first thing that comes to mind is representation and people just boil it down to that. I don't think it ends at representation, but I do think it has a lot to do with representation. If we start to see people of color or black people in notable positions in the university, they can then start to be listened to, I think. I think right now what I'm finding is responses like, well, you're a student. So your opinion and what you bring to the table is valuable to an extent, however, you still have a way to go. So if I was talking to a black academic who was on the same level as the person who said that to me, the hope is that their opinion couldn't be knocked down as easily as mine can be. On top of that, I think it would provide great inspiration and moral support to students of color on campus to see people of color in those kinds of positions, so they can see that person made it there, therefore I'm good enough to do it as well. I see, I've been frustrated whilst at university, for reasons to do with race and how they handle it. But then I always have this tendency to not expect any better. I do believe that every university has responsibility to ensure that every student does feel like they have a space at the university. But when it comes to anything beyond that, like actually doing something for groups like us, I just don't expect the university to do it. I always think, is it worth directing my energies elsewhere than institutions? I'd sometimes rather engage with people who are like me and face similar issues, and support them. In spaces like the classroom it would be great to be a bit more honest. Both the academics and students, having that genuine sense of meeting people. We're missing that. Working as an officer at Sussex has definitely exposed me to a lot of frustrations with it. I really like all the people I work with, but it's just the ways that things are done and the structures which seem to result in a lot of absurd and unfair situations. There is a lot of bureaucracy that means we are having a lot of meaningless conversations and we are missing out on learning and actually engaging with each other. Isabel and I share the frustration of coming into a classroom 12 weeks in a row and at the end of it not really knowing the other people you've shared that space with. I think there is sometimes an artifice to the way we learn at institutions that gets in the way of learning from each other and our different experiences. A lot of people that I spent my academic time with at Sussex, I didn't really know them, so I didn't learn from them as much as I could have. What would you say decolonizing means? I see, I think I understand it as being about striving to achieve mutual respect. Also it's about education being more than just a means of getting a job and achieving a function in the world. It can actually be an act of love and compassion, and a chance to develop yourself. It's about everyone being invested in each other's development and their own. In a university context I think it's a lot about students challenging norms and challenging the ways things are done. The idea of decolonizing education changes its meaning in my head every day as I learn more, but I think at the core it's about people being liberated to express personal subjectivities and engage with the broad range of knowledges that there are in the world. At the moment how we are going to do that is unclear, but I think we need to stop following structures and systems and institutions for their own sake, and focus on using ourselves and our personhood and humanity to engage with knowledge and each other. I think it starts with love. 20. The Pro-Indo-Aryan Anti-Black MK. Gandhi and Ghana's number Gandhi must fall movement. Odedli Kamben. Dr. Odedli Kamben was a key signatory in the successful petition to have a statue of Mahatma Gandhi erected at the University of Ghana in mid-June during a visit to the country by India's president at the time Pranab Mukherjee removed. Though Gandhi was famously a key figure in the movement for Indian independence from British rule, he held many views which were unrepentantly anti-black during his time in South Africa, which he never explained nor revoked. The following piece, therefore, explores Gandhi's anti-blackness, demonstrating that the racism that colonialism mobilizes and utilizes is not always black and white. The exportation and imposition of statues and why Gandhi still must fall in Ghana. Introduction. They must find it hard to take truth for authority who have so long mistaken authority for truth. Gerald Massey. Point 1. African equals black people have experienced and continued to experience genocide, as defined by the UN. Point 2. Along with this genocide are racist theories, doctrines, ideologies which are scientifically false, morally reprehensible, socially unjust, and contrary to the basic principles of international law. They therefore seriously undermine international peace and security. Point 3. Gandhi held just such theories and acted on them to the detriment of African equals black people throughout his life. African equals black people comprise a heterogeneous group with diverse histories, experiences, and identities who are united by common genotype, common phenotype, blackness, and the common enemies, pale white Eurasians, who perpetrated the enslavement experience of their ancestors and the subsequent imposition of colonial rule, neocolonialism, and neo-enslavement. African equals black people continue to experience the consequences of the past misdeeds perpetrated against their forebears by these Eurasians. Point 4. These injustices faced by Africans equals blacks are influenced by racism, which is defined as consisting of any theory, doctrine, ideology, or sets of ideas that assert a causal link between the phenotypic or genotypic characteristics of individuals or groups and their intellectual, cultural, and personality traits, including the false concept of racial superiority. Point 5. A number of initiatives have been undertaken by the United Nations, UN, to end racism and promote racial tolerance among peoples of different racial backgrounds. The most recent engagement in this praxis is the declaration of 2015-2024 as the International Decade for People of African Descent by the UN General Assembly on December 23, 2013 through its Resolution 68/237. The decade is proclaimed under the theme, People of African Descent, Recognition, Justice, and Development. Yet, in the midst of celebrating this decade, the University of Ghana, as a citadel of knowledge and an avenue to promoting the ideals of Pan-Africanism, did the unthinkable by, at the behest of the Indian government, allowing the erection of a statue of Gandhi, the virulent anti-African/anti-black racist, on the university campus. One may wonder if in actual fact, placing the statue there should not be seen or recognized as promoting observance of this decade because of the application of Gandhi's concept of nonviolence by many African equals black nationalist leaders for the continent's independence due to them not being aware of his virulent anti-black/African racism as expressed through his thoughts, words, and deeds. Most just accepted his pathological lying hook, line, and sinker. In this chapter, we hope to shed light on Gandhi's pro-Indo-Aryan, anti-African/anti-black agenda, first against the indigenous African equals black people of Umzansi, Africa, and second against the Dalits, the black untouchables of India. This will make the first part of the rationale for number Gandhi must fall clear. We argue here that Gandhi's statue is a neo-colonial public relations gimmick by the Indian government to cover Gandhi's pro-Indo-Aryan imperatives at the expense of black dignity. As a reconstructive alternative to our deconstructive proposition to let Gandhi fall, we will lay down arguments to support our proposal that Gandhi be replaced with one of our African equals black heroes/sheroes, none of whose statues can currently be found on campus at UG, only a few assorted busts. In conclusion, number Gandhi must fall is necessary so that future generations can be inspired by heroes/sheroes in their own image to be emulated, and so that the collective psyche of conscious African equals black people is not assaulted daily by the insult of seeing this implacable foe of African equals black people soiling our soil. This is in line with the objectives of the decade, which are, among others, to promote respect, protection, and fulfillment of all human rights and fundamental freedoms by people of African descent, and to promote a greater knowledge of and respect for the diverse heritage, culture, and contribution of people of African descent to the development of societies. This cannot be accomplished by insulting the intelligence of a people by foisting images of their enemies upon them. This chapter of the book seeks to unravel this other side of Gandhi and to justify the call of the authors and other scholars/activists for Gandhi's statue to be removed from the campus of the University of Ghana. Gandhi's surreptitious arrival at Legon. In early June 2016, the University of Ghana Public Affairs Directorate placed an announcement on its website informing the university community of a lecture by His Excellency Mr. Pranab Mukherjee, Honorable President of India, to the university. According to the notice, his lecture on June 13, 2016 was to be entitled India's Partnership with Ghana, Youth and Education. A few days before the visit, in a related but unpublicized move, a statue of Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi was erected at the recreational quadrangle of the university's bomb library, and before the lecture, the Indian president unveiled the statue. This groundbreaking event was not given the banner headline befitting the assumed status of the figure in question. The sequence of events took most people by surprise, which obviously provoked a lot of questions about the alacrity and the surreptitious manner in which the statue found its way to the university campus, especially at a time when the university had not made any effort to erect any statue of an African equals black historical figure on its soil. Consequently, following a petition prepared by the authors and other academics with the strong backing of some civil society activists and students, a petition was put online on the University of Ghana campus calling for Gandhi to fall. Following the overwhelming support for the endeavor, which received headlines across the globe and was reported in the major international media such as Al Jazeera, BBC, The Guardian, a number of prominent Indian newspapers, among others, and following the stealing of the statue's spectacles by an unknown party, the government ultimately stepped in to say that it would remove the statue from the university campus as an insincere strategy to quell the firestorm. This decision by the government clearly shows its complicity in the plot and also exposes it as violating the university's institutional autonomy as guaranteed under the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, which recognizes academic freedom. Outlined and discussed below are the reasons for Gandhi must fall. This is followed by the foreign policy rationale, summed up in Mo Diplomacy promoting Gandhi diplomacy, as being responsible for the exportation and imposition of Gandhi statues across the globe. From the horse's mouth, Gandhi's anti-Africanness in thought, word, and deed. Gandhi took his place as champion of Indo-Aryans in their millennia-long war against African equals black people through his thoughts, words, and deeds. Included among these are his 1. Virulent racism and racist terminology. 2. Introduction of Hindu caste-like segregation of the Durban Post and Telegraph offices. 3. Role in the British military fighting against the Ama Zulu before, during and after the Bombay Rebellion, rising to the rank of Sergeant Major, and 4. Coercion of the Dalits, the black untouchables of India, out of their constitutional safeguards and the double vote. We will first turn our attention to Gandhi's virulent racist rhetoric. By way of Exhibit A, in 1894, Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi infamously wrote, "A general belief seems to prevail in the colony that the Indians are little better, if at all, than the savages or the natives of Africa. With the result that the Indian is being dragged down to the position of a raw Kafir. 6. I venture to point out that both the English and the Indians spring from a common stock, called the Indo-Aryan. The Indians were, and are, in no way inferior to their Anglo-Saxon brethren. 7. Emphasis added. Gandhi not only used objectionable words with regard to African equals black people, He also objected to being placed in the same category as the half-heathen native. 8 In his view, being classed with African equals black people degraded the Indian to the level of the raw Kafir whose occupation is hunting, and whose sole ambition is to collect a certain number of cattle to buy a wife with and, then, pass his life in indolence and nakedness. 9 He complained that, for the British, the policy is to class the Indian with the Kafir whenever possible. 10 And that the Boer government insulted the Indians by classing them with the Kafirs. 11 Gandhi made his view in no uncertain terms in 1899, saying that Indians are undoubtedly infinitely superior to the Kafirs. 12 Per his own words on February 15, 1904, why, of all places in Johannesburg, the Indian location should be chosen for dumping down all the Kafirs of the town passes my comprehension. 13 He went on to state that about this mixing of the Kafirs with the Indians, I must confess I feel most strongly. I think it is very unfair to the Indian population, and it is an undue tax on even the proverbial patience of my countrymen. 14 By the same token, the statue of Gandhi is a tax on the patience of Ghanaians. Clearly, Gandhi was not interested in mixing with black people in life, so why is his statue imposed upon us in death? While in Umzansi, Africa, Gandhi made it clear that he was not fighting for African equals black people without equivocation time and time again. The court has declared that the Kafirs have no legal right to travel by the trams. Thanks to the court's decision, only clean Indians or colored people other than Kafirs can now travel by the trams. 15 Emphasis added. He made clear his thoughts on racial differences in his statement on July 3, 1907 that Kafirs are as a rule uncivilized. They are troublesome, very dirty, and live almost like animals. 16 He reiterated that the natives were only 1 degree removed from the animal. 17 Gandhi's penchant for hypocritical double standards reared its ugly head early, given that, despite the fact that he had no problem referring to the Africans equals blacks as Kafirs, he railed against a similar pejorative hurled against Indians. The Indian is indiscriminately dubbed coolie. One hears even in official circles such expressions as coolie lawyer, coolie doctor, coolie merchant. His women are coolie Marys. He is even denied the not always obvious privilege of riding in the same municipal tramcars and government railway carriages as his white fellow colonists. His children are afforded no facilities for education except they attend the schools set apart for Kafirs. 18 Emphasis added. The idea that he saw himself as a fellow colonist speaks volumes. Adopting the same segregationist rhetoric, again, writing on December 12, 1907, a year after his supposed life-changing brahmachari vow, he stated that compulsory registration is recognized as signifying nothing less than the reduction of British Indians to the status of the Kafir. 19 Again, in 1908, expressing his disdain for African equals black people, Gandhi has this to say: the British rulers take us to be so lowly and ignorant that they assume that, like the Kafirs who can be pleased with toys and pins, we can also be fobbed off with trinkets. 20 But he was not done complaining about being classed with indigenous African equals black people, as on July 3, 1908 he stated, we could understand not being classed with the whites, but to be placed on the same level with the natives seemed too much to put up with. 21 Even when Gandhi's famous agitations began, it should be clear that his views vis-a-vis black people did not, stating in 1909 that I have, though, resolved in my mind on an agitation to ensure that Indian prisoners are not lodged with Kafirs or others. 22 In terms of various hardships, he lists that Indians must wear coarse and ungainly dress, eat food which is hardly food, starve ourselves, suffer being kicked by the warder, live among the Kafirs. Better die than suffer. This Emphasis added. 23 Again, if in life Gandhi viewed death as a way to escape having to be among African equals black people, why, then, in death is his statue placed among us? Thus, while Gandhi is known as a civil rights activist during his time in Umzansi, Africa, the real question remains: for whose civil rights was Gandhi fighting? Clearly it was not the African equals black indigene, as he opposed African equals black people at every turn, as we will demonstrate below. Actions speak louder than words. Segregationist tactics applied at the Durban Post and Telegraph offices. While we have focused our attention on Gandhi's words throughout the course of his time in Umzansi, Africa, it is incumbent upon us not to lose sight of his even more pernicious actions against the indigenous Africans equals blacks while there. Here, we are looking at Gandhi's concerted actions not only for Indians but against African equals black people. The point is that we are not focused solely on his vitriolic anti-African/anti-black words, but his intentional malicious actions against African equals black people. As a case in point, in his August 1895 report of the Natal Indian Congresses, Gandhi wrote, "A correspondence was carried on by the late President with the government in connection with the separate entrances for the Europeans and natives and Asiatics at the post office. The result has not been altogether unsatisfactory. Separate entrances will now be provided for the three communities." 24. He later reported on August 14, 1896. "I may further illustrate the proposition that the Indian is put on the same level with the native in many other ways also. Lavatories are marked native and Asiatics at the railway stations. In the Durban Post and Telegraph offices there were separate entrances for natives and Asiatics and Europeans. We felt the indignity too much and many respectable Indians were insulted and called all sorts of names by the clerks at the counter. We petitioned the authorities to do away with the invidious distinction and they have now provided three separate entrances for natives, Asiatics, and Europeans." 25 emphasis added. Later, when provided with an opportunity to actually engage in warfare against African equals black people, Gandhi jumped at the opportunity, writing in the November 1905 Indian Opinion. "If the government only realized what reserve force is being wasted, they would make use of it and give Indians the opportunity of a thorough training for actual warfare." 26 emphasis added. In the Indian Opinion of December 5, 1905, Gandhi appealed to laws providing for the armed Indians to join in the war against the Ama Zulu, writing, "If the government only wanted the Indian immigrant to take his share in the defense of the colony, which he has before now shown himself to be quite willing to do, there is legal machinery ready-made for it." 27. Later, when he was not afforded the opportunity to massacre Ama Zulu directly in warfare, he looked for any ways and means possible to work against the interest of the Kaffirs of whom he held such a low opinion. The substance of it is that the Indians are not able to go to the battlefield, but that they can assist the men at the front with the requisite amenities. 28 emphasis added. Gandhi also mobilized funds for the execution of the war against the blacks who were fighting for their homelands. Thus, he pleaded, "The Durban Women's Association has started a special fund for the soldiers who have gone to the front to fight the Kaffirs. It is our advice that more Indians, traders, and others, should subscribe to the fund. Those, therefore, who do not go to the front should, in order to express their sympathy, raise a fund for the purpose of sending the soldiers fruits, tobacco, warm clothing, and other things that they might need. It is our duty to subscribe to such a fund." 29. The above quote shows that, although Gandhi was not able to physically fight against African equals black people, he was willing to fight against them using any means available. Similarly, Gandhi published a plea for Indian volunteering on March 17, 1906, begging the British for the opportunity to fight against Africans equals blacks upon whose stolen land he was treading, stating, "The native trouble is dragging on a slow existence. There is a population of over 100,000 Indians in Natal. It has been proved that they can do very efficient work in time of war. Is it prudent for the government to allow a source of strength, which always lies at its disposal, to run to waste?" 30. In addition, Gandhi was not interested in nursing wounded Ama Zulu as he later lied about in his autobiography. Rather, he lamented not getting the opportunity for training with the rifle. The pity of it is that the government have not taken the elementary precaution of giving the necessary discipline and instruction to the Indians. It is, therefore, a matter of physical impossibility to expect Indians to do any work with the rifle, or, for that matter, to do any work in connection with war with much efficiency. 31 emphasis added. Later, on June 9, 1906, Gandhi reported that after relentlessly harassing the British about the matter, Indian fellow colonists were finally allowed to at least be stretcher bearers. Nonetheless, A bloodthirsty and relentless Gandhi was not satisfied with that and again asked for arms to fight against African equals black people and to defend the colony, stating, "The government have at last accepted the offer of the Indian community, and put it upon its mettle. By way of experiment, they want a corps of 20 stretcher-bearers. The acceptance by the government synchronizes with the amendment of the Firearms Act, providing for the supply of arms to Indians. To give Indians an opportunity of taking their share in the defense of the colony. 32 emphasis added. Relegated to being a stretcher-bearer, yet still desiring to shed Kaffir blood, Gandhi made the following diary entry of July 10, 1906, stating, "However, at about 12 o'clock we finished the day's journey, with no Kaffirs to fight." 33 emphasis added. One wonders whether Gandhi would have expressed this same level of zeal if the shoe was on the other foot and it was the AMA Zulu helping to colonize the land of the so-called coolies. Gandhi's white lies. Gandhi played no mean role in the proliferation of lies about his life, which we term as impropaganda. 34 In his autobiography he wrote, "I bore no grudge against the Zulus, they had harmed no Indian. I had doubts about the rebellion itself." 35 Pathological liar that he was, he wrote later, "At any rate my heart was with the Zulus, and I was delighted, on reaching headquarters, to hear that our main work was to be the nursing of the wounded Zulus." 36. Again, in 1927, Gandhi lied that the work of my corps consisted only in nursing the wounded Zulus. "I could see that but for us the Zulus would have been uncared for. This work, therefore, eased my conscience." 37 emphasis added. However, at the actual time of the war, in his June 27, 1906 diary entry, he wrote, "The stretcher party had to assist Mr. Stokes, of the NMC, in treating the wounded trooper, and others, who had received slight injuries through accidents or otherwise, requiring medical help. The latter had to be carried on a stretcher, as his wound was very delicate. The work of carrying trooper forward proved to be much heavier than we had thought." 38 emphasis added. Thus, while in 1927 he lied that he only nursed wounded Zulus, at the time of the war he documented nursing British soldiers in their fight against the AMA Zulu. So much for his heart being with the Zulus. Another dubious claim is that of Gandhi's supposed epiphany in 1906 where, again writing in 1927, he claims to have taken a life-changing vow, referred to in the Hindu religion as Brahmacharya. He wrote, "Brahmacharya, which I had been observing willy-nilly since 1900, was sealed with a vow in the middle of 1906." 39. This supposed vow is interesting in light of the fact that in 1907 he was once again calling for his Indo-Aryan brethren to wage war against the AMA Zulu in very next year. In his own words, "There is again a rebellion of Kaffirs in Zululand. In view of this, hundreds of white troops have been dispatched. The Indian community must come forward at such a time without, however, thinking of securing any rights thereby. We assume that there are many Indians now who will welcome such work enthusiastically. Those who went to the front last year can do so again." 40 emphasis added. Gandhi's pathological lying has been taken up by other dupes from the notable list of those he fleeced in the impropaganda tradition. He soon realized that he was on the wrong side, that this was no rebellion but stark repression, that justice was on the side of the Zulus who were treated with inhumanity for doing no more than resisting a poll tax similar to that imposed on the Indians. The Indian stretcher-bearers redeemed themselves by nursing the Zulu prisoners of war abandoned by the British. For Gandhi, the brutality against the Zulus roused his soul against violence as nothing had been done up to then. He sought answers and found them in his traditional scriptures. He returned from the war determined to give himself wholly to serving the people. 41. We have already shown that just a year after Gandhi's imaginary epiphany of 1906, he was again calling for Indians to go to the warfront in the British war on the AMA Zulu. Later, during the First World War, his supposed aversion to violence was nowhere to be found, as on June 17, 1918 he was among those exhorting Indians to be ready to go to the war if the people would come forward. 42 He stated that home rule without military power was useless and that full assistance should be given in order to overthrow the Germans. 43 At that time, he appealed to the whole country for the national army, saying they should think well, and then get themselves enrolled. 44. Direct and/or indirect support of every major war of his lifetime makes for a poor track record for someone whose soul was supposedly roused against violence in 1906. Gandhi's War on the Dalits, the Black Untouchables of India. Once Gandhi returned to India, he continued his war on black people by fighting against the Dalits, the Black Untouchables of India. In 1927, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar started a satyagraha movement towards the ultimate annihilation of caste itself and Hinduism's divine sanction of intergenerational caste oppression via the imprisoning concept of karma. Ambedkar would later write that the untouchables were not without hope of getting the moral support of Mr. Gandhi. Indeed, they had very good ground for getting it. For the weapon of satyagraha, the essence of which is to melt the heart of the opponent by suffering, was the weapon which was forged by Mr. Gandhi. Mr. Gandhi, however, did not give his support to the satyagraha. Not only did he not give his support, he condemned it in strong terms. 45 Emphasis added. Ambedkar, a Dalit himself, in his work What Congress and Gandhi Have Done to the Untouchables, would rightly pose the question, for whose freedom is the Congress fighting? 46 What Congress and Gandhi did to them can be seen in their opposition to Dalit demands for their rights, with Gandhi writing that Congress will be no party to the special electorates for any other minorities. And I would work from one end of India to the other to tell the untouchables that separate electorates, and separate reservation is not the way to remove this bar sinister. 47 Emphasis added. Indian writer Arundhati Roy rightly noted that the root of Gandhi's argument was on the basis of majority rule in the democracy that was to come with independence, and Gandhi's understanding that losing the Dalits as an electorate from the Hindu fold would be potentially disastrous to the maintenance of the oppressive Hindu majority status quo. 48 Gandhi made numerous speeches against the aspirations of the Dalits, and one view was expressed by Ambedkar thus: everybody felt that Mr. Gandhi was the most determined enemy of the untouchables. So much of his energy and attention did Mr. Gandhi concentrate on the question of the untouchables that it would not be unfair if it was said that the main purpose for which Mr. Gandhi came to the Round Table Conference was to oppose the demands of the untouchables, arguing there was no reason to give them political safeguards. 49 Emphasis added. Gandhi's machinations were under the guise of speaking for the Dalits, saying I want to save them against themselves. 50 In actuality, Gandhi was really just protecting his Hindu majority. 51 Indeed, asking a Hindu to guard the rights of the untouchables is akin to the Tamil proverb, asking a cat to guard the pot of milk. 52 Surely the cat does not have the milk's best interests at heart. It also came to light that Gandhi also brokered underhanded backroom deals to turn Muslims against the untouchables and to prevent Dalit escape from the torture that is caste Hinduism, since, to the untouchables, Hinduism is a veritable chamber of horrors. 53 Gandhi even agreed to the 14-point platform of the Muslims, which he had initially refused as a bargaining chip to dissuade the Muslims from lending their support to the untouchables. 54 In his dogged fight against the demands of the untouchables for self-representation, Gandhi stated I would resist it with my life. Emphasis added. 55 He later backed up his statement with his notorious fast unto death, culminating in the Pune Pact, all to prevent the Dalits from having the safeguards that self-representation would engender. 56 Indeed, when the Dalits were actually awarded special seats, Gandhi wrote, I have to resist your decision with my life. The only way I can do so is by declaring a perpetual fast unto death. This fast will cease if during its progress the British government withdraw their scheme of communal electorates for the depressed classes. 57 Emphasis added. To stop the violent backlash against Dalits if Gandhi died from the fast, Ambedkar was coerced to sign the infamous Pune Pact, reflecting later that there was nothing noble in the fast. It was a foul and filthy act. It was the worst form of coercion against a helpless people to give up the constitutional safeguards of which they had become possessed under the Prime Minister's award and agree to live on the mercy of the Hindus. It was a vile and wicked act. How can the untouchables regard such a man as honest and sincere? 58 We are of the view that the only people who can regard Gandhi as honest and sincere are those who have been duped by propaganda, exportation and imposition of Gandhi statues. Nowadays, Gandhi's statues are being exported as the most recognizable face of India. This is part of a concerted effort using the mythical Gandhi in order to promote India's economic and foreign policy in its proxy war with China to get a foothold in Africa. In the words of Desai, this is tantamount to new forms of colonialisms dressed up as anti-imperialism. 59 However, this Gandhi diplomacy is backfiring as the world is gradually coming to know what a pathological liar and virulent racist Gandhi was. Indeed, it has been noted in India that African Americans who looked up to Gandhi, as Martin Luther King Jr. did, have been robbed of the real narrative. South African historians Ashwin Desai and Ghulam Vahid place Gandhi in history as someone who prioritized his bargain with power over moral and ethical values. 60. Secondly, Gandhi, despite his own sordid past, is being used to cover up the unsavory human rights record of the current Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, including the wholesale massacre of Muslims. 61 Dataray writes that though it may seem paradoxical, the most prominent leader of the rival Congress party, Gandhi, is palpable in all that Modi does. He has unveiled statues of the Mahatma around the globe, paid rich tributes to him, and put into practice many Gandhian ideas such as the campaign to clean India. Regardless of the political party in power, Gandhi is inescapable. 62 Emphasis added. Perhaps, in reality, this thrust is hypocrisy in truly Gandhian proportions, just as India has been the world's leading importer of arms truly in the spirit of its warmongering symbol of peace. Gandhi. 63. Conclusion. This chapter has sought to discuss Gandhi's discourse and praxis on racism, colonialism, segregation, violence, and armed struggle, the reality of which go against the grain of what he is portrayed as in the dominant discourse of rampant impropaganda, a genre that he himself played no small role in creating. The events of June 2016 on the University of Ghana campus, which led to a revolt against the planting of his statue on the campus, became a teachable moment to provide the counter-narrative about Gandhi and to justify why the statue has to fall. The reason of the Indian government of Narendra Modi to pursue the policy of foisting Gandhi statues throughout the world, all in the name of promoting Mo diplomacy via Gandhi diplomacy, were discussed, and realpolitik behind this policy and the contradictions inherent in it were also unmasked. Not only was Gandhi in the wrong to start with, he committed a double error by trying to cover up his past with a veneer of blatant lies and half-truths. For the University of Ghana, one of the best ways to celebrate the UN decade is to expose the other side of Gandhi, for as it is quoted supra, that ignorance or concealment of major historical events constitutes an obstacle to mutual understanding, reconciliation, and cooperation among peoples. 64. In closing, in the words of an Akan proverb, Nys kraman p dompi kine nam pa, nad so ne so era ne no, dogs do not actually prefer bones to meat. It is just that no one ever gives them meat. It is high time for African equals black people to celebrate our own luminaries first, because if you don't know your own heroes and sheroes, your enemies will not hesitate to give you theirs. 21. Harvard. Reclaim Harvard and Roy All must fall. Rena Carifa Johnson. Rena Carifa Johnson is a civil rights lawyer, activist, former student organizer at Harvard Law School and a self-proclaimed race woman. In law school, Rena also organized with the Harvard Ferguson Action Committee, Roy All Must Fall, and played a large role in the formulation and occupation of Belinda Hall and the Reclaim HLS movement. Rena received her undergraduate degree in African American Studies from Yale University and currently works in juvenile justice reform and reentry at Youth Represent, where she fights for black and brown youth who have been ensnared in the U.S. criminal justice system. Rena is also a member of the New York chapter of the National Council of Black Lawyers. Last November, somebody vandalized the portraits of black professors that adorn Harvard Law School's hallways by crossing out their faces with black tape. In response, students demanded, and were granted, a community meeting. Campus police investigated the hate crime but turned up nothing. The school officially expressed how the vandalism saddened and angered them. The national media took notice. In the following weeks, a group of students of color and their allies formed a movement called Reclaim Harvard Law, Reclaim HLS. Catalyzed by the black tape incident but building upon decades of student activism and grievances, Reclaim HLS aims to combat systemic racism at Harvard Law School and in the legal system. After trying and failing to engage the law school administration in a process of meaningful change, Reclaim HLS assumed the burden of transforming the school itself. We reclaimed a space in the student lounge where marginalized students, staff, and workers could build community, develop a program of ethical education, and critique the institutional norms that so discount the lived experiences of people of color, both in the school and in the legal system. We renamed this space after Belinda Sutton, one who in the late 1700s won reparations after spending years enslaved by Isaac Royall, a man whose coat of arms until recently too graced Harvard Law School's seal. Belinda Hall is a tiny ebony island within the ivory tower of Harvard Law School. An island that elevates the voices that have long been silenced here, with an understanding that speech is not power blind. An island where people rendered powerless by the institution feel empowered. An island whose occupants practice, rather than theorize about, anti-racism and anti-oppression. An island where the marginalized, non-white members of the law school and the larger community feel valued and loved and safe. It was to this space, this tiny island, that 2 to 4 white male students traveled every day last week to put up deliberately provocative posters. The first day, the students put up Trump campaign signs calling Reclaim racist, among other accusations, and comparing the movement to Trump. Whether intentional or not, this action coincided with the first day of the Muslim Law Students Association, MLSA, inaugural conference, in which MLSA events were to take place in Belinda Hall. We took down their signs. The men came again on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, each day with antagonistic signs and attitudes. They raised their voices at the women of color who engaged them. They filmed several students, again predominantly women of color, who repeatedly told them they did not want to be filmed and asked them to stop filming. They ultimately shopped and released those films to the conservative media and uploaded them to YouTube, where the comments are predictably filled with the vitriol that we created Belinda Hall to protect ourselves from. Yes, we, the members of Reclaim HLS, took their signs down. We took them down because they were meant to rupture the one space on campus where people of color do not have to be reminded of the ways that the norms of the school undervalue them and the communities they come from. We took those students' signs down because Reclaim is an occupation, and each of those signs violated the norms of values of our community. To be clear, Reclaim has made Belinda Hall open to students, staff, and community members. But Belinda Hall belongs to those who embody and advance the principles underlying Belinda Hall. Point 3. And just as we wouldn't expect to post whatever we pleased in someone else's home or haven, so Reclaim was not willing to let a few white men unilaterally, forcefully impose their will, their norms, and their message upon our tiny island with no respect for what we, and students of color for decades, have been fighting to create. They can do that on the vast mainland. We reject the notion that the students who put up the signs have been censored. Not only have they refused to put up signs in any space other than Belinda Hall, which they are more than free to do, they have local and national platforms ranging from the law school's newspaper The Record, to the Harvard Crimson to Fox News, where they can and do freely express their critiques of our movement. Nothing better illustrates the hollowness of these students' cries of censorship than the school's response to their complaints. Students of color had been occupying the space for weeks, and calling for change for decades, while our cries continued to go largely ignored. A few white male students complained about our movement whose critique was aimed at the institution and not at these students or anyone within the student body, and the administration reacted in earnest within days. They sent plainclothes Harvard University police officers to perform surveillance of our activities. They put signs throughout Belinda Hall saying that they reserved the right to film us in the space, and they sent a staff member from the AV department to surreptitiously film us. They sent emails to the community that designated Belinda Hall, and that space alone, as the space for the community to engage in speech that must be shared, on equal terms, by all members of the community. They obliquely referenced disciplinary actions by explaining the administration's commitment to using available procedures and protocols to ensure that these values are observed and respected at the law school. Last Friday night, after the administration intervened, less than 6 months after the black tape vandalism, somebody again defaced a symbol of blackness at Harvard Law School. With a Sharpie, under the cowardly cover of night, this person or group of people vandalized 2 of Reclaim's signs on the walls of Belinda Hall. This act of vandalism occurred in the very space created for marginalist students in the wake of the first vandalism, the hate crime that made clear how unsafe, or at least unpredictably hostile, the other neutral Harvard Law spaces could be for people of color. This time, the response has been markedly different. The phrase hate crime will not be used. Members of this community have already defended the vandalisers' right to deface our signs. Every ounce of nuance has been vaporized in the flames of outrage. All because one white male student who has consistently opposed Belinda Hall's message cried out the word he knew would spark a conflagration: censorship. When you walk through Belinda Hall and see our posters defaced with a Sharpie, what will you see? Censored speech or black tape? 22. An interview with Princeton's Black Justice League. New York. In late 2015, the Princeton Black Justice League made headlines after occupying the president's office and making a number of demands regarding race relations on campus: the removal of the name of President Woodrow Wilson, one of the university's most honored alumni and a former university president, yet also a staunch racist who sympathized with the Ku Klux Klan, from buildings and schools on campus. New York was a key organizer for the Princeton Black Justice League. Here they discuss the development of the movement with Rhodes Must Fall, Oxford. RMFO. So I guess to start, how basically did it get started, the campaign with the Black Justice League in Princeton? Do you mean the campaign and sit-in or before? RMFO. How did the whole thing set off? What was kind of the genesis story? Yeah, so the BJL started back in September of the sophomore year. BJL all started because Mike Brown was killed and Darren Wilson, the person who killed him, did not get targeted, and so because of that we were all sitting in a room one day, and this is the same day that Princeton holds its annual celebration, so all the clubs and students are out having fun and getting drunk, and here we are, a bunch of black students sitting in a room talking about how white people don't recognize black pain. So someone in the room decided that we had to do something about this, we have to raise some kind of awareness. So we decided to throw a protest in the middle of all the parties that were happening that night, and so we decided to shut down all the parties and brought Black Lives Matter to the parties. Bringing that to Princeton campus was the first thing for BJL to do. At the time we weren't even BJL, but every person that would later be in BJL was there helping organize the protest, and so that eventually led to us doing the die-in maybe 1 or 2 weeks later. And at that point we didn't consider ourselves BJL, or at least consider ourselves a formal group, and we started protesting things that were happening in America around the BLM campaign, and also focusing on things that were very Princeton specific. So for example, making African American Studies a major instead of just a minor, looking at faculty and staff, various things. It became a process of raising awareness around BLM at large, but also the history of racism that black students face on campus at Princeton, and we've been working ever since. RMFO, and so it moved on from that basically, moved on from Mike Brown's death? Yes, from Mike Brown's death we started raising awareness around state violence, and then also just the way that Princeton was complicit in that. The way that Princeton has helped build racism. RMFO, and how big a part do you see the Woodrow Wilson name change being in the campaign? Was it central, or was it a smaller part of something much larger than only that? Did the media focus on it too much? I think the answer might vary depending on who you ask from BJL, but for me it was one small part of a bigger thing that we had done, and it was going to be because of the work we had done as a group to decide whether or not we had pushed for a name change. That was one thing of many things we've done, but because of BJL's activism, all of the identity centers on campus, including the LGBT Center, the Women's Center, the Multicultural Center, their budgets have increased by hundreds of thousands of dollars because of BJL's activism. The Department of African American Studies is now a major, and it was only a certificate. They did not want to make it a major. We start pushing. We pushed for mandatory cultural competency training for faculty and staff, and even though it's not mandatory, it's now available to all departments as a result of BJL's activism. It's available as a result of us. We've got a task force for general educational requirements to amend the general education requirements so that students have to take classes that make people reconcile racial identity and other social identities with state power, and how that intersects with racism and sexism and homophobia, etc. They are in the process of making that happen as we speak, and that's the result of BJL's activism. So we've done so much important stuff apart from pushing for Woodrow Wilson's name change. Hell, they've even changed the name of other buildings on campus despite not changing his. They've created a whole new presentation on the meaning of diversity and inclusion because of BJL's activism. All these things that we've done that have been successful or in the process of being successful, and people only focus on the decision with the name change. RMFO, yep, it's the same as RMFO. Right, it's fair to say that that was a part of it. That was never the biggest thing. We knew that was going to get a lot of attention, but by no means did we ever think that was the most important thing when there were so many other things that we were focusing on in that specific time frame. RMFO, yep, precisely. In terms of the backlash from within the student body, both from the academic side and on the student side, obviously Princeton is a very, very white place. How did you deal with that, and how did that manifest itself? Okay, so to answer the first part about how did whiteness manifest itself on this campus and the divide between the population and faculty and staff, we did see a lot of backlash. It wasn't just from white students, but we did see a lot of backlash. I don't know how big Saraha is over there, but here we have this app where basically you post anonymous comments within a certain mile radius. Princeton has its own one, so basically everybody on campus could see what everybody on campus said, and basically every time we did a sit-in, or every time we did a protest, that would always be something about us being N or monkeys. They would say everything, N, monkey, you're not intelligent. You need to go to the library, you need to stop being ahistorical, you're rowdy and rude, and all these different things that white people love to say about black people. We had white people telling us how we were obstructing free speech, and the whole white group formed in opposition to us called the Princeton Open Campus Coalition. RMFO, the Princeton what? The Princeton Open Campus Coalition, the POCC. Laughter. And so they formed under the guise that BJL was trying to stifle free speech. RMFO, yep, we got that as well. Of course, white people use the same tactics all around the world. Of course. Laughter. And so they claimed we were stifling free speech, and they got some token POCC members who also felt like BJL was stifling free speech, and they formed an opposition group. RMFO, and did they have a lot of support on campus, or were they more of a fringe thing? They had a lot of support on campus, and opposition. I mean, BJL had this huge platform with the sit-in, and they formed maybe a couple of days afterwards. They started attacking BJL a couple days afterwards, and they utilized a lot of the attention that the BJL campaign had going in order to build a platform for themselves. Basically, if you look at any article/video where BJL people have been interviewed, you will see people from the POCC being interviewed for that same article. They used the platform BJL had in order to build a platform for themselves. So that's the way the white student population tried to paint the BJL. Now academic staff. We did have some support from academic staff. We also had a lot of overwhelming hard opposition. A lot of them really didn't like us. A really conservative professor, Robert George, was vocally supportive of the Princeton Open Campus Coalition. President S. Gruber definitely has never been a fan of us. He has said that on multiple occasions. Many of the administration that work with him, they basically collude with him to, I don't know, make it more difficult. They were trying to make it more difficult than it had to be. They tried to give us the runaround. So, like saying, go talk to that person, they'll be able to help, then we go talk to that person. RMFO, all very familiar. Yeah, they'll tell you to talk to somebody else and they'll tell you to talk to somebody else and they'll tell you to talk to somebody else and basically give you the runaround, and that's what BJL had done. We've had almost 100 meetings or maybe over 100 meetings with administrators in order to try to fix the issues that we see on campus. But even black students. We also had backlash from black students. I mean, that's the way that white supremacy works. When you attack white supremacy, people that were comfortable living the lives that they lived under white supremacy often feel that their lives are now threatened in whatever type of way that might be. They might feel that their comfort might be threatened or in whatever way that might be. So we had a lot of backlash from the black students as well. Not all of them, but some of them who said we were making too much ruckus and we were making everyone uncomfortable and RMFO, yep, and erasing history and some of the same stuff. Yep, exactly. RMFO, so you guys have this whole American mythology. This indoctrination. You have to sing the national anthem at school every day and all this, so I'm sure you have a lot of people who fall hook, line, and sinker. Exactly. RMFO, so you have some backlash from academic staff, some academic staff supporting. Was that racialized? As in, does Princeton have a lot of black academic staff? Oxford has barely any. 2 senior black people in academic posts basically across the whole university. Black people. So we have more than that, but not much more. The majority of the black staff are relegated to the African American Studies Department. There are some black faculty in science, like some black faculty in the policy school, some black faculty in the African Studies Department and some black faculty in other departments. I'm sure there are some black faculty in the arts department and in the politics department, but in terms of support I don't know. I can't say the support was racialized only because I don't know that. Some white faculty and other faculty that was not black, like non-black people of color, supported the BJL. But what I will say is that the African American Studies Department overwhelmingly supported us in a plethora of ways. They gave us moral support. I was getting text messages and emails from all of them telling us to keep up the fight and that they were there for us. They always opened up their offices and homes to us. During the sit-in, basically almost every professor in the African American Studies Department came and visited us during the sit-in. Some of them cancelled classes so that they could participate and take part in the sit-in, some of them paid for food. So the sit-in was 33 hours or 36, I can't remember. RMFO, yeah, I remember reading they gave you guys pizza or something. So they gave us much more than that, like full meals. Pizza was like a very, very small part. They would like cater for us and bring bags, and like when the sit-in ended and there was a death threat, they basically paid, they came together and paid to have us transported off campus and put in hotel rooms for the night until the death threat was called off. So I do want to say the African American Studies Department, the professors, Professor Eddie, who was the chair of the department, Professor Joshua, Dr. Cornel West, all of them. I think all those professors, every last one of them was very supportive of us. Dr. Tara Hunter as well. All of them, they were all very supportive of us, so I will say that. They overwhelmingly poured their support into us financially, vocally, and opened their arms and offices to us, so I was very thankful for that. RMFO, and did you have a lot of white allies in the movement or not? I don't believe in white allies. I do think that there were white people who were willing to help, but again, the whole concept of allyship means putting yourself on the line, and a lot of the time, white people were not willing to go the extra mile to be allies the way that we needed them to do so. RMFO, okay, so to do the things that perhaps you guys would be criminalist for, or just to take the extra step. Exactly. And so I won't speak to how many white allies we had. I do know there was some people who would, when we were doing protests, be like, when the police come, I'll talk to the police, I'll talk to campus police, and so I do appreciate that. There were some white people who were willing to, whenever we would sit down at the president's meeting, when President Eisenberg picked on that white person, they would point to me or somebody else and say, "Oh, Asani wanted to speak and you were ignoring him, welcome to Asani." So we did have people who did that type of stuff. But I don't know, the concept of allyship is kind of flawed to me, so do with that what you will. RMFO, that's fair, that's fair. So how did the sit-in unravel? Okay, great question. So we'd been pushing for demands for a while before the sit-in happened. We had like a list of demands, like 20 or plus demands or something like that, even when we were going to the sit-in. We'd been talking about the sit-in for a while. We knew that if we did a sit-in we had to bring what we wanted the most to the table, and it had to be consolidated with something the media was going to pick up on. So I remember us sitting down and trying to figure out what demands we would bring to the sit-in. So obviously Woodrow Wilson was brought up. We talked about the mandatory cultural competency training for academic staff, amending the general educational requirements so students had to take classes on racial identity, affinity housing in spaces for Black people, and I feel like I'm forgetting one. I know there were 5, but I always forget one. So the night before the sit-in, I don't know, maybe like a week before the sit-in, we decided that we were going to do it in solidarity with the National Day of Protest that students around America would be doing. I actually think Rhodes Must Fall was doing something that day as well. I think it might have been international at that point, I might be wrong about that. So we decided we were going to do a protest that day, and it was probably the night before the sit-in that we finally had stopped and started to really talk about this and ask questions like, we might get expelled for this, are we willing to do it, etc. And we came to an agreement that the next day was the day we were going to risk it and try to take the space, and that's what happened. The next night we sent out a Facebook event saying that we're going to have a walkout in solidarity with the National Day of Protest. RMFO, so what did you walk out of? So everyone was supposed to walk out of class. So we sent out an email, we sent out a Facebook event and posted flyers, and so we told everyone to walk out at 11 and meet in front of the hall. So we met in front of the hall and read our demands. So we had a huge gathering. We had hundreds of people who decided to walk out of class and told people at the walkout, because we knew from the history of sit-ins at Princeton that, in the past, Princeton has locked the doors to the building, and so we didn't want to put it in the Facebook event that we were planning the sit-in. RMFO, yep, that's good strategy, you got people gathered for that and said this is what we're doing now. And so we told them, what we're about to do is a sit-in, if you want to join us, and if you don't want to, you don't have to. We're not forcing you to do anything. And a lot of people joined us. That office was packed with people, and I'm sure the video is still online. But the office was packed. We were on like the Ivy League Snapchat, people were recording it and putting it online and on Facebook, all over Facebook and the Huffington Post article. You know, the video might still be out there. So we're sitting in his office, and our original plan was the sit-in, but we didn't think we were going to be spending the night. The original plan was to get as many people in the room as we could, and we were going to have people sign up and stuff so that every day people would be at his office at 9 a.m. We were going to have everyday people take different shifts too. When it was about 3 or 4, one of the administrators came in and said that if we left they were going to make sure the doors were locked so the only administrative faculty could get back in the building and we wouldn't have access to the building at all. And we said, if you decide to do that we're going to spend the night. So then she said, if you decide to spend the night you might get expelled. So we said again, if you decide to look these doors we're not leaving, make a decision. And so she made the decision to lock the door, and so we made the decision to spend the night, and so we ended up spending the night, and it ended up being a 33-hour thing. The president left very early at the sit-in. I remember I had a bullhorn in my hand and I remember turning on the Kendrick Lamar song All Right, and I just put my bullhorn along with the song, and so it drowned out everything he was saying. So he got mad and just walked out. He got mad and walked out of the office, and he didn't come back at all. He came back the following night, and he came back with X, who is like the vice president of campus life. I can't remember her specific title, but they came back to negotiate demands. And so we sat in negations for about an hour going back and forth, and he didn't want to sign it because it said he's a constitutional lawyer at heart and by step, and so he's like, I'm not going to sign anything that's like that or this, time and time again. So we kept renegotiating, which in hindsight I really hate. I wish that we hadn't renegotiated. At this point I can't even remember what the original demands look like, but he basically made us renegotiate, and we negotiated until we came to a consensus that we all agreed to at that point, and then we left. Then the death threat came and we got put up by the African American Studies Department. RMFO, moving on from this, are you guys still going as an organization? Well, at this point most of us have graduated. Basically all of us have graduated and are on our way out, so if they decide to take it forward then they obviously have my support and I'll support as far as I can. I'm on my way out, the majority of us are on our way out, and there's a few people who are still pushing. But I don't know. As of right now, no. We're not doing too much. Some of us have undertaken individual efforts. I'll say as far as things go regarding events that happened on campus that we see an issue with, we've taken it forward individually, but for the most part no, we haven't done anything at all since the action. RMFO, but do you see that being a future to Black activism at Princeton and higher education in the US in a more general sense? Obviously the struggle is not over. So, white people, one of their tactics, you know this better than I do, I'm sure one of the tactics that they try to do in order to make sure change does not happen is to tire people out. That's why they made us attend all these meetings, that's why we had to do the sit-in etc. They want you to graduate so that once you leave no one wants to step up to do the work that you were once doing, and so I don't know what the future is at Princeton. We've seen historically what it was like, a group that comes along that's mad, that's fighting the system. Then that group of people graduate and then nothing happens after, or nothing happens for a year. So I don't know. What I hope is that someone does pick up the movement and that they realize much sooner than we did that we should not be working with the university at all, we should not be working with the administration to fix anything because the administration does not want to fix anything. I don't know how it is at other schools, but I know that at Princeton specifically they don't want to fix anything and are not willing to do the work to fix anything, and so I hope someone takes it up and I hope someone does the work of trying to fix that. I don't know what that looks like though, so I don't know. RMFO, obviously the situation in America is slightly different to what we had with Rhodes Must Fall. RMF Oxford is about colonialism, specifically it's about going over to Africa and to other places and saying, this is our dominion now, you are a subject. The history in the States is different, it's a history of forced enslavement which obviously very much overlaps and ties up in terms of anti-blackness, although there is a slavery link with RMF in Oxford with the Codrington statue and the history in the Caribbean. How do you see the two links between colonialism and slavery tying together in terms of a common struggle? As you said, they overlap. There would be no enslavement in America if they did not enact colonialism on the continent, right? Anti-blackness is global and works differently in different contexts, but they overlap partially as well, and that's why that has to be sorted, and we have to recognize that colonialism and the fight that we are fighting is an extension of colonialism, but we also have to be in solidarity with people who are on the continent who are dealing with the effects of colonialism that might not be so blatant and obvious in America. We also have to recognize that there is a difference as well, because there is a difference. The way that you were fighting with RMF is not exactly the way that we are fighting at Princeton, which is not the entirely same way that they are fighting at Harvard, which is not the same way they are fighting at Georgia State. We have to recognize that the struggle is going to be different because that's how white supremacy works. White supremacy is malleable and manifests itself in different ways in different contexts in different states in different cities in different countries in different continents, recognizing that at the core basis is global anti-blackness, and we need to realize that is malleable and white supremacy is malleable and our fight has to be malleable, and so the way we fight this at Princeton is going to be different to the way you guys fight Rhodes, which is going to be different to the way. And recognizing and accepting that difference and saying, listen, How can I be an ally to you, and how can I support you from where I am? How can I get my resources to where you are and you show me how to take the reins on that? So I think that's how the movement has to be built and how it's been set and continues to be set. That's what's necessary, I guess. This transnational solidarity, which is what this phone call has been, right? Bringing together people from the University of Ghana, the States, the UK, all over the place, and Brazil, and the South American voice is important. RMFO, great, I think that's enough, I think that's enough. That was a really good call. A really good chat, thank you so much for including our voice. RMFO, no worries, hopefully we'll speak again. 23. Number Leopold Mostfall. Queen Mary University of London. QM Pan-African Society. The following two pieces were written by the Queen Mary University Pan-African Society and Leopold Must Fall movement during their ultimately successful campaign to have a plaque dedicated to the murderous colonialist Belgian king, Leopold of Belgium, removed from campus and properly contextualized. Both the QM Pan-African SOC and Number Leopold Mostfall were, on an organizational level, predominantly led by black women. The Freshers' Fair held at Queen Mary University of London on Wednesday, September 21 and Thursday, September 22, 2016 was an important opportunity for the QM Pan-African Society to shed light on the Number Leopold Mostfall campaign. The Mile End campus was filled with faces excited to be a part of the university community that they had recently joined and the various societies and clubs that were of particular social, cultural and political interest to them. For the QM Pan-African Society, the aim of Freshers' Fair was twofold: firstly, to promote the society as a politically black student-led body and gain new membership amongst students of African descent, and secondly, to raise the profile of the Number Leopold Mostfall campaign amongst students on campus. Before Freshers' Fair, we the General Committee held a meeting to discuss the ways in which we could effectively promote the Number Leopold Mostfall campaign. We came up with various creative and intuitive ways of raising the visual presence of the campaign, including handing out red ribbons for students on campus to tie around their wrists, writing Number Leopold Mostfall on a whiteboard and encouraging students to take photos holding it in solidarity, accompanied by QM Pan-African Society committee members wearing T-shirts with the slogan, "QM must atone for its colonial foundations" written across it against the backdrop of the Pan-African flag. The Pan-African flag proved to be very eye-catching, with some students recognizing it almost immediately, to others asking questions about its meaning, and the society to which we belong. The red ribbon also proved to be a formidable signifier not only for Number Leopold Mostfall but the wider student, decolonial movement as a whole, the red not only symbolizing the spilt blood of those Africans whose lives were lost at the hands of imperialism, but also a direct connection to the Rhodes Must Fall campaign in Oxford, another student-led, decolonization movement at the University of Oxford, in which students continue to campaign to have a statue of Cecil Rhodes removed from Oriel College. Number Rhodes Must Fall. Oxford chose the color red for the same reason, to draw attention to this bloodshed and related oppression. Thus, students walking around campus wearing the red ribbon became the living embodiment of the kind of solidarity that carries the student decolonial movement from strength to strength. As aforementioned, as well as tying red ribbons around students' wrists, we asked students if they would hold our whiteboard with Number Leopold Mostfall written on it so that we could take a photograph and upload it to our Facebook and Twitter pages. Our primary objective was to show the diverse body of students who believe in the core values of the campaign, as well as to stimulate critical discussion on our various social media platforms. This proved effective as many students agreed to have their photos taken with the board, leading to students coming up to us and asking us what we were doing. This was inspiring to see since we had been walking up to students and telling them about our campaign. It was wonderful that students were coming up to us in curiosity, giving us an opportunity to tell them more about the campaign. We had managed to generate a small buzz and it was reassuring to see students from all backgrounds walking around with a red ribbon around their wrists at the end of the day. Before we could do all of this, however, we first had to tell students about King Leopold and why this campaign was important. We did this by walking around with a photo of King Leopold and asking students if they knew who he was. Almost every student we asked did not know who he was, highlighting the importance of why the plagues need to be historically recontextualized, so as to make known his heinous colonial crimes. We used this as an opportunity to tell students that Leopold was the former king of Belgium, and that he killed up to an estimated 10 million Africans when he colonized Congo. We explained that the Queen's Building formerly housed 2 plagues commemorating King Leopold II, that have since been removed, without note or apology from the university, and that the next steps of the campaign, amongst others, is to have these plagues placed in a separate museum or contextual space on campus, open to the public, so that people may learn the history behind the plagues and the man who they are dedicated to. Once we had explained this to students, almost all agreed that something needed to be done about the plagues. Although us going around and talking to students proved effective in promoting both the society and the campaign, we wanted to extend our promotion farther than the people on the university ground. In order to do this, we also filmed a short documentary on the Wednesday of Freshers' Fair, interacting with students and documenting their particular views and responses to Number Leopold Mostfalken. It was integral that the reactions of students to questions such as "Do you know who this man is?" showing, of course, a portrait of King Leopold II, were as genuine as possible. In order to make this as informative a process as possible, no prior information was given to students beforehand. Thus, there are 2 segments to the documentary. For the first segment, we walked up to students and asked them questions related to King Leopold II and the plagues. Again, we ensured that we gave no prior information as to what the film was for, or about, prior to recording students' responses. The general consensus was that most people did not know who Leopold was, and many seemed genuinely appalled once we informed them of his crimes. Given that it was Freshers' Fair, many of the new students that we spoke to appeared surprised that the university they had recently joined had these colonial associations. We asked students how they felt knowing that their university had willfully commemorated a mass murderer, with responses ranging from shocked, to confused, to unsurprised, given that many European universities have colonial foundations. The second half of the film entailed members of the QM Pan-African Society speaking to black students at Queen Mary who had previous knowledge about Leopold, the plagues, and the Number Leopold Mostfalken campaign. We asked each student their thoughts on the reluctance of Western universities to decolonize their campuses and syllabuses, and why there appears to be a lack of regard for African and black lives when it comes to commemorating those who suffered under the hands of imperialism and colonialism. It was important for us to hear the intimate point of view of black students and how the colonial foundations of their university personally affected them. We wanted to showcase that the plagues and what they stand for not only have an effect upon people today, but are incredibly disrespectful to those that died in the past at the hands of colonialism. By creating a documentary, the campaign became far more personal than a hashtag, as we were able to put actual faces and voices behind the significance of the cause. Through this, we hope that the campaign will enlighten a much wider audience, particularly once the documentary has been made viral on social media. Overall, campaigning for Number Leopold Mostfalken during Freshers' Fair was an important stepping stone for the campaign. It enabled us to reach out to many students new and old and educate them more about King Leopold II and his associations with Queen Mary University of London. ****** What Number Leopold Mostfalken tells us about the current state of UK academia, and what is to be done by student-led decolonial movements going forward. Drawing on the efforts of other grassroots, student-led decolonial campaigns including student activists from the University of Missouri, Yale University, Brown University, the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, Rhodes Must Fall in Oxford, the Oxford Pan-African Forum, Oxpaf, Harvard, Royal Must Fall, Why is my curriculum white, Why isn't my professor black, the News Black Students Campaign and Decolonizing Our Minds at SOAS students from the QM Pan-African Society launched Number Leopold Mostfalken and Number Leopold Must Fall in response to 2 relics, an 1,887 foundation stone and a 1987 ambassadorial plaque, in the Octagon Library of Queen Mary University of London, QMUL, which commemorated King Leopold II of Belgium. Amidst this growing student liberation movement, the QM Pan-African Society pulled its collective resources together and galvanized towards creating a Pan-African movement on campus which aimed to decolonize both individual minds, and the wider academic infrastructures and practices at QMUL. It began by raising the consciousness of African students on campus by holding events such as Save the Congo with community activist Vava Tampa in October 2014, Why is My Curriculum White?, with Professor Robbie Shilliam and Pan-Africanist intellectual and lawyer Kevin Bismarck Cobham in November 2015, and Rhodes Must Fall in Oxford with student activists Athanangam Zongopo, Brian Kwaba and Ento Kozo Quabe in March 2016. It then went on to submit a motion at a QMUL Student Council meeting in April 2016, vehemently calling for the removal and recontextualization of the two Leopold plagues. Though the motion was equipped with concrete historical facts, and strong moral and ethical arguments, the level of emotional ignorance displayed by particular individuals demonstrated an immunity and dissonance to the rational, objective, and informed case that was put forward. In June 2016, an online petition was launched which extended number Leopold Most Fall beyond simply the conversations at Queen Mary University of London. On June 21, 2016, the two Leopold plagues were permanently removed from view as part of ongoing refurbishment work to the Octagon Library, Queen Mary University of London by the Estates and Facilities Department at QMUL, and replaced by another plaque. The following article aims to explore these recent developments further, keeping them closely tied to the wider discussions surrounding institutional racism, the Eurocentric curriculum, pedagogical racism, and the need for total academic decolonization. New plaque, added 2016. Queen Mary University of London prides itself on being a progressive, multicultural institution with a strong commitment to maintaining the diversity of its student intake. But with 57% of QMUL students belonging to Black and minority ethnic groups, an academic body that is overwhelmingly white, no part-time or full-time Black students officer, and on-campus relics which remind us of the recent history of European colonialism and imperialism, we are obliged to acknowledge that in order to make significant progress as a society, certain accepted truths are going to have to be questioned, and racism will have to be openly critiqued and challenged, irrespective of how insensitive or uncomfortable some people may find those discussions to be. It goes without saying that whiteness prevails on all academic levels and in all academic institutions, with such institutionalized whiteness having a detrimental impact upon the academic performance and psychological well-being of African students and students of African descent. African students and students of African heritage do not need to engage in respectability politics in order to justify or explain the experiences of racial injustice that they face on a daily basis. The realities faced by these students have been corroborated by numerous reports and reviews, yet many institutions choose to sweep these findings under the carpet in an attempt to ignore the overwhelming evidence that sheds light on just how detrimental these problems are. This selective memory, and institutional apathy, is a clear sign of a conscious desire not to challenge or change the unjust status quo. Throughout the Number Leopold Most Fall campaign, whiteness has proven to manifest itself more visibly, and more vocally, as African students on campus self-mobilize. It has taken various shapes and forms, some of which include microaggressive remarks that attempt to negate or water down the reality that global African people are still dealing with the traumas and vestiges of colonialism and slavery. The decision undertaken by the then predominantly white Student Council Union at QMUL, a student body that has, at times, proven itself reluctant to advocate on behalf of African/Black students on campus with the same level of diligence shown to other students, to reject the motion calling for the removal and recontextualization of the two Leopold plagues by 2 votes. The overwhelming lack of engagement with, and consideration of, students of African descent with regard to the two Leopold plagues. This includes not only the incompetence demonstrated as a Freedom of Information request was made to QMUL on January 6, 2013, and again on February 2, 2013, by a student at QMUL, but also the lack of serious engagement with the QM Pan-African Society, as various requests were made to formally meet and engage with those in the Estates and Facilities Department. The very unsettling, though not unexpected, recent decision of the Estates and Facilities Department to remove the Leopold plaques on the basis of refurbishment practicalities and, as suggested in a recent email to the QM Pan-African Society, the fear of aligning QMUL far too closely to King Leopold II and the Belgian colonial regime, as opposed to the wider recognition of an African humanity, the importance of reaching out to black student representative bodies, and the even greater reparatory need to mobilize towards total academic decolonization. The frustration that is felt by African students and students of African heritage as institutions and their administrators attempt to silence, disregard, and ignore the issues that concern these students, as a means to guard their public image. The history of the Leopold plagues and the decision undertaken by the Estates and Facilities Department offer us much insight into the current state of UK academia. Before we can interrogate this dynamic even further, however, let us first turn to the Estates and Facilities Department's statement to the QM Pan-African Society, as part of ongoing refurbishment work to our Octagon Library. Queen Mary University of London, QMUL, has removed from view a foundation stone inscription and associated wall plaque, which referenced a visit from King Leopold II of Belgium. QMUL has no historical ties with King Leopold, other than he visited Mile End in April 1887, and then returned to lay the foundation stone in June 1887. The size and prominence of these inscriptions suggested a strength of association that was never the case, and as such the decision was taken to remove both from view. Background information relating to King Leopold's visits and the laying of the foundation stone can be found in the QMUL archives. Though the archives suggest no evidence of financial investment, we need to do away with the capitalist assertion that money constitutes all. It is precisely this hackneyed emphasis on money which obscures the current widespread call for reparatory justice in a global African historical context. QMUL is far from innocent, and its relationship with King Leopold II, whether it be no more than symbolic and gestural, must be interrogated, researched, and investigated further. Marcus Garvey once affirmed that, a people without the knowledge of their past history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots. The very same can be said of academic institutions like QMUL. We cannot know the tree whiteness and the ethnocentric academic body and the fruit that it bears, the Eurocentric and whitewashed knowledge that is produced, without first grasping hold of the root, the wider history of European colonialism, imperialism, and systematic and systemic racism. Indeed, Malcolm X reminds us, you can't hate the roots of the tree without ending up hating the tree. In order to make sense of the present, we must go back to the past, and to go back is to question, why, in 1887, amidst the so-called scramble for Africa, individuals in Britain felt very comfortable inviting King Leopold II to Mile End in East London to lay the foundation stone of the library, now commonly known as the Octagon Hall, located in the original building of the People's Palace. Why QMUL, upon purchasing the People's Palace in 1954, chose not to uphold the values of community outreach and engagement, an issue that reverberates to this day, particularly given that little has been done by the Estates and Facilities Department to adequately reach out to black student representative bodies on campus, but instead chose to privatize a space initially designed for the cultural and educational enrichment of the wider local community. Why did QMUL choose not to carve out its own progressive identity in 1954 when it purchased a building that, essentially, housed two colonial relics if, as the Estates and Facilities Department claim, there is a false strength of association? Why did QMUL not critique the symbolic relationship between Leopold II and the two foundation stones, and why did QMUL not consider the message that this would send out to the world as an academic institution? To go back is to also question, why, in 1987, QMUL was bold enough to invite the ambassador of Belgium back onto campus to commemorate the original foundation stone by adding yet another plaque of commemoration. Such a decision reinforces a continuing relationship with the Belgian imperial state, of which Leopold was only ever a representative. This not only contradicts QMUL's recent statement of disassociation, as suggested by the aforementioned response from the Estates and Facilities Department, but also the way in which attempts to orient institutionally backed post-colonial and global research that aims to offer nuance and historically contextualized political theory, were not matched by a consideration of how to orient institutional policies relating QMUL to global history and global relations. Save for the 10th National Union of Students/Anti-Apartheid Movement annual student conference that was held at QMUL in July 1981, why was QMUL not engaging more deeply, and more seriously, with the anti-apartheid movement that existed across UK university campuses at the time? Apartheid, like slavery, is now roundly condemned. But unlike with slavery, those who did not condemn the brutal system of apartheid at the time are not, typically, seen as people of their time, and are, for that reason, excusable. The fact that QMUL invited the Belgian ambassador back onto campus in 1987 to commemorate the original Leopold plaque, alongside what appears to be a general lack of engagement with anti-apartheid activism, means that QMUL was, long after Leopold II, still complicit in the Eurocentric curriculum, and thus, still on the wrong side of the moral fence of history. Why has it taken 130 years for an academic institution that prides itself on its historically grounded approach to politics and society to suddenly realize that it must do away with the vestiges of colonialism? For 130 years, QMUL has been willfully and neglectfully complicit in the colonial white power structure. Is QMUL as progressive as it claims to be, or is it now beginning to show its true colors? Can we truly say that white supremacist, colonial attitudes have disappeared, or have they simply refashioned themselves into new, subtle, and politically correct ways? If the decision to efface the two Leopold plagues was spurred on by a wider, uncritical plan for refurbishment, surely this demonstrates an attitude of non-acknowledgement as opposed to genuine atonement? One is inevitably reminded of the words of Cheek Anta Diop in this regard: intellectuals ought to study the past not for the pleasure they find in so doing, but to derive lessons from it. The same rationale can, and should be, applied to institutions. What type of reparatory work is QMUL willing and, more importantly, going to do in order to repair at least 130 years of damage? Where, in the recent actions of the Estates and Facilities Department, is a demonstration of public acknowledgement and public atonement, particularly given the student activism that has occurred for the last few years? What is now being done to recontextualize the two plagues and the history of the Belgian imperial state, and how does the Estates and Facilities Department intend to include the QM Pan-African Society and other black student representative bodies in this process? A physical vestige of colonialism has been removed, but we know, both empirically and intellectually, how much is left to do at an institutional level. This applies not only to QMUL, a Russell Group university readying itself to apply for the Race Equality Charter mark, but to the state of UK academia as a whole. Keeping in line with the United Nations International Decade for People of African Descent, QMUL have between now and 2024 to set in motion the institutional reforms that will amass to a more progressive, more nuanced, understanding of the world. This includes, but is not limited to, reforming the nature and praxis of the Eurocentric curriculum across all academic fields of study. This includes ensuring that African students and students of African descent are supported in both undergraduate and postgraduate study, and a more dedicated attempt by QMUL to hire African academics, and academics of African heritage. Recontextualizing the two Leopold plagues by establishing a public museum or space on campus, preferably one dedicated to the history of colonialism and imperialism, where the two Leopold plagues can be relocated and permanently housed. Incorporating black student representative bodies at QMUL, including the QM Pan-African Society, into this process of recontextualization. This includes determining the academic and historical lens through which the narrative of King Leopold II, the Belgian colonial regime and the two Leopold plagues are told. Ensuring that the archives are made accessible not only to students and staff at QMUL, but to the wider public also. Ensuring that a space is reserved, each year, on the ground floor of the Mile End Library during Black History Month, showcasing literature around Black history, Black intellectual thought, and, central to this campaign, King Leopold II and the Belgian colonial state. Renaming the QMUL bursary the Patrice Lumumba Bursary, taking into account the link between the colonialism of King Leopold II and the Congolese independence led by Patrice Lumumba, the latter of which so-called progressive institutions such as QMUL should, and ought to, be memorializing. QMUL has buildings and rooms named after prominent figures from history. Take, for example, the Francis Bancroft Building located in the Mile End campus. It is, therefore, more than feasible for QMUL to rename one of their buildings after figures from history who actively led the movement for decolonial reform. Thus, we propose changing the name of the Octagon Library, the library in which the two Leopold plagues were formerly housed, to the Patrice Lumumba Library. A public announcement of atonement by QMUL, accompanied by a strategic pledge to ensure that the above demands are met and carried out by the university going forward. Diversity training for students and staff. Collection and divulgation of statistics about the degree classifications awarded to students, including a breakdown based on ethnic or racial classification and gender, by the various departments at QMUL. Establishing a Black Students Officer at QMUL. Engaging more diligently with African students and students of African descent with regard to the issues that directly concern them. Concluding remarks. We will continue to use our minds, our voices, and our collective energies to fight for a world where African people are respected, their humanity is recognized and acknowledged, reparatory justice is served, and the economic, political, cultural, and social scales are balanced by the self-organization of African people against the racism deeply entrenched in these institutions. We recognize all of these fights to be unquestionably important and urgent. Eurocentric institutions, and meek, docile, and apologetic academics should not try to silence the voices of such students. In the words of Frantz Fanon, the future will have no pity for those men who, possessing the exceptional privilege of being able to speak words of truth to their oppressors, have taken refuge in an attitude of passivity, of mute indifference, and sometimes of cold complicity. 1. Empirical and lived experiences should never be open to debate without a good dose of empathy from those involved. It is very telling, and symptomatic of an oppressive and unjust system, when people would rather spend time finding counter-arguments to criticize and perform all kinds of mental gymnastics to undermine the efforts of the decolonial movement, rather than to listen and to help push for improvement. The student decolonial movement has numerous goals, the most crucial of which is the need for academics and institutions to be intellectually honest and historically accurate. This can be put into action by, as aforementioned, the erasure of the Eurocentric curriculum, and academic institutions having the integrity to admit that they are far from being meritocratic and post-racial. Racism still plays a major part in the academic performance and outcome of students, and it impacts greatly on their university experiences. Hopefully we are all wise enough to know that a few token Black students and academics are not representative, and will never be representative, of the majority. As Eric Williams once stated, every age rewrites history, but particularly ours, which has been forced by events to re-evaluate our conceptions of history and economic and political development too. Indeed, shifting narratives is one of the most important steps towards transforming society, and institutions like QMUL must take heed of our needs as a people and a student body if they really want to nurture the development of great individual visionaries who hold the key to the future that our society faces. An eternal voice of gratitude to Dr. Nathaniel Adam Tobias Coleman for his intellectual prowess, guidance, and supervision, Professor Robbie Shilliam for his direction and support, the QM Young Greens for their humanitarian values and determination, and those few, progressive-minded elected officers of the Queen Mary Students' Union for their dedication and strong character. Part 3. Global Reflections and Reverberations. 24. Resisting Neocolonialism from Patrice Lumumba to Rhodes Must Fall. Kofi Clou. This contribution emerged in response to the convening of the annual Oxford Africa Conference 1 of 2015. Though originally founded with a Pan-Africanist ethos, the conference has been CO-sponsored in recent years by the said business school. On the positive side, it brings together some of the young entrepreneurs, students, and innovators from across the continent to network and discuss subjects like the future of media, politics, business, and socio-cultural life in Africa. On the other hand, the conference features business elites who have historically profited at the expense of the continent's poor and working class majority. Directors from such institutions as the Bank of America, Merrill Lynch, Barclays Bank, and the World Bank are often featured speakers. What this business-oriented discourse hides is the simple fact that Walter Rodney pointed out over 40 years ago, for the entirety of its 500-year existence, that capitalism has been the primary agency of underdevelopment in Africa. Point 2. The first historic period of European capital accumulation was the so-called Atlantic slave trade, a monstrous structural adjustment program which kidnapped millions of African people and enslaved them on white capitalist plantations in the Americas. Next came the colonial period, with the same imperial powers scrambling to carve up the natural resources, labor, and wealth of the continent. Nowadays, we see the latest phase of capitalist domination through neocolonialist forces such as the World Bank, which has subjugated billions of people, often by imposing odious debt through unpayable loans to corrupt neocolonial Western-backed regimes. In 2015, the keynote speech for the conference was given by Ghana President John Dramani Mahama, who said of such reactionary Oxford alumni as Rupert Murdoch and Margaret Thatcher that they have most certainly done their alma mater proud. Of Cecil Rhodes, Mahama simply remarked that Rhodes was a famous colonial businessman and miner, after whom the prestigious Rhodes Scholarship as well as the former territory of Rhodesia, now modern-day Zimbabwe, were named. He made no mention of Rhodes' historic crimes against humanity, nor the mass movement which had recently taken both southern Africa and Britain by storm under the banner of "Number Rhodes Must Fall." Point 3. For these reasons, the Oxford Pan-African Forum, OxPAF, organized an event entitled Confronting the Unspeakable, Imperialism and Neocolonialism in Africa Today. The purpose of the event was to foster awareness and discussion of some of the forces which are too often neglected in business roundtable discussions about the continent. Featured speaker Kofi Clou spoke about the ways in which neocolonialism terrorized the previous generation of African leaders into submission and the need for the younger generation to build movements for decolonization amongst poor and working people in order to carry forward the struggle for global justice and liberation. Kofi Clou is a London-based activist, global justice campaigner, and a leading member of the Pan-African Reparations Coalition in Europe, PARCO, and the Global African People's Parliament, GAP, in the UK. An audio recording of his riveting speech, reproduced with minor edits below, can also be heard at http://soundcloud.com/oxpaf/kofi-neo-resisting-lumumba-to-Rhodes Must Fall. Thanks for the opportunity to be part of this conversation here again with OxPAF. It is true that in raising issues about imperialism and neocolonialism, more so in no other place than the University of Oxford, we are tackling the unspeakable. We're not supposed to be mentioning these things. And for your generation of younger people, these are supposed to be obsolete, archaic. You know? These things supposedly don't exist. And therefore you have this nice organized conference with the banks, and I hear the president of Ghana is going to be speaking. Actually, he was my junior in secondary school. We went to the same secondary school. His father used to be a minister in the Kwame Nkrumah government, and he was exposed to the same political circles I was exposed to. But I'm sure he'll be saying something totally, very, very different. Laughter. Those of us who were born into times where we saw the world changing, Asia, Africa, South America, and even the West were actually shaking with huge protest movements that were globally interlinked. Growing up in these times, we could not invest in that status quo that was literally collapsing before our very eyes, and many of us opted to invest in the world that we thought was coming. Now many of my generation have turned around because that world did not materialize. But when you look at it, it's largely because many have been terrorized into cowardice. The hopes of people, particularly those living in the global south, that were rising in those times against imperialism in its colonial and neo-colonial manifestations, their hopes were shattered. But what people don't talk about very much is how they were shattered. We saw fine phalanxes of some of the most inspiring leaders that Africa, Asia, and South America had. Those very ones who took us to heights of belief in our own ability to transform the world. Then we saw them drowned in blood, with murders and terrorism on a scale that you cannot imagine. Just go and study and find out how Patrice Lumumba was killed. His body was dissolved in acid. You can't even find a trace. Amilcar Cabral, Felix Mumi, and the list goes on. That has sown so much terror into our generation that particularly when the West sang its triumphant songs with the collapse of the Soviet Union, many felt they could not challenge the West on their own. And many were rehabilitated from the left, like my good friend who's now the president of Ghana. Taken to schools in the US and taught how impossible it was to want to challenge the might of the West, and that the only game in town was becoming agents of the West. And this is why, in starting this discussion, I wanted to read something by Kwame Nkrumah, who was the first president of Ghana and very much a leader in the Pan-African resistance not just to colonialism but to neo-colonialism in Africa, overthrown in a coup d'état in 1966, and who wrote this in 1973 when he was asked by the Black Power movement in Britain to become patron of the emerging movement in the UK. In Africa we thought we could achieve freedom and independence, and our ultimate goals of unity and socialism, by peaceful means. This has landed us in the grip of neo-colonialism. We could not succeed using non-violent methods. The same power structure which is blocking the efforts of African Americans in the US, is also now throwing roadblocks in Africa's way. Imperialism, neo-colonialism, settler domination, and racialism seek to bring us down and resubjugate us. In Africa, Latin America, the Caribbean, the Middle East, and Southeast Asia, imperialists and neo-colonialists with the help of local stooges attempt to master us with guns. They are united in their determination to extend and prolong their domination and exploitation. So we must fight wherever imperialism, neo-colonialism, and racialism exist. We too must combine our strength and coordinate our strategy in a unified armed struggle. Nonviolent methods are now anachronistic in revolution. And so I say to the progressive revolutionary forces of the Western world, in the words of Ernesto Che Guevara, let us develop a true proletarian internationalism, with international proletarian armies. The flag under which we fight shall be the sacred cause of redeeming humanity. So it was the West that imposed even upon African and global South leaders who were desperately trying, against all the odds, to chart peaceful paths of effecting transformation. The West forced those like Nkrumah to come to the recognition that there was no way that you could pursue goals of decolonization except through armed struggle. And that must register on our minds what European domination of Africa, of the global South has been. ******. In looking at neocolonialism, it must be emphasized that it was identified quite early on in the liberation struggles of colonized peoples across the world. In fact, Nkrumah points to the fact that South America, which achieved some degree of emancipation from direct European rule, was compelled to resubjugate itself to neocolonialism. And in Asia, we were seeing also the emergence of neocolonialism. Within Africa itself, scholar activists like Frantz Fanon began to see tendencies within the liberation movements themselves that lend credence to the view that Nkrumah actually confirmed later on, that neocolonialism was actually incipient in the liberation movement itself, because the liberation movement was a broad alliance of all kinds of forces with the desire to do away with foreign domination, including people who sought to do away with foreign domination to varying degrees. For some, it was simply a matter of replacing the direct rule of European colonialists with themselves, and any attempt to create situations in Africa and the global South that ensured that power moved to the masses of the oppressed peoples so that it could transform into not just seizing sovereignty but control over resources, the repositioning of African and global South people in the world arrangement of things so that they could play an equally powerful role in the shaping of the world. Some people didn't see the liberation struggle as ending in that. They wanted just some elbow room so that they can keep things as they were so long as they could get a lot more crumbs, right? And these questions were fought out in the process of the independence struggle. If you look at the tragedy of the Congo at that time, people like Patrice Lumumba represented the radical sections of the National Liberation Movement, Moise Tshombe and Joseph Kasavubu, and the rest represented those forces that said, well, Belgium could give us room, but we love you so much. We can do anything without you, so hang around and we will simply serve you. Okay, and this led to bitter internal conflicts, even as the independence struggle raged. There are many Africans who want to actually deny that this was reality, and in fact there were leaders of the independence struggle like Nkrumah himself, who desperately were trying to pretend that this wasn't happening, or that it wasn't that bad. If only we could build some kind of national unity of all Africans. Obviously foreign domination was bad. And people could clearly see that it was bad and that it ought to be replaced not by a few who would lord it over the masses who have been deprived for centuries, but by real people's power that could transform not just Africa but the world. And others said no. Fear of empowered masses of people drove a section of largely Western, mentally deranged elements in the liberation movement to fear the masses, the power of the masses so much. Fear of that transformation that would actually bring about true equality for the peoples who were suffering colonialism meant they were prepared to side with the colonialists against the masses, and they actually enabled the worst of them to take out radical leaders of the independence movements. And that's how many of them perished. For example, Amilcar Cabral V was taken out of his residence, his bedroom, by his own guards, tied up to the stake, and shot on the orders of the Portuguese intelligence services that had penetrated into the liberation movement. Then there are people like Pierre Muley in the Congo, who led the resistance for a number of years after Lumumba was murdered. During Mobutu's rise to power, he declared an amnesty and invited Pierre Muley back in a so-called gesture of reconciliation. 6 When Muley came, he was arrested, taken to his village, put between two armored cars with his hands and legs tied to them and then torn apart. The level of brutality to which the West went in eliminating those leaders of the independence movement not just in Africa but in Asia and South America who wanted a complete end to colonialism and coloniality, who wanted true decolonization beggars belief. And that is why we've ended up with neocolonialism. And what is neocolonialism? In fact, Dan Glazebrook made a very interesting point about the cartoon that actually publicized this event, which portrayed a white man in a suit holding a black man in chains as colonialism, and a white man in a suit holding a black man in chains as neocolonialism. The first one depicting colonialism is correct. But in the second one there's something missing. The white colonialist should be standing behind the black puppet, because that is what it is. Simply put, that is what neocolonialism is. You keep coloniality intact, particularly in its control of human and material resources, and you get what Fanon called black skin, white masks, puppets, to be running the show. Like administrators in the old slave plantations. And that is what we now have. It's been imposed with so much blood. But not only that. A key element in the maintenance and perpetuation up to now of neocolonialism is what has been identified as mental enslavement. The colonization of the mind. And in fact, Fanon said something long ago, before Ngugi wa Thiong'o wrote Decolonizing the Mind, imperialism leaves behind germs of rot which we must clinically detect and remove from our land, but from our minds as well. And this brings me to, in the short time we have left, talk about your role, because there is no greater force wreaking devastation in the neo-colonies of imperialism today than those trained at Oxbridge institutions like this. They go back pompously posing as people who have risen to the apogee of learning and demand complete obedience to the rot in their minds, regardless of the fact that what you have been taught here has absolutely little to do with the knowledge that has guided our communities over centuries, that has enabled our communities to maintain a harmony between themselves and nature, and to have developed at a pace where they maximized the best for themselves, producing their own knowledge and disseminating it to enrich world civilization. This is not the time and place to go into the contributions made by non-European peoples to the development of civilization, but a big part of the problem today is those of you who come to these places believing that you are God's gift to humanity just because you've given your brains to be further damaged and poisoned and unleashed on our people who are supposed not to question you. You know your own, how they walk around Africa saying all kinds of things that do not originate from them, because they originate from their lecturers and handlers in these places and demanding that nobody questions what you say. So there is a role for you. We could go into all kinds of ways of challenging neocolonialism, but once you zone in on the role you have to play, there were people like you in much better positions than you. Cabral was the first person from a Portuguese-speaking colony in Africa to get a PhD in agronomy. Eduardo Mondlane VII the first in sociology. Nkrumah and the others were some of the first to enter and graduate from Western universities. But read the Introduction to Conscientism, Philosophy and Ideology of Decolonization written by Nkrumah. He makes the point that there were two types of African students who came abroad. Those who came that were mesmerized by everything that was European and just swallowed everything hook, line, and sinker. Then there were those of them who came here, rooted in the knowledge produced by their communities. And even though colonialism tried desperately to erase as much of that and to repress it, when they came to these shores, they found a huge importance and bigger relevance of the knowledge produced by their own communities to themselves. So they began to learn whatever there was to learn here critically, knowing that their mission was to go back in humility and unlearn what they were being taught here for colonial purposes and learn from their own people. They went back with that humility, and even when they were offered some of the best jobs that the colonial authorities could, they rejected them. Check it out. They rejected them and went back into the villages to serve the so-called illiterate peasants, workers, and so on, to build movements of liberation that were not just movements, physically fighting movements, but they were also sites of the production of knowledge. And that is what you can do. That is the choice you have. Coming into these spaces testifies to something about you. It means you have huge talent. You have the possibility to know the world, but also enhance humanity's treasure house of knowledge. Now if you choose to sell your brain so cheap to the masters of these places and the corporate bosses behind them, that says something about how you do not understand your own value. But if you are to learn what you can, critically, go back amongst your people, and even if you got jobs from the system, know how, as Cabral put it, know how to utilize it as a combat post in our liberation struggle. You can do that. And if you did that, we will build again the force that can change things. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It is true that a lot has happened in Africa, and I wouldn't paint the situation of regimes like that of Gaddafi with the kind of rosy colors that some have done. There are contradictions there. But the fact of the matter is that as riddled with contradictions as those regimes were, they still stood up for something other than the Western diktat. I was horrified in this country, when I heard many so-called university students, African university students, black university students who didn't understand what was going on. They thought the attack on Gaddafi was revolution coming. Just because in those white left SWP kind of structures, that was the language they were hearing. They couldn't think. They couldn't critically analyze the situation. And now we are where we are. In fact, the situation is worse than ever before, because I know how many Ghanaians were fleeing from a worse type of neocolonialism in Ghana, who found jobs in Libya and were supporting their families across Africa. And now it's true, the racism that was unleashed on the Libyan people for the Gaddafi regime's role in Africa south of the Sahara. 8 I'm saying that I was hearing African university students unable to think differently and read differently that situation from what they were being told in their classrooms and these funny white left groups around them. Laughter. So it is important, as Che Guevara was asked by the wife of Frantz Fanon in the 1960s, what was his advice to African revolutionaries, and he said, they must learn to use their own heads. That is what I will leave with you. Neocolonialism is a colossal force today. It has terrorized almost everybody, particularly in academic spaces, into eerie silence. To the point that the rumblings we're now hearing in certain parts of Africa where the student movement is coming back into its own with Rhodes must fall. The West is busily running around, Western academics from these places are being sponsored on tours and conferences around Africa to build a cordon of silence around Rhodes must fall so that that message is not heard. But people are hearing it. And I'm glad that there is a Rhodes must fall chapter developing in Oxford. You cannot imagine what a colossal force it can be. Not just for those involved in a Rhodes must fall movement in South Africa and chapters that are spreading despite this cordon across the continent, but also here. Because here you can read the developing political situation in all kinds of ways, but decolonization is back on the agenda. In Britain, what Scotland says about the UK has repercussions for the world, because if it reignites the Irish independence movement, galvanizes a Welsh independence movement, and we begin to rebuild a global alliance of forces for self-determination with a unifying demand for decolonizing the world, in truth, you would be helping to reignite the fires of Soweto that will burn down Babylon and free all our minds. Thank you very much. Sustained applause. 25. Decolonizing Mathematics. Kevin Miners. Kevin Miners is a black Bermudian doctoral student in mathematics at the University of Bath. He is an Oxford University graduate and his research focuses on modeling dynamical systems using differential equations and computer simulations. He enjoys playing sports, highlighting double standards in society, and making jokes in group chats. The emergence of the number Rhodes must fall movement has reignited the conversation on how education has been colonized and how education can be decolonized. In particular, it has provided an opportunity for students to reevaluate and critique the predominance of white, European, and male academics, authors, and thinkers in their education curriculum. While discussion about decolonization arises more often in relation to humanities subjects like literature, history, and philosophy, there remains a need to decolonize the more objective and scientific disciplines like mathematics. 1. Mathematics is universal. In theory, everyone has the ability to learn it, practice it, and see the beauty in it. Unfortunately, this is not always the case in practice. Research has shown that differing expectations of brilliance underlie gender distributions in education, often reducing the diversity found within academic disciplines. 2. For example, by the second year of elementary school, children have already begun to internalize the stereotype that mathematics is for boys. 3. Recent work on the whiteness in mathematics education and the experience of black students demonstrates the continued presence of racial oppression within the teaching and learning of mathematics. 4. Research on big data has shown various ways in which the models we use to interpret data inherit the biases that we already possess, further perpetuating and increasing inequality. 5. How did we get here? In his piece on decolonizing maths that we have included in this book, Indian mathematician C.K. Raju believes we need to start at the beginning with the history of mathematics. The history of mathematics is too often portrayed as being full of white European men and only going as far back as the Greeks and Romans. Raju begins by addressing how this is not the full story. Consider fractions, for example. Ancient Egyptians were using fractions thousands of years ago, but this cultural information is rarely taught as often as, say, the theorem of Pythagoras, a Greek mathematician. Pythagoras studied and learned about mathematics in Egypt, but credit for mathematical innovation is given to Pythagoras but not the ancient Egyptians. 7. This is what Raju labels a false history. Colonization has also brought an authority imbalance to mathematics. To make this point, Raju introduces the deductive proof. An example of a deductive proof is 1. All humans are mortal. 2. I am human. 3. Therefore, I am mortal. We begin with premises 1 and 2 and end with conclusion 3. The validity of a conclusion achieved by a deductive proof depends on the validity of the premises. This means that, for a deductive proof to be valid, we need to first know that the premises are valid. Raju states that the only way to do this is to rely on authority, and in practice, we teach only those premises approved by Western authority. With this authority imbalance, colonization has introduced the classification of mathematical expert and mathematical non-expert. For example, the mathematical expert knows that 1 + 1 = 2 through a 300+ page proof. The mathematical non-expert knows that 1 plus 1 equals 2 from the experience of everyday life. These two ways of knowing 1 plus 1 equals 2 are not considered equivalent. Ryu states that these are respectively deemed superior and inferior knowledge, and that those with inferior knowledge are forced to trust those with superior knowledge. Yet while mathematics has been colonized, it is also being decolonized. To this end, Ryu believes we need to return to a common-sense practical philosophy of mathematics as a technique of approximate calculation for practical purposes. This focus on common sense and practicality allows each individual to be an authority on mathematics, recognizing their personal experience with the subject as valid. This removes the need for Western authority and blurs the arbitrary lines between mathematical expert and mathematical non-expert. Indeed, this idea dovetails with other work being done on decolonizing mathematics. One such example is ethnomathematics. Coined by Uberaton D'Ambrosio, a Brazilian mathematician, ethnomathematics is defined as the mathematics practiced by cultural groups, such as urban and rural communities, groups of workers, professional classes, children in a given age group, indigenous societies, and so many other groups that are identified by the objectives and traditions common to these groups. He continues to say that it is embedded in ethics, focused on the recovery of the cultural dignity of the human being. The dignity of the individual is violated by social exclusion, which often occurs as a result of failing to pass the discriminatory barriers established by the dominant society, including, and principally, in the school system. 8. The focus on the mathematics used by a wide variety of groups of people ensures that the practical, everyday knowledge is valued as well. In addition, explicitly stating that the fundamental purpose of ethnomathematics is to remove and recover the dignity lost due to discriminatory barriers speaks to the very classifications of mathematical expert and mathematical non-expert that Ryu highlights. Ethnomathematics has been studied in detail 9 and has been applied to numerous different peoples and cultures. It has been used in traditional navigation in Hawaii I-10, exploring mathematics in the Malay region before the arrival of Western mathematics 11, continuous figure tracing in Oceania 12, wave piloting and stick charts in traditional Marshallese navigation 13, and the geometry of the traditional Bermuda kite. 14. Ethnomathematics is a powerful framework because it offers a decolonial definition of what mathematics is. A lot of work has also been done to critically consider how we teach decolonized mathematics and the wider sciences. Decolonization is being used to bridge the divide between research and indigenous peoples. 15. To introduce contextually respectful and localized science education in Trinidad. 16. To integrate Western and Aboriginal sciences. 17. To make culture and history a critical part of teaching. 18. To develop curricula that challenge multiple forms of oppression. 19. And to ensure that everyone has access to required resources. 20. Mathematics is and always will be universal. Unfortunately, colonized mathematics prevents the discipline from living up to this potential. Rejecting false history, recognizing that mathematics is more than Western colonial mathematics, appreciating that everyone can be a mathematician, and defining ethnomathematics as a valid form of knowledge are some of the steps we can take to ensure that mathematics is for everyone, everywhere, always. Finally, it must be noted that when Ryu first published his piece on The Conversation, a website claiming to offer a space for academic freedom and diversity that is free of commercial or political bias, it elicited a hostile response from the defenders of Western epistemology. In response, the white editor of the Africa section of the website quickly took Ryu's piece down. The reason she gave was that it did not meet their standards because Ryu supposedly only referenced his own work to back up his main arguments. 21. If it was the case that the only problem with the article was a lack of references, the logical solution would have been to ask Ryu for more references to meet the publishing standards. It seems a challenger to white domination in mathematics is not granted such courtesy. Instead, the website decided to jump straight to censorship, which clearly contradicts their charter to support and foster academic freedom to conduct research, teach, write, and publish. 22. What happened to Ryu's academic freedom? In addition, the fact that this reasoning was given in private is suspicious. Another charter of The Conversation is to set the standard in journalism best practice. Be open, transparent, and accountable. Where errors occur, correct them expeditiously. Giving a private explanation of why an article was taken down could hardly be called open and transparent. Raju summarizes these points when he says that removing the article was an indirect admission that censorship was the only way to save the racist history of dead white men being the originators of math, as against my challenge. Had an easy rebuttal of the article been possible, at the academic level, conversation would have carried it to better inform its readers. Indeed, they did not wonder how so much of my published work got past so many referees. The fact that I was non-white was enough to invoke prejudice to shoot it down. 23. Eventually, a longer version of Raju's article with more references was published in a peer-reviewed academic journal. 24. In his attempt to uncensor the full story of the history and philosophy of mathematics being more than just white European men, Raju was met with censorship. This is yet another example of how a colonized education protects and perpetuates a colonial ideology and perspective. As Kavita Banat put it, the real problem is not simply a monoculture but a mono-ideology, a mono-perspective. 25. 26. To decolonize math, stand up to its false history and bad philosophy. Chandrakant Raju. Professor Chandrakant, C.K., Raju is a computer scientist, mathematician, educator, physicist, and polymath researcher affiliated with the Centre for Studies in Civilizations, the Indian Institute of Education, and the Sri Guru Gobind Singh Tricentenary, SGT, University in India. He received the UK's Telesio Galilei Academy of Science Award in 2010. He has proposed the structured time interpretation of quantum mechanics, based on a new model of physical time evolution using mixed-type functional differential equations. This model arises naturally by correcting a mathematical mistake that Albert Einstein made in understanding the special relativity on which much of modern physics has been built. Raju was a key contributor to the first Indian supercomputer, Param 8000, and has authored 12 books and dozens of articles, mainly on the subjects of physics, mathematics, and the history and philosophy of science. He teaches decolonist courses in calculus, school geometry, and the history and philosophy of science. A false history of science was used to initiate colonial education, one in support of colonialism. This false history persists. In a recent article about decolonizing mathematics, for instance, Professor Karen Brody asserts that much, though certainly not all, of mathematics was created by dead white men. 2. This is not true. A false history. Consider the most elementary mathematics of fractions. Did the white man invent it? No. The Rhind Papyrus 3 shows that Black Egyptians knew about fractions from at least 3,700 years ago. Moreover, Greeks and Romans did not. There is no systematic way to represent fractions in traditional Greek and Roman arithmetic. Europe imported the arithmetic of fractions, and it came into the Jesuit syllabus only around 1572-4, and the white man finally started learning what Amos the scribe was teaching black children from 3,000 years earlier. What mathematics could dead white men have created without even a knowledge of fractions? Of course, Western historians have long claimed that real math was invented by Greeks, Pythagoras, Euclid, and so on. However, Pythagoras is MYTH 5 and there is no historical evidence for Euclid 6, as I've explained in my book Euclid and Jesus. 7. The evidence for Euclid is so thin, that I've instituted a challenge PRIZE8 of around $40,000,300 for serious evidence about Euclid. This stands unclaimed and has done for several years. Further, though the text Elements, which Euclid supposedly wrote, comes from Alexandria in Africa, its author is commonly visualized 9 as a white man. But it is rather more likely that the anonymous author of the Elements was a black woman. 10. When this is pointed out, some people try to save the myth. They say they don't care about the author, only the book. However, it is another false Western myth that the book Elements is about deductive proofs. The actual book contains no pure deductive proofs. Its very first proposition is proved empirically, as is its fourth proposition, the side-angle side theorem, needed for the proof of its penultimate proposition, Pythagorean proposition. Deductive proof doesn't lead to valid knowledge. Stripping off the false history exposes the central philosophical claim, that real math is about deductive proofs which are infallible and lead to superior knowledge. However, that claim too is false. Deductive proofs are fallible. So an invalid deductive proof can be easily mistaken for a valid one. For centuries, the most authoritative Western scholars collectively made this mistake, when they wrongly praised Euclid's Elements as a model of deductive proof. Worse, even a validly proved mathematical theorem is only an inferior sort of knowledge, since we never know whether it is valid knowledge. For example, the Pythagorean theorem is not valid knowledge for triangles drawn on the curved surface of the Earth. However, Europeans kept applying the Pythagorean theorem to such triangles to determine latitude and longitude on their navigational technique of dead reckoning. 11 This led to centuries of navigational disasters and made navigation and determination of longitude the key scientific challenge for Europeans from the 16th to the 18th centuries. In fact, a mathematical theorem need have no relation at all to valid knowledge. For example, we can easily prove as a mathematical theorem that a rabbit has 2 horns. 1. All animals have 2 horns. 2. A rabbit is an animal. 3. Therefore, a rabbit has 2 horns. This is a valid deductive proof, but is the conclusion valid? Mere deductive proof does not lead to valid knowledge. We must check whether the assumptions are true. In this case the assumptions are false, simply point to an animal which has no horns. However, formal math forbids such common sense, empirical proofs, based on its central dogma that deductive proofs are superior. Anyway, the postulates of formal mathematics, say set theory, cannot be empirically checked. So, formal mathematics is pure metaphysics. The only way to check its assumptions is to rely on authority, and in practice we teach only those postulates approved by Western authority. For example, calculus is done with formal real numbers, and not Indian non-Archimedean arithmetic, or floating point numbers used in computer arithmetic. School geometry is taught using Hilbert's far-fetched synthetic postulates, not Indo-Egyptian chord geometry. 12. A slave mentality. Thus, formal mathematics creates a slave mentality. It creates a person who blindly relies on Western authority and conflates it with infallible truth. So finding better ways of inculcating that slave mentality, teaching the same maths but differently, as Brodie proposes in her article, is absolutely the last thing we should do. False claims of superiority are a trick to impose Western authority, exactly as in apartheid. Everyone understands 1 + 1 = 2 in a common-sense way. But Whitehead and Russell took 378 pages in their Principia to prove 1 + 1 = 2. Declaring such mountains of metaphysics as superior knowledge has political value. People who cannot understand those 378 pages needed for 1 + 1 = 2 are forced to trust an expert. The entire colonial tradition of education teaches us to trust only Western-approved experts, and distrust everyone else. This creates epistemic dependence for even the simplest things like 1 + 1 = 2, making epistemic descent impossible. But epistemic descent is central to decolonization. And much work has already been done to decolonize mathematics. A successful alternative. There is an alternative philosophy of mathematics 13 consolidated in my book Cultural Foundations of Mathematics 14 and now renamed Zeroism. 15. It rejects the Western metaphysics of formal mathematics as religiously biased. 16 Since the days of Plato, who related mathematics to the soul. Actual teaching experiments have been performed with 8 groups in 5 universities in 3 countries: Malaysia, Iran 17 and India. 18. This decolonist math is so easy that the calculus can be taught in 5 days. 19 Work on this approach to decolonizing mathematics and science 20 has been reported in various meetings on decolonization organized by the Multiversity. 21 It was publicly discussed in newspapers 22 and blogs, and prominently reported in newspapers 23, magazine articles 24, interviews 25 and videos. 26. Decolonist math rejects the redundant metaphysics of formal math as inferior knowledge. It reverts to a common-sense practical philosophy of mathematics as a technique of approximate calculation for practical purposes. By making math easy, it enables students to solve harder problems that are usually left out of existing courses. It also leads to a better science, the simplest example being a better theory of gravitation arising from correcting Newton's wrong metaphysical presumptions about calculus. In short, math can be decolonist. The simple way to do it is to have the courage to stand up to its false Western history and bad Western philosophy, and focus solely on its practical value. Point 27. 27. Decolonizing pedagogy. An open letter to the colonizer. Awazalashaba. Below is an open letter written by Dr. Awazalashaba to Professor Anthony Butler, who is head of the Politics Department at the University of Cape Town, where Dr. Lashaba teaches. Dr. Lashaba holds a B.A. Hons. From the University of Transkei, and Ma in Philosophy from the University of Ibadan, an M.Phil from the Center for Studies in Social Sciences in Kolkata, and a Ph.D. from the University of the Witwatersrand. In the afternoon of August 24, 2016, the head of Department, HOD, of Politics at UCT, University of Cape Town, addressed to me a letter, whose contents we shall in a moment discourse about. He opens the letter with the following salutation: Dear Alwazi. He could as well have written, Dear Dr. Alwazalashaba. It would not have made any difference. For, I cannot say with certainty what I, in his modern imaginary, represent. Accordingly, I have permitted myself the liberty of leading him to the abyss wherein dwells the shattered fragments of my being, so he may recognize me for what and who I am. I am of those whose skin color makes them objects of scorn and disregard. I am one with the black children of Masafomlil, Imazamo Yethu, Gugulathu, and other black slums, who with their tender bare black bodies play all day long in stagnant pools of discarded bathing water, urine, menstrual blood, vomit of drunken black souls, and perhaps discharge from a backyard abortion performed on a body too young to bear life. I am one with those in this country who grow up certain that success is destined to elude them because they are black. For us it remains dark even though the day should have started. We are of a race that has no knowledge to offer modern South Africa. Our forms of cognizing, modes of being in the world, are Weltan Shouung and cannot be admitted to credence. They fall outside the bounds of modern disciplinary knowledges. More precisely, our forms of knowledge are incomprehensible to the ideological sciences of man. Because we epitomize unreason and irrationality and perhaps all things inhuman for centuries, our physical presence in institutions of knowledge production like UCT was decreed undesirable by whiteness. Thus, today, we find ourselves in institutions of higher learning whose material, cultural, aesthetic, symbolic and intellectual production are pointed in a direction away from us. Worse still, we bear the burden of calling these our institutions while fully aware that these institutions despise us. It matters not that we give all our productive lives as black people cleaning them, cleaning their toilets, securing them, serving them coffee and tending to their gardens. Their hatred of black people remains firm. Because all those who are black in this country make it possible for me to say I am, my success as an individual black person means nothing when they continue to be excluded from postgraduate studies at UCT, when they continue to wallow in poverty and ignorance, when their souls remain crushed under the weight of whiteness. Until they succeed, until we succeed together, only then can I claim to be successful. For I have no possibility of attaining any form of self-consciousness and self-recognition away from them. The white world cannot offer me recognition, in fact it cannot recognize me, for as Fanon tells us, the ontology of a black person is impossible in the modern necessarily racist world. I must then always evade recognition when you see me be who black people are. In that way you shall know me for who I am. I am of those who because of their race were denied access to universities in the land of their birth. I am of those who precisely because of centuries of exclusion are today condescendingly described as lazy, incapable of successfully pursuing postgraduate studies. The monstrosity of the pain we as black people in this land have been made to go through by white people impels me to weep, every time I reminisce about it. The Senegalese savant Mariama Ba tells us that, pain, even when it is past, leaves the same marks on the individual when recalled. Mariama Ba. I shall now consider myself, those who make my being possible, and those who can lay claim neither to dignity nor honor, as knowable, even if this process is fleeting and evanescent. For the benefit of the reader, I shall now summarize what happened in the lecture of August 15, 2016, which supposedly triggered the Hod's letter to me. In the week prior to the 15th, I had diligently taken students through the compound thematic of colonialism, coloniality, and decolonization. Later in the week of the 15th I was to take students through political culture and political socialization. I had reasoned in my black mind that one of the defining features of South Africa's political culture is the culture of protest. So in order to breathe life to these themes, viz. culture of political protest and decolonization, I decided to invite RMF activists to class. They enlightened us through political songs of protest and in turn gave political speeches on how RMF had begun, on what decolonizing the university means to for them, mapped for us how the protest last year unfolded, told us of their experience of state violence, criminalization, and suspension by the university. These were not secondary accounts from a lecturer who has never been part of the historic student protest at UCT. Rather, they came from key RMF dramatis personae. I found them revealing. Of course, I also encountered new struggle songs, which revealed a complex that was at once of political making as well as the making of a collective black political subject of emancipation. The activists were nothing but walking archives of the struggle to both Afrikaners and decolonist knowledge in a supposedly South African university in 2015. Their speeches made vivid their genuine love for themselves, for black people and for the country. At an appropriate moment, history shall thank them most profoundly for their selflessness and sacred love for the land. It bears stating that I had earlier been approached by anthropology students taking my course for assistance regarding a task they had. They had been asked to write a project on RMF. One cannot say how beneficial that class was to them, only they can. I do, however, remain convinced that I had in no small measure contributed to making their process of learning far more enlightening if not exciting. I have been long. Accordingly, I plead for the reader's indulgence as I now turn to the Hod's letter, whose essence can be summed in the three following claims. Firstly, the letter opens by asserting that the Hod is writing as promised in follow-up to our conversation. Since we are both enlightened enough, I implore the Hod to be candid and earnest enough to acknowledge that there was never a conversation between us. He called me into his office like he had done on June 6, 2016, when he behind a closed door threatened to write me off from my first-year teaching responsibilities to instill in me fear of whiteness, fear of his bureaucratic and or Occidental authority. In any conversation, two human beings exchange views and ideas, and where they disagree grope towards a workable arrangement. On that occasion, as it was on June 6, I did not see two colleagues, one senior another junior, conversing as people who both have views that equally matter. What I saw was Prospero communing with Caliban. But we must not be astounded by this turn of events, for we had learnt long ago from Chabani Manganyi that blacks and whites in South Africa talk down and up to each other. What seems to do the talking in the white person is the master, and what does the responding in the black man is the servant. In practical terms, this has meant that white people always experience themselves as communicating instructions. The black person has tended to communicate an apology not for any conceivable palpable reason. One instructs, the other apologizes. Point 1. I had admittedly become accustomed to this behavior in departmental meetings, where every one of my suggestions and viewpoints is rudely and dismissively suppressed by the Hod using his position as chair. Secondly, the Hod claims in his letter to be writing to me because he had received complaints from students and parents who believed the Paul 1005's lecture on August 15 was disrupted. They were confused about the purpose of the proceedings. They were uncertain about the educational value of the singing and stomping of feet, italics mine. There are a few points to ponder here. For the students concerned, wouldn't it have made sense for them to ask their lecturer who was present in class during the proceedings? As for the so-called parents, I challenge the HOD to bring to a departmental meeting evidence of parents indeed complaining about what a lecturer employed by the university had decided to be an appropriate learning material for the day. At that point, we shall be sure to inquire whether parents of all races have the same access to the HOD. Do all parents of all races and social status, parents from Meheza, e Kofimvamba, e Nganjaliswi, Mfulani, etc., also get to contact the HOD and express their feelings? When does it become necessary to balance the views of those white parents privileged enough to live in the same white suburbs and belong to the same social circles as the HOD against those of black parents who lack the necessary cultural capital to interact with a white HOD? At that moment we dare not fail to ask the question. Earlier, I made the point that our forms of cognizing, our modes of being, our cultures, our songs, and our heritage as black people do not constitute knowledge. They are bereft of any educational value, they disrupt learning. Such is true that even those who do not know our struggle songs of protest can conclude on their meaninglessness. Because they are songs of black people, the culturally decrepit, they hold no educational value. Thirdly, the HOD insinuates that in the lecture of August 15, I was involved in political mobilization rather than lecturing, and therefore did not perform my duties as expected. Why did he not ask me what I was doing rather than reach a predetermined conclusion? I may be an object of anthropological curiosity, but surely after 5 degrees, I can speak for myself. But there is a larger issue at play here, and for it to become comprehensible, I want to reread very closely the last line of the letter. Please feel free to consult the convener or me in future if you need to talk through what might or might not be appropriate in a lecture. Rereading this, I concluded that I must be a super-qualified field Negro or garden boy who, unsure of his competencies, at every turn runs to the master's office, hands clasped together and dirty cap crumpled in those hands, to seek approval for every method to be used in tending to the plants in the master's garden. But here is the larger and more fundamental question I want to foreground: when and for whom does the university preserve autonomy for deciding what is the appropriate material for the classroom? Have we not heard, one too many times, universities when called upon by government to transform their curriculum, respond by asserting that the classroom material is to be determined solely by those appointed to teach? Academic freedom, institutional and classroom autonomy are signposts under which this argument is made. One then suspects, if this particular case is to be an indicator, that it is only when white lecturers are concerned that classroom autonomy is considered sacrosanct. The right to decide what material and how that material is to be taught, I have long thought belongs to all those who teach in South African universities, black and white. The HOD may wish to tell me that I have for long labored under an illusion. When the university employed me, I assumed that it had confidence in my exceptional teaching abilities, including an ability to decipher what constitutes appropriate material for the classroom. If, however, the department employed me as a diversity candidate, who brings nothing else but his skin color so that transformation requirements may be met, it neglected to make that clear to me. The consequence of that elision is that I, on the other hand, took it as my responsibility to the country to bring into the classroom not just my skin color but new knowledges hitherto not part of the learning experience, new unconventional forms of teaching which do not exteriorize knowledge from the knower. Decolonist teaching if you wish. And for that, students in course POL 1005S have unequivocally expressed their excitement and appreciation. I offered to them with the earnestness of heart, with every sense of commitment and responsibility, a learning experience that will remain etched in their memories for years to come, they tell me. May I then, like all other academics, despite my being a young black lecturer in a white institution, be trusted to have the requisite emotional and intellectual maturity called for in a learning environment? If that is allowed, it will mean that I have the autonomy to decide what to teach and how to teach it. The political naivety on my part, for which I am ready to bear full responsibility, is not to have anticipated the question: could decolonising knowledge and decolonist teaching hope for automatic approval from a university, and those who preserve its institutional culture, whose institutional culture is colonial? Hopefully the reader has been patient enough, for we needed to get this far for us to rid the HOD's letter of its verisimilitude. Read carefully, the letter styles itself into a warning letter. However, once its bureaucratic pretenses are unmasked, the letter, it becomes transparently obvious, is intended to weaken my resolve, to defeat my spirit, to whip me into line, to instill in me fear of whiteness, Occidental authority if you prefer. It is intended to make manifest the insidious power of whiteness, ultimately to silence me. When read against the backdrop of the encounter of June 6, 2016, the dismissive suppression of every viewpoint I volunteer at departmental meetings, it is meant to implant in me, like repeated abuse does in a victim of domestic violence, self-doubt. Could there be something wrong with my views, my intellectual orientation, and perhaps my political mien that warrants such bullying? Could the victimization be warranted? Or could it be of my own invitation? These subtle maneuvers, it is hoped, will amount to the erosion of my self-confidence, to the corralling of my submission. As such, the Hod's letter must be considered for what it is, an affront, an attempt to bully me in my own country. But together with and alongside other self-respecting blacks, I long came to a conclusion that I can no longer keep the silence. I owe it to myself, to fellow black people, and to the country to speak out against anti-black racism. Duty and responsibility calls me forth as a citizen of the land to speak in its defense. Consequences be damned. To be black in the politics department at UCT is already a heavy burden. I can no longer carry it alone in silence. Why, you may ask? Because racism of the worst kind prevails in the department. I have no other word to characterize the following state of affairs about which I have refused to keep quiet. Consider this for reality in a country that has been independent for over 20 years, in a country where black people constitute 86% of the population. Between 2010 and 2014, the department has graduated only 2 black South Africans at MA level. In the year 2015, 97% of black applicants were denied entrance to the master's program. In the year 2016, 64% of black applicants were denied admission to the master's program. In 2016, 67% of these black South African applicants were from UCT itself. To date, there is not a single black South African enrolled for a master's degree in the department. Thus the real impetus for the letter of warning from the Hod is not the lecture of August 15. It lies elsewhere in my disagreement with him at departmental meetings about the above state of affairs. A fact he has refused to reconcile himself to, is that for me raising with every sense of firmness my discomfiture about this state of affairs does constitute performance. It is an act of responsibility and service to my country. Responsibility calls on those of us who love the land, those of us who love ourselves and love fellow black people, to have the audacity to insist on a department and an institution that does not despise black success. A related question I have been raising at departmental meetings is the following: if UCT is not producing the next generation of black South African academics, who will, or who bears the responsibility to? Institutions that are sustained through the public purse, like UCT, ought not they to respond to obvious societal exigencies, one of which is the lack of black South African intellectuals? Or has this exclusion become a way of carving out the task of thinking and intellectual production as an exclusive white preserve? So each time an academic appointment is to be made, we hear white voices in unison proclaim there are no black South Africans applying. What these voices conveniently sidestep is a corollary question: where are these academics to come from? South Africa, as a consequence, is a country with 23 universities, but in 22 years of independence has failed to train just 50 black South African political scientists, a number just enough to teach in these institutions. What a country! I ask at this instance fellow black academics to ponder with me the following question: if we as black South Africans continue to be absent or to be exceptions in these departments, who will write about us as they know us? Who will write our history, the history of the land? Who will write the story of Hintsa? Who will teach university students how to write stories and literary works in our indigenous languages? Who will undertake the necessary and creative task of thinking from our cultures? Better put, who will transform our cultures into a legitimate philosophical locus of enunciation? Who will write about the black miners we lost in Marikana, not as the working class but as black people whose crime was to be black in a country that is anti-black. Who will write a befitting biography of Brenda Fasey, of Mkabayi Kajama, of Mksinini Mambushnoki? Who will teach about the writings of Don Matera? Who write about the gumboots dance that black miners perform each time they come to the surface from 12 hours of entombment, in order to rehumanize themselves? Who will analyze not from a Western philosophical locus the cultural and political repertoire in the songs of Brahumes Kila, Jonas Gwangwe, Victor Entenai, Zimgawana, Mankunku Ngozi, Ringo Madling Ngozi, Stompy Mavai, etc.? Who will write the social and cultural histories of our clans? Who will teach about the politics, life, and times of Gerard Sekoto? Who will write about our cultural practices, not as anthropological curiosities, not as anachronisms or unvanquished remnants of the past erupting onto the continuing present of progress? I am inclined at this juncture to ask, who then should society call to account between myself and a white hod who has presided over this racist exclusion of black people, and their knowledges, in their own country? Surely it has to be me, because we live in a country where injustice seems less disturbing to the public conscience when suffered by black people. The second key source of tension between myself and the hod is about the kind of intellectual citizens we are called upon to produce. Formulated into a question, the challenge is, what is the responsibility of political science in a recently decolonized country? Coming face to face with the question, what is the ethical responsibility of political science, will, I have argued elsewhere, allow the discipline to acknowledge its complicity in the dehumanization of black people in South Africa. It will allow the discipline to attend to the modernist sensibilities that led practitioners in the field to justify apartheid as a democracy of one form or the other. Perhaps it will also allow the discipline to ask what is the life of these sensibilities today? Proceeding from above the department, we can then attend to the corollary question of whether its responsibility is to produce bourgeois social science professionals armed with disciplinary qualifications and with a historical, presentist, technicist, and hence anti-intellectual orientation as a bonus. Surely these professional social scientists sell in the liberal market. However, that does not negate the question, are these qualified professional social scientists sufficiently equipped to help society reason through and resolve the many problems that afflict black communities and the country at large? The answer has to be an emphatic no. The education we offer to them does not have value in and of itself. The value of the education we offer to them is realizable only as a commodity, which enables them in turn to consume other commodities. In simpler language, professionalization of political studies at UCT is the bane of the problem. It is precisely this professionalization that enables the political science department at UCT to sit comfortably with a curriculum that allows students to go through the discipline from first year right up to MA level without a course on the politics of gender, race/racism, without a course on the politics of difference. University of Cape Town is an African university, I suppose, but it does not offer a single course in African politics at an undergrad level. That is why we produce students who are highly qualified but know nothing about their continent. Is this not a clear statement about which knowledges matter? These, in earnest, are reasons for my disagreement with the hod. The warning letter does not make sense outside of these. I should not consider them insurmountable. There is nothing so startling that it cannot be faced by human beings. But it will require that there be a realization by the hod and white academics generally that individual success does not make sense to us black academics if those from whom we have emerged cannot from qua dokuza, la que flacona incosi u shaka, qua endequenza, egiani, e madadani, qua non goma, e kawa, inkobo, e Alexander, edipslut, e thambisa, e lusakasiki, e bizana, walk into the politics department with ease and make a success of their lives, be appointed tutors and teaching assistants like the white students who fly in from other climes or glide in their cars from the white suburbs of Cape Town. As I rest my pen, allow me to make clear the following. 1. To resolve this disagreement is a matter not for law, because if we are not to delegitimize law, we should exempt it from the need to give an opinion on problems in which so many political considerations are at issue. 2. Departmental meetings in political studies must cease being choreographed non-events where the HOD comes in, like a British overlord, to make his announcements for a good part of the hour before moving on to non-issues like who has to go to Spar to buy milk and coffee for the department. When serious issues about post-grad admissions, course/teaching allocations, VZS visiting scholars, etc. are to be discussed and decisions taken about them, we are then told the hour allotted to the meeting has run out. This has institutionalized a culture in the department where crucial decisions are not democratically arrived at in departmental meetings but made behind the closed door of the HOD's office. 3. To resolve this impasse, I suggest the department holds a public debate and/or closed workshop facilitated by a reputable scholars so that the department may emerge from it with a roadmap agreed upon by all. That will allow it to become a department of political studies in South Africa that mirrors society and is conscious of the responsibilities it owes to those who sustain it with their taxes. 4. I wish to declare unequivocally that insofar as the HOD's letter is meant to bully me in my own country, it means nothing to me. Further, I declare for those who still possess in them conscientious minds that I have done nothing wrong but instead have been and will continue to be of service to my country driven by my unconditional love for black people. Awazisi Abangalashaba, Ph.D. I am sure of Allah's favour on us. 28. British Values and Decolonial Resistance in the Classroom. Roseanne Chanty-Luke. Roseanne is a program coordinator, educator, and researcher based in London. After having spent most of her childhood and young adulthood years in British state-maintained schooling, Roseanne joined Rhodes Must Fall in Oxford as an organising member during her time studying French and Spanish at the University of Oxford. Introduction. November 2016, There is nothing wrong with his hair, I protested to the receptionist of the West London secondary school that I visited during the early days of my role. A young black boy was about to be put in isolation in his school. He was about to spend the rest of the school day away removed from classrooms and companions. His crime, wearing cane rose. December 2016, a YouTube video of violent clashes between students of colour from a South London school and policemen had recently gone viral. The senior leadership team of a nearby school saw fit to discuss the video in staff briefing one morning. Their reaction to the video was, "We must teach our students to love law enforcement." This was the sole plea that was made from the senior leadership team of a school predominantly populated by black and brown students. January 2017, Can you teach these students to leave their street talk, well, on the streets? Can you teach them how to speak properly, was the request from a school governor at a celebration event for academic achievement. As a group of high-achieving students of colour joined him on stage moments later, I looked on and cheered for them whilst knowing that their greatest achievement was this, surviving a system that systematically teaches non-white, British students to hate themselves. Each of the scenes described above are linked by the demands that are made of young school students to subscribe to forms of being that have been fashioned by white middle-class standards of acceptability, remove your afro hairstyle, love those who pose a threat to your existence, train your speech to mimic the drawl of BBC News readers. Such demands form part of a systemic order, namely, white supremacy, that functions according to the notion of white is right. In schools where whiteness functions as the norm, non-white and working-class students will be forced to stamp out their blackness, their brownness, and their working-class identities in a bid to be perceived as more respectable in the eyes of teachers, classmates, and society as a whole. Of course, these requests for self-effacement are by no means exclusive to the realm of the classroom. In any context where white supremacy pervades, demands for self-contortion will form the baseline of how people, particularly black people, are forced to interact with one another and themselves. What is particularly troubling about the role of schools within this order, however, is in the school's necessary interaction with youth, in its role of molding the minds of the world's youngest and therefore most vulnerable citizens. This essay intends to map out the ways in which colonial structures permeate every layer of the English education system today, and how this implicates non-white students, educators, and activists. In particular, it seeks to shed light on the ways in which David Cameron's noxious British values agenda for schools since 2014 has been systematically facilitated by an oppressive school-to-university pipeline, through which large numbers of English students pass every year. Its aim is to explore the interrelations between current educational practices in school and university classrooms and to analyze the position of student-based activism in relation to them. Ultimately, the essay attempts to carve out a reimagined, radically transformative educational practice that will empower and privilege the perspectives of those who are constantly reminded of the ways in which their schools and universities have not been made for them. In so doing, it stages a gesture that serves as the foundation of RMFO's praxis and existence, drawing, in solidarity, on the labor of South African activists in their fight for humanity for Black African lives. Section 1. The English classroom for the non-white student, aka being thrown against a sharp white background. I do not always feel colored. Even now I often achieve the unconscious Zora of Edenville before the Hijira. I feel most colored when I am thrown against a sharp white background. For instance at Barnard. Beside the waters of the Hudson I feel my race. Among the 1,000 white persons, I am a dark rock surged upon, and overswept, but through it all, I remain myself. When covered by the waters, I am, and the ebb but reveals me again. 1. For Black American author, Zora Neale Hurston, her supposed colored identity was only apparent to her once she was thrown against a sharp white background, or, placed in social contexts where white people dominated. For the majority of England's inner-city schools, what we might consider as a sharp white background is not necessarily the ethnic demographics of students in those schools. According to the National School Census data taken in January 2016, 27% of all pupils in England who attend state-funded primary and secondary schools, pupil referral units, special schools, and local authority alternative provision, are non-white British students. In particular, London's non-white state school students have been outnumbering their white British counterparts since 2011. 2. The sharp white background of English schools is to be found precisely in the background, in the foundational and systemic workings of schools. An obvious example of the sharp white background upon which England's schools function is found when considering the people who are employed to teach in the first place. According to 2016 figures from the Department for Education, just 13% of teachers from state-maintained schools across England are non-white, compared to the 27% of non-white students who are being taught in those schools. In other words, another 68,000 non-white teachers will need to be recruited in order to reflect the ethnic backgrounds of England's current school population. As it stands, for many of England's non-white pupils, the figures who act as the gatekeepers of knowledge and the custodians of success in the classroom do not resemble the people of their own communities. The existence of this racial dynamic in English classrooms, whereby non-white students are instructed, by and large, by white teachers, is long-standing and has nefarious consequences for young non-white students. The dominance of white educators in England's non-white school and social communities perpetuates the ideological association of knowledge, education, and progress with whiteness, as conceived by European colonialism. Before a single textbook has been opened, England's youngest non-white learners are being taught that academic success is inherently at odds with their identities. Today, the UK is home to a variety of schools that cater specifically to certain social, ethnic and religious groups that have never been adequately served in the mainstream school environment. The reason why mainstream English schools have never properly accommodated huge swathes of its population, is because they have often been founded and funded by white British governments or white wealthy figures, with a view to serving white British people. These school contexts resemble colonial outposts more than they do spaces where effective teaching and learning can nurture young, developing minds. As spaces that have been created for the instruction of white students according to white norms, the mainstream English classroom can be considered as racist in its very existence. As such, the white English classroom has always operated according to an implied idea of whiteness as the norm. The institutionally racist policies that the mainstream English classroom dictates have never had to be framed or explicitly identified as racist. They have simply been framed as the norm according to a system that takes the notion of aspirational whiteness for granted. According to this logic, excluding black students who wear cane rows is a simple, stand-alone, educational and behavior policy that is, apparently, devoid of racial targeting. Meanwhile, the directly racist implications of such policies have long been felt by black students, known by black communities, and fought against by black educators and activists. As a result, activist initiatives such as the Black Supplementary Schools movement that started in the UK during the 1970s, continue to be vital in terms of opposing black students' mainstream, white-led education, with a black-led, black-centered, and community-based education. What these supplementary schools have had to do primarily, is reinstate a sense of belonging and love in blackness and its various forms of expression. This education through blackness and its forms of expression is the direct antidote to a mainstream education system that promotes whiteness at every level of its function. Nowadays, these non-mainstream school contexts are not just working against an implied colonial logic of norms in relation to whiteness, but an explicitly framed discourse that functions precisely by making stark social divisions at the expense of non-white British students. Since 2014, the Department for Education has required that all English schools teach British values in curricular and extracurricular activities as part of students' spiritual, moral, social, and cultural development. SMSC. Point 3. The terms democracy, rule of law, individual liberty, and mutual respect and tolerance can be seen emblazoned in England's state-maintained schools as the apparent four pillars of a British value system. This recent emphasis on British values was not born in a vacuum, it is the ugly love child of the UK's long-standing colonial logic regarding norms, and the UK's recent anti-terrorism legislation. The principal way in which British values have infiltrated today's English classrooms, is through teachers and educators believing that an enforcement of British values amongst young students is a foolproof way to curb radicalization and potential terrorism. There is thus a supposed motivation of safeguarding that lies behind the enforcement of British values in schools today. However, once it is understood just how the British values agenda works within the divisive colonial framework of norms, it quickly becomes clear that this agenda functions solely in relation to the spiritual, moral, social, and cultural development of white students at the expense of their non-white counterparts. For David Cameron, former Conservative Prime Minister of the UK, 2010-2016, the four British values outlined above are the defining precepts of the Magna Carta, a document drawn up in 1215 by King John of England which is seen to define how British politics and legislation have functioned throughout the ages. For the Conservative Party, the Magna Carta has acted as a metaphor for Britishness and has provided a rhetoric that is supposed to define the UK's moral and cultural identity. The moral and cultural identity of the UK that is being formed through this Magna Carta-inspired rhetoric is, a country that has a long-standing tradition of liberal values, and which is therefore at odds with extremist ideologies. David Cameron claims the following in a written appeal for British values that he wrote for the Mail on Sunday in 2014. The values I'm talking about: a belief in freedom, tolerance of others, accepting personal and social responsibility, respecting and upholding the rule of law are the things we should try to live by every day. To me they're as British as the Union flag, as football, as fish and chips. Of course, people will say that these values are vital to other people in other countries. And, of course, they're right. But what sets Britain apart are the traditions and history that anchors them and allows them to continue to flourish and develop. In recent years we have been in danger of sending out a worrying message, that if you don't want to believe in democracy, that's fine, that if equality isn't your bag, don't worry about it, that if you're completely intolerant of others, we will still tolerate you. As I've said before, this has not just led to division, it has also allowed extremism of both the violent and non-violent kind to flourish. So I believe we need to be far more muscular in promoting British values and the institutions that uphold them. That's what a genuinely liberal country does, it believes in certain values and actively promotes them. It says to its citizens, this is what defines us as a society. Point 4. There's a lot wrong with this. particularly with regard to how British values have been conceived, and how they have been framed as a discourse in relation to extremism. Firstly, according to Cameron, what makes the values of democracy, rule of law, individual liberty, and mutual respect and tolerance truly British, is their long-standing rooting in British history. To align the above values with British history is to gloss over Britain's role in imperialism, colonialism, and the slave trade, whose barbarous genocides have served to institute the colonial hierarchies that continue to oppress communities across the world. Secondly, to frame Britain as an exceptional country in terms of liberal values, in relation to other countries, is colonial rhetoric 101. After all, the European colonial endeavour was launched primarily from a discourse that placed an enlightened Western Europe above the primitive countries of the global South. In light of the logic of the first two strategies, Cameron's British values perpetuate the long-standing British tradition of whitewashing its colonial history, whilst perpetuating the very logic that motivated Britain's role in colonialism in the first place. Without an appreciation of how colonialism functions through Cameron's British values, it is difficult to recognise just how purposely divisive this rhetoric is. To buy into Cameron's conception of British values is to buy into the belief that extremism can never truly be born in and through Britain. Meanwhile, the increasing popularity of fascist parties and groups such as the UK Independence Party, UKIP, Britain First, and the English Defence League, EDL, continues to confirm the firm relationship that Britain has always had with racist political extremism. With this in mind, the third major problem with the way that British values according to Cameron is framed, is in its marking out of non-white British people, and particularly non-white Muslim people, as at odds with British values. This facet of the British values agenda is not made obvious in Cameron's Mail on Sunday article. Where this facet of his agenda becomes obvious, is when we consider the relationship between British values and the 2014 Counter-Terrorism and Security Act, an act that has given legislation to a number of measures that single out people vulnerable to being drawn into terrorism. 5 Since 2014, British values as a discourse has maintained a consistent presence in the British public imagination as it has been branded as a rhetorical complement to the 2014 Counter-Terrorism and Security Act. For Cameron, the physical, judicial and legislative wars on terror must be bolstered by a discursive war that serves to combat the underlying ideology that feeds, supports and sanctions terrorism. 6 For Cameron, the foolproof route to guarding against terrorism is to reinforce British nationhood, a process that, as per Britain's historical method of colonisation, has always depended on the destructive marking out of a British norm and an extremist other. As is the case with any discourse that is meant to infiltrate society from the ground up, the classroom represents a fertile ground for the dissemination of pointed messaging. In the case of the recent British values agenda, the classroom has been the primary player in ensuring that young people are consistently exposed to it. In collaboration with former Education Secretary, Michael Gove, Cameron has ensured that British values have been incorporated at every level of the English school curriculum. Not only are the 4 pillars presented as stand-alone images and slogans in British schools, but wider questions about the definition of Britishness are discussed through the humanities curriculum in lessons such as history and physical, social and health education, PSHE. The establishment of Cameron's British values within the realm of the classroom has brought about a paradigm shift in how English educational institutions brand themselves today. Today, the English classroom stands explicitly as an outpost and representative of the British nation-state, it stands overtly as a microcosm of nationalism. The colonial nature of the English school today isn't implicitly enacted through biased school curricula and policies as it formerly was. Curricula and policies are built explicitly and actively around what is perceived to be British. British values have become the filter through which all actions and policies are made in the English classroom, in hopes that these values and norms will spill over into every and all facets of life. One key policy has ensured that, historically, the English classroom has always been prepared for this paradigm shift, the national curriculum. The success of the implementation of British values within schools relies wholly on the condition that the English school curriculum fails to teach students Britain's colonial history. This is something that the English national curriculum for 4-18-year-olds has systematically ensured throughout the ages. There is perhaps no other piece of evidence that attests to this fact so clearly as the results of a YouGov poll taken in early 2016. 43% of the British population believe that the British Empire was a good thing. 44% of the British population believe that Britain's history of colonialism is something to be proud of. 7 The overwhelming pride that nearly half of the British population feel regarding Britain's role in the genocide of millions of African and Asian peoples proves several sad, interdependent truths. 1. That the history of empire is woefully taught in UK schools. 2. That Britain has successfully maintained a delusional image of itself and its role in history. And 3. That a vast majority of British people have little regard for non-white lives. The English classroom is where the results of these truths crystallize today. The English school actively fails its pupils and endangers large numbers of its non-white population by creating a breeding ground for misinformation, colonial apology, and propaganda at the constant expense of the non-white student. In today's English classrooms, it is possible to be caught up in the dark, ironic situation where your white teacher lectures you about tolerance and mutual respect whilst sending you to isolation for wearing cane rows. For students who aren't white, British and middle class, the English classroom has always represented a vicious stage upon which tragedies of self-effacement are performed daily. Today, the tentacles of a pernicious imperialist agenda extend way beyond a whitewashed curriculum. They form a particular discourse that has been contrived by British government in a purported bid to fight against terrorism, but that, in reality, serves as a constant reminder of who English classrooms are built to serve. Therefore, to thrive in any way in the English classroom as a non-white student is to learn and manipulate the rules of a heavily rigged game. Section 2, The English Classroom for the Decolonial Movement, aka the University of Global Values. Can you imagine a university where there is no platform? I mean a bland diet of bran to feed people. It's an absolutely terrible idea. If you want universities like that, you go to China, where they are not allowed to talk about Western values, which I regard as global values. No, it's not the way a university should operate. 8. When Chris Patten, Chancellor of the University of Oxford, told students of RMFO to go to China, he actually told us everything we need to know about how the values rhetoric plays out in universities. So far, the focus of this piece has been on the fraught context of the English secondary school classroom as the ostensibly branded outpost of a colonial British nation-state. When discussing the genesis of RMFO and its immediate contextual battleground, however, we must shift our focus away from secondary schools and towards universities. After all, whilst RMFO's ideological place of genesis is Cape Town, its geographical place of genesis is the University of Oxford. For approximately 500,000 UK secondary school students, UK universities will be their final academic destination. 9 Whilst, now more than ever before, university is advertised to students as the natural path of continuation of their primary, secondary, and further education studies, there is an important distinction to be made between the purported educational responsibilities that secondary schools and universities perform for their respective learners. For secondary school students, their educational environment is one that places emphasis on the role of the teacher in molding students' thinking through the curriculum, and in safeguarding students through the infrastructure of the classroom. Meanwhile, universities brand themselves as academic fora first and foremost. They are institutions that seemingly specialize in the nurturing of ideas amongst young adults, as opposed to the nurturing of young minds. One might think that a university environment that fosters academic debate and discussion must be more structurally permeable to radical change in a way that secondary school environments cannot be. It would seem, then, that a straightforward link could be made between student-led activism and the university environment. For example, both Rhodes Must Fall and RMFO were founded through the actions of organizers on university campuses in Cape Town and Oxford. However, in many ways, the university has profound structural ties to colonial hegemony and merely acts as a distillery for the white, middle-class ideals that are propagated amongst young students earlier on in the education pipeline. Today, universities pride themselves on being institutional embodiments of globalism. They gloat about their outward-looking academic network, which is comprised of students and academics from different countries and subject departments that cover a variety of domains. However, as Joseph Hillis Miller argues, universities were initially conceived as institutional representations of the nation-state. This infrastructure determined precisely what was studied in each university, the works that most directly embody that culture's self-understanding of its tradition. Point 10 The British values framework that has been promoted explicitly in schools since 2014 merely mirrors a modus operandi that universities have upheld for centuries. In societies governed by white supremacy, no institution or practice exists in a vacuum. Where educational institutions such as schools and universities are concerned, however, it is clear that careful consideration is involved in crafting the internal pedagogy of these institutions in relation to the self-portraiture of the nation-state to which they belong. When the nation-state represented within a given university is one which has been propped up by the plunder of colonial endeavors, the relationship between internal pedagogy and national portraiture becomes all the more dark. European powers used the colonization of peoples and territories as a means of competition between one another. Universities played an important role in stoking the fire of competition amongst colonial European powers by acting as the laboratories of colonial ideology and strategy in the first instance, and by being prestigious monuments of elite erudition that were built up by the stolen labor and resources of colonized countries. In other words, they were visual representations of the extent to which the spoils of plunder can build up a nation. In this light, colonialism is literally built into the fabric of many long-standing European universities such as the University of Oxford. This violent historical connection between colonialism and the making of the world's most elite universities is one that RMFO has sought to expose to the student and staff body of the University of Oxford, as well as Oxford's local community. By using the statue of Cecil Rhodes on Oxford's High St as a focal point of organising and action, RMFO have brought to the fore many, reimagined, links in between universities, colonialism, education, and wider society. Whilst today's universities relate to different international contexts chiefly through the framework of a capitalist-driven understanding of globalism, RMFO has demonstrated what global relation can look like when founded on a politics of solidarity. Both Rhodes must fall and RMFO have chosen the statue of Cecil Rhodes as a focal point for political action. In so doing, these interrelated movements have brought the timely question of colonial iconography to the forefront of popular imagination. The focus on iconography, which RMFO replicated from the Cape Town context, has also demonstrated the ways in which colonial legacies shape communities through space and time, and offers an example of how political action based on global solidarity can function. Additionally, the use of Cecil Rhodes' statue as a synecdoche for colonial hegemony automatically shifts discussions that universities uphold when dealing with politics and representation. Common conversations about race and diversity become substituted by those of colonialism and systemic orders. Such conversations are important in changing the current aspirational practice of admitting more diverse students into institutions such as Oxford by focusing, instead, on changing the academic and cultural practices that alienate many of its students in the first place. In so doing, RMFO, in collaboration with Rhodes Must Fall, offers a glimpse into what a decolonial action as education can look like. Student activist movements across the world offer their free labor in order to organize and educate outside of the normative constraints of the classroom. With regard to RMFO, their curriculum taught through general assemblies, social media engagement, direct action, and this present volume constitute an education that counters that of the colonial English classroom, which teaches students nothing but whitewashed accounts of history and a crash course in modes of white European respectability. Student-led education relies on the engagement of other students in order to be successful in its calls for action, when we bear in mind the profound and long-standing process of colonial education as it is developed in the schools in which many of these students have been previously taught, it becomes clear that radical student engagement comes with its share of obstacles. The colonial classroom creates the dissenting, gaslighting crowds that, on a good day, troll the social media accounts of activist movements and accuse decolonial activists of wanting to erase history. On a bad day, activists such as those who organize for RMFO encounter online abuse, death threats, and virulent racism online, while senior-level discussions are held about the possibility of these students studying elsewhere. Point 11 Evidently, the colonial classroom creates young thinkers who are, advertently or inadvertently, averse to all that the anti-racist, decolonial movement stands for. When these thinkers are welcomed into the university, their method and cause for dissent is harnessed because it aligns with the broader ethos of the colonial institution. In order to disrupt this continual pathway in colonial education, a reimagined education steered by radical dissenting students such as those in RMFO is required to bring alternative questions, vocabulary, and narratives into public consciousness. Such work is, paradoxically, what the university is purported to foster as the forum of ideas and debate. This is a complex cycle which can be broken through the structural overhaul of how universities function in cultural and academic terms. In spaces where white supremacy pervades, any deviation from what is demarcated as the norm automatically places the lives and integrity of the people who engage with this counter-order in jeopardy. In the secondary school context, we see that all actions that are taken against non-conforming students are framed as national policy which, through the framework of British values, is purported to protect young learners. Therefore, young people are taught how to self-contort according to the norms of the schooling environment in order to survive, all the while internalizing a nefarious colonial logic. At university, we see that dissent and debate, the apparent reserve of the mature and highly educated, are controlled according to certain colonial parameters. Students who have spent decades absorbing a colonial logic through the English school system, are pushed further into their thinking by being encouraged to harness it through university-style discussion. The difficulties that RMFO has faced in terms of garnering support from huge swathes of Oxford University's student population exemplifies the extent to which English schooling is a barrier to positive social change. The English Classroom Reimagined, aka A Tale of Two Universities. And this is part of the thinking about bringing the two universities, the one of experience and the one of academics 12, together. Perhaps we can talk of achieving the universal university invading the academic one in order for it to benefit the people. Point 13. The university depicted in Section 2 is one that founds most of its educational output on requirements that are unilaterally identified by its departmental staff. In this way, the university very much represents a continuation of secondary school learning, one which is largely structured around a teacher-led delivery of a national curriculum, with no input from those to whom the curriculum will be taught. The very way in which curricula and syllabi have been traditionally drawn up by school and university departments in the first instance feeds into the broader colonial apparatus of white European educational systems. As curricula are taught to students by a knowledgeable teacher, education is perceived as a process of receiving reified content that can never come from the experiences and realities of the students being taught. In his seminal Pedagogy of the Oppressed, Paulo Freire refers to this typical classroom encounter as the banking system of education, where students act as repositories that store the deposits that their teachers entrust to them. Point 14. What is oppressive about this dynamic is that it posits teachers as the necessary opposite of the student. In so doing, students become entrenched in the banking system, all the while minimizing their capacity for critical consciousness that would allow them to make transformative change in their communities and to recognize that they can, in fact, educate their teachers. Contrary to this oppressive order of knowledge production and education that inevitably bolsters colonial hegemony, is the Living Learning Project. Founded by student activists from the South African Abehlali Base Mjondolo 15 and Rural Network 16 movements, has provided a radically alternative framework for what the classroom can encompass, represent, and enact. Living learning is the result of transcribed reflective discussions between Abehlali Base Mjondolo and Rural Network activists who are also students at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. On one hand, discussions seek to grapple with the experiences of fighting for humanity / against the real threat of landlessness that the students constantly confront. On the other hand, discussions seek to connect such experiences with those of the student's academic engagement through the study of texts from different contexts. By focusing on these intersections of experience, the participants of living learning not only place an emphasis on lived experience as an anchor for educational practice, they root that educational practice in grassroots struggle. In so doing, they ostensibly align education with experience and, in turn, align education with social change. At the core of the ethos of living learning is the notion of a living politics. According to S. Buletin-Zikode of a Behlali base Mjondolo, a living politics starts from the places we have taken. We call it a living politics because it comes from the people and stays with the people. It is ours and it is part of our lives. It is the politics of our lives. It is made at home with what we have and it is made for us and by us. 17 At the center of this politics, is a fundamental relation to the everyday experiences of everyday people. An education centered around living politics is thus an education which brings local communities to the university and the university to local communities. The political unifying of these two contexts can be considered as the establishment of a universal university, a transformative act of educational resistance to colonial pedagogical norms which is inherently accessible to local communities. There are parallels between the conception of radical education/action in living learning, and that of Chandra Talpad Mohanty's appeal for place consciousness within classrooms in her 2003 essay, Under Western Eyes Revisited. For Mohanty, an emphasis on local, place-based experiences offers a form of knowledge production that is not only counter to hegemonic orders of colonial, capitalist globalized education, but that might also translate into a concretely implemented curriculum. Ideas of canon and canonization will be replaced by a renewed appreciation of contemporary dynamics of present and local experience. With this in mind, contemporary literatures that are written in the languages spoken in communities and chosen in collaboration with the inhabitants of these communities, will be privileged in curriculum. 18 By privileging the lived experiences of those who share a localized environment as a basis for pedagogy, a civic relationship is established between academic disciplines and the peoples that they engage with. This is a relationship that transcends the constricting parameters of traditional classroom dynamics that Paulo Freire exposes in Pedagogy of the Oppressed. The Living Learning Project offers a concrete example of what a classroom environment based around civic relationships looks like, namely in the way that the participants of the project relate to one another as producers of knowledge. Teaching is dynamic, multilateral, personal, and navigates questions that pertain to the local community, whilst automatically opening up the scope of the discussions onto the broader power structures that have established certain phenomena within a given community. The rooting of education and pedagogy in local, lived realities not only ensures that the academic practice of educational institutions is always accessible to the communities in which these institutions are based, but serves to carve out a politics and a practice of radical solidarity that transcends individuals and their immediate communities. In English universities, a radical anchoring of education and pedagogy in place consciousness and living politics will serve to do away with the hierarchical, elitist structures of town and gown that underpin dynamics between university institutions and the local communities in which they are based. 19 For example, RMFO's site of action, the University of Oxford, enjoys an endowment of over £4 billion 20 whilst residing in a city where 25% of children live below the poverty line. 21 Colonial traditions regarding the place and purpose of universities, as well as the profiles of students that they admit and the styles of teaching and learning that they will be trained to accept, ensure that places such as the University of Oxford are necessarily maintained as ivory towers that are inaccessible to non-matriculated members of the public. Restructuring university academic practice with a place-conscious approach will ensure that academic curricula are representative of the communities with which universities directly engage, and will empower communities to harness the radical, transformative potential of their lived experiences and personal perspectives. Such an approach will inevitably implicate the colonial school-to-university pipeline which approximately 500,000 young people in the UK currently pass through each year. Universities will no longer be heralded as elite institutions for academic discussion, research, and debate that students only encounter after having gained certain qualifications, universities will form a more integral part of the curricula and work that schools produce in collaboration with their young learners and families in their communities. In this light, universities will no longer stand as physical monuments of colonial powers, but will stand as direct representations of the communities in which they are based and the schools with which they collaborate. Rooting pedagogical practice in place consciousness and living politics also has the potential to transform the way young learners relate to place, space and community. Presently, common understandings of one's relationship to the broader world are governed by colonial assumptions of territory, nation, statehood, and identity. Citizens of a given locale are mere metonyms of a larger national identity that has been demarcated by political powers. The diversity of communities that exist within any one nation is subsumed into a flattening structure of nationhood that, as per typical colonial discourse, establishes a cultural or political norm to which citizens must subscribe. The same applies to the ways in which colonial understandings of globalization as a power structure function. By flattening the identities of distinct world communities under the umbrella of the globe, communities are rendered susceptible to having blanket, unilateral oppressive structures imposed onto them under the guise of globalization. Such top-down conceptions of nationhood are at the root of the British values agenda that English school students are taught to subscribe to in their classrooms. Today, as all student learning and behavior becomes subsumed under the structure of British values, young people are taught from an early age that their principal root of relation to their broader society is in their rooting in a Britishness that has been dictated by the powers that be. However, by encouraging educators and young people to mobilize their experiences of their local environment in the classroom, and by mapping these experiences onto broader word structures, students and educators replace discourses of nationhood and territory with those of lived experience and solidarity. A globalizing national curriculum would no longer hold sway in such a bottom-up educational context. It would be replaced by a place-conscious one where young learners, educators, and members of their communities will be held in equal regard in terms of their potential to contribute personally to the production of knowledge. Conclusion. Cameron's imposition of the British values agenda within English schools has marked a highly dangerous paradigm shift in terms of the ways in which educational institutions in England present themselves to the world today. This ostensible veering towards colonial ideology and practice through the lens of nationhood stages a revamping of an age-old colonial practice whereby people are placed into camps of norm and other. At a time where the mass migration and displacement of young people should be encouraging conversations that challenge colonial conceptions of nationhood and territory, conversations in the English educational sphere are becoming more narrow and conservative in focus. The nefarious relationship between schools and universities within this order is complex. Universities have a unique position in the establishment of colonial orders as laboratories for representations of the colonial ideology, which trickles down into all spheres of white supremacist societies, including schools. Schools, in turn, produce young, colonially educated learners that they feed back into the university sphere through the traditional school-to-university pipeline. In the university, the national curriculum gives way to broader, globalized approaches to education that, under the guise of academic discussion and debate, harness the colonial ideologies that students have learned earlier in their academic careers. When campus-based activism seeks to intervene and reconfigure these oppressive educational structures through decolonial practice, they mark themselves out as other and potentially become subject to punitive institutional policy and abuse. A truly decolonial education, which activist groups such as Rhodes Must Fall and Rhodes Must Fall in Oxford are, in part, fighting for, will dismantle the oppressive apparatus that has been depicted above and will, as a result, empower and protect vast swathes of England's non-white, non-British, and non-middle class populations. Picking apart the seams of an immense tapestry of colonial educational structures will not happen overnight. It is in the educational practices/praxis of projects such as Living Learning where we can catch glimpses of a politics that has the potential to transform dynamics between educators and communities. By replacing notions of reified curricula with dynamic present experience, of expert with everyday knowledge production and of nationhood to local, place consciousness, we might establish the building blocks of an education that affords all students the dignity that they deserve. 22. 29. Decolonizing reparations. Intersectionality in African heritage community repairs. Esther Stanford Coze. The argument for reparations is often articulated in or colonized by monetary terms of discourse. For example, Ta-Nehisi Coates' piece in the June 2014 issue of The Atlantic offers a recent articulation of the case for reparations for African Americans by focusing on the economic harms wrought by slavery and Jim Crow segregation. In Britain, the Oxford Union has debated whether Britain should pay reparations to its former colonies. Discussions of reparations that adopt this financial focus often revolve around questions like, how much reparations should be paid? Who should pay? Who should receive payment? And the like. As the following talk by Esther Stanford Coze demonstrates, discussing reparations solely in economic terms is fundamentally misguided because it ignores the simple fact that reparations is about engaging in a thoroughgoing repair process. If we are to heal the profound damage and devastation wrought by the historical experience of enslavement, colonialism, and neocolonialism, then we must be honest about the multiple dimensions of our humanity in need of repair, including our psychology, our culture, social relations, institutions, political systems, education, and spiritual life. Each of these things were deeply damaged, were not destroyed, by imperialist domination, which in turn affected not only the oppressed but also the oppressor. Not to mention the specifics of harm relating to intersections of race, gender, class, ability, and sexuality, which must be central to any holistic repair process, lest we reproduce the same systems of oppression that have already done so much damage. Esther Stanford Coze is a reparationist, interdisciplinary scholar activist, and jurisconsult specializing in the praxis of law as resistance. She is currently undertaking PhD research in history at the University of Chichester on the history of the struggle for African reparations in the UK. Esther serves as CO Vice-Chair of PARCO, Pan-African Reparations Coalition in Europe, and co-founder of the Global African People's Parliament, GAP. She is also co-founder of the African Reparations Transnational Community of Practice, ARTCOP, a network of community organizers, scholar activists, researchers, academics, and other interested stakeholders who share an interest or passion for reparations advocacy. Thank you, greetings everyone who could be here, and thank you to the Oxford Pan-African Forum for inviting me again to share some thoughts and ideas and perspectives with you. I'm going to be talking about the role of intersectionality in African heritage, community repairs, and reparation in particular, what we would refer to with something we would call internal reparations. Before I do that, I'm not going to make any assumptions about your own understanding and awareness about the reparations movement and what we refer to as ISMAR, the International Social Movement for African Reparations. There are two main definitions of reparations that we work with in the ISMAR. There is a conceptual definition that has been advanced by Nigerian public intellectual, Professor Chinwe Izu at the first conference on reparations for slavery, colonization, and neo-colonization, which was held in Abuja in 1993. Their essay quote I'll read from him, which I think really does encapsulate everything that reparations is about for us. He says, "Let me begin by noting that reparation is not just about money, it is not even mostly about money. In fact, money is not 1% of what reparation is about. Reparation is mostly about making repairs, self-made repairs on ourselves, mental repairs, psychological repairs, cultural repairs, organizational repairs, social repairs, institutional repairs, technological repairs, economic repairs, political repairs, educational repairs, repairs of every type that we need in order to recreate sustainable Black societies." He goes on to state, "More important than any monies to be received, and more fundamental than any land to be recovered, is the opportunity the reparations campaign offers us for the rehabilitation of Black people, by Black people, for Black people. Opportunities for the rehabilitation of our mind, our material conditions, our collective reputation, our cultures, our memories, our self-respect, our religious and political traditions, and our family institutions, but first and foremost for the rehabilitation of our minds." Point 1. We also talk about and recognize the second definition, which is an operational definition of reparations. According to international law, reparations as far as possible must wipe out all the consequences of the illegal act that is to be repaired or that we are seeking to have repaired and re-establish the situation which would in all probability have existed, had that act not been committed. The act that we refer to is the Mangamizi. It's a Kiswahili term that means the African Holocaust of chattel, colonial, and neo-colonial enslavement. Point 2. What you'll find is that every group who goes through massive group trauma or historical injustice defines the terms and conceptualizes what it means to those people. Just like Jewish people talk about the Holocaust, Palestinians talk about the Nakba, and so forth, we talk about the Mangamizi, which is Kiswahili for the African Holocaust or the continuum of chattel, colonial, and neo-colonial forms of enslavement. What that means is that we are talking about reparations not just in terms of the history, but it's also looking at what we are experiencing today by way of legacies and then tracing back the roots of all these various forms of oppression back through colonialism right to chattel enslavement. This operational framework is actually contained in the 2005 Guidelines on the Right to a Remedy and Reparation for Victims of Violations of International Human Rights and Humanitarian Law. This was adopted by the United Nations General Assembly, and according to these guidelines and principles they go some way towards codifying norms related to the right to reparation, and also they spell out one of the most common misconceptions. That is that reparations are synonymous with financial compensation exclusively. Other forms of reparation include restitution, which means to put a people or a group back in a position that they would been had the Mangamizi not occurred, and that includes things like restoration of citizenship, restoration of property that has been deprived, reclamation of lands, and all kinds of other measures. Other forms of reparation also include rehabilitation, which, though not legally defined, but if you think what we understand in a common sense way as rehabilitation, this constitutes a whole range of measures including psychosocial measures, therapeutic interventions, access to justice, access to appropriate social services to deal with social problems that a particular group might be facing, as well as provisional appropriate legal support and remedies. There is also something called satisfaction, which are all the measures that are put in place so that the group that has been injured or harmed, which has experienced forms of historical and contemporary injustice or what is otherwise known as enduring injustice, will be satisfied that there has been some level of acknowledgement, some level of redress, some level of correction that helps to, tell the story of the group in a way that goes beyond even their own community. So it's about righting wrong in a symbolic way oftentimes, which might include reforming curricula, teaching the truth about what happened historically. It might include the narratives of that particular group within discourses around rights and values and norms and human rights. Then there is something called guarantees of non-repetition, which actually is woefully underemphasized in many discourses on reparations, but for me personally and politically, and many people that I work with in the movement for reparations, it is the most important because guarantees of non-repetition are all the measures that we put in place to ensure that what has happened before never happens again. Quite clearly, the fact that enslavement still exists means that we are far away from creating a world system where not only African people and people of African heritage don't get enslaved, but all other human beings are not subject to forms of enslavement and deprivations of their liberty. Guarantees of non-repetition in the ISMAR context, the context of the international social movement for African reparations, include notions such as the United States of Africa, for instance, but not the one that the African Union is talking about by having a sort of O modeled on the EU. It's actually something far more radical, far more transformational, and goes back to African conceptions of government and state building. So there's a concept out there, a framework, which is Ma'at Ubuntu 3, the highest ethical principles that came out of Kemet, what is now modern-day Egypt, that talked about a system of governance and way of being that was about truth, reciprocity, balance, justice, and so on. And we talk about Ubuntu because it's also about recognizing that as African people we are the mothers and fathers of human civilization, and therefore our repair has something to do with other members of the human family, which is key. And sometimes that doesn't get emphasized in particular discourses around reparations. It may appear to be a singular focus just on ourselves. But essentially, our repair has to be about global justice. Why? Because the systems of enslavement that we experienced not only changed us, but also changed everyone else on planet Earth and how to this day we connect, or not, and relate to each other. Therefore, we cannot think we can just repair ourselves in one part of the globe somewhere and have a disrepaired humanity elsewhere, because that would not bring about the guarantees of non-repetition, because the wars and the conflict and the destabilization will actually come back to bite us. So our repair struggle has been, if you like, one of the oldest ones, and our repair is not a simplistic thing. We can't just make simplistic comparisons to other people's struggles. I'm often at community meetings where people say, well, the Jews got their reparations and the Aboriginals got their reparations and the Native Americans got their reparations, but actually we need to interrogate those discourses. What we can say is that certain population groups may have got forms of compensation, some types of reclamation of land and so forth, but I think the whole state of Israel as an example of reparation is a controversial one. A very controversial one. So we have to examine what kind of humanity, what kind of people we want to be at the end of a repair process. Can we truly say that we are repaired if we end up causing harm to another people? So that is the question. And if anyone wants to say that African people, including many of us, want to have a form of reparations like Native Americans have, I don't think so, because actually many of them are living on reservations and have huge challenges that are not recognized. If we look at what's going on in Australia today, we can see that the Aboriginal sovereignty movement is debating whether or not there should be recognition of pre-colonial sovereignty or recognition within the context of modern-day Australia, which is a neo-colonial nation-state. So we cannot simply make these comparisons, because I would go so far as to say that what many people have had is not actually holistic reparation, which is why the world is so messed up. As African people, we historically, because our blood runs throughout all the peoples of the world, it means that we have a duty and the historic mission to actually assert a new humanity. That was something Frantz Fanon challenged us to do in The Wretched of the Earth. He was saying, if you'd want to just replicate models of what we see in Europe, it's best to leave that to Europeans, because they can do it far better than us. We shouldn't seek to become caricatures of Europe, because Europe itself is demanding a new example, a new humanity, a new womanhood, a new manhood, etc. And that is key to reparations. So that's reparations for you. It's huge. It's big, but it's also small at the same time. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The rest of the comment I'm going to make around the role of intersectionality in our community repairs links to the fact that, as we know, intersectionality is a very well-known feminist theory which comes out of a feminist movement, and in particular the Black feminist movement. The term is attributed to somebody called Kimberly Crenshaw, who is a professor of law, and she coined this term in the 1980s, but in truth the notion of intersectionality goes back much further than that. That's the other thing around knowledge production in the West. Even if we are African or so-called Black peoples, if we're situated in institutions like these, a lot of the theory that gets developed gets attributed to particular individuals. But, in essence, intersectionality goes back much further than that, and even back to the continent of Africa prior to us coming into bondage. It's really a way of looking at our different levels of, not only, identity but structures of domination and systems of power that we encounter, how we deal with the intersections between all of those. Thinking about intersectionality does tend to complicate, and I would say also enrich, our thinking and understanding as to, what is the harm, how do we measure it, and who are the victims in particular societies. I'm not looking at victimhood in a negative way. When I talk about victimhood, I talk about it from the perspective of law, which recognizes an individual or group of people who have experienced particular harms. So victimhood as a way of identifying a problem and seeking to actually transform that problem into a different reality. So with intersectionality, it forces us to look at who is it that is seeking reparation and what are the complexities of population groups and how do we deal with the challenges that we face. Most of those kind of relate to intersectionality on the basis of layers of identity like race, class, sex, gender, ability or disability, socioeconomic status, sexuality orientation, and so forth. That's the way in which the theory has tended to be utilized, but it goes far beyond just our individual layers that we might claim, but also looking at the systems and structures of domination and oppression. So when we're looking at enslavement, we're not looking at it in a singular way. We're looking at its intersections with colonialism, imperialism, and how does that manifest and begin to shape the various people in a society. And that's what we really need to think about. This position can stimulate ordinary members of the public to begin doing family research so they can begin to document how this genocide taking place against African and other indigenous peoples is affecting their personal family and their personal community. It means that we have to rediscover our history, discover what happened to some of our people. We in ISMAR are utilizing that history to lobby for the establishment of an all-party parliamentary commission for truth and reparatory justice, but we are also utilizing the testimonies that we get from people engaging in this research across the globe towards developing people's tribunals where we begin to institute international law from below. We're not waiting for the government to do this, we are saying that we have to become a first in our own fate and versed in how we continue to be affected. We have to become a group that advocates and utilizes this to establish the tribunals at local, national, and international levels, which is an alternative framework of justice. And when we begin doing that in concert with other peoples who experienced European settler colonialism, other forms of enslavement, we're going to get a powerful movement from the bottom up where the people themselves begin to fashion that alternative world that we wish to see. I close by saying that it's important that we recognize that there are huge amounts of knowledge being produced in our communities around our situation. We do not have to come to institutions like Oxford to learn, not only about ourselves but also about systems of power and domination. And a lot of time that knowledge is actually considered inferior. We ourselves may consider that knowledge inferior, and so we have to recognize that true educational repairs, the true roads must fall, must be about the alternative that is not in these institutions. It's not about a few of us getting more comfortable, a few more black people heading things. It's about recognizing the autonomous institutions of knowledge creation that we have in our communities, and that there must be a recognition of these knowledge forms because community-based movements produce solutions. Movements produce other visions of the kind of world that we want to live in. And the reparations movement is no different to any other movement. We already have that vision of change. So I would encourage you to get involved because we really do require all of our minds. All of our minds, whether people are African or not. It doesn't matter where you are from because you have a connection to this history. And so we have to work at this together. 30. Decolonization, Palestine, and the University. Anonymous. This piece was written by female graduate students at Harvard University who have organized around the Palestine cause throughout their careers in higher education. They hail from different schools at Harvard and MIT and include Palestinians in the diaspora, Palestinians with West Bank IDs and American allies. Together they organized, formally and informally, with other students and allies on campuses hosting talks, events, and a trip to Palestine, Israel. Due to the many challenges articulated in this piece, the authors have chosen to remain anonymous to ensure their future entry to Palestine, Israel. Introduction. In the face of Israel's ongoing and seemingly never-ending colonization of Palestine, time has become distorted. Everyone seems to be holding their breath, waiting. From the 6 million Palestinian refugees worldwide caught in limbo and awaiting their right to return to their homeland, to the Palestinians living under Israel's temporary occupation in the West Bank. Days, months, and years bleed into one another. Under such circumstances, anniversaries and commemorations are marked not because they have shown us how far we have come, but because they signify how little has changed. They demonstrate the ways in which the colonization of Palestine has persisted throughout time, rather than disrupting its flow. Nevertheless, this year, 2017, is a momentous one. This year, 2017, marks 5 key events that, in many ways, encapsulate the demise of Palestine. First, it has been 120 years since the first Zionist Congress, convened by the founder of modern Zionism, Theodor Herzl in Basel, Switzerland. Second, 2017 signifies 100 years since the fateful Balfour Declaration, a 170-word letter by the British Foreign Secretary, Arthur Balfour, expressing the British government's official support for a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. Third, it has been 70 years since the newly formed United Nations General Assembly adopted Resolution 181, which called for the partition of Palestine into two separate Arab and Jewish states and led to the mass expulsion of Palestinians from their homeland. Fourth, half a century has passed since the 1967 Six-Day War, where Israel illegally occupied East Jerusalem, the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, the Sinai Desert and the Golan Heights. Finally, 2017 marks 30 years since the first spontaneous intifada or popular uprising by Palestinians against the Israeli military occupation. Next year, 2018, will mark 70 long years since the events of 1948, which Palestinians refer to as al-Nakba, the catastrophe, and Israelis as the War of Independence, a cataclysmic moment in the history of Palestine-Israel. The Nakba denotes the loss of the Palestinian homeland and the expulsion of 750,000 Palestinians in the wake of the establishment of the State of Israel. Between 1948 and 1950 alone, over 400 agricultural villages were destroyed, their displaced inhabitants prevented from returning, while Israel built over 160 Jewish settlements on confiscated land. For us, the daughters and granddaughters of those expelled and dispossessed from 1948 onwards, the decolonization of Palestine has come to define our politics, our work, and our identities. This chapter analyzes the Palestinian decolonization movement through the eyes of Palestinian and American student activists, highlighting the successes and failures in organizing on the battlefield of college campuses. We are female graduate students at Harvard University who come to this cause from diverse backgrounds as Palestinians and allies, yet united in our deep personal commitment to the struggle. Through organizing at different undergraduate universities both in the US and the UK, as well as our experience organizing as graduate students at Harvard, not known for its sympathy towards the Palestinian cause, we approach this as activists having survived the many trials and tribulations of organizing in an increasingly hostile academic environment. All of us have faced resistance, even threats, in our mission to advocate for the Palestinian cause on university campuses and make visible the ongoing colonization of Palestine to American and international students. We begin our chapter by framing Palestine in wider understandings of colonialism, arguing that Zionism, by its very nature, is a Eurocentric colonial movement which fundamentally necessitates the dispossession of the indigenous Palestinians. We then examine Palestinian activism on U.S. college campuses and its attempt to both raise awareness among American students and decolonize the institution itself. Here, we analyze the dynamics surrounding Palestinian activism which create a uniquely challenging environment, including silencing and censorship efforts aimed at students, faculty, and administrations. We conclude with a brief word on the state of Palestinian activism on American campuses, which leaves us hopeful yet keenly aware of what must change in the U.S. in order to realize liberation in our lifetimes. Zionism as a colonial project. Political Zionism is the national colonial movement that has led to the creation of the modern State of Israel. Zionism is neither a homogeneous nor uniform phenomenon. Its proponents regard its aim, that of uniting the Jewish diaspora in a state, as a national liberation movement for the historically oppressed Jewish people. However, in practical terms, with regard to its implementation in Palestine, Zionism has manifested itself in a highly institutionalized process of Jewish land appropriation, settlement, and nation building on the one hand, and Palestinian land confiscation, annexation, demolition, forced displacement and, attempted, population transfer on the other. From the outset, Zionism was conceived as a Western European creation. Its ideological roots are found in 19th and early 20th century Europe as both a reaction, and a solution, to rampant European anti-Semitism, evidenced by the Dreyfus Affair among other instances. But Zionism was also conceived in the context of the rapid expansion of capitalism and empire building prevalent across Europe. The Zionist project was unmistakably yoked to Western imperialist interests, adopting Eurocentrism in both discourse and practice as regards the indigenous Palestinian people. Theodor Herzl, the founder of modern Zionism, envisioned Israel as a Western-style capitalist democratic miniature state, situating it firmly within the European colonial movement. He famously said that Israel would be part of a rampart of Europe against Asia, an outpost of civilization as opposed to barbarism. Similarly, David Ben-Gurion, Israel's founder and first prime minister, conceptualized Israel as the Switzerland of the Middle East. The Eurocentric character of Zionism and its leaders is perhaps best encapsulated by the prominent expansionist Zionist Zeev Jabotinsky, who stressed, "We are European and our musical taste is European, the taste of Rubinstein, Mendelssohn, and Bizet. A European aesthetic that has been imported to modern-day Israel." Indeed, on her first visit back to her family's formerly Palestinian, now fully Judaized, village of Ein Karim in Jerusalem, one of our writers saw the old church turned into a music center with upcoming recitals by Mozart and Schumann. Zionism was intended to be the incarnation of European nationalist ideals situated in the heart of the Arab world, with the result that today, Israel discursively presents itself as an extension of Europe in the Middle East. A European state, Rachel Shabi1 writes, that somehow took a wrong turn and ended up in the wrong neighborhood, farcically symbolized by the fact that it competes in the Eurovision Song Contest and the UEFA Football League. Israel is, for all intents and purposes, part of the West, its vanguard and ally in the Middle East, paradoxically existing in the East without being of it. And what of those who live/d in Palestine? Edward Said's seminal work, Orientalism, 1978, too is imperative in understanding the representation of subaltern people. At its core, Orientalism is the way in which the people and spaces of the East are discursively constructed by and for the West. In its more sinister form, Orientalism represents a will to control and incorporate the other. Said argued that the historical discourse of modern Zionism depicted Palestine as an empty desert waiting to burst into bloom. Such inhabitants as it had were supposed to be inconsequential nomads possessing no real claim on the land and therefore no cultural or national reality. Palestine was imagined by European imperialists and Zionists as part desert, part swamp, utterly desolate. Then, as now, Zionism overlooked the fact that Palestinians had long existed on the land, and cloaked itself in a lexicon which erased the Arab presence, emphasizing instead the old Zionist adage, "A land without a people for a people without a land." Point 3. Like the European colonial activities that came before it, the perception of Palestine as terra nullius necessitated that those living on the land be marginalized and silenced. Arthur Balfour, author of the Balfour Declaration, remarked that the wishes of the Palestinians could not be compared to the destiny of an essentially European colonial movement. It did not matter that by the end of the 19th century, Palestine had a population of over 1.25 million and was agriculturally active and economically and politically engaged. In order to justify and implement the creation of a Jewish state, non-Jews had to be represented as radically other, fundamentally and constitutively different. And like the European colonial activities that came before it, the indigenous population were presented as savage natives. For example, following the 1936 Arab revolt against Zionist colonial settlement in Palestine, Chaim Weizmann, European Zionist and Israel's first president, stated that it was the old war of the desert against civilization. This depiction facilitated Western support for Zionism. In the wake of the uprising, one British imperial officer characterized Jews as a highly intelligent and enterprising race backed by large financial resources, while Palestinians were a comparatively poor, indigenous community, on a different cultural level. It is clear, then, that the Imperial West, motivated by Orientalist sentiments, aligned Zionism with the Enlightenment ideals of progress, modernity, civilization, and colonial development. Ultimately, the dream of creating a Jewish homeland came at the physical expense of the indigenous Palestinian population who, in a quintessentially colonial act, were reduced to mute objects of history. In other words, European Zionists were the ones to make history, whilst the indigenous population merged with the static backdrop. This erasure is not as esoteric as it may seem. Now 50 years on, Palestinians have been living under a brutal and illegal military occupation, which literally renders them part of the landscape, unseen and ignored by Israel and the world. Through different physical and bureaucratic structures and forces, such as a convoluted permit system, military checkpoints, Israeli-only bypass roads and of course the notorious apartheid wall, Israel has almost complete authority over Palestinian movement. It is these practices, above all else, that spurred Palestinian civil society in 2005 into calling for the boycott, divestment, and sanction, BDS, of Israel until such time as it complies with international law. 4. Zionists were not so naive as to assume that Palestinians would not resist. In his lucid essay The Iron Wall, written in 1923, Zeev Jabotinsky understood that every native population, civilized or not, regards its lands as its national home. Every native population in the world resists colonists as long as it has the slightest hope of being able to rid itself of the danger of being colonized. 5. While wrong in almost every other aspect, in this, Jabotinsky hits the nail on the head. The native Palestinian population does indeed regard its land as its national home, and it also retains hope of being able to rid itself of the danger of colonialism. Since Palestinian refugees are dispersed all over the world and denied the right of return, their resistance is carried with them and passed on to their children. It is unsurprising, then, that Palestinian students should find themselves articulating this resistance in their schools and universities as they grow and learn about the world. Palestine activism in the university. University campuses are no strangers to student activism. Almost every progressive movement in the U.S. has been defended and championed, in varying degrees, by students on university campuses. From mass protest of the U.S.-Vietnam War to the civil rights movement to the LGBTQ+/queer struggle, university campuses have provided fertile ground for activists to spur discourse and change opinion through public action. The Palestinian Liberation Movement, though arriving somewhat late to the game, is no different. All across the country, student groups in support of the Palestinian cause organize and agitate. This is coordinated primarily through chapters of Students for Justice in Palestine, SJP, or Friends of Palestine, or through groups heeding the nonviolent call for the boycott, divestment, and sanction, BDS, of Israel. These groups are engaged in many different forms of activism in support of Palestinian human rights, from taking problematic visiting speakers to task, to holding their institutions to account for failing to confront Israel's human rights abuses. Undoubtedly, the jewel in their crown is Israel Apartheid Week, replete with a roster of talks and actions on campuses around the world, including makeshift checkpoints erected outside classrooms, or mock eviction notices distributed in dorms. These groups, while tailored to the milieu of their respective institutions, also partner with other SJP chapters, coming together annually to discuss key issues and next steps for the movement. Unsurprisingly, many Palestinian groups consider other decolonization and liberation movements on campus as natural allies, not least since there is an abundance of shared issues. Those organizing for the Palestinian cause ally themselves with student groups who advocate for the Black Lives Matter movement, prison divestment, fossil fuel divestment, sexual assault, American indigenous liberation, mass incarceration, and workers' rights, with the result that marginalist students often collaborate, sponsoring events, signing petitions, protesting together, etc. These groups share a lexicon and, more importantly, a set of overlapping values and principles. Over the course of the last decade, in part due to these efforts but also in response to Israel's horrific attacks on Gaza, there has been a sea change in public opinion regarding Palestine-Israel. This shift presents a robust challenge to the established orthodoxy, especially in the U.S., that excuses, justifies, and otherwise supports discriminatory Israeli government policies. As a consequence, there has been a barrage of attempts to stifle voices supporting Palestinian rights, with the university as the prime target. Intimidation is the name of the game. Students, faculty, and outside actors averse to the Palestinian cause go to extraordinary measures to brand those in favor of Palestinian human rights uncivil, divisive and violent, or else falsely accuse them of being terrorist sympathizers whenever they protest, hold events, express support for BDS or even distribute flyers. In a report entitled The Palestine Exception to Free Speech, a Movement Under Attack in the US, co-authored by the Center for Constitutional Rights and Palestine Legal in 2015,6 the full extent of the suppression of Palestinian advocacy in the US is exposed. The report highlights how in the first 6 months of 2015, the non-profit, Palestine Legal 7 responded to 140 incidents and 33 requests for assistance in anticipation of potential suppression, 80% of which targeted students and scholars, indicating the increasingly pivotal role universities play in the movement for Palestinian rights. From our experience, the silencing of the Palestinian narrative on U.S. campuses is executed through two significant and related tactics. First, the inflammatory blanket charge of anti-Semitism, and second, the fallacy that Palestine-Israel is too complicated to address. Both could be a study in their own right, but in brief, anti-Semitism is a perpetual claim leveled against Palestinian and pro-Palestinian supporters. Much of it has to do with the conflation of any criticism of Israel or Zionism with anti-Semitism, a reality termed the new anti-Semitism. Not only does this claim do a disservice to real instances of anti-Semitism towards the Jewish population, it also stifles legitimate criticism of Israel. Unjustified allegations of anti-Semitism distract from the validity of pro-Palestinian advocacy and discredit activists by leveling a highly charged, historically sensitive accusation against them. Many of us have faced this accusation for merely daring to suggest that the State of Israel violates human rights and international law. This accusation is not limited to the student body. The former president of Harvard, Lawrence Summers, famously declared in 2002 that to criticize and oppose Israel is anti-Semitic. As he expressed it, profoundly anti-Israel views are increasingly finding support in progressive intellectual communities. Serious and thoughtful people are advocating and taking actions that are anti-Semitic in their effect if not their intent. Summers' statement provoked Judith Butler into publishing the compelling piece No, It's Not Anti-Semitic in the London Review of Books in 2003.8. Second, and perhaps more detrimental to the movement, is the charge that the Palestine-Israel conflict is too complicated. This tactic is intended to deter critical thinkers from investigating the issue, causing them to skirt it at all costs because it's too complex with no right answers or solutions. Israeli architect Yael Weizman writes, "Complexity was always a propaganda technique of Israel which ensures that knowledge of the conflict is intentionally limited to experts." 9. We have witnessed the effect of this firsthand, as students are made to feel unqualified, uninformed, fearful, or apathetic when it comes to voting in favor of important BDS motions and similar actions at their universities. Where many students would express vocal support for other instances of injustice, they abdicate their social and moral responsibility for the Palestinian cause. This feeds into a phenomenon that activists have called PEP, progressive except for Palestine. The term refers to otherwise liberal or progressive individuals who are unable to listen to, accept, or defend Palestinian liberation. Despite exhibiting values consistent with progressive ideals, such as being pro-choice, pro-Black Lives Matter, in support of gay marriage, equal pay advocates, and so on, they refuse to support the struggle for Palestinian rights beyond the dual myths of complexity and neutrality. This was epitomized by the furor surrounding the Invest/Divest section in the Black Lives Matter, BLM, platform in 2016, which called Israel an apartheid state and criticized U.S. military aid to Israel. 10 The inclusion of Palestine in the BLM charter sparked mass condemnation and rejection from many who had previously endorsed the BLM movement. In too many cases, support for the movement for Black Lives did not extend to support for Palestine Lives. External pro-Israel involvement. From all this, one has to wonder how exactly we U.S. university undergraduates, graduate students, faculty, and administrators got here. How did campus discourse swing so heavily against the Palestinian decolonization movement, just as it remains the nexus of progressivism for many other liberation movements? The answer is found in the highly sophisticated external pressures faced by U.S. universities. A complex network of advocacy organizations, public relations firms and think tanks, including the American Israel Political Action Committee, AIPAC, the Anti-Defamation League, ADL, Stand With Us, and the Daniel Pipes Middle East Foundation, intervene directly in student affairs. In a bid to change the culture on campus, they monitor student groups, target student government and urge administrations to crack down on and censor Palestinian activities. Point 11. Professional organizations which are hostile to Palestinian rights are highly sophisticated and well-funded. They have permeated all facets of university structures, from the formal, partnerships, investments, etc., to the informal, training student leaders, sponsoring trips to Israel, etc. Much of this has to do with the influence of wealthy financial backers, including Republican donors the Koch brothers, who gave $12.7 million to 163 U.S. colleges and universities in 2012, simultaneously donating to several external pro-Israel groups. Point 12. Altogether, the lobbies and donors influence campus activities and discourse, and have taken the politics of intimidation to new heights. In particular, AIPAC has marshaled and directed vast amounts of financial clout towards blocking or influencing activity on university campuses. AIPAC itself has 100,000 members, 300 staffers, a $60 million budget, and a $140 million endowment. This financial might translates into an enhanced ability to lobby effectively at critical points of influence on college campuses, as demonstrated in the push against divestment efforts by UC Berkeley students. When adult professionals based in Washington, D.C. are holding training sessions on how to intimidate young adults on a university campus across the country, the integrity of the university as a bastion for freedom of thought is clearly compromised. Professional organizations are also highly effective at developing and training pro-Israel university students to agitate on campus by coaching them on talking points. AIPAC's Campus to Congress initiative trains students on the value of a close relationship between the U.S. and Israel and, according to their website, prepares young leaders to help build the pro-Israel community on and beyond the campus. Their campus training programs provide everything from intensive seminars in Washington, D.C. where students meet with members of Congress to rigorous trips to Israel where these up-and-coming activists can learn about the issues affecting Israel firsthand. Point 13. Trips to Israel are perhaps the most insidious attempt at altering opinions on campus. In addition to the fully funded birthright trip for Jewish young people, bankrolled by American casino tycoon Sheldon Adelson, Israel advocacy groups have taken students on all expenses-paid trips to Israel, such as the free trip in 2014 for UCLA student government leaders in the run-up to a divestment vote. Trips are also organized by Zionist and Israeli students on campuses as part of a campaign to change the hearts and minds of their peers. In the Boston area alone, there are a plethora of trips to Israel with separate trips organized at Harvard College, Harvard Kennedy School, Harvard Law School, MIT, and Tufts University, usually taking place over spring break. These heavily, sometimes entirely, subsidized trips are specifically intended to present Israel in a positive light and hide the oppression of Palestinians, often by avoiding the mere sight of a Palestinian. The irony being, of course, that many of the activities and locations offered through these trips are entirely off-limits to Palestinians. In contrast, there is only one student-led Palestine trip, offered through the Harvard Kennedy School of Government this year, organized by some of the authors of this piece. Now in its 10th year, it is the most popular and oversubscribed student-organized trip at the Kennedy School. Nevertheless, the greatest challenge for pro-Palestine activists is the persistent use of intimidation tactics by Zionist watchdog groups. The two most pernicious are the Committee for Accuracy in Middle East Reporting in America, CAMERA, and Canary Mission. The former is a pro-Israel, media monitoring organization established in 1982. It has since expanded to campuses nationwide. It offers students and pro-Israel groups fellowships, recourses, materials, and advocacy training, encouraging them to proactively spread pro-Israel information on campuses. Students are paid handsomely for their service, up to $4,000 in some cases, as compensation for bravely and publicly defending Israel. Point 14. The second of these watchdog groups takes a different tack. Canary Mission 15 is a McCarthyist website that posts dossiers on pro-Palestinian students, professors, and organizations, with photos, videos and quotes. Their mission is to indict those who support Palestinian human rights who they see as promoting hatred of the US, Israel, and Jews on college campuses in North America. Disturbingly, the website encourages submissions about activists and actively urges employers to avoid hiring these individuals. The website even has an amusing ex-Canary page featuring 4 former Palestinian activists who have apparently seen the errors of their ways and speak of their redemption in near-evangelical terms. For us as Palestinian activists, racist and totalitarian tendencies notwithstanding, Canary Mission has become something of a hall of fame, and students interested in social justice have used the site to identify pro-Palestinian professors and groups. 16. The effect of these groups can impact all facets of a student activist's life. It can severely damage reputations, impact job prospects and, in its most extreme form, spark a national, even international, witch hunt. Moreover, these groups directly jeopardize the ability of students in the Palestinian diaspora to travel home. The inclusion of their names on these lists makes the harrowing and demeaning interrogation by Israel's border security worse and risks their entry if they express support for BDS. Indeed, we are writing this piece anonymously in order to ensure future entry to our ancestral homeland. In addition to being a deep violation of academic and personal freedom, these groups' activities diminish the psychological safety of students and create a toxic environment on campus. For example, in the fall of 2010, while an undergraduate student at the University of Michigan Ann Arbor, one of the authors of this piece received a phone call at midnight from an unknown number, asking to speak with her. The caller explained he was a staffer from the David Project 17, an affiliate of AIPAC, that sought to block Palestine human rights efforts on college campuses through a phone call campaign. The staffer suggested that the author's pro-Palestinian advocacy on campus be stopped, then hung up. The less than 5-minute interaction was a chilling experience, but also an indication of how low-resource efforts like a phone call campaign can disrupt the focus, tenacity, and commitment required for organizing work. These tactics can place severe mental and psychological strain on young adults, and it is not uncommon for activists to disable social media or organize anonymously. The result of these tactics has a negative impact on the deeply formative experience of being a young adult at university. As young Americans in university come of political age, it is crucial that they are able to define their perspectives and ideals without undue influence or propaganda. It is our belief that the strategies of anti-Palestinian organizations and individuals effectively weaken the efforts to decolonize Palestine by distorting reality for those who seek the truth. Only when the influence of external organizations like AIPAC and Camera is exposed and countered, will American universities have the opportunity to become genuine platforms for the Palestine decolonization movement. Conclusion. We have a long road ahead of us. With cash-strapped universities increasingly relying on outside donors, a right-wing administration in Washington, D.C. and an ever more extreme government in Israel, the situation is far from ameliorating. Student activists still grapple with powerful outside actors who have the ability to infiltrate their student groups, governments, faculty, and administrations to create a climate of intimidation and fear. There is much work to be done to decolonize the university and provide students with their basic rights such as freedom of expression and the right to protest. But such virulent attacks against students in support of Palestinian rights must surely be a sign of the changing climate around Palestinian activism. As the oft-quoted axiom by Gandhi goes, first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, then you win. We have been both ignored and laughed at. We are now in the full throes of the fight. By Gandhi's logic, victory is not far. For us, whose families bear scars from displacement and exile, we are driven by social justice and recognize that we have a duty to fight for those who are downtrodden. It is the reason we organize alongside our Black, Latino, Indigenous, queer and working class brothers and sisters. We draw hope from the proliferation of pro-Palestinian groups on university campuses in the US and beyond. We take pride in their resilience as they organize against the odds and take each setback as an opportunity for growth and learning. We are grateful for the enduring support which comes not just from presumed allies but increasingly from young American Jews who recognize that the fight for justice and equality is part of their Jewish American identity. Next year marks 70 years since the loss of our homeland. The decolonization and liberation of Palestine remains a chimera for many in the diaspora. Though it may have been too late for our grandparents to reclaim what was taken, it is up to our generations as students and young people invested in social justice to create a world free from colonialism. It is at the university that we have understood these concepts and connected them with our ancestral dispossession, and it is at the university that we have learned to organize and resist. It is our hope that through our work, our children will not be marking another 70 years. 18. 31. The struggle to decolonize West Papua. Benny Wenda. Colonialism is not always black and white, as countries beyond the usual Western colonial powers can, and do, also engage in it. West Papua is currently a colony of Indonesia. In 1962, the Dutch colonists agreed to relinquish the territory to temporary United Nations administration through the New York Agreement, specifying that a plebiscite would be held before 1969. This was called the Act of Free Choice in 1969 to determine the population's views on Papua and West Papua's future. In violation of the agreement between Indonesia and the Netherlands, the vote was a show of hands in the presence of the Indonesian military, and only involved 1,025 hand-picked people who were forced at gunpoint to vote for integration with Indonesia, much less than 1% of those who should have been eligible to vote. In 2004, the UK-based Free West Papua campaign was set up by exiled West Papuan leader Benny Wenda to encourage the UN to hold an independence referendum in Papua. The campaign has growing international support and the backing of notable figures such as Nobel Peace Laureate Archbishop Desmond Tutu. Benny lives in exile in Oxford. Below is a speech he gave at the Oxford Black Students' Union in 2015. And this is the starting point here, so black movements have started here in Oxford and then educated the world. Every human being united to fight the oppressor. Before that I want to sing one song and I welcome you with my language. West Papua is the western half of New Guinea Island. More than 50,000 years ago West Papuans left Africa. Somewhere in Africa they left over 50,000 years ago and went down to New Guinea. So, from New Guinea they spread down to the Solomon Islands, Fiji, New Caledonia. So that's black people called Melanesians. You have Micronesia, you have Polynesia. Melanesians are black people settled in New Guinea, so they call them Melanesian. Melanesia means the Black Islands. Black Islands. So before that I want to sing one song. I'm a singer-fighter, I don't have any friend to fight, but today in this room you are the friend of West Papua, together hand in hand to liberate any form of colonialism, discrimination, racism happening in this 21st century, not only in West Papua but on the African continent, North America, South America, everywhere. In the Caribbean, Australia, New Zealand, everywhere. In Europe, Asia, Middle East, it's happening right now and we are the witnesses, directly. So, I want to sing this song right now. It's a cry song. When I was studying in West Papua, I studied politics and I graduated in 1999. Before that I led the student movement there in West Papua peacefully. Sometimes arrested and in and out of jail. After I graduated I became a tribal leader. My people chose me to become a tribal leader, and the biggest tribe across Melanesia is my tribe and I'm the chief of that tribe. So you can see, even though I'm young, for the political reasons my people chose me as a tribal leader. So you can see I have a headdress and a tie. I never put on a European tie, so forgive me. This is my tie wherever I go, and this is my guitar, my ukulele, which is with me always. Wherever I go this guitar accompanies me because I'm a singer-fighter. This guitar always, you can use whatever you've got. We don't have any weapons to fight the Indonesian colonialism, but this guitar can tell its own story, and a song also can tell its own story. Why is the song important for West Papua? In 1984, one of the great leaders called Arnold A.P. He just composed all the songs from every tribe. He composed every song from every tribe, and so he was killed just for singing the freedom songs. Just for singing songs about how to love yourself, love your culture, your identity. He was killed. All the political songs are banned. You can sing to praise Indonesia and what the government is doing, but you cannot sing to express yourself and who you are. That's why I want to show my people back home, this is who we are. We are human beings, we are equal and express ourselves through our customs, through our traditions. Wherever you come from, mostly black people are always looked at a different way, but when you stand strong you'll be respected as a human being. So I want to sing this song, it's called Wiyawa. I was locked up in a small room, 2 weeks, handcuffed with no ventilation, just a small room filled with a toilet, and I was facing the ceiling, and I want to help my people out, but now I ended up in prison and couldn't escape, so I composed this song as a cry song. Benny Wenda plays song. Thank you. Every time I sing this song I always remember the people who I left with the tears. With the tears. Until today, the people of West Papua are like in prison. I always say my people are imprisoned by the Indonesian military. My people are enslaved by the Indonesian military. My people are like this room. We are fighting 50 years, nobody knows, 52 years. May 1st was 2 or 3 weeks ago. 260 Papuan students came out, Indonesia arrested them. Yesterday also 70 people were arrested. It's still happening right now while I'm talking. There was a bunch of people arrested yesterday at a demonstration. Our voice never comes out because Indonesia was able to close out the journalists. Indonesia restricts the journalists. Amnesty International banned. Red Cross banned. International Peace Brigade banned. Until today. You can always describe New Guinea as home of the bird of paradise, home of the tree kangaroos, home of the 250 tribes, home of the mountains, home of the rainforests. Today West Papua is home of the Indonesian military, home of the Indonesian intelligence, home of the Indonesian special forces. Today it is a militarist zone in the Pacific. I'm not talking about the other islands but speaking about West Papua. West Papua is a colony still. People are talking about the end of racism, end of discrimination, end of colonialism. West Papua is still a colony. Indonesia was colonized for 300 years, after they got out from the colonialism then they invaded West Papua illegally. They're still practicing colonialism while pretending to the world there's no colonialism. Pretending that they're the good guys, but the way they treat my people. Why? We are human beings. Because I am a different color? Because I am different? Before that I want to tell you a story, a personal story about why I fight and why I stood up in the fight to liberate the people of West Papua. I myself have faced discrimination and racism. One time I was in high school, I went in the class. 5 West Papuan students and many students from Indonesia. I was holding my book, then the teacher told me, the class was full of students and the teacher told me to sit down next to a girl. I was holding my books and I sat. I looked at her and she looked at me, in my face, and PSCHT spat in my face. At the time I thought maybe I didn't wash my body, maybe I smell? Maybe I smell, that's my feeling, that's just my feeling, I'm just uncomfortable and sitting there. As soon as I left the class I went to my village the next morning, maybe I smell? Maybe I'm black? I don't know what to do. And I went to the shop and I got soap and washed 3 times to make sure I didn't smell. Washed 3 times in the river and washed my body clean. I smelled myself to make sure I don't smell, and I go to the same class, the same room, and I'm confident, you know? Yesterday I was smelling, and I just put my books and I go to the girl and smile and she looked at me and she stood and she suddenly spat in my face for the 2nd time, and while I was washing my face everyone was laughing at me. Everyone laughing and I was crying. I have 5 fingers, I'm a human being like you. I have ears, I have 5 fingers, I'm a man. That time I was crying and I banged the table and whatever they called me, I'm primitive, I'm Stone Age, I'm a black. I look around and remembered my childhood in the village. One time my auntie was raped. We walked in the garden and my auntie was raped in front of my eyes and I couldn't do anything. My mum was beaten up with the gun butt and fell down, my mum and my aunties. 6 military raped my aunties. That reminds me why this was happening. I didn't know how West Papua became part of Indonesia. Then I grew up and I knew why my auntie was raped and my uncle was being killed in the bush and we were hiding for about 5 years from about 1977 to 1984. I found out why this was happening, a lot of people being killed. Women and children being raped. We are human beings. That was the beginning of the finding out, and then I learned how West Papua became part of Indonesia. I began to understand. We didn't have any connections at the time. I knew I'm a black man but knew only us. I didn't know of other black people out there because we never learned geography. We don't know the global map of the world. We don't know there are other black people and white people, we only know the missionaries. I didn't know. As soon as I come out to here in the UK, that's when I know there is the Caribbean, there is South Africa, there is Asia, Middle East, North America, Europe. That is a beginning of discovering myself. Who I am. Where I come from. Why I'm doing this. Then I learned of heroes like Martin Luther King, Malcolm X 1960. He was here like you, he started a speech about radicalism the good way. Then we talked about Martin Luther King, Gandhi, these people inspire me a lot. What you have started here, a few of you, really expands throughout the world to bring unity to every human being. The people of West Papua have been crying for 50 years, 52 years. Indonesia has killed almost 500,000 men and women have been killed, and until today they're still killing. Genocide is going on. This is the 21st century and West Papua are fighting, it's purely colonialism. It's apartheid. The people of South Africa 20 years ago, they got out from apartheid and the apartheid struggle, that's the people power. It's the same thing as what's happening in West Papua. They're treating the people of West Papua differently, and that is same thing. That's why the people of West Papua are campaigning. You've got people in Somaliland campaigning, Palestinians, Somaliland, Western Sahara, many other people are campaigning for determination. The people of West Papua need you because you are messengers. I hope one day you will become big names. Then remember that people are struggling for self-determination not only in West Papua but many places are fighting for justice, freedom and democracy. Thank you very much. Thank you. Q&A. Student 1, how can we as students help you and the West Papua cause? Spread the message. Tell your friends, your family. From your friends and your family, it will expand another connection. So start little, and if we dream big it will expand. So small things, spreading the message is very important. Get involved, we have the free West Papua campaign on Facebook. You can set up your own groups. We have musicians involved, cartoonists, artists. Every contribution we welcome to spread the message, as people of West Papua have been calling for freedom. Media freedom. Indonesia is able to ban, but a few weeks ago, the president of Indonesia went to West Papua because he's trying to convince the people of West Papua that you have to believe Indonesia is a great democratic country. They went to West Papua and freed 5 prisoners and allowed journalists, but then the military said no, all the journalists who come need special permission. Even president says welcome journalists to West Papua, but the military says different. So, we know always one promise to another promise, one bill to another bill. So, from 1969 till today we never trust, zero trust for the Indonesian military and government. But not ordinary people settlers are not the problem, but military attitude towards West Papua is different. So anyway, you can spread the word. If you are an international student, if you have political connections in your country, just spread the word. That's very important. Student 2, what kind of model do you suggest? something like East Timor peace plans in the 1990s, or would you prefer something more radical? So 2 ways. Our campaign focuses on self-determination. They denied our right to self-determination in 1969 under international law. One man one vote didn't happen in West Papua. West Papua was very unique referendum. In 1969 Indonesia claimed it was a done deal, but it was actually lies, big lies. West Papua, it's a big country the size of France. How were only 6 officials and 16 helpers of the Union sent to organize the referendum? The referendum was organized by Indonesia, not the UN. So that's why we are organizing self-determination through the legal approach and also through the referendum for a rerun of a referendum. Student 2 replies, but obviously as in East Timor there was also an armed struggle against Indonesia. Do you think that would be something which may be necessary to meet the ends? That's right, right now that approach is very different since when we started. When I graduated, when we started bringing the people out on the streets rather than the bush, because we fought but we don't have any weapons. We just have bows and arrows and no guns except a little bit of stolen something. East Timor is different because they have more help. I don't know how they got the weapons, but they approached it militarily, but with West Papua that is very difficult. That's why we come out on the street and I myself lead peacefully, and then the voice become louder. And Indonesia stigmatize West Papua as criminal, even here they call me like that, but we're trying to tell the world we're not. We've approached this campaign peacefully and our voice is becoming louder, and then on the other hand Indonesia is becoming violent rather than West Papuans. That's what's happening. One day maybe the same thing will happen in East Timor and the UN will facilitate a referendum. Maybe one day that will happen. Student 3. Is there a movement of Indonesians in Indonesia itself who are mobilizing and petitioning their own government to make change? That's right, that's very pretty good question. This is my own experience. In education, Indonesia totally tries to ban the few academics who have written the books about the West Papua issue. Banned and seized under national law, so how can the ordinary Indonesians understand about our struggle? This is very difficult, and even settlers in West Papua, all my friends are always trying to help us, but they're always telling us they're scared of the Indonesian intelligence. One of them, of my friends, reported me to the intelligence and they arrested me where I lived. But now, because the world is changing, social media, all these generations of Indonesian students mostly in Jakarta, they're finding out now. Social media is a big help. In fact, last month the demonstration about access, some Indonesians came out on the street and supported. That's great news for us, because for 52 years Indonesia has tried to threaten its own people. Don't support West Papua, they're criminals, they're cannibals, they're black. Social media is a big help, it raises the voices in Solomon Islands, Fiji, or anywhere. Student 4, with the newly elected Indonesian president, letting journalists into West Papua for the first time in the last couple of months and signaling he wants to find a more political solution to the West Papuan problem, are you now hopeful at all? One thing I want to say is this. They always promise. They always promise. They let the journalists in because of what happened in Australia. They are embarrassed. They are saying, the world is looking at me as a bad guy, so let me do something to make them look at me as a good guy. West Papua wants to join the Melanesian Spearhead Group, so he wants to convince them I'm a good guy, so don't worry, Melanesian Spearhead Group. But in the first month I declared I don't trust this president because he lied. When he campaigned for president, my people supported him, but under his leadership 5 people have been killed. Until today it's an ongoing investigation. Killing by Indonesian military. He went to West Papua and promised, and he didn't fulfill his promise, so that's why I don't know how the Papuans think, but I myself think every president is lying. All the lies. More killing. More imprisonment. More discrimination. More racism. It's still happening right now, they're just pretending because the press is coming from the outside world. Maybe when we are politically free we can work together and we can build a relationship and be good neighbors, but at the moment, the Indonesian military treat my people differently, that's why I really strongly believe that we must enjoy the freedom like other people. Student 5, referring to the point when your visa to enter the US was denied. Can you chat with us about that particular point in time? Was that the first time that your visa to enter the US was refused? What is the factor behind that? I don't know. When you ask America, they don't answer. I've been in New York a few times, in and out. I had a 10-year visa, business visa, but they've taken that away. I don't know if it's because of my movements or because of the Indonesian diplomats advising. I don't know. If you prevent me, it's an issue. If you welcome me, it's an issue. This generation are welcoming. All the South Africans welcomed me with an open heart. I was meant to travel to LA, to California to Hawaii, and all the Micronesian people invited me. But this is giving them more sentiment across the world. You may know, Indonesia tried to interpol me. That was a flawed argument, so they removed it. So they do different things, but as long as they prevent me, the people there have a good heart, so they will campaign themselves. Student 6, you spoke a lot about the Indonesian occupation. I'm wondering if you turn your attention to some of the corporations in West Papua. You spoke about a mining corporation earlier and BP, could you speak about some private interests interested in keeping the status quo? That's right, the biggest gold mine in the world, it's in West Papua, owned by Britain, Australia, America. Also BP is in West Papua, and there is illegal logging. There are giant mining companies in West Papua, they're also indirectly or directly funding the Indonesian military. They buy jets, helicopters, weapons, all the ammunition, all the military equipment, and then use that against my people and kill my people. One example I need to tell you, this year, January 3rd, there was a violent spate by the Indonesian military against the elderly people near the mines. They rounded them up and beat them up and put them in the prison for 1 week. Then the intelligence tell the military to tell the company, you need protection because the rebels will destroy your company. The companies and the military work together. Nobody campaigns for logging and mining and oil, it's very difficult. You never see any West Papuans at all. Even in the UK, there are very few West Papuans, it's lucky we escaped. Student 7, when there are protests over there, are forms of resistance centered around the things like the mines and the logging, or are they centered around schools or community centers? Where is the epicenter of the protests? At certain villages or an area? How are they organized on the ground? In West Papua there have been massive protests for the last few years on the mining, and also safety is bad. 17 were killed and stayed underground. No one spoke about it. Mostly migrants from other islands and a few Papuans. Safety standards are very poor. They're greedy and take all they want. You can't protest near the mines or you'll be killed by Indonesian military, not secretly, like in South Africa. People have been killed on the spot for protesting. This story never came out and was just kept quiet, kept silent because of the lack of media. Maybe other places, like Java, if a similar thing happened, the world would find out, but in West Papua everything is like a prison. Student 8, what do you think about the current situation in the Asia-Pacific's international relations, where the US is now bolstering relations with Japan, Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, trying to hold on to access against what they perceive as Chinese aggression? Do you feel this might damage your movement due to American support for the current government? That's right, that's what happened in 1969. Indonesia claimed West Papua was part of Indonesia. They said, if you don't give us West Papua we will join the Cold War. That's why Indonesia used to convince America and the big powers, because of communist issues. Now if the same thing will happen, I don't know. They also claim the terrorist issue, that's what the Indonesians always use, but it's nothing to do with West Papua. But our fight will continue, we won't surrender, we will continue to fight for justice for West Papua. But the Chinese and Americans, they are rivals, that's their own interest. But our interest is to free ourselves from the oppressor. Student 9, in the interest of lobbying our politicians, what are the steps that people can take, the government can take to tackle the issue? We set up the International Parliamentarians for West Papua in London in the British Parliament. This is the group of parliamentarians around the world who put their names on the campaign for self-determination, because one thing is that Britain colonizes half of the world, almost half of the world, and also colonized some of them. They gave independence to some of them, they liberated themselves. So that's why it's very important to convince the British government to speak out, because they are sitting on the Security Council and also they have a big influence. They have a big interest in West Papua. For example, BP and Rio Tinto are owned by the British. On the one hand, they claim to be fighting for democracy and self-determination and freedom, but on the other hand, what about the people of West Papua and these movements like the Palestine movement in the Middle East? It's not including West Papua, and this is important because it's the 21st century. If you have any link to the politicians, please spread the message because that's very important. Student 10, you are the leader of the tribe, but there are also another 256 tribes in Papua, and I want to ask about the ongoing conflicts between the people in the coastal areas, because I think that's very important to understand the dynamics of problems they're facing. Yes, but these 250 tribes are fighting under one flag to bring unity. Of course, every tribal people in the world, they have a chief and they have issues between clans over a land issue, or a girlfriend has been raped or another issue, but all these tribes have a unified voice to liberate ourselves from the colonialism, because we are one colony of Indonesia. One thing, Papua New Guinea is 800 tribes and West Papua almost 300 in terms of population. In 1960s, 1970s it was almost 50 to 50. Now Papua New Guinea is 7.5 million, West Papua 2 to 2.5 million. That's almost never increased, it's almost decreased, because some have been killed, some of them been displaced, some have been exiled. So this is talking about population. Where has this 5 million gone? Papua Merdeka. 32. Why does my university uphold white supremacy? The violence of whiteness at UCL. Ao Olatunji. Ao Olatunji is the only black minority ethnic sabbatical officer working in an English university. Out of the classrooms of University College London, UCL, Ao organizes work that impacts African, Caribbean, Arab, Asian, Latino and indigenous students, academics, and staff from across the globe. By representing people of the global majority within UCL, AO's work involves empowering those who operate within a whitewashed university environment that disempowers them on a daily basis. Though AO's role at UCL is a recent invention, the BME sabbatical officer role was developed in 2013. The institutional legacy that AO exposes through his work dates back to the early 1900s. AO has consistently committed himself to exposing the sinister history of eugenics, a racist pseudoscience that was founded by Francis Galton at UCL. A significant part of the BME sabbatical officer role is bringing light to this legacy, which has had wide-reaching fatal global implications, and was used as the underlying basis for imperial, colonial and genocidal atrocities that have been committed across the globe. When, at the beginning of 2018, students at UCL discovered that a secret eugenics conference had been taking place at the university for the past 4 years, AO was among the student and staff body who organized in protest against the conference and the legacy of eugenics wholesale at the Provost's office. AO is currently lobbying UCL to establish a center for the study of race/decoloniality. I am writing this because I refuse to protect the white supremacy and racism my institution upholds any longer. My character and faith lead me to deal with most issues privately and calmly, but not every issue must be dealt with in this way. Especially when such responses do not elicit the right response. It is also unfair that the onus should be placed on me to treat every grievance in a way that is deemed acceptable and professional. People should look inwards and fix up themselves. I am calling for UCL to properly and urgently investigate its issue of institutional racism and white supremacy. At an institution like UCL, whiteness stares you in the face every day. You must conform for it, you must change your way of speaking for it, you must change your character for it. As someone who is not racialized as white, you must change yourself to survive within it. Black Minority Ethnic, BME, Black and Asian Minority Ethnic, BAME, People of Color, POC, names which in themselves seek to box up all labels that don't come under the bracket of whiteness into the singular box of minorities. Please tell me how people from African, Caribbean, Arab, Asian, Latina and indigenous peoples are a minority, when white people as a racialized group make less than 19% of the world's population. What whiteness does is that it creates an oppressive binary between itself and people who are classed as minorities or as ethnic, hegemonizing every other culture and heritage, looking at them from a colonial, controlling gaze. Whiteness is the standard that everything else must compare to and reach for. It is simply reductive and insulting to put so many rich experiences into one box. We are not minorities, we are a global majority. We must and will be considered carefully and respectfully with our individual experiences disseminated from one another to show that it is whiteness that is the minority. Let me explain to you how whiteness works in an everyday capacity, and the way it has affected my job. I was elected full-time Black Minority Ethnic, BME, officer, and sadly but unsurprisingly I was appointed the only full-time BME officer in the country, which in itself shows the sheer lack of commitment, neglect, and ignorance of issues faced by students that come under the BME bracket in the students' unions of the 345 further education colleges and higher education institutions in the UK. The blatant acts of mistreatment and psychological violence are very evident and have led to a dire amount of reports and complaints of racial abuse. During my time thus far studying medicine, I attended a fair held to pick courses for the third year and was left disgusted when a student reported one of the tutors saying, "Don't let any blacks or hijab-wearing people over here to sign up." I have seen twisted remarks made about Asians, Africans, migrants, and Muslims. We employed academic professionals who openly make filthy remarks to students on the basis of race and faith, knowing full well students cannot take action as the institution's systems protect them. Students fear taking complaints forward, as even though policy states that marks should be anonymized, academics still have access to names and data of students, allowing them to act as they please. These are academics, course leaders, and professors making such comments. They are protected. The university does nothing to chastise them, no suspensions, no disciplinary action, no avenues of reporting racial and faith-based discrimination are made available to students. One of the biggest cases was with the university shamelessly trying to send a black Muslim economics student to a state in the US that had seen an increase of hate crimes and attempted campus mass shootings targeted at both black and Muslim students. The state senator was a self-confessed white supremacist who ignored these issues, which rose to boiling point, so much so that the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, released a travel advisory stating that it was unsafe for any such people to travel to the state from within the U.S., let alone outside. The student was told there was nothing that could be done, until he took to social media. Then suddenly a magic wand was waved and the University of Pennsylvania had space. UCL still denies this issue and says that there should be no special process for students in these situations. Along with this, they denied this issue in itself was a function of institutional racism and Islamophobia. Last year in the Institute of Education alone, around 15 students came to the union to complain formally about mistreatment or neglect around racial issues, either to do with their teacher training placements or the courses themselves. Some students proceeded to drop off their courses or they were not able to complete aspects of their course. What has been done for them? Where is their compensation? UCL protects its racism and white supremacy, shielding it behind bureaucracy, procedure, and its self-proclaimed London's global university reputation. Francis Galton, commemorated through the Francis Galton Lecture Theatre and Laboratory of Genetics, formerly the Laboratory of Eugenics, a father of eugenic thought, installed Carl Pearson, commemorated through the Pearson Building, as the chair of eugenics at UCL after the then provost in 1904 agreed to fund it. Meanwhile, Flinders Petrie, commemorated through the Petrie Museum, dug up human remains in Egypt and other lands to be used as experimental material in Galton and Pearson's twisted pseudoscientific experiments. It should be noted that the ideology of eugenics has strong links to Nazism and British colonialism, with Hitler implementing the ideology in the Holocaust and Winston Churchill being a huge supporter and attending eugenics conferences. Francis Galton, who has been proudly upheld on UCL's sites for decades, stated such: "The Arab is little more than an eater-up of other men's produce, he is a destroyer rather than a creator, and he is unprolific. The number among the Negroes of those whom we should call half-witted men, is very large. Every book alluding to Negro servants in America is full of instances. I was myself such impressed by the facts during my travels in Africa. The mistakes the Negroes made in their own matters, were so childish, stupid, and simpleton-like. The Hindu cannot fulfill the required conditions nearly as well as the Chinaman, for he is inferior to him in strength, industry, aptitude for saving, business habits, and prolific power. It strikes me that the Jews are specialized for a parasitical existence upon other nations, and there is need of evidence that they are capable of fulfilling the varied duties of a civilized nature by themselves. Point 1. All of the above speaks for itself. I have lost count of the times I have either been called aggressive, or people have alluded to my behavior being aggressive through their body language, words, or simply stating it plainly. This racialized confine on my emotion means I must choose my words carefully and act accordingly, otherwise I risk fulfilling the angry black man stereotype, which seems impossible to shake off. Many of my white counterparts talk down to me with condescending tones without realizing, challenging my intelligence and competency in doing so. This preconceived judgment of competency is linked to the subconscious subtle supremacy that my white counterparts feel they have over me. My intentions of centralizing students of the global majority as victims of this issue in need of empowerment and raising is frequently taken as me focusing on causing harm or excluding students that come under whiteness, despite the fact my job description is to represent all students other than them. Comments including "but we have to make this inclusive, we mustn't forget about white allies," are frequently made, showing how whiteness always seeks to make itself central to the issue. Whiteness must always be a beneficiary, otherwise the work that is done is exclusionary and militant. Over time I have had to change my way of speaking, code switching, in order to be taken seriously and understood by whites. People comment on how eloquent and well-spoken I am, but to whose standards? Any other language and way of speaking, from observing body language and energy, is either seen to be threatening or unintelligent. UCL's academic spaces strongly embody whiteness. This is seen through curricula which enforce white supremacy, seeing as whiteness is propagated as the body of legitimacy which decides on what is and isn't academia, it decides what is and isn't worth studying. Through this, values of worth are placed on information and knowledge because of who has ownership of it. The ultimate message that is sent out is that content that isn't white, isn't worth studying. More often than not, global majority researchers have their work stolen, presented as findings by white professors and academics, directly creating a narrative that global majority content does not have any worth unless stamped by the badge of whiteness. This then directly impacts on students of the global majority who hardly see themselves represented in curricula or in the academic workforce, reinforcing this hierarchy of worth. Looking at the national workforce, 6.2% of professors are classed as BME males and 1.7% are classed as BME females. Breaking it down even further, there are only 17 black women professors in this country. What does this say about the worth placed on our labor? Who does it benefit? What systems are in place subjugating the progression and hiring of our people? Looking at whiteness historically and presently as a construct, it has always sought to categorize everything, especially in the form of scientific empirical data. That manifests today as an obsession with quantitative data and financial business plans. The institution refuses to take qualitative data into account when making decisions, which in itself is problematic, as the issue of racism and white supremacy is a philosophical, anthropological, and qualitative issue. The BME attainment gap data has surfaced in the last year or so, with universities like UCL only taking it seriously once the data emerged, despite noise being made about it for years. The national average shows that students classed as BME do 15% worse than their white counterparts. UCL's average is 3%, which doesn't seem a lot but is statistically significant when you consider the self-professed caliber of the institution and its very high entry requirements. The gap varies from faculty to faculty, getting as high as 20% in the Bartlett faculty. I have been wit-explained by my white counterparts several times. I make a point in a space or a meeting and the exact same point is made by my white counterpart, which is then suddenly taken up and accepted. It's either this or I am frequently interrupted when I speak. This alludes to the entitlement of their point over mine when conversing. Many white colleagues are patronizing and come with disingenuous professions of understanding their privilege and their whiteness, wanting a gold star for these realizations while they do nothing in their capacity to dismantle these constructs. As a white man, you as a person of color, I grow tired of fake smiles from those who pretend to understand me and my experience. Such words and sentiments mean nothing if one is doing nothing to dismantle them. There is something particularly sickening about these interactions, and it's not just the ingenuity of it all. Working in close proximity of such people is toxic, as they know what the issue is, seeing as they explained it to you themselves, but again, do nothing to deconstruct it. White allies are rarely actually allies. Leftist and communist movements within the student body use global majority issues as a battering ram for their own campaigns and movements. Meanwhile, they do not turn up to events, they don't invest any short-term or long-term effort into campaigns, but still feel entitled to use issues surrounding Islamophobia and racism to spearhead their campaigns. They prove themselves to be liberals who say we should debate and discuss with those who advocate for death and violence on the basis of racism and Islamophobia. Rather than help, they see our issues as marketing tools and bargaining chips, while their own brand of toxic whiteness is still intact, manifesting itself through a white savior complex. Over the past few months, I have interviewed global majority staff, gaining insight into their experience. The labor of people from these backgrounds is taken for granted and abused. Such staff within their department are subtly given more and more workload to deal with, keeping them inundated in lower grades while their labor is not respected and properly appreciated. They work harder than their white counterparts who move effortlessly through the ranks while they are static in the same role. We see this in the Students' Union and all over the institution, where global majority staff have worked in the same or similar pay grade without promotion for up to 20 years. At times it has felt like a lot is being done to attempt to find a solution to this problem, but what really has happened is immeasurable workload put on staff who deal with these issues, with finite resources and funding. When we look at the BME attainment gap funding, funds are set to run out in 2019. Changes to the curriculum are made through bodies like Liberating the Curriculum, Connected Curriculum, and Change Makers projects. Although these do well to supplement pre-existing curricula, they don't centralize global majority content, and students are left to create business plans and proposals to change their curricula while studying full-time. This expectation is too large. Dealing with the entirety of what UCL represents, embodies, and propagates takes its humongous toll on my well-being and mental health. As a student who doesn't come under the bracket of whiteness, I have been given the choice to compromise on my character and accept racism and white supremacy in all its forms, or conform myself. Every single day I come away deflated and alienated. This job is one of the hardest things I've had to do. Global majority women have it even worse as they face hybrid forms of sexualized racism. You see, a lot more white people understand this issue than you'd think. They sigh and express how sad it is that such concepts exist, and then go away and leave the conversation to go and benefit from that very same concept. Despite numerous attacks by different bodies in recent years to remove my officer role, whether it be from governance reviews or student media outlets such as Pi Media, who published an article in March this year called UCLU, Get Rid of the Black and Minority Ethnic Officer, despite stating in their first paragraph, I have no clue who they are, or what they do. I hope what you've read now goes to show the necessity of the officer role, and its continual necessity until we can say racism and white supremacy doesn't exist in our society and on our campus. The Decolonus UCL campaign will be answering the question, why does my university uphold white supremacy? I hope from reading this you will start to formulate your own answers on why.